After the Yunming's party, the power of the entire District 55 was reconstructed and distributed again. Of course, this happened in secret. For Jianli, who entered the college, he no longer paid much attention to this matter. At this moment, he was fully devoted to one thing. That is, to prepare for entering the Immortal Fruit Dungeon in 5 years. At the ceremony on the first day of school, Mu Bai gave his speech as an outstanding student. His slow, reasonable and gentle temperament made many people unforgettable. When giving a speech, Mu Bai unexpectedly found his former classmate Zhou Qingya. When Mu Bai stepped down, the principal walked up. "Hello everyone. You may not know that Mu Bai, a student of our school, ranked first in the school after the preschool assessment. This time, let alone these freshmen, even the most experienced group of 15-year-old teenagers who were preparing to enter the Immortal Fruit space were stunned. You must know that the so-called ranking is arranged according to combat power. Now the top 100 of the ranking list are all 15-year-old seniors. This kind of ranking without fighting is unheard of. Number 1? The power of the Mu family is too great. He is a freshman ranked first. So what am I?" The hot-tempered teenager frowned and asked angrily. Wang Zihao from the Wang family was not really afraid of Mu Bai. He just couldn't understand why the always fair principal would give up his bottom line for him. The strongest student in the school is the 5th grade star warrior. Right? The principal was not too surprised. He asked back with a smile. After being slightly stunned, Wang Zihao said proudly, "Yes. It's me. That's right. After testing, classmate Mu Bai's current realm is the 4th grade star warrior." The principal's words were undoubtedly thunder. Reached the 4th grade star warrior before the age of 10. Wang Zihao's pupil shrank. He wanted to defend himself. After all, combat power may not be equal to the level of realm. But thinking of the age difference between him and the other party, he could only snort and sit back. He couldn't afford to lose this person. Mu Bai, who was sitting in the front row, did not look back the whole time, and ignored the hot eyes around him. Wan Zhe was undoubtedly confused about this gentleman's announcement of his own realm. During the lunch break, he deliberately found Mu Bai who was reading in the classroom. "Brother Bai, isn't it too ostentatious for you to do this? After all, there are too many enemies of the insider family in District 55. Wan Zhe said in a low voice with trepidation in his heart. "Wan Zhe, do you think it is more dangerous to have an enemy in the dark or an enemy in the open?" Mu Bai said softly while reading a book. And the students nearby all pricked up their ears to listen to his words quietly. It should be the enemy in the dark. Wan Zhe, who was a little uncertain, wanted to go out and answer again. After all, there were too many students in the classroom. Mu Bai shook his head after putting down the black book in his hand. "Although I cannot predict the actions of the forces in the dark, the harm they can cause is very small. After all, the forces in the dark that can enter the 55th district and cause great damage cannot pass the detection of the Holy Tao sect. But the enemies in the open are different. His existence itself means that you cannot easily deal with him. In this case, why not let the small fish in the dark surface?" Mu Bai finished his words with a smile that was meaningful. Wan Zhe was startled, and then realized that Mu Bai should have deliberately announced his realm. This was certainly not to show off, but to fish for those hidden enemies. The public disclosure of Mu Bai's realm in the Mu family did cause a great uproar. So much so that in the days after that day, many star warriors and even star fighters were strangled by the big tigers and small tigers ambushed around. For a while, the whole high school seemed to be in a state of panic. That Mu Bai went to the gym to exercise again. Should the boss take care of him? The few people who followed Wang Zihao all looked at him. These people seemed to be a little uncomfortable with Mu Bai's arrogance. After he arrived at the school, the dignity of these seniors was gone, and many fine traditions within the school were broken. There were even juniors who dared to report to the school that the seniors, bullied them. For this, they were scolded by many school leaders. "Are you stupid? It's not possible during this period. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance." Wang Zihao answered perfunctorily and left alone. These people may not know the news. But how could he not know that Mu Bai was secretly guarded by many people at this moment? Seeing the boss leave, these senior students looked at each other and had other thoughts. Boss Wang seemed to be afraid. "I can't wait any longer. I'll go to Brother Yang this time. If he takes the lead, everyone will go to the gymnasium to deal with him," the yellow-haired boy whispered, looking around and paying attention to the faces of the people present. Okay, I agree. Mu Bai is too arrogant. I heard that he has received love letters every day since he came to school. We must make this guy embarrassed in front of the whole school. He was so excited that he even thought about the miserable scene of Mu Bai's whole body. In this way, even if he is handsome, he will be disliked by girls. Right? When they heard that Mu Bai received love letters every day, they became even more angry. As if their girlfriends were taken away. Zhou Qingya, who was running by not far away, immediately realized that something was wrong after hearing the voices of the crowd. After these people left, she quickly ran towards the gymnasium outside the school square. She wanted to tell Mu Bai this news and let him leave quickly. Mu Bai was the only one in the empty gymnasium. He was sitting cross-legged on his seat and running the netherworld power in his hand. After solving the hidden danger of the White Devil, Mu Bai's attainments in the netherworld mind method were undoubtedly improved, which gradually made him discover the limits of the netherworld mind method. It is impossible to rely on half of the netherworld mind method to run rampant in this world, without the help of the lower half. The upper half of the method is actually not much different from the ground level method. Mu Bai said to himself, with some regret. Half of the netherworld mind method may still be useful in the realm of Star Warriors. But when he is promoted to Star Warrior Star Apostle, the ground level netherworld mind method may be better than nothing. If he still simply sticks to this mind method at that time, his future prospects will also be cut off on this. After putting aside these messy thoughts, he took out 3 martial arts books wrapped in animal skins from his arms. During this time, he had been ordering Dahe to search for fire-attributed martial arts. The only requirement was that it must be a defensive fire-attributed martial arts with no side effects. In order to enter the fruit space and win the mythical Sun Golden Crow fruit in the future, Mu Bai must study a defensive technique. Only by training it to the extreme can he have a chance to resist the high temperature of the Golden Crow's flames. Normally, you may not even be able to get close to ordinary mythical creatures. But these creatures are greatly weakened in the fairy fruit space. Otherwise even Mu Bai would not dare to be 100% sure that he can successfully approach the Golden Crow. Fire attribute techniques alone are very scarce. And they are even more scarce when they are combined with the word defense. More importantly, fire attribute techniques without side effects are almost extinct. Most fire attribute techniques will burn internal organs and blood in the later stages. And some people who are obsessed with it may even be burned to death in the flames due to uneven adjustment of fire energy. The 3 fire attribute techniques in front of me are selected from thousands of miles away. We have to choose one from here. The first one is the yellow level technique treading fire jade mountain art. This technique was excavated from other regions. Practitioners can practice by wearing special fire attributed jade. Those who have mastered it can use jade as a means of fire defense. The second one is the mysterious level technique quenching golden body. It uses fierce fire to burn the body to gain fire resistance from the inside out. After years of tempering, people who have mastered the technique can even be unscathed in the sea of fire. The third one is the most inconspicuous. Dahe found this technique at the market. Its name is also very simple, with only 2 words: fire shield. After reading the description of the fire shield technique, Mu Bai was shocked. After turning his head and looking at the first 2 techniques, he suddenly felt a little boring. The first technique is the simplest, but the fire attribute defense effect is probably average. The second one is more advanced, but it requires years of tempering with the body. The effect is very good, but it takes a lot of time. Only the third fire shield technique relies not on the body or external objects, but on the amount of star power within the practitioner himself. The description of the fire shield technique is quite simple. Mu Bai hadn't seen such a useless technique for a long time. But from another perspective, it could be called a magical skill for him. The more star power it has, the stronger its defensive ability can be. Its disadvantage is also very obvious. That is, it can only defend against attacks and damage of the fire attribute, which is really no different from useless for others. For example, you have practiced the fire shield for 3 years. When your fire shield can finally resist the fire attribute damage of others, the enemy can't block it with a punch. Then your fire shield will be lonely. Physical attacks, ice attribute attacks, thunder attribute attacks, mental attacks, all kinds of damage except fire attribute can easily pass through it. In the eyes of others, this may be useless, but in Mu Bai's hands, it is the opposite, because he didn't think of relying on it to defend against other damage. In addition, the fire resistance of this technique is based on the amount of star power of the practitioner, which is very suitable for his needs. After picking up the fire shield technique, Mu Bai immediately began to practice. After reading the technique once, he had memorized all the contents of the fire shield technique. When practicing the technique, a layer of red transparent cover suddenly appeared outside his body. Mubai picked up a lighter and lit it. The flame on it was sucked into the outside of the fire shield. Although the effect was weak, he could still feel that the fire shield absorbed the flame and became stronger, since it is based on the power of the stars. Let me see your limit. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A large amount of star power was infused into the red fire shield, and the originally red and transparent fire shield expanded instantly. When the coverage area expanded to 10 meters, it stopped, and the winding red light waves spread everywhere and looked very messy. The star power he infused just now was almost the same as that of the 9th grade Star Warrior, so the probability of instability of this fire shield increased a lot. Interesting. After realizing that this fire shield can be continuously strengthened, Mubai can already imagine the terribleness of this technique in 5 years. If only a single layer of fire shield can have this effect, then if I use a double layer of fire shield, wouldn't it be more defensive against fire damage? With an idea in mind, he immediately used the fire shield technique again, trying to continuously compress the fire shield outside his body. Dahu, who was on guard in the distance, appeared beside Mubai without knowing when. What's the matter? Dahu stepped forward and told Mubai the news that Wang Ziheo's men wanted to take action, repeating the whole process and what they said. Mubai, who was a little speechless, never expected that they would be so bored, but she had been bored for so many days since the start of school, so it would be nice to play with them. You don't have to do anything. I'll solve it myself. After saying that, Mubai emptied his mind and entered into practice again. The fire shield outside his body was constantly evolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Dahu sighed inwardly. He had never seen anyone practicing like this in all these years. For this gentleman, the genius among geniuses might not be enough to describe him. Bang! Dahu disappeared instantly. And Zhou Qingya, who was running, pushed open the door of the gymnasium and panted to remind Mubai, hurry up. Those seniors may team up to teach you a lesson. I know. Sit down and take a rest. Mubai, who closed his eyes and rested, said softly, as if he didn't take those people seriously at all. Zhou Qingya was really anxious when she saw this scene. She wanted to help Mubai, but she had just started practicing and had only just entered the threshold of the 9th level of the Star Warrior. This kind of combat power was not enough compared with those seniors. Mubai! There are too many of them. Even you. Before the voice fell, a crowd of people outside the gymnasium walked in. After the aggressive crowd came in, they quickly locked the door of the gymnasium. The leader of the team of nearly 100 people was a fierce boy. What are you going to do? He is from the Mu family. Zhou Qingya shouted loudly when she saw them coming aggressively. What about the Mu family? He has been a little too arrogant recently. The name of the fierce boy is known to the whole school. The evil wolf Yang, who is a madman. He has entered the realm of the 5th level of the Star Warrior before he was 15 years old. He and Wang Ziheo and others are all the top echelons of the school's combat power. What are you waiting for? Why don't you vent your anger? It's better to give our Master Mu a facelift to prevent him from attracting many bees and butterflies. Yang Hu pointed at the crowd with a sneer and said jokingly, as the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. And the crowd rushed towards Mubai. Zhou Qingya, who wanted to take action, was stopped outside by Yang Hu. Mubai stretched his body, and a dark purple ripple appeared in his eyes, and his muscles and bones made a sound like firecrackers. In Yang Hu's eyes, no matter how powerful Mubai is, he is just a name without a title. If he didn't have the support of the Mu family title, he probably wouldn't even look at him. The crowd that rushed over felt a chill sweeping over their bodies before they even touched Mubai. The next moment, the surging star power swept over like a rushing sea, and Mubai used his hands as knives to perform the hurricane sword technique. And the power was like overlapping waves. These nearly hundreds of Star Warrior students had lost consciousness before they could react. The ribs of the front row were even broken. And this was because Mubai showed mercy. When Mubai walked out of the screaming crowd, he was not even stained with a trace of dust. The gap between the two sides was too great. In terms of the total amount of star power, even if all of them were added together, they could not compare with him. It seems that you are not just a name. I, Yang Hu, would like to ask for your advice. After saying this, Yang Hu's fists turned into claws and swept over like a tiger descending from the mountain. As a member of the Yang family in District 55, he naturally possessed the mysterious skill Tiger Claw. During the exercise of Tiger Claw, it was as if a tiger was possessed. The tiger claws had the true meaning of a fierce tiger. Often, the enemy would be shocked by the tiger's might before they could respond. Take it. Black tiger hard digging. The continuous tiger claws were as fast as a storm. If it were anyone else, they would be scared by the tiger's might. But for Mu Bai, who had experienced great storms and mastered the netherworld mind method, it was too easy. How can the light of a firefly compete with the sun and the moon? Yang Hu, you are too slow. You are simply a sick cat. Sick cat? I am a tiger. A man-eating tiger. Yang Hu, who was furious, quickly activated the power of the stars. Every move was a fatal move. The strong wind from the claws swung so hard that the gymnasium was whistling. But these were still too weak for Mu Bai. Mu Bai, with his hands behind his back, dodged easily under the dazzling tiger claws. Even Yang Hu's best moves could not shake the opponent. Zhou Qingya saw the scene clearly. As a freshman, she knew how strong these old students were. A 5th grade star warrior, with the blessing of Xin-level skills, could completely defeat enemies of a higher level. But now Yang Hu couldn't even touch the corner of Mu Bai's clothes. You only know how to dodge? Yang Hu was a little angry after knowing the gap between the two sides. When those people invited him, they didn't say that Mu Bai was so strong. But now he had to fight hard for face. I wanted to play with you. But since you asked so enthusiastically, let me see how many bones you have. Mu Bai said with a flat voice and a smile. But what he said made Yang Hu's hair stand on end. And even the tiger behind him was a little sluggish. Mu Bai is a man who keeps his word. He followed the opponent's tiger claw and broke it with his fist. Then, the killing intent that seemed to have returned from the underworld followed Mu Bai's fingers and pointed at all the bones on Yang Hu's body. Using his fingers as knives to perform, the wind blade technique was enough to show Mu Bai's terrifying attainments in the sword technique. After more than 200 crisp sounds, the sturdy Yang Hu fell to the ground. What's going on here? The school leaders, who came from afar, were all stunned by such a scene. And a large number of students, who came to watch the excitement, gasped and swallowed uncontrollably. Yang Hu, whose bones were broken all over his body, was wailing. The sound was so creepy that even Wang Zihao, who arrived, was a little frightened. He didn't expect that Mu Bai was not only so strong in strength, but also so cruel in heart. This was obviously a sign of killing people. If he treated him as an ordinary young man from a noble family, he would probably suffer a great loss in the future. After this incident, Mu Bai's reputation was completely established. The fact that he easily defeated Yang Hu with 1 against 100 also earned him a new title, Demon King Mu. It was also since this incident that Wang Zihao and others did not dare to provoke Mu Bai, the monster, before graduation, so that the whole school seemed to have changed its atmosphere. Mu Bai rarely showed up since then. He focused on practicing the yellow level technique Fire Shield every day. Genius is not terrible. What is terrible is that this genius not only has strong resources to support him, but also finds the right way to practice. The original yellow level skill, Fire Shield, became stronger year by year as he modified and improved it. After a long time, he finally finished practicing Fire Shield before his 15th birthday, because this skill could not be improved anymore. During these 5 years, nothing major happened in the entire District 55. The only thing worth mentioning was that the Holy Dao sect investigated Mu Bai when they were investigating the remnants of the demon sect. The result of the investigation was to give him nominal encouragement. Since then, Mu Bai's label has also appeared as an outstanding youth in District 55. The morning dew spreads on the ground, accompanied by sparse drizzles. If you have sharp eyes, you may be able to see snowflakes floating in the distance. This is a special day in the main world. The solar term is called Kanyuan. 3 natural weather conditions, heavy fog, heavy rain and heavy snow, will appear at the same time in one day. The boy sitting on the sofa in the villa looked at the drizzle outside the house and didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he said leisurely, it's been almost 15 years. Although the boy sitting on the sofa is not very old, some kind of long accumulated power makes him look a little detached from everyone. The half-long messy black hair makes him look more approachable. Similar to his temperament, there is always a hint of purple in his black pupils. But when you look at him seriously, you can find that the purple has disappeared. He has been in this world for 15 years. During these years, he has rarely experienced the pleasure of being a rich man. The most important thing for him in the past 5 years is probably the gradual stagnation of his own realm. In the first year, he entered the 3rd level of Star Warrior. And in the 2nd year, he entered the 2nd level of Star Warrior. But in the next 3 years, he only broke through to the 1st level of Star Warrior. Although he was a genius to reach this level at this age, But compared with his previous rapid progress, it was still too slow. And Mu Bai had a hunch that his talent was about to be exhausted. According to his estimation, if he continued to improve at the current speed of cultivation, he would probably only be able to reach the level of Star Apostle in a few decades. This is actually normal. Or in other words, it is like fate. Even if this body changes its consciousness, it may only achieve this achievement in the end. This is simply bad news for Mu Bai. If he can endure living in a corner, then the combat power of the Star Apostle level is enough to make him rich and prosperous. Unfortunately, he is not. The talent of the body cannot be changed. And the only way to change the fate is through the devil fruit. Mu Bai, with a purple halo in his eyes, was a little disappointed. The devil fruits in the main world are different from the devil fruits in One Piece comics. Although both of them can give special abilities to the ability holders, the devil fruits in the main world can increase the upper limit of the host's body to a certain extent. As for how much each fruit can increase, it is completely unclear. But it is generally recognized that the mythical devil fruit with the bloodline ability of mythical creatures can increase the upper limit. In the main world, many people who originally had ordinary families can even grow to the existence of the lord of the region after obtaining the mythical devil fruit by chance. Thinking of the golden crow coordinate, the fire shield technique in Mu Bai's hand quickly started. And in an instant, nearly 100 layers of fire shields were intertwined. So that in the end, he seemed to be surrounded by a red magma ball. If the creator of the technique saw this scene, he would probably vomit blood and die. To a certain extent, the fire shield technique in Mu Bai's hand has been built to the level of a mysterious technique. More than 100 layers of fire shields are also the most important means for Mu Bai to be confident that he can get close to the golden crow. It is also for the cultivation of this fire shield that he is almost in a state of half abandonment in terms of realm. Compared with obtaining a mythical devil fruit, the improvement of the technique is simply 2 levels of existence. If converted into a mobile game, the former is to increase ordinary attributes, while the latter can directly change fate and increase a large number of advanced attributes. He naturally knew which one was more important. Today is a very important day. It is the day when he enters the fairy fruit space. Wan Zhe and Zhou Qingyan must have arrived outside the manor. He put on a black windbreaker and ignored the rain on his head when walking through the manor. Under the protection of the power of the stars, the rain could not touch his body at all. Wan Zhe, who had a short haircut, and Zhou Qingyan, who was increasingly stunning, appeared at the door of the manor. The 3 people who greeted each other got into the business car driven by Dahu and drove towards the fairy fruit space. The fairy fruit space is closely related to the main world. If you calculate the distance of each fairy fruit space, you will understand one thing. That is, the fairy fruit space is the main reason for dividing the large area. District 55, District 54, District 53. There will be a fairy fruit space in each small area. And the center of the entire city is also built around the fairy fruit space. The conditions for entering the immortal fruit space are very simple. That is, to meet the regional credit assessment, then the age of 15, and never enter the immortal fruit space. Since today is the day to enter the immortal fruit space, the streets near the city center in District 55 have been completely closed. Even pedestrians cannot cross the road. Even the top families dare not disobey, because this is the order of the Holy Tao sect. The most serious crime in the laws of the region is not killing, but destroying the normal operation of the immortal fruit space. If someone dares to do so, then what awaits him will be the execution of 10 clans. After all, this is affecting the core interests of the sect. The survival of the sect requires the selection of talented disciples from various regions to supplement the strength of the development of the sect. Many sects with a long history have gradually withered because of the lack of talent supply. After showing the admission ticket at the checkpoint, Mu Bai and others continued to drive to the fruit space. After passing many checkpoints, everyone arrived at the immortal fruit space buried deep underground. Looking around, there was a huge crowd in the underground space. It was estimated that all the students from the 55th district had come. There are too many people. I heard from my elders that it seems that we may meet people from other districts when we enter the fairy fruit space. Wan Zhe said with some emotion. He actually didn't expect that there would be so many participants. The base number is too large. The population of the entire Yunming's district alone is so large. If it is converted to all the districts in the main world, the number of participants will rise to a catastrophic level. Zhou Qingya said softly, not too surprised by the scene in front of her. Hearing the conversation between the two, Mu Bai nodded. Be careful of others after you enter. The beast guarding the devil fruit may be very threatening. But other people are even more so. In the main world, there are two names for devil fruits. The common people generally call it devil fruit, and the sects mostly call it fairy fruit. Got it. The two responded at the same time. After following Mu Bai for some training over the years, they have long known the complexity of human nature in this world. Paying attention to others and guarding against others is the top priority. As the few people were talking, the open space in the front had been untied, and each student lined up to enter according to their student number. The people who reviewed these things were from the Holy Taoist sect, with them in charge. The entire underground space was in good order. Mu Bai looked to the front of the team and could see an extremely ancient portal. The blue starlight flowed on the transmission channel, and everyone who came into contact with it would be sucked in. A few dozen minutes later, Mu Bai and others began to be examined. After the examination, Mu Bai followed the crowd and walked towards the transmission channel. At the moment of contact with the blue light and shadow, Mu Bai's consciousness was gradually pulled into it, and he entered the world of nothingness and chaos together with his body. How many stars are there in the universe? Mu Bai didn't know. When he gradually became conscious, he found himself as if he was in the universe. Every time he passed a planet, he would have an instinctive desire to land on it. According to the information he had known before, Mu Bai knew that these so-called planets were actually the places where devil fruits were born. If he indulged his consciousness and entered them, he would automatically enter the challenge of plundering devil fruits. Of course, he who possessed the coordinates of the mythical golden crow fruit would not follow the crowd and choose randomly like others. He kept reciting the string of digital coordinates in his mind, and at the same time, his consciousness drifted across thousands of planets towards the deepest part of the universe. I don't know how long it took, as if this illusory universe was about to be completely annihilated. Floating in the void universe, Mu Bai gradually found the weak fluctuation. The space of the fairy fruit is 153,410 trillion points. 153,440 trillion points. The next moment, the world in front of Mu Bai completely disappeared. A planet that was constantly scorching like the sun appeared in the field of vision, accompanied by the cry of the golden crow. A large number of dead bones were buried in the desert full of blazing fire. Their souls were entangled by the unextinguishable flames. The pain they felt every second was probably indescribable. There were 1 or 2 twisted souls on almost every inch of sand in the desert. If you look closely, you can still recognize their appearance. The intermittent pleas are far more tragic than horror movies. Even Mu Bai, who had experienced life and death for a long time, was stunned. At this moment, he also understood why Zhang Tieji knew the coordinates of Jinwu, but still didn't dare to go deeper. He thought that people like him would never take risks for the illusory mythical devil fruit. The high probability of eternal painful imprisonment was the fundamental reason why he didn't dare to take risks. Why are there so many souls now? It's greed. It's luck. It's thinking that they are lucky children. The population of the main world is so large, and there are very few people who can enter the mythical devil fruit space by chance. How can they easily give up this opportunity to become the best of the best? Mu Bai, who was deep in the sea of sand, was almost soaked after staying there for a few seconds. At this moment, he could feel that if he wanted to move, he could completely leave this world of fire and go to another devil fruit world. But this opportunity would soon disappear, which also meant that he would either pass the level or become a ghost under his feet and suffer eternal torture. Fire shield. After years of preparation, Mu Bai would naturally not give up. How could a small scene move his heart? He stepped on those illusory and wailing ghosts and walked towards the sunlight in the sky. After being covered with a layer of fire shield, the scorching sun really disappeared by half. He walked forward unswervingly, as if he was on vacation in the desert. In the space of the golden crow fruit, he was in the desert and didn't know that the number of people entering the space of the golden crow fruit this time was dozens of times that of before. Don't look at these ghosts. You must keep your emotions stable. Everyone must use fire-attributed skills to resist the raging fire. If anyone is burned to death first, I will not care about you. The young men in ordinary black robes appeared at the same place, and the compass in the hands of the leading young man also broke at this moment. He was distressed and knew that it was not the time to care about such things, although he was a little terrified when he saw the gloomy ghosts under his feet. As the current young master of the demon sect, he still had to cheer up. This time, the last piece of the heavenly demon compass in the sect was consumed, which made us appear in the same place. Our enemies are not only the Golden Crow, but also other contestants. Everyone follow me. Zhang Xingchen, who used fire-attributed skills to resist the high temperature, said sternly, "Yes." A dozen young men behind him bowed and said yes at the same time. In the demon sect, there is a clear hierarchy. Without the elders and the sect master, the young master is the highest leader. Facing the high temperature, everyone gritted their teeth and walked away. And at the center of the world, on the cliff east of Ponglai, there is a fusong tree. Its branches and leaves are so lush that they seem to support the whole world. On the most lush branch stands a divine bird covered by extreme light. Its breath carries the ancient burning breath, and the temperature of the whole world will continue to rise when it opens its eyes. It has been standing here for hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of years. It can even be said that it has long forgotten the concept of time. If it weren't for the fruit-shaped heart that has been beating, this rare golden crow bird would have forgotten the reason for its existence. All these years, the only thing it can remember is the batches of humans who were killed. These humans are always wailing miserably in the outermost desert of the golden crow space. But what does this have to do with it? The existence blinded by greed will never be recognized by it. Only eternal death is the final relief for their short lives. The golden crow opened its eyes and saw the young humans who came this time. It didn't care too much. It was restricted by the rules and couldn't go to kill them personally, so it didn't pay much attention. After all, whether someone can stand in front of it after 3 levels is a question. 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. There is no night in this world, so there is no temperature drop. The deeper you explore the desert illuminated by infinite sunlight, the more you can feel a deep sense of powerlessness. The temperature was constantly increasing, so Mu Bai had to use 3 layers of fire shields. When he passed by several burning corpses, he did not stop and went straight around them. Compared with Mu Bai, the demon sect was very miserable. After several hours of torture, only 5 people were left in the whole team. Zhang Xingchen was angry inside. The temperature here was too high. Even if they had been practicing fire-attributed skills since childhood, they could not bear it. The evaporation of water in the body was the most serious consequence. Those who survived could see the miserable appearance of several companions being burned by the flames. The sizzling flames accompanied by miserable wailing were simply a nightmare. After another hour, when they were all exhausted, they finally found the edge of the desert. That was the azure ocean. Swallowing their saliva, several people ran over quickly. They completely ignored the sea water that wet their bodies and drank wantonly. 4-star warriors. As long as the sea water was filtered with the power of the stars, it was no different from ordinary fresh water. Zhang Xingchen, who deliberately lagged behind the others by half a body, carefully scooped up some sea water and began to drink it when he saw that they had no problems after drinking the water. Refreshing. This is the first time I feel that sea water is so delicious. Young master. Look, there seems to be a boat over there. Hearing the reminder from his subordinates, Zhang Xingchen looked in the direction of the voice and indeed saw a wooden boat. After walking over, several people touched the material of the wooden boat and everyone was shocked. It is the top fireproof material fusong wood, and judging from its age, it is probably more than 100,000 years old. Although Zhang Xingchen was born as the young master of the demon sect, he could not get much benefit from the fact that the demon sect had become a declining sect. Only the original library had been preserved. So he, who was well informed, recognized the material of the wooden boat at a glance, and even judged from the pattern on the hull that it was 100,000 years old. Is this thing very precious? Hearing the question from his younger brother, Zhang Xingchen's mouth twitched. He wanted to say that even if the entire demon sect spent all its wealth, it might not be able to buy a palm-sized fusong wood. But after thinking about it, he just casually evaded the question. These are not important. What's important now is to drive this wooden boat through this sea area. This wooden boat is probably used for this purpose. At Zhang Xingchen's command, several people got on the wooden boat and rowed the oars to swim towards the direction of the sunlight in front. But soon they found that the speed of the boat seemed to be fixed. Even if the oars were not moved, it would still swim at a constant speed. At the other end, Mu Bai also found this problem. After walking out of the desert, he didn't waste much effort. When the temperature in the desert was the highest, he put on more than 10 fire shields, and it felt as cool as an ice cellar. It's probably not a good thing that the speed of the ship can't be changed. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden boat, Mu Bai could clearly feel that the temperature of the distant sea was gradually rising. It was probably not long before the sea water would boil. At that time, this wooden boat with a constant speed would be like torture. 10 minutes later, Mu Bai, who had closed his eyes to rest, looked up and saw that red light had already appeared on the sea surface in the distance. The high temperature brought by the steaming water vapor gathered and did not dissipate. This frightened Mubai, and he quickly put on 20 layers of fire shields on his body. The next second, under the protection of the fire shield, his body temperature returned to normal. After hearing the screams not far away, Mubai turned his head and looked. I saw that the people on a wooden boat 1,000 meters away had lost consciousness and fell into the boiling sea water. After a few flutters, they'd lost their life signs. Your Excellency is very skillful. Zhang Xingchen and others, who came from behind, were shocked to see that Mubai did not even sweat. You know, they have been practicing fire-attributed skills since childhood. But even so, they can hardly resist the high temperature here. It turned out to be the young master of the demon sect. It seems that the coordinates Zhang Tieji gave you are completely correct, Mubai said casually with a smile on his face. He recognized Zhang Xingchen at the first sight, when he used the Netherworld Heart method to devour Zhang Tieji's memory. It included the figure of the other party. Zhang Xingchen, who was not a fool, was also immediately alert. After taking a closer look at Mubai's appearance, he immediately recognized that the other party was Mubai from District 55, who had captured his sect's people that year. The two wooden boats were getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze at this moment. Humph! So you are a lackey of the Holy Dao sect. Mubai, don't you feel ashamed for helping the tyrant back then? The indignant Zhang Xingchen scolded the other party like a righteous person. In his eyes, the 55th district was once a force controlled by the demon sect. In this way, Mubai in front of him can be regarded as his own people. You are crazy. Smiling, Mubai looked at the other party, as if he was looking at a clown. What era is this? He would not think that now is the heyday of the demon sect. I didn't expect that you also control the Golden Crow coordinates. It seems that Zhang Tieji was tortured into confessing all the secrets. He was somewhat ashamed and lost. When the two wooden boats crossed and swam away, neither side took action. Mubai was confident that he would kill the other party, but deliberately did not take action. While Zhang Tieji was more afraid. It might be useful to keep this guy later. So let's have a good sleep now. After saying that, Mubai lay down and fell asleep. The powerful star power operated the fire shield technique autonomously. Whenever the temperature reached a certain level, the fire shield would automatically cover the layer. Over the years, the operation of this technique has almost become instinct for him. The temperature in front was getting higher and higher. The large amount of steam almost suffocated Zhang Xingchen and his men. They were red all over and gritted their teeth to hold on. But they didn't expect that two of them had lost consciousness and passed out. What should we do? Boss? Xiao Wu and Xiao He are already. Throw them down, Zhang Xingchen shouted sternly. And the only two remaining members looked at each other. No one expected that the young master would abandon these two people directly. After a long silence, the two still endured the high temperature and threw the two people down. The boiling sea water instantly scalded the two people and made them scream miserably, which made the two members dare not look directly at them. Only after the two men completely lost their breath and disappeared into the sea did Zhang Xingchen sigh softly and say, if they were still on the boat, the temperature of the hull would rise. Their sacrifice is worth it to revitalize the demon sect. The two did not speak, and the entire ship was dead silent. After dozens of minutes, when the steaming water vapor in front of them gradually dissipated, the three people who were originally dying were shocked by the world in front of them. On the red land, many fire element creatures were floating in the void. A large number of flames were burning aimlessly in the void, and ancient trees with tangled roots grew on the continent. This is the world of fire. This is the flame purgatory. Zhang Xingchen gritted his teeth and looked up into the sky, only to see the ancient tree in the middle reaching into the sky as if it supported the entire world. And the fire and temperature of the entire world were all condensed on its top, condensed on the body of the great sun Golden Crow. In addition to the demon sect and Mubai and others, a small number of others successfully came to this continent through the desert and the sea of fire. But the moment they set foot on this land, their star power was rapidly consumed. As a result, the skills started to run unsmoothly due to the unstable mind, and they would eventually burn themselves to death in the intense, high temperature. Mubai, who had come ashore, also realized that her star power was being consumed at a high speed. But she was not too surprised. After all, she had too much star power. The difficulty has increased a bit, so let's use 30 layers of fire shield. The temperature on his body dropped rapidly, and Mubai felt no pressure at all under the 30 layers of fire shield. He even had the leisure to watch the special plants in this world while walking through the woods. If those who were burned to death on the shore knew this, they would probably be angry to death. Young master, do we really want to go ashore at this temperature? The two people from the demon sect hesitated. After all, the high temperature in front of them was too terrifying. Zhang Xingchen sighed and said apologetically, I'm sorry. You grew up with me, but now you have been killed one after another in this Jinwu space. You don't have to go on. I will replace you. When the two people felt something was wrong and wanted to turn their heads to look at the young master, they were pressed on the face in an instant. And the endless star power was forcibly absorbed into Zhang Xingchen's body. The two teenagers who absorbed the star power died without even screaming. Zhang Xingchen, who was a little ashamed, threw the bodies of the two people into the sea at will. After temporarily absorbing the star power of the two people, his operation of the fire attribute technique increased significantly. However, there were a lot of bloodshot on his face. Obviously, the star power absorbed by this magic skill was only temporary. I practiced the star transforming magic for today. This is also the plan of the demon sect's leaders. If you become ghosts in the future, just go find him. After saying this, Zhang Xingchen strode into the Gaoliahua. More than 10 minutes later, when he entered the giant Fusang tree, Mu Bai also arrived at the other end. This time, only the two of them entered the golden crow space. Sitting high on the branch of the Fusang tree, the golden crow looked at the two insects with indifference. In its impression, some people had come under the tree by chance, but they were often burned to death by the high temperature before they got close to it. So the arrogant golden crow was not angry at the arrival of the two insects. So it was too lazy to even attack. Zhang Xingchen practiced the magic skills of the demon sect and combined with his own first-grade realm of the Star Warrior, so he did not have too much fear of Mu Bai. The moment he saw the other party, he had already used the power of the stars to quickly attack and wanted to kill the other party. But he didn't know that Mu Bai didn't take him seriously at all. He easily avoided his attack with a few dodges and quickly climbed up the tree with a brisk pace. Humph! It's not that easy to leave. Zhang Xingchen, who was running the magic skills and fire attribute skills, quickly caught up. The two were not even considered insects on the Fusang ancient tree. Zhang Xingchen, who was climbing at a high speed, felt something was wrong. The closer he got to the tree, the more sweat he shed. But Mu Bai didn't even shed a drop of sweat. Looking down, he knew there was no way back. So he could only try his best to keep up with the other person's speed. 10 minutes later, when he climbed to the top of the tree, Zhang Xingchen, who was burning all over, was already a little confused. The high temperature at this moment almost ignited him. If he hadn't had a little unwillingness in his heart, he would have let his body fall. You are really a talent. Looking down, Mu Bai didn't even shed a drop of sweat. The fire shield barrier on his body had been stacked up to more than 70 layers at this moment. If the creator of the technique saw it, he would probably be scared to death. One layer of fire shield is enough to consume a huge amount of physical strength. Even if Mu Bai's strength is strong, he can't support 70 layers of fire shield for too long. Talent? You are? Right. What kind of technique did you practice to avoid fire? Zhao Xingchen said with a hoarse voice and trembling. And his hands were already emitting bursts of fragrance after being exposed to the high temperature. The golden crow on the treetop heard the human voice and looked down. It was shocked to find that the two insects appeared not far from it. It was so angry that it fluttered its wings and flew towards the direction of the two people. The scorching heat was getting closer and closer. But Mu Bai let go and let himself fall. Zhao Xingchen, who didn't understand the situation, was about to hide his body when he felt his whole body burning. A sharp claw grabbed his body, and his flesh and blood burned rapidly. Mu Bai, who deliberately fell to make Zhang Xingchen the primary target of the golden crow, ran along the ancient tree at a high speed. The fire shield on his body was immediately developed to the limit. 120 layers. While the golden crow was still torturing Zhang Xingchen, Mu Bai rushed to the back of the golden crow with a fire shield. Even with the protection of a large number of fire shields, Mu Bai's whole body was quickly ignited. The originally handsome Mu Bai was unrecognizable when his skin was burned, like a terrifying evil ghost without skin. But even such inhuman pain could not shake Mu Bai's heart. He directly activated the Netherworld Heart technique to connect himself with the golden crow. Feeling the insects crawling onto his body, the golden crow cried angrily and turned around to burn his back with the extreme heat. The maximum power of the Netherworld Heart technique. The extreme backlash made Mu Bai's whole body fester. But even so he did not let go. The powerful Netherworld Heart technique continued to devour the energy in the golden crow's body. which made the golden crow increase the flames on his body again. The whole body was burning. Mubai smiled in the bloody mess. He used the bones of his hands as swords and performed the hurricane sword technique. Such a crazy behavior was simply horrifying. The pain of burning was great. But what was it compared to his lifelong wish? The pain of the backlash of the netherworld was great. But what was it compared to what he would get in the future? When a person has a far-reaching goal, any pain at the moment seems insignificant. Even eternal torture, eternal imprisonment, and eternal darkness can hardly extinguish Mubai's ambition. Facing the high temperature that was about to melt his bones, Mubai opened the fire shield while continuously performing the hurricane sword technique. The violent hurricane blade continued to tear the body of Jinwoo along the flesh corrupted by the power of the netherworld. The unprecedented pain broke out to the extreme in the cry of Jinwoo. The unprecedented high temperature spread from Jinwoo's body. Except for the ancient Fusong tree under him. Everything visible to the naked eye melted in the white flames. The white light also engulfed Mubai's body. Did he fail? Mubai didn't know. But in his last consciousness, his hand bones touched Jinwoo's beating heart before melting. And the blood flowing from the heart merged with his gradually melting bones. After a brief contact, everything disappeared. I was unwilling. Mubai suddenly controlled the last consciousness and completely uprooted the hot devil fruit from Jinwoo's chest. A mysterious new life began between the blood blending. In the underground space in the city center of District 55, a large number of participating students almost came out, and the rest naturally died inside. Wan Zhe and Zhou Qingya, who were waiting anxiously, were trembling a little. If Mubai didn't come out in a few minutes, the entire District 55 would probably be completely turned upside down. And the people waiting on the ground in the city center were also extremely anxious. Especially Mu Hai, the head of the Mu family, was even more worried. He regretted letting his grandson go to the fairy fruit space at this moment. With Mubai's pursuit of perfection, he would definitely not give up a good devil fruit easily. If the guarding monster he encountered was very powerful, Mu Hai, with his brows tightly furrowed, put his hands behind his back and looked at the time. His expression became more and more ugly, while Mubai's mother Lin Mengru behind him was crying like a tearful person. And the always serious Mu Chunggong was also pale at this moment. According to this time calculation, perhaps his son Mubai has stayed there forever. The Li family, including Li Qilin, were watching this scene from the distant observation tower. In addition to them, the Wang family and others have been paying attention to the movements here. The Wang family and the Li family have secretly reached a certain agreement. As long as the head of the Mu family, Mu Hai, is too sad because of Mubai's death this time, they will have the opportunity to join forces to encircle and suppress the Mu family and make it a fat piece of meat that can be slaughtered at will. The portal in the underground space is about to close, which is something that no one can stop. The person in charge of the Holy Dao sect who is guarding it naturally knows that Mubai of the Mu family has not come out. But he has no authority to postpone the closing of the portal. What a pity. Start closing. The person in charge of the Holy Dao sect said with a little regret, and then directly ordered everyone to close the transmission channel without mercy. His regret and sigh were his way of lamenting the passing of a genius. But closing the passage was his sect's responsibility. As for what would happen to the Mu family in District 55 in the future, that had nothing to do with him. The overall situation has been decided. We will definitely be able to annex the Mu family within 10 years. Li Qilin, who has grown into a young talent, said softly. He was still very afraid of Mubai before. But now it seems that the other party is just a chicken and a dog. And he actually fell into the fairy fruit space. The people of the Mu family stood there blankly. And Mu Hai did not come back to his senses for a long time. Just when the transmission channel was completely closed, a cry penetrated the space barrier. And the originally closed channel was slowly pushed open in the hot fire. And the hot afterglow of the sun illuminated the entire underground world. And a figure with flaming wings behind him appeared in the air. And at this moment, the sun seemed to have lost its light in front of him. When Mubai lost everything, he also had everything. The mythical sun golden crow fruit merged with him when he was about to perish, forging his bones with the sea of fire, making his skin with the raging fire, and forging Mubai's internal organs with the hibiscus wood as the basis. When everything was over, Mubai's appearance had changed dramatically, with long white hair floating behind him, and his eyes melted by high temperature emitting golden flames. The appearance of a 15-year-old boy was forcibly raised to that of a young man. The hot wings fell and landed on Mubai's eyebrows. From a distance, it seemed as if there was a divine eye on his forehead overlooking the myriad changes in the world. The white robe formed by the raging fire made him transcend like an immortal. 15 years of waiting only for today's rebirth. At this moment, the tempered Mu Bai was truly integrated into the main world. Is this fire? The first thing Jiangli felt while still in the Golden Crow's space was the absolute control over the fire. With a thought, the white sea of fire spread rapidly, burning the space for a long time without being extinguished. The next moment, with a thought, the white sea of fire was instantly sucked into the red dot between his eyebrows. It is hard to imagine that such power is something that a star warrior can do. It's time to go. Mu Bai, who stepped on the white flame lotus, disappeared on the spot. The absolutely high-temperature white flame has given him the elementalization and teleportation abilities similar to the natural fruit. When the space door was about to close, he blocked the closure of the space with the white fire in his hand, and finally opened the transmission channel with absolute power. Looking at the horrified eyes below, Mu Bai ignored them and sat in the white fire void flower to meditate. Star Warriors advance. Star Warrior 9th grade. The 9th rank of Star Warrior failed to stop Mu Bai's progress. The vast amount of star power plus the ability of the mythical devil fruit to cleanse the marrow and improve the qualifications allowed Mu Bai to break through one after another until he stopped at the 5th rank of Star Warrior, crossing the realm, upgrading 5 ranks in a row. The head of the Holy Dao sect, who presided over the order, looked at this scene in disbelief. Only the legendary mythical ability users could do such a heaven-defying operation. It's a mythical ability user. Who is he? Mythical. Who can tell me if this is a dream? Yanchuan, the head of the Holy Dao sect, saw it, and many warriors saw it too. Who else could have such a monstrous scene except the illusory mythical ability user, with flames flowing on his body? Mu Bai, who had stabilized his realm, walked to Wan Zhe and Zhou Qingya and whispered, "Let's go!" It was not until this moment that the two woke up from their dreams and finally realized that it was Mu Bai who had changed his appearance. Boss, is he really a mythology? Seeing Mu Bai and others going away, all the staff of the Holy Dao sect gathered around Yanchuan to ask, Quick! Go and inform all the elders of the Holy Dao sect. No! All the supreme elders and the sect master. A mythology user Mu Bai appeared in the 55th district of Yunmings, Yanchuan said with trembling hands, and found that the achievements of a mythology user were enough for him, a person with no background, to become a top elder of the outer sect in the future. And the drizzle outside continued, as if even the sky was pitying the genius who fell. The pale-faced Mu Hai, a strong man at the level of a star apostle, was actually a little unstable at this moment. Father! The head of the family. Everyone hurried to help Mu Hai up. They all knew that the head of the family had some health problems, but no one expected it to be so serious that he couldn't even stand up due to the excitement. Everyone seemed to vaguely see the tragic trajectory of the Mu family's future. Mu Bai, who returned to the surface from the underground space, looked at the drizzle in the gloomy sky and stagnated in place. In the puzzled eyes of Wan Zhe and Zhou Qingya, Mu Bai raised his right hand. The hot flame shot up into the sky. In the dazzling light like the sun, a golden crow's cry resounded in the city center of District 55. The sound of the golden crow seemed to have some kind of magic that made the people who heard the sound feverish. And all those who had a severe cold even got better instantly. With me here, how can the heaven cry? Mu Bai's muttering words shocked Wan Zhe and Zhou Qingya and made them a little confused. Is this Mu Bai still Mu Bai? The golden crow cried. Not only ordinary people heard it, but even some people far away from the region heard it. Their eyes skipped several regions and fell on the 55th region of the Yunmings region. Millions of streams of purple air flowed from the Tiansheng mountain. Several old men in the sect woke up together. The leader, who was discussing the sect's affairs in the core blessed land of the Holy Dao sect, looked into the distance and smiled. The saints will not die, and the thieves will not stop. It seems that my Holy Dao sect will have another disciple in the future. All the fire-attributed creatures in the mountain heard the cry of the golden crow with awe in their eyes, because it was an existence that crushed them by several levels in terms of bloodline. The black clouds dissipated, and the sky was clear again. In the ecstatic eyes of the Mu family, Mu Bai said in a deep voice, Today, I, Mu Bai of the Mu family, obtained the mythical sun golden crow fruit. If you still dare to spy on my Mu family, I, Mu Bai, will be waiting for you at any time. This day is destined to belong to Mu Bai. After he said this, all the open and secret struggles in the entire 55th district were meaningless. The 55th district cannot accommodate this great god, and the Yunmings with billions of lives cannot accommodate him. Mu Bai's future must be a legendary figure above the district. Li Qilin, who was about to bite his teeth, twitched at the corners of his mouth, and the Li family members behind him looked ashen. No matter how many strategies they had, they became a joke at this moment. They were completely defeated. In the main world, money, resources, and power are nothing compared to real violence. This is a comparison between two dimensions. Even if there are many ants, they cannot threaten the blue dragon flying in the sky. Since Mu Bai announced that he had become a mythical ability user, the situation in the entire 55th district has changed dramatically. The Li family announced their withdrawal from the 55th district after presenting gifts, while the Wang family completely surrendered to the Mu family. Mu Bai, whose prestige has surpassed that of his grandfather Mu Hai, did not kill them all, while letting the Li family leave. He also gave face to the sect behind them, and gladly accepted the surrender of the Wang family. Strictly speaking, the Wang family still made a profit this time. Mu Bai will obviously not be confined to the Yunming's district. If they can establish a relationship with it now, the overall power of the Wang family may be improved by several levels in the future. After solving these trivial matters, Mu Bai entered the secret room and began to retreat. He did not meet anyone from the outside world. This made many surrounding sects empty-handed. The only one who could get preferential treatment was probably the envoy of the Holy Dao sect. Mr. Envoy, my grandson is still getting familiar with the mythical devil fruit. You may have to stay for a few more days. In the hall, Mu Hai said with a radiant glow. He dared not neglect the envoy of the Holy Dao sect. After all, the Holy Dao sect represented by the other party was the dominant force in Yunming's name. Old sir, please don't embarrass me. This time, the sect master personally ordered me to invite Mu Bai. A genius. I am really terrified by your politeness. The envoy quickly stood up and said humbly. Although he could destroy the entire 55th district with his bare hands, he still respected Mu Bai's family. Only people of his level would understand the level of existence of the mythical ability user, and how important it is to such a large sect. Although he is the only one in the Mu family at the moment, the Holy Dao sect may have laid an absolutely safe barrier in the outside world. And those forces that want to plot ill cannot even approach the Mu family. Ahem. Brother, I heard that the leader of the Holy Dao sect is a rare mythological ability user. Is the mythological ability really that strong? Mu Hai asked somewhat embarrassedly. He knew that the mythological ability was rare, but he had no idea of its strength. Brother? Tu Huang laughed dumbly. If he was called brother by the strongest person in the region, he would probably be too high for the other party. But at this moment, he was somewhat happy to accept the title of the old patriarch of the Mu family. He answered all the questions asked by the other party. The leader of this sect is indeed a mythological ability user. He has the legendary Xiangliu mythological form. He can control floods to conquer the world and is a mythical creature with water attributes. As for the mythological strength you mentioned, I can only say this. Tu Huang, with a gradually serious expression, pointed to the sky and said in a deep voice, mythical ability users above the 5 realms of the stars can reach them faster. Star Warrior, Star Apostle, Star Lord, Star Overlord. Mu Hai naturally knew the meaning of these 5 realms. Star Apostles like him were considered the standard strength of the head of a family in a 3rd or 4th tier community. The realm similar to the Star Lord corresponds to the position of the top head of the family in the first 3 communities of Yunming's. As for the Star Lord, it is naturally the top existence of the entire region, and most of this level belongs to the sects of each region. As for Mu Hai, who is higher, he has only heard of it but never seen it. But he has understood the meaning of the other party's words, as he is familiar with the upper limit of talent. In the future, Mu Bai will have the opportunity to enter a higher level than he dare not even think about in his life. If he can really do it, it can be said to be against the will of heaven. Everyone's talent has an upper limit. The descendants of the strong are often more talented, and there are fewer civilians with strong talents. The original talent of their Mu family is probably only the top of the Star Apostle. This is not related to whether you work hard or not, but to the mysterious talent, which involves many issues such as soul reincarnation. The gap is also huge. Often some people are born with a talent that others cannot look up to even if they try their best. The mythical devil fruit can reverse the limit of this talent and let the host break through the shackles, which is undoubtedly the most important. But thinking of this, Mu Hai was somewhat surprised and happy. He was happy that Mu Bai's future path would be the Sea of Stars. But he was surprised that a true dragon with such talent would definitely not be able to stay in the Mu family and become the head of the family. This world is too small. As if seeing Mu Hai's expression, the white-haired Tu Huang said indifferently, Brother Mu, You must believe in your grandson. The mythical ability users also have different fruit compatibility. According to my previous observations, the compatibility between Mu Bai and the Sun Golden Crow fruit is something I have never seen before. In other words, the entire Mu family is insignificant. As long as Mu Bai reaches a higher level, his descendants will inherit the glory of the Mu family and embark on the journey of the stars. These words made Mu Hai burst into tears. He nodded repeatedly in excitement. Seeing the Holy Dao sect envoy praising Mu Bai so much, he felt a little relieved. Mu Bai, who was calming down in the secret room, was not feeling well. On that day, he relied on the Golden Crow fruit to reshape his body in the immortal fruit space, which made him very compatible with this mythical fruit, so that the Golden Crow divinity contained in it also affected him. Affected by his bloodline, he could vaguely see the ancient genetic memory of the Great Sun Golden Crow. Unlike the castrated and weakened Golden Crow guardian in the immortal fruit space, the real Great Sun Golden Crow in his fragmented ancient memory is about the same size as the sun. And some older ones are even bigger. The steaming high temperature on their bodies can annihilate the entire star field. And no matter how powerful you are, you will be reduced to ashes under the absolute flame. The mythical creature of the Great Sun Golden Crow is a top predator even in the mythical creature circle. And it is a terrifying existence standing at the top of the food chain. This is probably one of the reasons why the Holy Dao sect mobilized so many troops. The bloodline divinity in the body of the Great Sun Golden Crow is extremely high. If Mu Bai had not experienced the journey of multiple worlds, he would probably turn into a human-shaped Golden Crow beast in a short time, even if he obtained this fruit. At this moment, Mu Bai, who was sorting out his bones and blood, could feel the terrifying power of this body. Fighting against higher-level fighters would be a piece of cake for him. The flame in his hand was like the bright sun in the daytime, and it could produce powerful power to burn the sky and boil the sea even without the guidance of any martial arts. It's worthy of being a mythical devil fruit. I was shocked by the initial glimpse of its secrets. The next moment, Mu Bai, who was muttering to himself, burned into a white dot in the void through high temperature, and appeared from the secret room to the busy street like teleportation. The next second, he returned to the secret room again. After Mu Bai sorted out all the abilities of his body, he found that this was a warrior with a nearly perfect posture. Super body, with the blood of the Great Sun Golden Crow. He could quickly repair injuries. After Mu Bai's self-mutilation test, he only needed a few moments to recover from a serious injury. Space burning jump. Through high temperature in the form of burning to cross space to achieve a similar ability to teleport. Supervision. As a mythical bird, the vision of the Golden Crow is not only perfect in static capture, but also almost like a god in dynamic visual capture. Control the white Great Sun flame. This flame can burn in the void at will, and the light it emits can also be as dazzling as the sun. Mu Bai, who had just mastered it, felt that it was a bug-level ability, not to mention that it could be further developed and strengthened. Among the various abilities, there was also the ability to understand. Mu Bai, who could easily understand and practice the skills, showed a demonic talent in this aspect after obtaining the mythical Golden Crow fruit. He even felt that he could improve the mysterious Netherworld Hard method by combining it with the Devil fruit. And as for the Quangfing sword technique and the Quang'er sword technique, it was even easier, using the Golden Crow Sun Fire combined with the power of the stars to operate. The Xian-level Quang'er sword technique can be forcibly upgraded to the Earth-level level. Mu Bai, who was talking to himself, discovered a very important thing when he was operating the sword technique. That is, the talent limit that was faintly strangling his throat seemed to disappear quietly, and the speed of absorbing his own star power was also accelerated by several times. Half a month later, when Mu Bai had initially mastered his body, the first person he went to see was the envoy of the Holy Dao sect, Tu Huang. The two of them had not said a few words when they met, and they had already decided to go to the Holy Dao sect. Seeing the transcendent existence in front of him, even Tu Huang had a little more respect. The Golden Crow divinity that Mu Bai had in his words and deeds had not dissipated, so that Tu Huang seemed a little restrained in front of him. On the day of departure, the Holy Dao sect came to greet Mu Bai with the courtesy of 5 dragons pulling a carriage. When 5 mixed blood Star Lord level dragons flew over the sky of the 55th district, the whole city was almost paralyzed. One dragon was a full 500 meters. When 5 dragons flew over their heads, they were as shocking as large spaceships. Many families in other regions were amazed at the transcendent strength of the Holy Dao sect. The dragons that far exceeded the strength of their family heads could only become slaves to pull the Void Dragon carriage. This sense of contrast is undoubtedly suffocating. These 5 giant beasts seem out of place in modern scientific and technological civilization. When the 5 dragons came over the Mu family, Mu Bai, who had already said goodbye to everyone in the Mu family, broke through the air with a smile and turned into a stream of flames and boarded the void dragon cart with Tu Huang. Stepping into the magnificent dragon car, Mu Bai couldn't help but be shocked by the luxury in front of him. Many rare materials could not be found in the black market outside, but they were placed here like sundries and laid on the walls of the dragon car, embellishing its magnificent momentum. Tu Huang, who led Mu Bai into the dragon car and sat down, briefly told Mu Bai about the situation of the Holy Dao sect, including the current power structure of the Holy Dao sect. The Holy Dao sect is ruled by 5 supreme elders, but they rarely participate in the decision-making of the sect's internal affairs. Most of the time, they are asleep, and the sect master is equivalent to their representative. Under the sect master are other elders. Each elder is in charge of a region. They can develop their own power. Every year, newcomers who join the sect after trials will be screened by them. Every 100 years, they can choose a disciple to inherit their mantle, which is the so-called direct disciple. When talking about direct disciples, Tu Huang paused. Obviously, this also made him recall some past events. Mu Bai nodded and said with some doubts, "What identity did I enter the sect this time?" Being able to pull him with a void dragon car. I think the sect must also value him very much. If he was just an ordinary disciple, it might be a bit unreasonable. Of course, Mu Bai didn't care about these false names. He valued actual interests more. You are the first disciple in the past 100 years who has been designated as a direct disciple by all the supreme elders before entering the sect. I think you will most likely be accepted by the sect master. Even Tu Huang rarely heard of such a noble appearance. Not to mention that this time, it was a collective decision of all the supreme elders. So according to his understanding of the power structure of the Holy Dao sect, only the sect master is qualified to accept the other party as a direct disciple. Otherwise, such a movement made him become a direct disciple of other elders, which would be a slap in the face of the sect master. After hearing this, Mu Bai didn't want to ask too many questions. He sat cross-legged in the dragon car and practiced the netherworld mind method, and was still studying how to improve the other party. Seeing that the other party stopped asking questions, Tu Huang was a little surprised. If it were an ordinary boy, he might ask questions non-stop or frowned and said nothing because of worry. But this Mu Bai was an outlier. Not only did he calm down and close his eyes to rest, he could even calm down in the sky. Such a person undoubtedly made the Tu Huang look up to him. When Mu Bai was operating the flame of the golden crow sun, the mixed blood dragons in front looked behind them in fear. As spiritual beasts, they were more afraid of the golden crow breath and blood taste on Mu Bai. Even with the gap in realm, they could not suppress this fear. This was the fear of the top predator hidden in the blood gene. "Why do you always look at me? I won't eat you," Mu Bai, who was wrapped in the scorching eyes, said to the 5 dragons helplessly. After hearing the other party's assurance, the dragons felt a little relieved and continued to fly forward to the void. In the water field of the Holy Dao sect, the sect master mountain had begun to decorate with lights and colors, as if it was going to be a festival. This was a very rare scene in the water world. The scale of the Shuai's area is not much different from Yunming's, but the population here is relatively small. As the territory of the sect master, there are many lakes and rivers here, and the water vapor and clouds are always there. In previous years, it was a cold scene, but now it is so lively with lanterns and colorful decorations that even the sect master Shen Rushan nodded slightly. He could feel the hot flames in the void dragon car from a distance. Shen Rushan, wearing a green robe, felt the power that was completely different from his own and seemed particularly satisfied. The direct disciple of the mythical Xiangliu ability user is the mythical Sun Golden Crow. Even if you look at the main world, you may not find many examples of such a good story. As dusk approached, sporadic snowflakes were already floating in the sky. Mu Bai, who was sitting in the dragon carriage, was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. You should know that it was still late autumn outside, but snowflakes were already floating. After he walked out of the luxurious dragon carriage and caught the sporadic snowflakes in the air, Mu Bai was surprised to find that these snowflakes were not real snowflakes, but some kind of energy crystals. Seeing this, Tu Huang also smiled and said, "The reason why the top sects can stand firm is that they control the cave paradise. The place they occupy has more concentrated star power, and the corresponding cultivation speed is also faster. These star crystals are unique products near the winter cave paradise." Most of the sects in the main world are long-standing sections. These sects have a history of several decades, or more than 100,000 years. What really distinguishes the comprehensive capabilities of each sect is precisely the number of core cave paradises. The more cave paradises there are, the more likely the disciples in a sect will become stronger in the future. The reason why many top sects can last for a long time is nothing more than top geniuses plus top cave paradises. So that's how it is. I'm just short-sighted. The scattered crystals on his hand melted in Mu Bai's palm. And then a little star energy flowed into his body on its own. Compared with other people, his body at this moment is undoubtedly more efficient in absorbing these external energies. Then I'll use it as the main force to break through the first level. After saying that, Mu Bai sat down cross-legged. The temperature in the surrounding high altitude suddenly rose. Tu Huang was confused and didn't understand what the other party was going to do. The next moment, the crystals melted by the high temperature flowed into the carriage like a trickle. And Mu Bai, with a calm face, opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. This scene made Tu Huang's blood pressure rise. You know, swallowing such star crystals raw like this can kill people. Just when he was about to stop the other party, he was surprised to find a problem. That is, Mu Bai's breath was rising, and he quickly broke through the fourth level of the Star Warrior realm. This made Tu Huang, who was a little uneasy. Think about it. According to common sense, if someone accidentally ingests a large amount of it, the body will not be able to support their absorption. And the star power that cannot be absorbed will cause the abdomen to swell and eventually die from extreme pain. But this Mu Bai is a rare mythical ability user. His body must be more efficient in absorbing star crystals and more resistant to this thing. At this moment, Mu Bai did not know Tu Huang's inner thoughts. He just felt that he was promoted to the fourth level of Star Warriors. It was less than a month since he broke through the fifth level of Star Warriors last time. If others knew about this promotion speed, they would be shocked. Good seedling. Even the knowledgeable Tu Huang had to admit that the sect's choice this time was right. There were probably not many people with talents like Mu Bai in the entire Yunming's area. After more than 10 minutes, when the dragon car arrived at the Sect Master Mountain, it was almost evening. The Sect Master Mountain covered with clouds and smoke was decorated with lights and colorful lights. On one side was the smell of fireworks, and on the other side was the hazy fairyland. Such a combination of scenes made Mu Bai's eyes light up. What made him feel even more comfortable was that the closer he was to the top of the mountain, the more exaggerated the speed at which he absorbed the power of the stars, so that many star points appeared around him. As expected, we come to the Sect Master Mountain first. Mu Bai, this is the Sect Master Mountain of the Holy Dao sect. I believe the Sect Master must be waiting for us at the top of the mountain. Come with me up the mountain quickly. Tu Huang seemed very pleased, because being able to enter the Sect Master Mountain was almost equivalent to confirming Mu Bai's identity as a direct disciple. Okay. After feeling the air-bending power of this space, Mu Bai followed Tu Huang in white clothes. The people at the foot of the Sect Master Mountain talked about Mu Bai, a handsome young man with white hair and white eyebrows. It's not that they are gossiping, but they heard that a young disciple of the mythology department was coming. So the families of these disciples living near the Sect Master Mountain were particularly interested. Facing the cold moonlight, Mu Bai didn't care about the discussions of these people at all. He had experienced many storms and waves, and he would not be resentful because of the comments and discussions of outsiders. When they walked halfway up the mountain, a slender and exquisite long sword cut through the night sky and stopped straight on Mu Bai's throat. If the long sword was a little closer, it would be able to touch the weak point of Mu Bai's body. Why don't you get out of the way? The figure with her back to the moonlight gradually became clear in Mu Bai's eyes. She smiled and squinted at him. Her skin was as white as jade and looked very charming. Mu Bai looked calm and looked down at the sharp sword and said softly, "A sword without killing intent cannot kill me. It is very fragile and will only melt if it touches me." After that, Mu Bai took a step forward and saw that the exquisite sword that touched his skin began to melt from the tip of the sword instantly. This melting speed shocked the Tu Huang, and Shen Linglong almost screamed like a pig when she saw the melting sword. "Ah! My new sword! I bought it new!" Shen Linglong, who was half kneeling on the ground, regretted it very much. If he had known, he would not use this thing to test the other party. He originally thought that Mu Bai, who was close to his age, would be humble and let her be fine even if he was a little rude to him. As a result, Shen Kuang-gu, "Are you just going to watch your sister being bullied?" Shen Linglong yelled as a masked child rushed out of the woods, holding two swords. He sneered, "This mountain is mine. This road is mine. It's also mine. Mubai left money to buy your way through. Speechless, Mubai turned to look at Tu Huang and said in horror, where did I find the dragon and the phoenix? With them here, I feel that this cold mountain can't accommodate them. Sister, Mubai said, I'm a real dragon. Hee hee. Shen Kuang-ge, wearing a mask, hummed happily. Idiot. He's scolding you. Shen Linglong said with a smile. This brother is so stubborn that he can't even see the other party's sarcasm. Emperor Tu was not surprised by the farce in front of him. He pointed at the two people and said, these two are the children of sect master Shen Russian. But they are considered non-staff members, and are not the people who practice on the mountain of the sect master. Shen Kuang-ge, who was eager to try, had no time to care about other things. He saw the water vapor condensing around him. The next moment, the two swords rolled up the water vapor to form a violent sword wave sweeping across. At this moment, Mu Bai also realized that the other party was at the level of the first-grade star warrior. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. You know, when he was the other party's age, he was only the 5th-grade star warrior. It seems that this child living in the sect has received a lot of blessings. No matter how fancy a sword technique that has never killed anyone is, it cannot cover up its impractical nature. After saying that, Mu Bai did not retreat but responded with the same sword technique as the opponent, wrapping his index finger with extremely strong fire. The trajectory of the sword technique moves is exactly the same, except for the attachment of water vapor. Mu Bai completely copied all the movements of the opponent. The only difference is that there is murderous intent in his sword technique. After the two sword waves collided with each other, Shen Kuang-ge felt a throbbing in his heart, and an inexplicable cold air attached to his whole body. The feeling was like being locked by a ferocious beast. This is killing intent. Tu Huang looked at Mu Bai, who was playing happily, and found that he was shocked by too many things. Others did not know what move Shen Kuang-ge performed, but he knew that it was clearly the sect master's Taishang Qi Feng sword technique. This earth-level sword technique Mu Bai could imitate the same movements at a glance. This is incredible enough. And what is even more chilling is that Mu Bai's moves are more standard. Sensing Mu Bai's strong killing intent, Shen Kuang-ge took a few steps back involuntarily. He grew up under the pampering of his fellow apprentices, let alone killing intent, and even no one dared to be fierce to him. Now, after being frightened like this, tears suddenly filled his eyes. Mu Bai felt a little funny, and waved his hand gently. A warm current came over him, and the tears on Shen Kuang-ge's face disappeared immediately. He wanted to cry loudly, but he couldn't cry without the props. The crying was immediately suppressed. Suddenly, he heard the familiar footsteps behind him, and ran over like he had found the backbone. He hugged the man's thigh and began to encourage him to teach Mu Bai a lesson. The man walked to Mu Bai's side without paying attention. The other party was dressed in black and carried a sword. There was a kind of coldness between his eyebrows. His upright posture had a different kind of charm. His short hair half dispersed gave people a feeling of both good and evil. I am Wu Hua, the third direct disciple of the sect master. I came here specially when I heard that a junior brother was coming. Wu Hua felt resentful when he saw Mu Bai, who looked like a fairy and had a transcendent temperament. The inexplicable hatred became even stronger when he connected it with his senior sister's stunning appearance. Interesting. Mu Bai, who had a calm expression, was undoubtedly a master at capturing micro-expressions, with the supervision of the Sun and Golden Crow. Shen Kuang-ge and Shen Linglong were both attacking him with the idea of testing him. But the senior brother in front of him, who called himself Wu Hua, was different. Although he was polite, he contained some different emotions. You can say it was resentment, or you can say it was jealousy. What was the other party jealous of? Mu Bai, who had just arrived here, naturally didn't know the reason. My name is Mu Bai. It seems that I am going to enter the sect to choose a master. If my master is the sect master, I will call you senior brother. Mu Bai, calm as water, said in return. In addition to asking me to welcome you, master actually gave me a task, which is to test your skills. After hearing Wu Hua's words, Emperor Tu frowned and asked, Mr. Wu Hua, it seems to me that this is probably your intention. You don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe it, but I don't want to believe that the sect master would say such a thing. Wu Hua continued with a fake smile. When can you guess what master means? You haven't come out of the mountain for these years, but you go out to welcome Mu Bai at this time. I guess you have other thoughts, right? Knowing that this was intentional, Emperor Tu was helpless. Although he was a figure who could call the wind and rain in the outside world, he was indeed not qualified to challenge the direct disciples in the sect master's mountain. I'll handle it, Seeing Emperor Tu's embarrassment, Mu Bai asked calmly, "Since it's a test, please teach me." "Senior brother? Senior brother? So you think you can enter the mountain gate and become a direct disciple?" Wu Hua, with a flash of coldness in his eyes, did not forget to remind Mu Bai when he drew his sword. "I am a second-grade star warrior. I will suppress my strength and try to fight you fairly." The clear and crisp sound of the sword roamed in the mountains and forests. Mu Bai, who was unarmed, was not panicked but waited quietly for the other party to finish speaking and hooked his finger. "Humph!" Wu Hua, who was a little disdainful in his heart, stood up. The sword inlaid with ghosts in his hand was majestic, and several terrifying slashes crisscrossed. Such speed has already surpassed the strength displayed by ordinary fourth-grade star warriors. Knowing that the other party wanted to embarrass him deliberately, Mu Bai smiled and used his finger instead of the sword to perform the sword technique used by the other party. In an instant, the two people who had crossed their bodies had fought for dozens of moves. Mu Bai, who used his hand instead of the sword, blew on his slightly hot fingers and said modestly, "Brother Wu Hua, why do you have to be so close to me? Only by showing all your strength can you verify my background." This guy, Wu Hua, who turned around and wiped the sword with his sleeve, could no longer see through this young man, who was about the same age as him. The other party's speed, strength, and even his comprehension were simply a monster. "You imitated very well, but I hope you can still learn this heaven-level sword technique." After saying that, Wu Hua mobilized the power of the stars and integrated it into the ghost-headed sword. The powerful force plus the abundant power of the stars caused the world to change suddenly at the moment of intersection. "You are crazy, Wu Hua." Tu Huang frowned when he saw that the other party was going to make a real move. You know, the heaven-level skills are extremely terrifying. If they are used properly, Wu Hua might really kill Mu Bai. Just as he was about to attack, a voice in his ear calmed him down. Looking at the top of the mountain, Tu Huang immediately understood everything. Wu Hua, who looked like a ghost, had split into 24 strange reflections in the sudden change of wind and cloud, and each reflection was doing the same action as his original body. The 24 strong hegemon swords of heavenly evil is mainly fierce and treacherous. This move of the 24 hegemon swords of heavenly evil is the most terrifying among them. It uses the blade as a trigger to lay a killing move similar to a formation. And finally the enemy's soul is scattered when he can't see the heavenly evil and earthly evil clearly. Seeing the opponent's efforts, Mu Bai was almost moved to applaud. Too weak. Not only the opponent's swordsmanship but also the thickness and purity of the opponent's star power. Even the comprehension that Wu Hua was proud of was as simple as a thatched hut in front of Mu Bai. Although I can't learn this move, I also have an original move to give to my senior brother. The firefly light in his hand gradually rose, and when the light points gathered at one point, the terrifying sun light illuminated everything. The entire Zhongju mountain seemed to have returned to noon in an instant. He is indeed a mythical ability user. Wu Hua was shocked, and used this ghostly sword technique to the extreme. The fierce and murderous sword waves swept across the mountainside. The ancient trees along the way were broken one after another, and even the weeds on the ground were evenly divided into two. When the sword wave approached, Mu Bai raised his finger and tapped it lightly, with ease and full of leisure, inspired by the glory of the sun. Let's call it the shining sun finger. When the two collided, a terrifying shock wave surged on the mountainside. Almost instantly, the ghostly sword technique was easily broken, and Mu Bai's golden finger full of explosive power stopped on Wu Hua's forehead. The finger that flashed with the light of the sun could easily pierce Wu Hua's forehead. There was a great terror between life and death. Wu Hua's original jealousy gradually subsided at this moment. "You? What a monster. Kill me, if you mean to." Wu Hua closed his eyes. If the other party really killed him in front of the mountain gate, he could die happily. Anyway, without his senior sister, there was no meaning for him to live. "Why do you say that? Senior brother? I am your junior brother. How could I be so reckless? Your collar is messed up." After tapping the other party's forehead, Mu Bai smiled and continued to walk to the top of the mountain. His steps were steady, and it was impossible to tell how much effort he had just spent in the Vietnam War. Mu Bai, who looked normal, did not intend to kill the other party. After experiencing many worlds for so many years, he has gradually gotten rid of the lowest level of fighting and killing. What kind of person is the leader of the Holy Tao sect? How could he not know that Wu Hua came to provoke him on purpose? People who can sit in that position are often very smart. Tu Huang shook his head, and quickly followed Mu Bai to the top of the mountain. He knew that Wu Hua would not be Mu Bai's opponent, but he didn't expect that the victory would be decided in one move. Looking at Mu Bai's back, Wu Hua clenched his fists, and his unwillingness and resentment reached the extreme. Looking at his ferocious face, Shen Linglong and Shen Quangda felt a little embarrassed. After all, this Mu Bai was too strong. Senior brother Wu Hua's defeat was like playing. Senior brother, you guys follow me. I won't go to the attic on the top of the mountain. Second senior sister must be very tired of me. That's fine. That's fine. Wu Hua, who put away the ghost-headed sword, staggered down the mountain, as if drunk, facing the bright moonlight like a playboy who failed in love. Sister, is senior brother Wu Hua crazy? How can you say that about him? I always think he looks like a dog from behind. Shen Linglong, who was a little disappointed with her son, said angrily. Now she was a little excited when she recalled that Mu Bai might become the fifth senior brother. After all, her father's training method could be called devilish. There will be a good show in the future. Mu Bai is so handsome. Sister, have you seen his momentum? He gives me a feeling that everything is under control, Shen Quangda said with a smile, imitating Mu Bai's movements with his hands. He is handsome, and it seems that he is a good match with the second senior sister. Could it be that father? Thinking of something, Shen Linglong guessed why the fourth senior brother was so angry. The higher the hundreds of steps of the sect master mountain, the greater the pressure will be. Mu Bai didn't need to think too much to guess that it must be the sect master Shen Russian's assessment of him. After pausing for a moment, he continued to move towards the top of the mountain. By the last few dozen floors, the strong pressure had risen to the level of a first-grade star warrior. But even so, in the eyes of the Tu Huang, Mu Bai still walked up calmly. At the end of the stairs, an elegant middle-aged man was waiting there. Shen Russian, who squinted his eyes, gave people a very friendly feeling. And wearing very simple glasses, he added a bit of scholarly air. This image is completely different from the image of a powerful man who dominated a place in Mu Bai's guess. Instead, it is more like an ordinary Chinese teacher who teaches and educates people in a certain town. Your aura is steady. You can keep calm even under such pressure. I guess it's more because of you besides the help of the mythical devil fruit. Very good. Shen Russian, with narrowed eyes, gave Mu Bai a high evaluation. Because they are both mythical ability users. He can also see that Mu Bai has many characteristics that are far superior to his peers. If he didn't know that reincarnation can't bring memories, he would have suspected which big boss controlled the body of this young man Mu Bai. I am Mu Bai. See the master of the sect. After paying respects without being humble or arrogant, Mu Bai was led into the attic by Shen Russian, as if he was pulling his own junior. Not to mention Mu Bai. Even Tu Huang was a little unbelievable. Although Shen Russian looks elegant, he was known as a butcher when he was young. He once killed half of the disciples of the demon sect alone in the sect war. He was also very strict when he interacted with these direct disciples on weekdays. When has Tu Huang ever seen such a gentle master of the sect? What neither of them saw was that the more Shen Russian looked at Mu Bai, the more frightened he became. As a mythological ability user, he could clearly sense that the mythological Great Sun Golden Crow on Mu Bai was highly compatible with the other party. This Great Sun Golden Crow is a rare existence even among the Golden Crows. Similar to the difference between ordinary people and human emperors, the Golden Crow itself is already a level stronger than ordinary mythological creatures. Even his own mythological snake fruit Xiangliu form cannot compare with it. Xiangliu itself cannot compare with the Great Sun Golden Crow in mythology and legend. After entering the attic on the top of the mountain, two powerful direct disciples walked in front of Mu Bai. The leader was very strong, with a voice as deep as thunder, and there was a domineering aura between his eyes and eyebrows. If he wore a body of animal skin, he would be mistaken for a tribal leader from somewhere. Welcome, junior brother Mu Bai. My name is Wu Guang, and I am the first direct disciple of Master. You must accompany me for a few drinks later. Wu Guang was very enthusiastic, and his laughter when he spoke was also very generous. Welcome junior brother Mu Bai to join us. I am Gu Qingcheng, the second direct disciple of Master. If a voice can amaze people, what kind of voice would it be? Is it the tenderness of a lover or the gentle whispers of a family member? None of them. But a kind of coldness that goes straight into the clouds. That mysterious voice does not contain any impurities, but can blend into everything like spring rain. Gu Qingcheng, who is next to Wu Guang, is so beautiful that even Mu Bai feels a little outrageous. Even though he has seen so many women, Mu Bai has never seen one who can be as beautiful as Gu Qingcheng. If someone else is named Qingcheng, they may be laughed at. But using the word Qin Chung on the other person is a great humiliation. Her skin is whiter than snow, and her eyes are like a pool of clear water. When she looks around, she has a kind of elegant and noble temperament. People are attracted by her, feel ashamed of themselves, and dare not blaspheme. But the cold and arrogant agility is quite charming, which makes people unable to help but be fascinated. Such a fairy-level appearance made Mu Bai slightly dazed. But then, he also recovered his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Such an effect may be related to the other party's devil fruit or the practice of the technique. Otherwise no one would have such amazing charm. Senior brother is generous. Senior sister is stunningly beautiful. It is my honor to join the Holy Tao sect. Mu Bai recovered to his original appearance, while concentrating his mind. Such a state surprised Gu Qingcheng a little. You know, no man who has seen her appearance can recover in such a short time. Knowing her own charm, she usually uses special treasures to cover her face when she goes out. This time, she originally wanted to do it, but Master Shen Rushan said that it was not necessary. Mu Bai's mind was as firm as the sea. Now it seems that the master was right. Okay. It's just that Wu Hua thinks too much, and even ignores his junior brother. I must teach him a lesson next time I meet him, Wu Guang said with a smile, watching Mu Bai's reaction throughout the whole process. Mu Bai shook his head to show that he didn't take Wu Hua's rudeness to heart. He had to give him some face, since he had just arrived. The originally generous Wu Guang's eyes gradually became colder at this moment, and the whole person looked ghostly. How can I, as a senior brother, let him go so easily when he is so rude? When his voice slightly revealed anger, his eyes also looked slightly red, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. The mane on his body also gradually grew at this moment. Wu Guang, who was originally strong, was furious like a giant lion at this moment. Senior brother, you lost your composure, Gu Qingcheng reminded lightly with a soft voice. Realizing that he seemed to have lost his composure, Wu Guang immediately restrained his terrifying expression. The rapid change of his emotions made Mu Bai a little shocked. Tu Huang, who heard these voices outside the attic, sighed helplessly. Mu Bai raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that the other party was just a generous person who couldn't bear to see the new junior brother being wronged. But now it seems that this guy is a little sick. Not only did senior brother Wu Guang feel strange, even Gu Qingcheng felt strange. Standing a few meters away, Mu Bai only felt a moment of trance when he realized that the cold and aloof senior sister in front of him seemed to be whispering about her longing for him in his ear. The faint body fragrance and hot breath seemed to be. He suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Mu Bai realized that everything just now was just an illusion. The cold senior sister had been standing a few meters away from him. Is this a haunted place? Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's all sit down. Shen Rushan interrupted the conversation between the two. He pulled Mu Bai to the seat on his left and continued to chat. He saw that the master wanted to talk to the junior brother alone. After having enough wine and food, Gu Qingcheng and Wu Guang left one after another. Mu Bai, why did you come to the main world? Shen Rushan said with a smile, his eyes like a sharp sword. But the deep meaning implied in these words almost made Mu Bai enter a fighting state. A huge sense of crisis arose spontaneously as his mind exploded. He actually saw it? Mu Bai, whose mind was spinning rapidly, needed to know one thing at this moment. That is, what attitude would a sect of the level of the Holy Tao sect have towards a person like him who had traveled through time? But unfortunately, he had no knowledge of this aspect at all, and he could not figure out the attitude of the top sects. I am Mu Bai, who was born and raised in the Yunming's region. Why did the sect master say that? Mu Bai's expression did not change at all when they looked at each other. Even Shen Rushan's blue fierce eyes were spinning around, which did not make Mu Bai hesitate in his answer. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After a few minutes, Mu Bai was exhausted from this mental consumption. He was so exhausted that he even summoned the sun fire of the golden crow. Maybe I saw it wrong, but this is not a big deal. No matter whether you are from the main world or not, as long as you enter the Holy Tao sect, you will only have one identity in the future. Putting away the extremely oppressive momentum, Shen Rushan became gentle and elegant again at this moment. Mu Bai gradually heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. He could hear from the sect leader the attitude of the Holy Tao sect towards outsiders. Since no one was deliberately targeting him, he didn't need to be so restrained. Disciple knows. Mu Bai, who saluted with his fists, did not say anything more about this matter, but only saluted with his fists respectfully. Good. You will be my 4th direct disciple in the future. I estimate that you will grow up to be able to stand on your own in less than 100 years. Shinrushin said with great satisfaction. When he pulled up the direct disciple Mu Bai, he patted his shoulder to show encouragement. The appearance of scaring the other party before has completely disappeared. Such a thorough change even Mu Bai couldn't help but regard the other party as an old fox. In fact, Mu Bai also saw some unusual things. That is, including Wu Hua who met before. Whether it was the eldest brother Wu Guang or the second sister Gu Qingcheng, or even the current master Shinrushin, all of them showed some strange signs to a greater or lesser extent. As a person who has experienced multiple worlds, Mu Bai still has sufficient life experience. So when he said goodbye to his master and went to the hotel at the foot of the mountain, he told these confusions to Tu Huang. I didn't expect that Mr. Mu Bai had already seen it. Tu Huang, who was a little regretful, seemed to know what Mu Bai had experienced. The blessed land near the sect master mountain gathers and absorbs the power of the stars faster. It is the core blessed land of the previous generation of the demon sect. It is also more likely to produce products similar to the inner demon. And the sect master's lineage practices the most evil supreme skill Taishan Wanqing sword technique. The more this sword technique is practiced, the stronger the influence on outsiders will be. So many things you encounter here may seem very normal to the outside world, but they will appear very strange near the sect master mountain. The other person's emotions may appear extremely intense in your eyes, but in the eyes of others, this person may still be speaking gently. This is mainly due to the influence of the demon sect's blessed land. Good guy. Mu Bai almost felt dizzy. How could the dignified Saint Dao sect master mountain be made like a ghost movie? Looking at the scene surrounded by clouds and smoke, it fits his idea perfectly. Of course, Mr. Mu Bai, you don't have to worry too much. After a few days, when you are familiar with the laws of the movement of the stars in the cave paradise left by the demon sect, you will no longer see these things. Mu Bai did not delay and immediately practiced the netherworld hard method. After practicing for a few weeks, the misty sect master mountain seemed to be much clearer. The second day, when Mu Bai came to the sect master mountain again, he almost thought that he had changed his eyes. The gloomy scene yesterday disappeared, although the towering sect master mountain was still shrouded in mist. It looked like a fairyland because of the light of the rising sun. There are countless springs, waterfalls, and rare plants. The rare scenery in the outside world seems common here. When Mu Bai saw the sect master again this time, the sense of disobedience he felt disappeared a lot. Shinrushin seemed to find that Mu Bai had adapted to the current operation rules of the star power in the blessed land, and said with a bit of evil taste, I wonder what image we had in your eyes yesterday. Senior brother Wu Guang and second senior sister Gu Qingcheng also smiled. In Mu Bai's eyes, they looked extremely strange, but they didn't know that in the eyes of Shinrushin and others, Mu Bai looked weird yesterday. Realizing that the three masters and apprentices were deliberately playing a trick on him, Mu Bai sighed helplessly. Yesterday, senior brother said that he asked me to find him if he needed money, and second senior sister invited me to her room in the middle of the night. Mu Bai, who was making up nonsense, was very good at telling lies. Senior brother almost laughed to death after hearing this, and second senior sister glared at Mu Bai unhappily. While the few people were talking nonsense, there was a violent drum sound from the outside. It's this year's mountain entrance assessment. The three of you should go with me. As soon as Shinrushin finished speaking, a water stain appeared under the feet of the few people at the same time, and the next moment, he pulled them in. When the water stains at his feet first appeared, he could faintly hear 9 beasts with different tones, which made Mu Bai's spirit tense immediately. It was not that he was worried that this chief master would harm him, but that the great sun golden crow in his body felt threatened and made the host irritable. Junior brother, don't worry. This is master's special ability to travel through space with water as the medium. Wu Guang, who stood upright, said with a smile, although he had had several unpleasant teleportation experiences where he hit the ground with his head, he was more adapted to this kind of instantaneous jump over a long distance. There are many special abilities of the mythology system. Mu Bai, if you can make further progress in the development of fruit abilities in the future, you will also awaken your own special skills. Shinrushin put his hands behind his back and his mind turned, and the water stains turned into a vortex-shaped water vortex. The pure black water vortex immediately pulled several people into the unknown space at the same time. When Mu Bai was swallowed by the water vortex, he also saw the looming shadow of the 9-headed Xiangliu. As a mythical creature in charge of the raging flood, even the shadow made his hair stand on end. The people who were teleported to the Xiaoxumi mountain were washed out by the water waves. The three of them reacted very quickly. They all stabilized their bodies when they were about to fall into the cliff. Among them, Mu Bai, who had the lowest realm, directly inserted his hand into the top of the cliff to barely stabilize his body. The strong wind on the Xiaoxumi mountain was so strong that Mu Bai's eyes could hardly open. On the other hand, Gu Qingcheng and Wu Guang seemed to be accustomed to it. Even the strongest wind did not make them blink. It seems that their realms are far higher than that of the third brother Wu Hua. Thinking of this, Mu Bai used the Netherworld Heart method and the white divine fire of the Golden Crow to move freely in the strong wind. Entering the top of the Xiaoxumi mountain, Shen Rushan, who was originally smiling and kind, walked towards several sect elders, who had been waiting for a long time with a serious expression. Those elders looked at Mu Bai intently, and were as excited as if they had seen some genius treasure. This made Mu Bai puzzled for a while. But he did not show any emotion, and just stood beside his senior brothers and sisters with a calm expression. It seems that the master will have another powerful general. I'm afraid we will have a better chance of winning the competition 3 years later. Elder Longxu looked at Mu Bai while saying this. It is extremely difficult to become a mythical ability user, which is thousands of times more difficult than winning the lottery. Elder Longxu never thought that a young man of this level could appear in the inconspicuous District 55 in the Yunming's area. It seems that he and Mu Bai have a good relationship. When you kill the remnants of the demon sect, I was responsible for investigating the follow-up. You have such courage and boldness at such a young age. Now I think there is a reason why you can become a mythical ability user, Elder Longxu said with a smile. Mu Bai didn't show any expression on the surface after hearing this. But he also heard a few different meanings from the other party's words. It is not difficult to find that the master doesn't like him in the process of contact with the long-bearded elder. Why are you so polite? Second elder? Why hasn't the first elder come yet? Doesn't he think that he can do whatever he wants at such an important moment just because he has the support of the supreme elder? Shen Rushan said this without any mercy. Tang! Tang! Thunder exploded in the distant sky. Continuous lightning and thunder gathered on a unicorn dragon beast. And the lightning was powerful, and had a strong momentum. Sitting firmly on the back of the dragon beast was a young Taoist priest, holding a white jade whisk, with a head full of broken hair, looking arrogant and unruly, as if he had brought his own sound system out of the mountain. This kind of power caused other elders who came later to avoid it, fearing that the thunder would touch them. Naturally, this loud noise in the sky also attracted the attention of people outside the mountain gate. With such a grand scene, I thought it was the supreme elder who came in person. How long is life with drunken singing? If everyone is as serious as you, wouldn't the holy Tao sect be very boring? The young elder said in a flat voice, as if in his eyes, Shen Rushan, the sect leader, did not need to be respected at all. Such an attitude naturally made several elders, who valued respect and inferiority, particularly angry. But before they could speak, the purple thunder had already approached. And such a scene also made these elders retreat. Great elder, are you crazy? Are you going to kill your colleagues while the great elder is watching? The hot-tempered and upright third elder did not tolerate the other party's temper, and immediately started a series of insults. It's just a joke. The great elder is watching remotely today. How can I break the rules? After saying that, the great elder turned over and walked down from the back of the dragon beast. When he passed by Mu Bai, he took a special look. Yes, you are a good seedling. You could enter the top 10 among the new disciples this time. If it weren't for my crazy disciple, you would probably be the best seedling in this batch. With a chuckle, the great elder had already turned Mu Bai into a second-rate figure among the new disciples this time. And the disciple he mentioned even aroused everyone's endless reverie. When did you accept a new disciple? Although the third elder was not used to the great elder's situation and style, he still didn't believe that he could lie so calmly. Mu Bai, who was comparable to the fantasy beast species, must have found a good seedling. My disciple doesn't want to go through the back door. He is preparing to take the assessment of the Saint Path ladder among the millions of new students, the elder said indifferently with a big wave of his hand, as if he was implying that Mu Bai came in through the back door. Mu Bai's face did not change. To be honest, even if he really came in through the back door, he would not have any emotional fluctuations. Can you say it 1,000 times or 10,000 times to kill me? Since you can't, why should I care about your opinion of me? You can bear this? Interesting. When the elder with a grin on his face was about to increase his strength, he saw Mu Bai suddenly clenched his fists and trembled as if he had received a great humiliation. What the hell? Is this kid back? Before the elder continued to mock Mu Bai, He said directly to the sect master, "Master, I can't stand this insult. Please allow me to participate in this outer sect's new disciple trial." Although he didn't know why Mu Bai was so excited, Shen Rushan could see Mu Bai's confidence. So he didn't ask and agreed directly. Then Mu Bai went directly to the outside of Xiaoxumi Mountain under the guidance of the sect staff. Before leaving, Gu Qingcheng and Wu Guang cheered him up. Now the elder had nothing to say. The mythology department had already been eliminated. And now he could only look forward to the good news of the new disciple. If Mu Bai could be abolished, it might cause a heavier blow to the sect master's lineage. Maybe he could make further progress in his lifetime. Glancing at Shen Rushan, the elder turned around and sat in his seat after a contemptuous smile. He wanted to watch the other party slowly collapse with his own eyes this time. He lost hundreds of years ago. But it is uncertain who will win the war of power in the future. Outside the small Shumi mountain of the Holy Tao sect, millions of new disciples, who have completed the physical examination and met the standards have all arrived. The crowds are all teenagers from various regions whose physical health and qualifications surpass those of ordinary people. Many of them are dressed in punk style. Mu Bai, with his white hair, looks normal among these people. When Mu Bai heard that this sect was recruiting disciples, he thought that it would be like in the immortal novels where people from the sect outside the mountain were screened one by one. Later, I learned that this backward method had been abandoned by the sect. Now all modern standards are used. 2 groups of machines and manual labor are arranged to assess the physical health of everyone. Only after determining the future qualifications and other factors will the other party be allowed to participate in the assessment of the disciples outside the mountain. The composition of the main world is very strange. Mu Bai also studied for a long time and read a lot of books to understand how this kind of ancient and modern compatibility was produced. It is not a single model like Blue Star, which is divided into 2 modes because of productivity. It is based on inheritance. In the main world, the more powerful the force is, the more conservative and ancient it is, while the lower the level, the more modern it is. The most prosperous area in the Yunming's region is not the tail area with tall buildings, but several large floating islands. These islands are often like farmers' markets. But the treasure sold there may be equivalent to the total value of all resources in several modern cities. The gap between power and strength also makes these 2 extremes more extreme, and thus forms various different circles. In order to understand these, Mu Bai almost read half a room of history books. Originally, he didn't want to get involved. But who asked the eternal system to release tasks in a rare way? Looking at the tasks in the taskbar, Mu Bai is in a good mood at the moment. Ding dong. Get the first place task of the Holy Way ladder. Task reward. Randomly match the devil fruit. Get the corresponding quality of the skill according to the completion of the task. A technique that matches the mythical Great Sun Golden Crow fruit. This is too important for Mu Bai. There may be many techniques that match the fire attribute, but the techniques that can perfectly match the 3 conditions of birds, fire attributes, and mythology are very rare. Even if there is none, it is possible. After all, the Great Sun Golden Crow fruit that Mu Bai possesses has never appeared in the main world. The crowd outside Xiaoxumi Mountain is huge, but under the coordination of the Holy Tao sect, it seems very orderly. No matter how many people there are, they dare not act recklessly outside the gate of the Holy Tao sect. Although it is not a demon sect, it is sometimes more ruthless than the demon sect. The number of people slaughtered by the Holy Tao sect to eliminate the demon sect cannot be estimated. It is only known that after several days and nights of endless slaughter, several large areas were killed abruptly. The word blood flowing into a river is a beautified adjective. Almost everyone who has really watched that scene will have sequelae. I don't know if I will pass the assessment and become an inner disciple this time. A young man near Mu Bai sighed softly. He just realized that he was the weakest among the people present after the exchange. And even his qualifications were not top-notch, which inevitably made him feel a little disappointed. Becoming an inner disciple is just the foundation. But if you can't stick to the assessment goal, then even if you want to join, you can only become a chores. Some people saw him sighing and complaining, and they echoed him, making things worse. Your qualifications can only be reduced to chores. When the time comes, chopping wood in boiling water may make you a person of low birth. Understand that your life is born humble. A mocking voice sounded, and Mu Bai looked and found that it was a sturdy and wealthy boy. Jianli, who was mocked, felt a surge of blood. He clenched his fists when he wanted to argue. He recognized that the other party was from his own district, so he was still a little afraid. It would be bad if the whole family was implicated because of him. I'll bear it. But I hope you can still stand in front of me and say this in a few years. Jianli, who was tough, rushed forward to confront the rich boy for the sake of face. 30 years. The east of the river. The rich boy went up and slapped Jianli with a big blow, and then stepped on him with several big footprints. He believed in these things very much. Today, he heard that someone dared to curse him to death. So he was even more ruthless, so that his shoes were almost kicked away. 30 years. You big-headed ghost. I must make you bleed today. The supervisor of the Holy Tao sect not far away naturally discovered this scene. However, he didn't care too much when he saw that no one was killed. After all, there were too many people outside the mountain gate, and they were too lazy to manage such trivial matters. Jianli, who was beaten violently, was dizzy and fell at Mu Bai's feet in a trance. Mu Bai looked down calmly, without too many emotional fluctuations. The rich boy looked at Mu Bai with a transcendent temperament, and seemed a little cautious. Could you please stay away from him? My friend? I have some personal grudges to settle with him. This rich young master seemed very polite, which made Jianli, who was lying on the ground, feel a great shame. For half a day, the other party could only bully him, and he also felt more resentful towards Mu Bai, who did not get up in a sloppy manner. Mu Bai looked at this farce, and shook his head helplessly. Many people nearby had obviously recognized his origins. After all, the news that a mythical ability user appeared in the Yunming's area was spreading like wildfire in several nearby areas. And his image was also circulated. It's Yunming's Mu Bai. Hack! That divine power user from the 55th district. The people who retreated were talking about it. The supervisor of the Holy Tao sect frowned. But when he found that Mu Bai, the direct disciple, was present, he immediately smiled and didn't care at all. He was not qualified to manage a big shot at the direct disciple level. Master Mu Bai, save me. Jianli, was born in poverty, and he bullied me by relying on the power of his family. Jianli, who was smart, immediately decided to drag Mu Bai into the water. The way he held the other's legs and begged constantly undoubtedly aroused the empathy of many boys and girls who came from poor families. What Jianli said makes sense. This is indeed a bit bullying. Hearing the discussions around him, the rich young man was immediately at a loss. With Mu Bai's identity as a mythical power user, if he helped the other party, he would definitely be miserable. Thinking of this, he didn't care about his round belly and knelt down to kowtow and admit his mistake, saying, I was wrong. But this Jianli is a famous liar in the outside world. He specializes in deceiving those rich girls to spend money to buy him cultivation resources. He barely passed the physical examination by relying on this. The scene exploded even more. Mu Bai smiled and watched the performance of the two without commenting. Before Mu Bai expressed his opinion, the students around him were already furious. Some condemned the rich young master from the perspective of a poor student, while others condemned Jianli from the perspective of a rich young master. The whole scene was undoubtedly in chaos, with everyone saying their own things and some even fighting again because of the fierce quarrel. The elder at the top of the Xiaoxumi mountain felt very interesting watching this scene. He liked anything that could make the sect master's lineage lose some prestige, especially this kind of difficult problem that was difficult to advance or retreat, which had no correct answer. If the new direct disciple of the sect master's lineage could not handle this well, he could lead the pace himself. Even if he could only discuss the sect master's in Russian, he would be happy to do so. If Mu Bai only has the status of a direct disciple, but does not have enough emotional intelligence, I am afraid that he will not be able to inherit the great cause in the future. I am worried that there will be no successor to the Holy Tao sect. No one dared to talk easily. Even the straightforward third elder moved his lips, and then fell silent. The only one who could remain calm was the sect master in Russian. He said calmly, Do you really think I did it on purpose that Mu Bai could become my disciple, and become a direct descendant? This was like thunder exploding. Especially after hearing this, the great elder realized something. The only ones who could decide the sect master's intention in the entire sect were the few supreme elders with great cultivation. It was not the sect master who chose Mu Bai, nor was it Mu Bai who chose the sect master, but the supreme elders who chose Mu Bai. Even a mythical ability user should not be valued so much. Right? What's more, his father, one of the supreme elders, did not tell him the news. Thinking of this, the great elder looked at Mu Bai with a deeper look. The top of the mountain was quiet, and the bottom of the mountain was lively. What Mu Bai faced was not the question of who to believe, but how to solve this matter efficiently and perfectly. At this moment, He not only represented himself because of his status as a direct disciple, but also represented the face of the sect master Shen Rushan. His decision at this moment was very important, because before on the top of the mountain, Mu Bai had heard the third elder say that the supreme elder and others might also watch the movements here from a distance. In this case, he had to be more cautious. If he believed that Jianli punished the rich boy, it might satisfy some people of poor origins and think that this represented that the sect's top leaders treated people of different origins equally. But this would also make some people think that Mu Bai was condoning Jianli, who relied on defrauding other people's money, which was unfair. On the other hand, if Jianli was dealt with, it would not be in accordance with the rules. It was undoubtedly a felony to fight with the contestants before the assessment outside the mountain gate. If the supervisor deliberately forgot and ignored it, it would be fine. But in such a public place, in other words, Mu Bai had to deal with this rich young master no matter what. In the distance, a sinister look stared at Mu Bai's expression, as if he wanted to find the other party's panic from it. But unfortunately, after staring for a long time, he did not find any obvious changes in the other party's expression, but attracted Mu Bai's attention. Realizing that he was discovered by Mu Bai, the man turned around and disappeared in the crowd. Mu Bai retracted his gaze and looked at the two of them and let out a long sigh. The onlookers all knew that the result was about to come out, and the originally noisy voices gradually subsided. They all wanted to see how Mu Bai would deal with this matter. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jianli wiped away his tears and hurriedly stood up. Mu Bai helped him up and walked to the young master of the rich family with a smile. In the other party's surprised and horrified eyes, he inserted the burning finger into the other party's forehead. In an instant, the scorching heat evaporated. The young master of the rich family was completely ignited in the spreading flames. The bloated man was roasted in the flames for nearly 3 minutes. During this period, the painful wailing never stopped, so that all the onlookers nearby were frightened by this method and retreated. If you violate the rules of the Holy Tao sect, you must pay a price. No identity or status is an exception. The scene was hot, but Mu Bai's words were like ice and ice, making the scalps of the people present numb. When the young master of the rich family had no sound, all the flames in his body were drawn out. In the sky, it turned into a dazzling sun and golden crow. The strong sense of oppression doubled the pressure on everyone present. Many people with weak constitutions couldn't even stand steadily, and the scalding heat wave fanned the wings of the golden crow phantom. It is indeed a mythical ability user. That is the golden crow that only exists in mythological stories. Some fanatics in the crowd were inevitably whispering excitedly after seeing the real mythical system. It was so beautiful, even from an extremely demanding aesthetic perspective. The shadow of the golden crow of the sun was a top-level existence without any reverie. It can even be said that the ancient figure has surpassed the limit of human aesthetics and reached another aesthetic realm. The light of the golden crow of the sun flying high in the sky seemed to be the same as that of the sun. No one dared to look directly at the dazzling light. Only Mu Bai, who stood in place, had no negative feelings about the light. Since his body was reborn, he has shown an extremely tolerant physique to any light and fire. He had previously deliberately experimented with how strong his extreme resistance to light and fire was. The result was that all the fire attribute skills and light attribute skills in the family could not cause any harm to him. Instead, they would be controlled by Mu Bai at the moment when the other party performed them, using the opponent's fire to defeat the enemy. This incredible operation seems to be handy in Mu Bai's hands. The rich son died tragically on the scene. People from poor backgrounds all praised Mu Bai's wisdom, and even those who hated him before thought that Mu Bai was a fair law enforcer. Moreover, even if they didn't agree, they didn't dare to say it at this moment. The golden crow's shadow was flying freely above their heads. Who knows if the other party will give you a little warmth and turn you into a candle? Jianli was secretly proud of himself. A smile inadvertently crossed his lips. Good death. This is the end of offending me. The original dissatisfaction with Mu Bai has also subsided by half at this moment. Wiping off the snot marks on his face, Jianli, who was full of admiration on his face, was about to praise Mu Bai when he was suddenly pressed on the face by a big hand. After lifting the other party up, Mu Bai said with regret, "What the Holy Tao sect needs is people with both moral integrity and ability, not villains like you. Since the other party has been punished, you have to accept the punishment as well." Incredulous, Jianli suddenly hit Mu Bai's arm continuously. He regretted making such a big fuss at this moment. If it weren't for his own pace, he might not have to suffer so much. "Ah! You are just kidding." Mu Bai. Spare me. Spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong. You, Mu Bai, with a cold expression, exerted more and more force on his hands. Jianli, whose skull began to collapse, even activated his body protection skills. But it was still difficult to resist the overwhelming pressure. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and the whole struggle lasted for up to 1 minute. Mu Bai was like a spider playing with its prey entangled in a spider web. He carefully increased his strength little by little, so that Jiangli could not get rid of the fear of death even if he tried his best. Death is not terrible for some people, but a slow, painful and powerless death is undoubtedly extremely shocking. When Mu Bai tore the opponent's head, a flame fell and immediately burned his horrible corpse to ashes. Such a harsh method shocked not only the young people present, but also the senior members of the Holy Tao sect on the top of the Xiaoxumi mountain. In the dead silence, the sect leader Shen Rushan applauded and said 3 good words. Mu Bai's move is extremely fair and impartial. It's really wonderful. I believe these 2 people should have no complaints. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What complaints can these 2 people have after they died tragically? Could he turn into a ghost and come for revenge? Such means and such power undoubtedly convince many people. In front of the strong, some questions are not single-choice questions, but multiple-choice questions. As long as the questioner is solved, the problem will naturally be solved. When the shadow of the golden crow flying in the sky gradually dissipated, someone in the crowd shouted Prince of the Golden Crow. And then it seemed that these 4 words were deeply imprinted in everyone's mind and could not be forgotten. Prince of the Golden Crow. Prince of the Golden Crow. Prince of the Golden Crow. The sound was deafening, attracting the attention of everyone on the top of the mountain. Sect Master Shen Rushan felt that the extras he arranged temporarily had played a role. Under this sound, Shen Rushan also said loudly, climbing the Saint Path ladder begins. The top 3 can become core disciples, and the top 100 can become inner disciples. The hierarchy of disciples in the Holy Tao sect is also strictly defined. The lowest level is the menial disciples, who are often those who are not talented but loyal to the sect. Even if they do menial tasks, they can live for hundreds of years in the blessed land. The next level is the outer disciples, who make up the largest number of disciples in the Holy Tao sect. These people have the opportunity to enter the inner sect and become inner disciples. Even if they cannot enter, they can become outer elders or go to other areas of the sect to hold important positions based on their future qualifications. Above the outer disciples are the inner disciples. Becoming an inner disciple is considered to be truly entering the power organization of the Holy Tao sect. The inner disciples have a lot of rights, and are treated very differently from the outer disciples. If you go one step further, you will become a core disciple. The examination of core disciples is extremely strict, and their talents, family background, etc. will be investigated clearly. People who could often become core disciples can be counted in the entire region, and the direct disciples in the sect will also be selected from the core disciples. If Mu Bai didn't have the mythical devil fruit, he might have ended up as a core disciple, which would have been the limit of his talent and qualifications. It is extremely difficult to break through each level of the disciple level, and climbing the holy ladder is undoubtedly the most efficient way. Climbing the holy ladder has nothing to do with strength. As long as you are determined enough, you can surpass those with better qualifications and become a higher level disciple one step faster than them. So when the order from the sect leader Shen Rushan was issued, everyone was excited. The top 3 became core disciples. The top 100 became inner disciples. And as long as you can climb the 100th floor, you can become an outer disciple. And if you can't climb the 100th floor, you can only become an errand disciple. Mu Bai looked like he was watching the college entrance examination. But this was too unattractive for him, who was directly recommended to a prestigious school and had the opportunity to become a powerful figure in the school's next generation. However, for the sake of this system task, he must get the first place. The barrier that shielded the inside and outside of the mountain gate was opened, and an endless stream of candidates stepped onto the holy ladder. Of course, some people were not prepared to follow the first wave of people to rush up the ladder, including Mu Bai. The 2 sides of the holy path stairs are covered with moss, and the middle part of it is slightly collapsed. This is caused by hundreds of years of trampling. In order to move the holy path stairs to the old place of the demon sect, the people of the level of the Supreme Elders took great pains. The cost of building each layer of stone steps is unimaginable for ordinary people. It has a total of 1,356 steps. The pressure brought by each layer is greater than the previous layer, especially every 100 layers double the increase. The first test is perseverance. Whether you are a fool or a genius, without the bonus of perseverance, most of you will be lost in the crowd. This holy path ladder can be regarded as a benefit for new disciples. After all, fair competitions that put aside family background, qualifications, and relationships are rare in the main world. In the battle power competition that races against time, investing all resources in a few individuals will get higher returns. This is not about morality, but about survival interests. People who have not climbed can feel a slight pressure when they step on the first layer of the stairs. When they climb to the 10th layer, some people can't hold on and roll down. When climbing to the 50th floor, more people were eliminated. Many people with strong wills barely survived. 2/3 of the people were eliminated before reaching the 100th floor. Many people slowed down when they stepped on the 90th floor. Every time they raised their feet to step on the next step, they had to exert tremendous mental strength. It can be said that they were fighting against themselves every minute and every second. Some people with perseverance would beat their bodies like crazy when they stepped on the 101st floor, even if they survived the 100th floor. They were fighting against the inner demons in their hearts. For the sake of future glory and wealth, they were willing to squeeze their potential at this moment, because they knew that fighting hard at this moment could really enjoy a lifetime. This is life. Some people are still fighting for simple desires, while top talents like Brother Mu Bai have already defeated all of them before the competition. How tempting is the qualification of a direct disciple. Mu Bai turned his head and found that the person who spoke was the young man who had just glanced at him with a gloomy look. Seeing the star fluctuations on the other party, he could also guess the other party's identity. It should be the mysterious disciple mentioned by the elder. Seeing that Mu Bai only glanced at him lightly, Gao Changxian was not angry. With a smile, he strode across the 100th floor of the Saint Wei stairs in the surprised eyes of everyone. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds. Such an amazing speed is simply outstanding. In less than 10 seconds, he quickly stepped over the 100th floor. Gao Changxian's move was undoubtedly amazing. Looking at the millions of new disciples, no one could match him. For others, the next step was extremely heavy, but he easily crossed it like an ordinary stone step. Such a move made Mu Bai feel that this guy was a bit interesting. The top of the Xiaoxumi mountain became lively. Everyone was asking each other about Gao Changxian's origins. Only the elder who smiled and said nothing did not participate in the discussion. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the clues at a glance. This Gao Changxian is too reckless. What if there is a lack of successors? It's less than 200 levels. Gao Changxian? Since the great elder knows the name of this disciple, I think this is your top disciple. Right? I don't dare to call him a top disciple. But in terms of real ability, he can be compared with the so-called mythical ability user. He has the blue bird form of the bird fruit of the mythical beast species, which gives him a unique advantage in the holy path ladder that tests mental perseverance. Singing in unison, Gao Changxian mentioned by the great elder has become a person who can be compared with Mu Bai, a mythical ability user. The people of the great elder's faction echoed one after another. Some people saw that Mu Bai was slow to move, and even began to doubt whether he was just a person with a false reputation. Wu Guang looked unhappy, and wanted to argue, but was stopped by his master Shen Rushan. Why bother arguing with a villain? Just watch what Mu Bai does. Shen Rushan, who was calm and composed, had a high degree of recognition for Mu Bai. After all, to be able to merge so deeply with the Sun Golden Crow, he must have experienced many hardships and pains. People like Mu Bai would undoubtedly be even more cruel to others and himself. Mu Bai at the mountain gate still did not move. A few minutes later, the last batch of people were all driven up by the supervisors. No one dared to chase Mu Bai, the direct disciple, and he became the last one among millions of people. At this moment, the gap in climbing the holy ladder gradually appeared. The group in the front had already passed 200 floors, and the fastest among them was Gao Changxian. He was so fast that he surpassed others and had already reached the 400th floor. There was only one person chasing him. When Gao Changxian reached the 450th floor, the person behind him reached the 440th floor. When he reached the 500th floor, the person behind him reached the 490th floor. Although the speed was slow, she had strong willpower. What was even more precious was that this girl could still hold on even though she obviously had some stubborn illness. Her face was ulcerated, and there were obvious scratches on the crisscross pattern, as if someone had done it deliberately. Her right leg was obviously lame, and her normal movements might be affected. This holy ladder was probably a double blow to her spirit and body. Even the sect master and the elder were moved by such willpower. What is the background of this girl? while the sect master Shen Russian was asking the question. The attendant behind him had already taken out the other party's information and read it. Report to the sect master. This girl's name is Shinshio, and she is from a big family in the Northwest Sunset region. However, a few months ago, the sect in the Sunset region was destroyed, and her family was also wiped out by her fiancé and his men. She was the only one who survived. But it seems that the fiancé directly destroyed her appearance and her previous star cultivation. Is she an ordinary person now? Shen Russian didn't feel anything about her miserable experience, but was a little surprised that he could enter this assessment. You should know that the assessment of the Holy Tao sect is extremely strict, especially the physical examination. Could it be that the other party was able to pass it through bribery? The attendant, who understood the meaning of the sect master's words, hurriedly said, he is indeed an ordinary person. She can have this opportunity to participate in the outer sect assessment because she has the token of the Great Wilderness Elder in her hand. The whole audience was in an uproar when this was said. The Great Wilderness Elder is considered to be the leader of the Holy Tao sect. He is outstanding in both talent and cultivation. However, the strange thing is that he has disappeared since the Blood Moon change decades ago. Now that everyone heard that the other party's token was in Shinshio's hand, they all realized that the Great Wilderness Elder might have been in the Sunset region for decades. Have you verified the authenticity? Why didn't you report this matter to me? Shen Russian's voice was very light, but the sense of majesty he brought to the attendant was directly off the charts. The attendant knelt on one knee in fear and said hurriedly, it was the Supreme Elder who said to let this woman enter the assessment directly. As for the authenticity of the token, the Supreme Elder did not say it clearly, but I think it should be true. It turned out that it was the Supreme Elder who intervened. Shen Russian, who knew it well, did not pursue it but turned the topic to the Great Wilderness Elder. Gao Chongqian's steps on the Holy Road stairs gradually slowed down, and green feathers appeared all over his body, which was a manifestation of his excessive inner pressure. When he looked back at Shinshio, who was still following closely behind him, he couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. After all, although the other party had the same figure as a girl, the festering face made him feel physically uncomfortable. Do you have to follow me? Can't you walk your own way, woman? After saying this, Gao Chongqian's speed increased a bit. He wanted to leave this ugly woman behind. He could feel the disgusting smell if she got too close. Shinshio, who was lame on his right leg, lowered his head and panted without speaking. She had heard too many words like this from the other party in the past few months. It was not pleasant to go from a princess of a high-ranking family to a refugee beggar, but it was these hardships that made her put down her face a little. Now she could remain calm when she heard the other party's insults. The reason she could hold on until now was the power of hatred. Hatred for the enemy who destroyed her family. Hatred for her fiancé. Hatred for the malice brought to everything in this world. There are two most eternal forces in this world. That is, love and hate. The power that hatred can burst out is undoubtedly more lasting and tenacious. Shinshio, who suffered from the cold and warmth and became a useless person, came to the Holy Tao sect from the distant Sunset district with this eternal hatred. She wants revenge. All the scenes on the Holy Tao stairs fell into Mu Bai's eyes. With super dynamic power, he naturally saw Gao Chongqian's mouth shape, and through judging the mouth shape, he also saw what the other party said. The slightly hesitant supervisor trotted over and said twitchingly, Master Mu Bai, if you don't climb the stairs, I'm afraid we will be punished. You are right to remind me. I almost forgot what I came here to do. After making a joke, Mu Bai slowly walked up the steps of the Holy Path. His action undoubtedly attracted the attention of the high-level officials of the Holy Path sect at the top of Mount Shimi. Some people were laughing at his jokes, while others hoped that he could show his power. There are so many things in this life that have tested my will and persistence. So many that I have forgotten that I am still Mu Bai. I wish to become the sun that hangs forever above the heavens. This is my perseverance and an unshakable ambition. I wish everyone in the world is like a dragon. If you are really spiritual, then share some of everyone's suffering with me. Let me see how far I can persist. In his pale golden pupils, Mu Bai could see that every stone step of the Holy Path ladder had its own consciousness. These ownerless consciousnesses drawn by his will instantly understood what Mu Bai meant. In the shocked eyes of everyone, 1,356 stone steps burst into amazing light. The orange-yellow light shone on the mountains, rivers, sun and moon as if it could never be extinguished. The disciples, enveloped by the light, all felt an inexplicable sense of relief all over their bodies. The feeling of being wrapped in the warm sun also made up for their severely damaged spirits. All these shared massive pressures were gathered in the back. And in front of all the contestants, a figure slowly surpassed everyone. He was connected to everyone's ropes. Every time he stepped on a step, his whole body would feel more relaxed. Even if he bore a little of everyone's pressure, Mubai remained calm. 100 floors. 200 floors. 300 floors. 500 floors. He passed by Shinshio like a warm flame. No matter how hard Gao Changxian tried, he still couldn't go faster. He could only watch Mubai surpass him calmly like an ordinary person climbing a mountain, and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Gao Changxian gritted his teeth and looked at this scene in disbelief. He only felt a chill coming over him. He could feel that his own pressure was shared a little by Mubai. The pressure shared by millions of people made the other party climb faster. This is impossible. What is suffering? Is it the loneliness of being imprisoned for decades or hundreds of years without being able to see light or hear sound? Is it the endurance of being tortured by life and having to hold on like a living dead? Or is it the body that has been rotten after extremely cruel and brutal punishment? Or is it the mental consciousness that has been tortured to the point of collapse? All these feelings flowed into Mubai's consciousness when he stepped onto the 700th step. Time and space seemed to disappear at this moment. He experienced 100 years of loneliness in the last moment. And in the next second, he felt torture on the stone steps in front of him. The will pressure brought by each step is enough to make anyone who claims to be determined completely collapse. But even so, Mubai still walked up steadily, as if everything he had experienced seemed so insignificant. And these sufferings that were enough to drive anyone crazy seemed unable to shake him at all. Not enough. If it can only reach this level, it is still not enough to crush me. Mubai muttered to himself while climbing the Holy Path stairs. He knew that the Holy Path stairs were spiritual and could understand his words. Others climbed it to show themselves. But his main purpose of climbing it was to surpass himself. Only by surpassing the limit can the transformation be completed. And only by climbing the peak can one see the next higher peak at the top of the mountain. The spiritual Holy Path stairs seemed to understand Mubai's words. And the difficulty of testing will increase exponentially. The people on the top of the little Shimi mountain were completely blown up. You must know that although the Holy Path stairs are spiritual, there are only a few people who can awaken it for thousands of years. There has not been such a person in the past 5,000 years. No matter how talented and evil level the existence is, it cannot make the Holy Path stairs reach such a level. What a wish comes true. What a dragon. It's an honor for the Holy Tao sect to have a genius like Mubai join us. The third elder couldn't help but applaud and praise. He hadn't been so excited for a long time. If he had always regarded Mubai as an ordinary genius disciple before, now he completely regarded him as the one who could inherit the Holy Tao sect. The fire bearer who would revive the Holy Tao sect. Sect Master Shen Russian smiled but said nothing. In his eyes, Mubai, as the candidate appointed by the Supreme Elder, must be far superior to others. So he could accept him even if he was so shocking now. Wu Guang and Gu Qingcheng looked at each other. Neither of them expected that this junior brother would be so perverted. I'm afraid that the future of the Holy Tao sect will be affected by this monster-level figure. The first elder was ashen at this moment. Especially when he saw Gao Changxian being left behind by Mubai, and there was no possibility of surpassing him. He clenched his fists. This waste. The bluebird of the fantasy beast species naturally has an advantage in the test of perseverance. But now Gao Changxian is so unbearable. The great elder is angry and helpless. Judging from the placement of geniuses of Mubai's level, the great elders are obviously more partial to the sect master's lineage. It's not the right time yet. After a sigh, he no longer pays attention to the entire test. Mubai on the Saint Path stairs is still breaking through his own limits. After the 1000th level, no one can keep up. The whole test has completely become Mubai's personal show. 1,000 floors. 1,100 floors. 1,200 floors. 1,300 floors. When Mubai stepped onto the 1,300th floor, he suddenly felt the pressure increase. The test brought by each step was far beyond the previous stone steps. The great sun golden crow in his blood turned into a phantom and rushed out of his body. With unparalleled power, he helped Mubai step over 355 stone stairs in a row. Standing on the last step, the connection between the great sun golden crow and Mubai became closer and closer, and the scorching sun seemed to be dimmed at this moment. Mubai, who possessed the mythical devil fruit, knew that after stepping over the last step, he would merge more deeply with the great sun golden crow fruit. And from then on he would be the great sun golden crow. When everyone held their breath and watched the scene, Mubai slowly stepped over. detected the completion of the legendary event. Legend degree +1. Mythical Great Sun Golden Crow Fruit Awakening degree plus 5% Legend degree. What the hell is this? However, Mubai was very happy after seeing the Fruit Awakening degree improve. Unlike the awakening of ordinary devil fruits, the physical ability brought to him by this mythical devil fruit was extremely amazing. Almost at the same time, he developed a new Golden Crow ability. Ding dong. Completed the Holy Way Stairs climbing mission. Mission reward. A random skill that matches the devil fruit. A skill of corresponding quality is obtained according to the completion of the mission. The current mission completion degree is the highest level, and a random skill of the wild level is awarded. Ding dong. Open the main world personal panel. Mubai's appearance also changed after the progress of the fruit awakening increased. The white hair that was previously affected by the devil fruit gradually turned black. He also took in the light golden eyes. If you don't look carefully, you can't find any abnormality in his appearance from others. This is a direct manifestation of his further improvement in the control of the fruit. The previous white hair was affected by the Golden Crow bloodline. If it was more serious, he might even grow feathers with white flames on his body. But the return to nature at this moment is extremely rare. At this moment, Mubai has a bit more of the temperament of a young talent in the fairy world. He doesn't look like a child of about 15 years old at all. If old friends see him, they will definitely praise him as a man like Jade and a peerless man in the world. Extracting skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the wild level skills Golden Crow Divine Cannon. Golden Crow Divine Cannon. Use the Golden Crow Fiery Fire to temper the body and soul to condense the 9 Golden Crow spirits. Each spirit will have all the power of the practitioner. When the 9 Golden Crow spirits return to 1, they will forge the Great Sun Golden Crow spirit. When the practitioner possesses the Golden Crow Devil Fruit, the ability displayed by this technique will automatically rise to a higher level. Automatically rising to a higher level. Wouldn't that be the Hong level? The universe is vast, and the earth is dark and yellow. The 8 levels of skills are very different. If this Golden Crow Divine Cannon can really show the ability of the Hong level, then it can be called the sect protecting skill even in the Holy Tao sect. Although the description of the Golden Crow Divine Cannon is very simple, and even very easy to understand, the combat power bonus described in it is undoubtedly shocking. At least Mubai has never heard of a skill that can increase his combat power by 9 times in all these years in the main world. He also heard the last prompt sound of the system very clearly. The personal panel that has not been opened since coming to the main world is finally going to be opened again. Open the personal panel. After he whispered in his heart, a transparent screen suddenly appeared in front of him. As illusory as a game panel. Name Mubai. Lifespan 1,200 years. Level Star Warrior 4th grade. Star Power 110,000. Comprehensive Attributes 11,603. Devil Fruit Mythical Sun Golden Crow Fruit. Skills Crazy Blade Skill. Fire Shield. Crazy Blade Skill. Nether Heart Sutra, incomplete. Golden Crow Divine Scripture. Legendary Degree 1. This panel is very easy to understand. When he saw that his lifespan was 1,200 years, he raised his eyebrows. Mubai thought about it, and felt that this lifespan bonus should have nothing to do with his own level, but with the bonus of the Devil Fruit. It is reasonable for him to have the blood of a mythical creature, and have some of its super long lifespan. After all, the strength of his own body is far beyond that of enemies at the same level. But he really couldn't think of what this legendary degree was for. What is the role of this legendary degree of the Eternal System? After asking involuntarily in his heart, the system also gave an explanation. Ding dong. When the host completes a certain legendary event, he will automatically gain legendary status. The function of the legendary status is unknown. The current system authority needs to be increased before answering. Goodness. Mubai can't even remember how many times the Eternal System has been upgraded. After coming to the main world of all worlds, all civilizations, and all creatures, he still needs to upgrade his authority? When Mubai was on Blue Star, he could clearly feel that it simply ignored the will of the Blue Star world when using the system function. In other words, the authority of this Eternal System is higher than that of the Blue Star world. Wouldn't it be possible to surpass the authority of the main world again if it is upgraded again in the main world this time? After thinking about it, Mubai found that he still couldn't judge the origin of the Eternal System with his current knowledge of the main world. Forget it. At this moment, the mountain gate opened automatically, and a group of cranes flew over his head, bringing auspicious clouds. Looking up, he saw a beam of light that was as powerful as a rainbow piercing the sky. And the voice of the sect master Shin Russian was heard in the distance. The opening ceremony begins. All disciples enter the mountain gate. After stepping on the last step of the Holy Way stairs, Mu Bai transformed into a golden crow and flew into the mountain gate. The opening ceremony in the mountain gate had already begun. The sect master and elders of the Holy Way sect were all standing on the magnificent altar. And the number of disciples under the stage was so large that even Mu Bai was a little dazed. Looking around, the disciples of the Holy Tao sect, all wearing white clothes, were overwhelming. The closer to the altar, the fewer disciples there were, and the higher the level of the white clothes they wore. The high-level ones also wore white clothes, but the cuffs and collars were embroidered with golden patterns. Mu Bai, who rushed into the ceremony in the form of a golden crow, naturally attracted the attention of the disciples below the stage. Complex eyes were all intertwined on him, with envy, jealousy, and admiration. Mu Bai, who flew to the altar across the crowd, first saluted the high-level people of the Holy Tao sect, and then came behind his master Shen Rushan, and stood in a row with 3 brothers and sisters. Mu Bai, you are very good. Just now, even the ancestors praised you very much. Shen Rushan turned his head and praised. Ancestor? The brothers and sisters looked at each other. They naturally knew that the ancestors referred to the old monsters, such as the Supreme Elders. Even the ancestors could praise it. It seems that Mu Bai's future achievements will far exceed theirs. Gu Qingcheng and Wu Guang smiled. Among the 3, only Wu Hua ignored Mu Bai as if he could not see him. Mu Bai naturally did not bother to pay attention to him. After hearing the ancestor mentioned by his master, although he did not know who he was, he still said modestly, it was just luck. Seeing that the disciple who had just created a miracle was so humble, Shen Rushan could not help but nod. As time passed, there was no commotion among the millions of disciples under the altar. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Gao Changxian, Xin Xiu and others came from the side of the mountain. They basically all stopped before the 1,000th floor. It is worth mentioning that Xin Xiu actually surpassed Gao Changxian, a fantasy beast ability user. At the last moment, this scene undoubtedly made the face of the great elder even gloomier. It would be fine if he could not beat Mu Bai, this monster, but he could not even beat a disabled ordinary person. How embarrassing. Thinking about it again, several people on his side had hyped him up as if Gao Changxian was a peerless talent. Now it is really embarrassing. Thinking of this, the elder stroked his mount harder, and the thunder beast screamed in pain, wondering what the old man was thinking. After the first 100 people climbed onto the altar, the empty altar gradually began to make noises. Xin Xiu, who was weak and had an ulcer on his face, half knelt on the ground due to exhaustion. Gao Changxian looked at him with contempt when he passed by and stopped. Seeing this, Mu Bai wanted to test the special fruit ability he had just obtained. The 5% fruit awakening degree gave him a very amazing ability again. Thinking of this, Mu Bai turned around and bowed to the sect master Shen Rushan and said, Master, I felt something in my heart when I was climbing the Holy Way stairs just now, and realized the ability to repair injuries. I wonder if I can try to heal this girl. The nearby Holy Way sect leaders all looked over. They were not interested in who they were healing. What they were interested in was that Mu Bai could develop a fruit ability after climbing the Holy Way stairs once, which was obviously a very consistent performance with the mythical devil fruit. Are you sure? According to my observation, the ulcer on Xin Xiu's face was not only caused by injuries, but also by devil fruits. If the observation is correct, it is also caused by multiple poisonous devil fruits at the same time. Shen Rushan, who has a supreme cultivation, can naturally see the source of the injury on Xin Xiu's face at a glance. It is not difficult to cure this kind of injury, but it requires the participation of a specific medical fruit ability user to ensure that the toxins on the face can be removed and the girl can survive. As for the original appearance, it is definitely impossible to completely restore it. I am very sure that I can guarantee that all her injuries will be cured without harming her body, including the irreversible damage caused by the poisonous devil fruit. Mu Bai's very confident answer made his aura stronger. Mu Bai had long black hair draped behind him, and his cold and serious expression made the female direct disciples of the nearby elders a little stunned. If the white hair seemed to be detached from the world before, then Mu Bai at this moment was a worldly wise young man, and his unique and powerful charm of the Golden Crow bloodline was enough to make the opposite sex feel lost. That makes sense. I think this junior brother Mu Bai is quite reliable. I have a mental illness. Can junior brother Mu Bai cure it? Several direct female disciples laughed and said, as if they thought Mu Bai could do it just by looking at his face. When the panting Xin Xiu heard someone wanted to help her, She subconsciously wanted to refuse. She had encountered too many people's malice along the way. So she no longer believed in this kind of accidental kindness from the bottom of her heart. But she was so weak that she could hardly get up, and even had no strength to make a resolute voice. What's more, when she barely raised her head, she found that the person who spoke was Mu Bai. And she didn't want to expose her ugly face in front of the other person. Okay. Just do what you can. Shen Rushan reluctantly agreed. His main concern was that if Mu Bai's attack didn't work, it might affect his Tao heart. Even he himself didn't think Mu Bai could really do it. After all, he was also a mythological ability user, and rarely saw a pure fighting race with healing abilities. The elders and others naturally wouldn't object. If Mu Bai could successfully treat Shinshio, it would be fine. If the treatment failed and Shinshio had any adverse reactions, they would probably throw the hat of harming his fellow disciples on Mu Bai's head immediately. This was also the second reason why the sect leader Shen Rushan hesitated. Mu Bai didn't worry so much, because he was familiar with his own abilities, and was absolutely sure that he could cure the other party's problems. No. Don't. Shinshio, who wanted to refuse with cloudy eyes, was helped up by Mu Bai. Don't worry. I will not only cure you, but also repair your face. The steady voice was full of confidence, and the attitude in it was irrefutable. After knowing that he couldn't refuse, Shinshio could only let the other party treat him. When she saw Mu Bai, who seemed like a god, pressing his hand on her face, a strange throbbing appeared in the depths of her heart. The only feeling from the other party's hand was warm, without the extreme pain of pressing her festering face in the past. And a glimmer of hope surged in her heart. When Shinshio was in a trance, the others had already been stunned. From their perspective, Mu Bai raised his hand and condensed an unknown white flame to cover Shinshio's face. The temperature of the white was very high. People standing nearby could feel the scorching temperature, accompanied by rolling heat waves. Brother Mu Bai, are you going to roast this Shinshio into a cooked food? Gao Changxian stepped back several steps and said with a little sarcasm. He could feel such a high temperature, and he didn't believe that Shinshio could bear it. Mu Bai smiled lightly and ignored the other party completely. Everyone followed the flow of the white flame in his hand, and found that Shinshio was not only not burned, but closed his eyes in an unusually comfortable way. What was even more surprising was that the white flame seemed to be forcing out the remaining toxins on the other party's face. The festering face was gradually healing, and poisonous liquid was dripping onto the ground from time to time, corroding the ground. Mu Bai was not surprised at all. The Golden Crow ability he obtained this time was to use a special and absolutely high-temperature flame to burn other devil fruits. And this flame also has a very strong repair ability. If we use the words in the game, Mu Bai's white Golden Crow fire has the ability to purify plus heal. Collect. The flowing white Golden Crow fire was gradually absorbed into Mu Bai's body, and Shinshio also felt the changes in his face. After touching his face with trembling hands, he suddenly found that his deformed face had completely returned to normal. I'm back. She was beautiful and elegant, with a very beautiful face. About 17 or 18 years old. Her eyes were bright and energetic. Her eyebrows were well-shaped, and her nose was pointed. And there were dimples on her cheeks. She was so beautiful. The strong light reflected from the altar shone on her face, making her skin look crystal clear and soft like jade. Her skin was extremely white after being burned by the Golden Crow fire. Her nose was higher than that of ordinary women, and there was a faint light of tears in her eyes. I can still feel the power of the stars in action. Thank you. Thank you. She suddenly hugged Mu Bai in tears of joy. And then she realized that it was a bit rude to do so. So she shyly retreated. But her eyes, which seemed to contain stars, were always fixed on Mu Bai. Don't thank me. I am just testing my ability on you. If you really want to thank someone, thank you for your own perseverance. As an ordinary person, being able to approach the 1000th floor itself represents your extraordinariness. Mu Bai also deliberately glanced at Gao Changxian, causing the other party to clench his fists. In terms of auxiliary, it can heal the damage caused by the devil fruit. In terms of attack means, it can exert terrifying fire and high temperature. And in terms of physique, it has a strength far beyond the fantasy beast species. This mythical devil fruit is really good. During the period of sighing, several elders could not help but envy the sect master. If nothing unexpected happens, I am afraid that Mu Bai will be the leader of the Holy Tao sect in the future. After all the disciples arrived outside the mountain gate one after another, Shen Rushan on the altar officially started the opening ceremony. Mu Bai was still a little stunned when he heard the words opening ceremony. He thought that the ceremony would end after a simple assessment of the Saint Tao ladder for outer disciples. As if seeing Mu Bai's doubts, Senior Brother Wu Guang said with a smile, "The autumn wind that takes place every 2 months every year is here. As a direct disciple, you are qualified to enter." Autumn wind? Senior Brother? You mean the subworld plunder? Mu Bai, with his pupils slightly trembling, immediately thought of the deeper meaning of this. The opening ceremony of the Saint Tao sect is its tradition. All the sects that Mu Bai knew from books have similar activities. In the final analysis, they all have the same purpose, which is to complete the plunder of subworld resources. However, this kind of resource plunder often requires disciples of a certain realm to be restricted. For example, the limit of this world is the Star Apostle, so the strong above his realm will never be able to enter it. This is both a restriction and a test. The supplement of the Cave Paradise requires the core of other worlds. If the resources plundered by each world are limited, the role of the Cave Paradise will be weakened year by year, and in the end, it will become a dead cycle with a lack of successors in the sect. The reason why the main world is called the main world is because it is the end of all worlds, and can accommodate the final destination of all life. In other words, there are countless worlds that can be connected to it. If the main world is the sea, then all other worlds can be regarded as rivers flowing into the sea. And the powerful subworlds are big rivers. The weaker subworlds are streams. The top powerhouses in the subworld have the opportunity to enter the main world. And the sect forces in the main world also have ways to go upstream along the river to the subworld. The main world that ignores the subworld is like a glutton that constantly devours the resources of all other worlds and enslaves the powerhouses and nobles in those worlds. It is not an exaggeration to say that all of them are robbers. Unlike the small fights of the reincarnationists or the main gods of reincarnation, the sect wars will perfectly drain all the resources of any world. And it is not too light to skin and bone the entire world. At this time, the first 100 people who had just climbed the Holy Tao ladder had all been rewarded. The top 3 people except Mu Bai all became core disciples. The resources and rewards they received made the other 97 new disciples envious. This was especially true for Shinshio. After all, it was unprecedented for an ordinary person to become a core disciple. This was enough to be published in the history of the Holy Tao sect. And the female disciples were also jealous of her. Being able to attract the direct disciple of the Golden Crow Prince Mu Bai to personally treat Shinshio would itself label Shinshio as the sect master, which would be extremely convenient for her to do things in this sect in the future. More importantly, she could also get in touch with the unparalleled Mu Bai. If I had known that I was also disfigured, maybe Mu Bai would come to help me restore my face. And then we would have started a great love story. Get lost. You look like a zombie. That's right. Who is your identity and status? How dare you call the Golden Crow Prince by his real name like me? These new female disciples in the back row gradually quarreled. Mu Bai's extraordinary hearing naturally took in all the words. He closed his eyes and rested in silence. Junior brother, you are really popular. You are really great. The eldest brother Wu Guang patted Mu Bai's shoulder with some envy. And the force was so strong that he almost fell to the ground. The second sister Gu Qingcheng smiled but said nothing. But there was something else in her eyes when she looked at the female disciples. When her eyes crossed, she collided with Shinshio's eyes, and she smiled with a veil on her face. Wu Hua, who was dressed in black, was even more indignant when he saw many beautiful female disciples looking at Mu Bai. But he suppressed all of this in his heart. Ever since he knew about the conversation between the master and the second sister, he had been particularly displeased with Mu Bai. And now he was even more displeased. Although his emotions were restrained, his resentful eyes were always staring at Mu Bai. Mu Bai, who was sharp in his consciousness, felt that he was about to become the eye of the storm. Shinshio, Wu Hua, the eldest brother, the second sister, and other female disciples all stared at him vaguely. He sighed and looked into the distance, and actually found 2 familiar faces in the crowd. Wan Zhe and Zhao Yingmei were waving at him frantically. Although they were far apart, Mu Bai could still see the excitement on their faces. He was also quite happy to meet his old friend again. After quietly getting off the altar, he walked through the crowd and came to the 2 people. The people around saw the arrival of Prince Jinwu and retreated, so that when Mu Bai came to the 2 people, the crowd was forced to make a road. Wan Zhe, why did you come to Qingdao sect? Mu Bai said with a smile. Zhao Yingmei looked at him absent-mindedly, as if she could not imagine that Mu Bai would change so much in the past 2 days. Brother Mu, I will naturally follow your footsteps. Zhao Yingmei and I can only come to this sect if we want to go further," Wanzai said with a wry smile. He naturally knew the deep meaning of Mubai's words, but he didn't want to stagnate and become a rich second generation for the rest of his life. The pain of guarding money every day was too painful. He would rather have his own. "My coming here has nothing to do with you. If I want to improve my strength, I can only come to the Holy Tao sect." Zhao Yingmei touched her nose and said, but her erratic eyes undoubtedly betrayed her. She was not good at lying, especially in front of this person. Just think it through. Entering the sect will undoubtedly make rapid progress in cultivation and realm improvement. But you must also abandon the joy of the world. When you are still young, your closest relatives will gradually die in the mortal world. A long life is often not a good thing. People with weak wills will gradually collapse even if they get a longer life. In Mubai's original expectation, Wanzai would stay in my 55th district with no worries about food and clothing in the future. As long as he is there. Even if the Wan family goes bankrupt, Wanzai will have a way out. Now it seems that he underestimated Wanzai. As for Zhao Yingmei, he really can't say too much about this elementary school girl classmate who has been a classmate in senior school for several years. He has already rejected her. Since the other party still insists on coming to the Holy Tao sect, he can't persuade her anymore. When the three of them were still trying to talk about something, Wu Guang, who was not far away, came over and signaled Mubai to return to the altar. "The last stage of the Holy Tao sect ceremony is about to begin. Master called me to tell you to come back." "Understood, senior brother." After saying goodbye to Wanzai and the others, Mubai returned to the altar. At this moment, a vortex-shaped mirror space similar to a transmission channel had appeared above the wide and luxurious altar, and the mountains and rivers of the opposite world could be vaguely seen. The red light was like 1,000 horses hushed. The rushing air was covered with clouds and smoke, and the air pressure in various places in the sect was gradually decreasing, and the air content was also decreasing. A layer of green barrier rippled from the sect master, and soon the barrier wrapped everyone in it. If there was no barrier, according to this air pressure standard, Mubai estimated that if an ordinary person was there, his brain would probably burst in an instant. This strange world scene spread over tens of millions of meters, and almost blocked the entire sky. Those new disciples had never seen such a magnificent scene, and were all shocked. An inverted natural landscape was really too shocking. As time passed, the scene of the other world became clearer. With Mubai's super dynamic vision, he could see the farmers who were farming in the opposite world, and even the immortals flying with swords. Such a scene is just like reading a novel about cultivating immortals. This time, the goal set by the Supreme Elders for us is the spiritual kingdom subworld of this immortal cultivation world. All intersect disciples, and those above the intersect can enter it. The realm requirements are below the 1st rank Star Warrior, and above the 9th rank Star Warrior. The holy mark in your palm can help you to increase the number of kills. Shen Rushan looked at the top of his head, as if he was looking at livestock, and said faintly, "Those who kill more can get extra rewards. Go destroy and kill. Every time that world is broken, our Holy Tao sect will become stronger." Almost at the same time, a green mark appeared on the palms of all disciples below the 1st rank Star Warrior, including Mubai. This mark gradually became closely connected with the spiritual kingdom world above the head. As the green halo circulated, all the disciples who met the requirements were teleported into the world above the head, the world of Lingua. As a traditional world of immortal cultivation, it has a large population, which is distributed in several important countries around it. In the world of Lingua, only one force can be called the top overlord. That is Qingyun sect. For hundreds of years, the Lingua it has supported has also been worshipped by people from all directions. The participation of these immortals in Qingyun sect has allowed Lingua to win in battles with enemy countries in an overwhelming manner, so that the prestige of the entire Lingua is now unparalleled. There are also a large number of Qingyun Taoist temples within its borders, and the first founder Qinjianzi is the one who offers incense. It is rumored that he can swallow clouds and spit out mist, and turn into a dragon to give clouds and rain. In the agricultural era, controlling rainfall is almost equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of the country. Therefore, Qinjianzi's Taoist temples are often the most luxurious in Lingua. The Buddhist buildings of the past have been demolished and rebuilt into Taoist temples. The most prosperous Shenhua city of Lingua is full of Taoists, and they all practice Qingyun Sutra. Wang Pu, the mighty general who led the army to suppress the barbarians outside the border, was really confused at the moment. Those barbarians who liked to harass the border of Lingua seemed to be very well behaved these 2 days, and even the small surprise attack troops did not attack. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. You all go with me to have a look. Relying on the Qingyun Taoism, Wang Pu was not afraid of going deep into the enemy camp alone. At his command, the guards around him bowed their hands and accepted the order. The army advanced for dozens of miles and did not see even a scout, and even many strongholds were deserted. However, there were traces of burning in many places in the camp. Wang Pu, who had been in the army for decades, could naturally smell the smell of burning animal corpses through the powder. He frowned and suddenly had a bad premonition. While thinking, he turned over and dismounted and walked through the dense forest. If he remembered correctly, the gathering place of the Catcher tribe was in front. After passing through the dense forest, Wang Pu was stunned by the sunlight. Tens of thousands of meters of land were covered with traces of burning, and all the barbarians disappeared. Not only that, he walked forward a few more steps despite his shaking legs, and suddenly found that not only the barbarian tribe disappeared, but even the ancient Rakshasa country in the distance was in a sea of fire. What happened? Wang Pu clenched his fists, turned over, and walked quickly towards his horse. He wanted to tell the king the news. At this time, a strange bird cry came from above the Rakshasa country, and all the birds and beasts in the mountains and forests were silent. Wang Pu, who was already shaking with his legs, looked back and almost fell to the ground. I saw a divine bird wrapped in flames rushing out of the ground above the Rakshasa country and heading towards him. Everyone get off the horse and hide! Wang Pu shouted loudly through the dense forest. But unfortunately the guards did not hear the general's order at all, because the scorching heat above their heads suddenly hit. Almost instantly, they were all dissolved, including the people and horses. The ashes left by the white fire were exactly the same as the burn marks Wang Pu had seen before. Wang Pu, who was soaked, knelt on the ground with his eyes empty. A figure slowly walked out of the fire. It was a young man with extraordinary temperament. Judging from your clothes, you are not from the same country as those Rakshasa people. Can you tell me about the country in the distance? Mu Bai, smiling, pointed to the Lingua border in the distance. General Wang Pu's teeth were trembling, and he could not speak for a long time. It took a long time for him to utter a few words. Are you a man or a god? If you want to get involved in my country, I, Wang Pu, will kill you at this moment. When people are extremely scared, some will be weak and depressed, while others will fight to the death like a wounded beast. Years of fighting have given Wang Pu confidence. As long as the opponent is within 3 meters of him, he can draw his sword and chop off the opponent's head. Thinking of this, Wang Pu immediately activated the Qingyun technique, and the spiritual power on his body filled his whole body, giving his muscles a stronger explosive power. Just as the opponent took another step forward, Wang Pu's eyes burst with cold light. With the blessing of the Qingyun technique, the iron-blooded murderous intent suddenly drew out the sword and chopped the opponent's neck fiercely along the trajectory of power. Crack! The long sword made of fine iron broke in an instant. Mu Bai touched his neck and felt a slight numbness. It seemed that the special power running in the opponent's body still had some effect. At least it was more obvious than the damage caused by those bows and crossbows. If the opponent's ability was improved a little bit, he might be able to cut off his hair. Interesting. You are the first person I killed before who has special abilities. I was wondering why this world is so weak before. It seems that the real strong people are in the country behind you. Mu Bai slowly raised his finger and wanted to test the opponent's physical strength. Can that special ability withstand his high temperature? He was very curious about this matter. As long as he could see through the source of the opponent's ability, he could deduce its higher level of performance from it. Wait! Immortal! Wait! Wang Pu was really scared at this moment. Even the attack added by Qingyun Gongfa could not cause harm to this person. That could only mean one thing. That the other party was the same kind of person as the immortals of Qingyun Temple. It seems that you are not going to resist anymore. So tell me something you know about the source of that special power in your body. Mu Bai said with a smile, extinguishing the hot flame in his hand. He felt that he had found the main force of this world. In the past half-day, he had broken through 3 countries in a row. He came all the way from the west along the land. He found the strange law about the killing value. If he simply killed creatures, the killing value he got would be normal. But if he destroyed the important buildings or important cities of this country, the killing value he got would rise wildly. This also shows that killing or destroying people or things that have a huge impact on this world is the most important way to increase the killing value. He had just come back from the massacre in Lusha country, and large-scale killings had also broken out in other places. The secular army was like grass in front of the disciples of the Holy Tao sect. As long as they spent some time They could completely defeat an army of 100,000 or even a million. Mu Bai, as a novice who entered the subworld for the first time and started killing, seemed to be neat and tidy. In sharp contrast to him, some other senior disciples still felt uncomfortable with killing the natives of the alien world. Some even let the other party go, because the target was the elderly and children. This kind of womanly kindness must be recorded in the case. And disciples who want to be promoted to a higher level in the Holy Tao sect in the future will also consider this. In the words of the elder, these people have been in the Holy Tao sect for so many years, and still have this idea, which is indirectly destroying the future of the Holy Tao sect in disguise. The sect master rarely opposed the elder's evaluation. These old monsters, who have lived for countless years, naturally know the operating logic of the entire main world. The key is killing and plundering. And as for the seemingly peaceful regions below, they are also the same, except that they are covered with a layer of civilization. After the opening ceremony, the sect master and others came to the Holy Tao Temple on the top of Mount Shumi to observe the performance of the disciples who entered the subworld. Most people were very satisfied with their performance, especially the newly promoted direct disciple Mu Bai, who had now defeated 3 countries. After completely destroying the central institutions of these countries, he turned around and left without any nostalgia. He did the right thing. Each subworld has a top force that can support the entire world level. If you want to really defeat and destroy this spiritual world, you can only start from the lifeline. Several elders in the hall echoed in unison, obviously appreciating this keenness to grasp the key points. This world was actually deliberately chosen by the Supreme Elders to test Mu Bai. If he doesn't perform well in this mission, he may only be a direct disciple for the rest of his life. Everyone felt that something was wrong when the sect master heard what he said. Especially the great elder has now started to think about disciplining Mu Bai in the future. Now he heard that the Supreme Elders valued Mu Bai so much. He was really puzzled. Even if he was very talented, he would not break the rules repeatedly to test him alone. Right? What's more, if this statement gets out, the entire Shengdao sect will probably be filled with rumors. How many disciples below want to become direct descendants, but have no way to do so? Now your sect master opens his mouth, and it seems that the qualification of direct descendants is something that is not welcome. The sect master is exaggerating. How can the Supreme Elders pay too much attention to a new disciple when they have already stepped into that realm? What's more, the elder who was talking freely wanted to continue, but was interrupted by the sect master Shen Rushan. You can go back and ask the elder. I believe he will give you an accurate answer. The sect master Shen Rushan naturally knew some inside information, so he interrupted the elder at this moment. Shen Rushan mentioned my father? After realizing the seriousness of the matter, the elder also sat up straight. He would go back and ask the old man why the Holy Tao sect treated Mu Bai so well. The flow rate in the subworld seemed to be gradually accelerating, while the few people were talking. When Mu Bai learned about the various events in Lingua from Wang Pu, he immediately felt that he had found the real master. Qin Yun sect was obviously the top force in this world. According to Mu Bai's understanding, the influence of Qin Yun sect on nearby countries is somewhat similar to that of Confucianism in later generations. Although the leader of Qin Yun sect is not as famous as Confucius, he is almost the same. Not to mention that he obviously has some skills. Are you saying that no one knows the main location of Qin Yun sect except the king of Lingua? The hand pressing on Wang Pu's shoulder suddenly became hotter. So much so that Wang Pu felt a terrifying burning sensation. While struggling in pain, he nodded repeatedly regardless of the sweat all over his body. Yes. Yes. Ah. Immortal. Please be gentle. Please spare my life. Frowning, Mu Bai saw that the other party did not seem to be lying and immediately threw him aside. If he spent time looking for the location of Qin Yun sect bit by bit, it would take a lot of time. By then, other disciples of Shengdao sect might have killed him. In the subworld, sects are not allowed to kill each other. If that happens, it will be quite troublesome. Forget it. I will kill my way to the kingdom of spirits from here. I don't believe that these people from the Qin Yun sect can wait until then to not come out. 2 hot wings rose up from behind him, and Wang Pu and Mu Bai flew away with screams. In a few moments, they had arrived at the border city. The defenders were all frightened by such a scene, and they dared not shoot rashly even with bows and arrows. They were so stiff that they did not dare to move until Mu Bai landed on the city wall. The general is in his hands. No one is allowed to shoot. The deputy general holding a steel knife said coldly. The sweat at his hand almost made him unable to hold the handle of the knife steadily, and only the cold touch of the blade could remind him that he was not dreaming. Trampling Wang Pu under his feet, Mu Bai shouted to the surroundings, I will start to massacre the city from here to the heart of Lingua. The reason is very simple. That is, Qingyun sect has provoked me. If they don't show up one day, I will never stop. The right hand emitted a color like an aurora. And then a yellow golden crow fell towards the center of the city in the white high temperature. The generals and soldiers on the city wall, who had no time to escape, were instantly melted by the high temperature. The big sun is falling. Mu Bai's voice was very penetrating. When the thunder rolled in all directions, the civilians in the entire border stopped their work or dishes. They walked out of their homes and saw a new sun appearing in a trance above their heads. And the sun was still falling. The scorching golden crow turned into a ball of white light and rushed into the center of the city. In a burst of fierce flames, the indescribable terrifying high temperature rose. Not to mention the people in the city. Even the city walls and land were melting at this moment. Before Wang Pu died, he vaguely saw that the entire border city had turned into nothingness. He was dissolved by the high temperature before he could curse. At this moment, Mu Bai had already had some domineering colors from his previous life. Since he obtained the mythical sun golden crow fruit, he had never used his full strength to attack. It would be good to loosen up his muscles now. He could still do various kinds of devastating blows. Mu Bai flapped his golden crow wings and ignored the survivors outside the city. Instead, he turned into a ray of daylight without hesitation and disappeared in the distance. Some old men recognized at a glance that the other party was heading for Hachong County. Who is this expert? Destroy the city in an instant. My home. Why did these bastards of Qingyun sect provoke this kind of immortal? The people who survived outside the city had different reactions. They only recalled what Mu Bai said at this moment. It was obviously that the old Taoist priest of Qingyun sect provoked the other party, and then did not dare to face it. So that this kind of enemy could only force them out by destroying the city. A divine bird that controlled fire threatened to kill through the Ling kingdom, which immediately caused rumors to spread. In a short time, the king of Ling in the palace heard about it. Shangxian, what should I do? The thief is very powerful. I can only feel at ease if you take action. In the magnificent palace, the king of Ling, who was bloated and almost unable to move, felt inexplicably terrified, so that he would not let go even if he met the immortals of Qingyun sect or Qingyun temple. The king of Ling cried, and also made the young Taoist upset. He wanted to get angry instinctively, but he gradually calmed down after thinking of the Taoist scriptures he had read. Your Majesty believes in the fire bird burning the city. It's just a rumor. Why don't you serve your Majesty to eat human pills? The young Taoist said gently, turned around and called a few eunuchs to prepare to serve the king of Ling to take pills. Several eunuchs hurriedly brought out baby-shaped pills from the back hall. The evil degree of the pills could make people vaguely see the baby crying. Your Majesty, take the human pill quickly. Just take 1 pill a day, and you will automatically forget those rumors. After 100 years, you can also become a god like the founder of Qingyun sect. The whole body is bloated, but the aura of the Spirit King is very stable. The Qingyun technique that is constantly strengthened by the human pill is the basis for his continued life in recent years. Now, when he heard the immortal say this, he nodded enthusiastically for fear that he would become a god one step later. Several royal guards nearby wanted to say something, but when they thought of the power of Qingyun sect in the palace, they didn't dare to say anything. They just moved their lips a few times and ignored this scene with a little bitterness. The original Spirit King was also a hero who could fight in all directions, which is why the Ling kingdom has such a vast territory now. But he believed in Taoist alchemy more and more as he got older. As for the government, he handed it over to the people of Qingyun sect, so that there are many Qingyun Taoist temples in the royal city now, and all officials who did not stand for the Qingyun forces have been cleared out long ago. At this moment, the Spirit King could only live on the human pill like a livestock, and lived on the evil pill refined by the children of the common people. After taking the human pill, the Spirit King was immersed in fantasy again. In his trance, he became a god and traveled around the country to be worshipped by the people. More importantly, he had an endless lifespan and could greedily enjoy all the resources in the country. I am the king of the whole world. I want to stay here forever and live forever. My hegemony for thousands of years. My hegemony for thousands of years. The nonsense Spirit King seemed to be crazy. The young Taoist of Qingyun sect left with a wave of his sleeves, as if he didn't care about what the other party said at all. When he came to the side hall, he immediately bowed to an old Taoist. Master, I don't think this Spirit King has much time to live. Do you want to increase the efforts to plunder babies from the people? The old Taoist Qingyun found it a little funny to hear his apprentice say this. 100 human pills a day are not enough to break the balance. You are worrying too much. Those numb mortals can survive even if they are oppressed. What you need to do is to hand over the task of collecting babies to the local army. Soon I will achieve the realm of heavenly immortal. And even if the spiritual country collapses, it will not affect me. The Taoist robe was simple and elegant. And in a trance, it gave people the feeling of a free and unrestrained master. However, the human pills he was swallowing in his arms were really too many. He was eating them like snacks while listening to the report of his beloved disciple. The young Taoist priest swallowed his saliva, and then lowered his head to talk about important things. Master, the frontier outside the frontier reported that the god who controls the fire has been coming towards us. Should we deal with it? The young Taoist priest was also undecided. According to the description of those people, the other party was obviously very powerful. Now Qingyun's sect has only master in the territory of Lingua. If there is something wrong. When he heard the news about this person again, the old Taoist Qingyun felt extremely angry. The original image of the immortal style became very perverse because of his frowning eyebrows. As if he was going to eat people with a bloody mouth in the next moment. I only take more than 100 human pills a day. But this bastard is destroying the city and the land. He is even more awesome than me. There is no one more awesome than me in Lingua. I will wait for him here. If he dares to come, I will definitely refine him into human pills. The Taoist Qingyun said with great heartache. In his eyes, the other party was a complete waste. What's more important is that the other party's destruction in Lingua can really affect the population of Lingua. He himself sits here to eat a lot of human pills. This guy who hinders him from producing human pills is the most hateful, because he shakes his fundamental interests. The young Taoist disciple nodded repeatedly, and dared not breathe. He had never seen his master so angry. Just when he was about to take the order to leave, a Taoist Qingyun at the door rushed in a hurry. Oh no! The Firebird has entered the royal city. What? The Taoist Qingyun was shocked. He was still at the border this morning, and now he is in the royal city? Can this guy travel through space? He lost his mood to eat snacks. And he didn't care about the people in the side hall. He stepped on the blue cloud and disappeared on the spot. The two people in the side hall looked at each other and felt relieved. As long as the master was willing to take action, it would be a sure thing. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years and had never met an opponent. As soon as Taoist Qingyun flew up into the sky, he found that the outside of the royal city had already fallen into a sea of fire. With a ferocious face, he didn't care about anything else and turned around to escape from here. He had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a sea of fire. Although he was quite capable, he was too scared to death. So now that he saw that the enemy who came was really capable, he was simply terrified to death. In the sea of fire, a dreamlike blue bird attacked from the sky. It suddenly grabbed Taoist Qingyun's head. Which monster dares to provoke me? While shouting to boost his courage, the rolling blue clouds flowed down to form a gas similar to smoke. In the encirclement of this gas, Taoist Qingyun disappeared on the spot as if he could escape from the ground. Gao Changxian originally wanted to pick up the leak, but he found that the other party had disappeared. He was immediately a little furious. When he was about to flap his blue wings and disappear on the spot, a majestic golden crow broke out of the raging fire. The scorching heat scorched the streets, and many mortals even howled miserably under the high temperature. Such a scene did not affect Mu Bai's mind at all. He looked down at Gao Changxian from above, and his eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. In the past, he always took advantage of others, but this was the first time that he almost let others take advantage of him. So Mu Bai wanted to punish him a little bit so that he would remember who was the king here. However, what surprised Mu Bai was the other party's ability to be invisible and hold his breath. Even he did not find the other party in the royal city. Obviously, this is the special ability of the other party's fantasy beast blue bird fruit. So it is not surprising that the other party can climb the holy road ladder and get the second place in the tower climbing result. What do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? I will allow you to be arrogant in the outside world. But here, I have no problem breaking your hands and feet. This Gao Changxian is obviously very confident in himself. Even when facing Mu Bai who controls the Sea of Fire, he is not afraid, and even has a special joy. As the successor of the Gao family, a top family in the nearby region, he has seen many so-called geniuses, like Mu Bai who are lost in the crowd. He naturally knew that the top leaders of the Holy Dao sect would definitely watch the scene here this time. So he had to perform well in front of those people, and strive to step on Mu Bai to become the direct disciple of the great elder. Breaking hands and feet? Arrogant? Standing on the ruins of the burned building, Mu Bai rarely had a cold face. Instead, he was smiling at this moment. The other party would not think that he could deal with him here. Right? If so, it would be interesting. Gao Changxian. It seems that you are very confident. I will give you a chance to challenge me here. The lofty Mu Bai stretched out his index finger and pointed in the direction of the other party, as if he was talking to a junior. Humph! Gao Changxian did not waste words, and his whole body turned into green wings, which looked colorful under the sun's halo. It looked a bit dreamy at first glance. The green light continued to expand and burst out an amazing wave of air in the royal city. From a distance, it could suppress the sea of fire. I am a first-class star warrior. Even if you have a mythical devil fruit, you will struggle to death in my blue bird form. Blue bird transformation. A strong wind blew over, extinguishing the raging sea of fire. The blue giant bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flew into the sky like a king, looking down at Mu Bai. With the blessing of the power of the stars, the green wind in his mouth became stronger and stronger. In the end, it could even blow the ruins in the royal city out of the city. Even Mu Bai seemed to be unable to stand. Gao Changxian, who regained his confidence, couldn't help but sneer. He liked the feeling of crushing others, especially crushing such a genius. This time, he must break Mu Bai's dignity in front of the high-level officials of the Holy Dao sect. Let him avoid him when he meets him in the territory of the Holy Dao sect in the future. See, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a mythology. Before he finished speaking, a shadow appeared in front of him. Before he could react, a hot big hand had already dragged his green head covered with fluff and smashed it to the ground. Its location happened to be the main hall of the palace. Boom! The huge roar made the Spirit King, who was intoxicated with the taste of the human pill, sober up instantly. He hurriedly climbed to the side hall to find the young Taoist priest, but found that everyone had left. In fear, he breathed unsteadily and gradually died. Gao Changxian, who got up from the main hall in a dusty state, felt absurd. The opponent's speed and strength were too exaggerated. According to his understanding, Mu Bai was only at the 4th level of the Star Warrior. Why was he so strong? Mu Bai would not give him time to react. When the opponent fell, he had already come to Gao Changxian's back through the short-distance shuttle space of the scorching golden crow sun flame. He grabbed the opponent's wings and tore them hard. No matter how Gao Changxian struggled, he couldn't get out of the opponent's hands. Such a huge difference in strength made him a little hysterical. Feeling the huge power coming from the wings, he had to quickly change from the animal form of the blue bird to the human form. Mu Bai, who was smiling, had already pulled his arm down alive with one hand without even showing his animal form. While the opponent was screaming in pain, he stepped on the back of his head and dug a deep pit of dozens of meters on the ground. Gao Changxian, who was covered in blood, couldn't bear the pain of the broken arm and could only change back to the animal form. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai couldn't help but be speechless. Aren't you tired of changing all the time? Let me help you. The scorching heat on his hands continued to burn along the opponent's blue wings. Gao Changxian, who was in unbearable pain, quickly turned over and spit out a powerful blue wind blade towards Mu Bai. The violent hurricane blew away the entire palace building, and Mu Bai took 3 steps back and his clothes were cut into vertical strips. This monster, Gao Changxian, whose pupils contracted, was a little unbelievable. He was very familiar with his own fruit ability. The blue bird was good at concealing its breath and controlling the strong wind. The wind it could exert had absolute destructive power. Even if he was allowed to fight several enemies of the same level alone, he could rely on this strong wind to gain an advantage. Enemies whose bodies were blown by the strong wind would often be cut into powder along with their flesh and blood. But this trick couldn't even break Mu Bai's skin. Could it be that his body was made of rare metal? Gao Changxian is very strong in the same realm, and can even be regarded as the top one. But it is still not good enough for Mu Bai, who has the Golden Crow Divine Cannon. In the past half-day, because of the degree of fit with the practice, he has gradually mastered the tempering of the Golden Crow's first soul. And the combat power he has obtained has almost doubled. In other words, Mu Bai's strength, physical strength, reaction speed, and mental strength have been strengthened by nearly 1-fold, which makes Mu Bai, who is already far superior to his peers, get an even more incredible enhancement. The first Golden Crow Yuanshan tempered by the Golden Crow Divine Cannon is still flapping its wings in Mu Bai's spiritual world, where the endless Golden Crow Sunfire is transforming it to be more perfect and more powerful. Do you want to blow me to death with your breath? Mu Bai snapped his fingers lightly, and the sea of fire around him dissipated. and in his hand appeared an illusory weapon made of pure flames. In terms of the understanding of devil fruits, I am afraid that those old monsters, who have lived for who knows how many years in the entire main world, are not as familiar with Mubai. I have nothing to do, so I just used this weapon tempered by the golden crow flame to test it. After saying that, Mubai directly performed the wind blade technique. The fierce and sharp sword technique is full of boiling sun true fire. It is endless and covers the entire sky. Wind blade technique? No. At this moment, this wind blade technique has been modified beyond recognition by Mubai. If you really want to call it accurately, it can only be called Golden Crow Blade Technique. The first style of Golden Crow Blade Technique. Fiery fire spreads across the prairie, with scorching heat and a solemn killing intent. This incredibly fast sword technique that also exudes the phantom of the Golden Crow broke through the void and landed in front of Gao Changxian with a new look. What a joke. I'm going to defeat you. Phantom Beast Form. The Kingdom of the Wind. Gao Changxian, with a broken arm, was too lazy to think about whether he could get out of the opponent alive this time. He wanted to release all his star power at this moment to let Mubai see how heavy the price of injuring himself was. The blue broken-winged giant bird, with the whistling wind and the phantom long sword covered with flames, collided with each other on the ruins of the royal city. The wind and the huge amount of flame swept across the earth like a red spider lily. In the terrifying energy fluctuations, the ground of the entire royal city collapsed a little at this moment. Everyone in the Holy Dao Temple stared at the images from the secondary world. No one expected that Gao Changxian, a first-grade star warrior, would be so fragile in Mubai's hands. Mubai was too amazing. Even the Great Elder, who was at odds with the sect master Shen Rushan, could hardly say that the opponent was not good in terms of strength. As the dust in the picture gradually dissipated, the scene in it appeared in front of everyone. The sect master's face did not change, but the Great Elder had already left the table angrily. He did not need to see the next picture to guess the result. He was going to question his father. If Mubai was irrelevant, he would definitely kill him. If Mubai was not eliminated, the sect master's lineage would definitely suppress him forever. Isn't it against the rules for the Great Elder to leave like this? The third elder said with a slightly cold expression. He found that the opponent had become more and more erratic in recent years. Now he dared to leave at this time. This simply did not take the rules of the Holy Dao sect seriously. As the disciplinary elder in the Holy Dao sect, he naturally had to speak at this moment. The stupid thunder beast was dragged back by the Great Elder. He looked at the third elder with a bad look and looked around at everyone without saying a word. Just when he was about to attack, a vague voice fell in the hall. Let the new disciple Mubai see me after he comes out of the subworld. The voice was very light. So light that it felt like a natural self-talk in a trance. The voice was also very heavy. So heavy that the Great Elder with great strength felt like 10 mountains were pressing on his heart at this moment. He was naturally very familiar with the owner of this voice, which was his father. After hearing the warning of the Supreme Elder, the Great Elder walked out of the hall in silence. Shen Rushan responded and sat back again. This time, not only the third elder, but also several other elders and the top leaders of the sect were more interested in Mubai. It was unusual to attract the attention of the Supreme Elder. You will know in the future. Everyone calmed down. Yes. Everyone dared not disobey the master's words. They suppressed their curiosity and turned their eyes to the projection of the subworld again, the capital of the spiritual world. Gao Changxian had never felt such frustration in his life journey of more than 10 years. The illusory sword with flames broke his wind kingdom at a precise angle. When he came to his senses, he was already seriously injured and fell to the ground. His left hand and legs were all broken, but his mind was still clear. At this moment, he regretted it a little. He felt that he would be in a shadow for the rest of his life for provoking a pervert like Mubai. But fortunately, he knew that Mubai would not kill him at this moment, because the illusory sword in the other party's hand dissipated into the void. It seemed that the other party had not forgotten the rules of the sect in the subworld. As long as he returned to the main world, his broken arm and other injuries could be repaired. You are too weak. After leaving this comment, Mubai shook the golden crow's wings and disappeared instantly. Gao Changxian, clenching his teeth, looked a little gloomy. He felt inexplicably aggrieved and fortunate lying in the ruins. At least he survived. The speed of the fleeing Taoist Qingyun was considered the best in the world. Even Mubai took some time to catch up. However, he did not kill him immediately, but let him run to where he wanted to go. A few hours later, when Taoist Qingyun stepped on a mountain peak on the top of the sea of clouds, He gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, he saw no pursuers and immediately crossed the mountain to enter the heart of Qingyun's sect. He wanted to tell the current sect master Qinjianzi about this matter. Mu Bai, who was hiding in the sea of clouds, naturally guessed where this place was after seeing the other party enter. It seems that this is the old nest. After realizing this, Mu Bai's body was swirling with a halo. And soon a three-legged divine bird nearly 50 meters long appeared in the sea of clouds. Under the dazzling golden light, the hot sun's true fire ignited the sea of clouds. In the world full of red and yellow, Mu Bai, who turned into a big sun golden crow, crashed into the towering mountain. Boom! The powerful force accompanied by the intense, high temperature completely melted the mountain. Taoist Qingyun, who had just crossed the mountain to enter Qingyun Pavilion, hurriedly looked behind him. This glance almost scared him to death on the spot, and saw a raging flame flying past his shoulder. It was the debris splashed by the collapse of the mountain. Such a sound naturally alarmed the disciples of Qingyun's sect. After they walked out of the attic, they found that the mountain had disappeared. Instead, a dazzling divine bird with terrifying sun fire landed on the empty square. Qinjianzi, who was meditating in the secret room, did not feel too confused, but felt relieved. After 1,000 years, I finally waited for the celestial being to come. Relieved, Qinjianzi walked out of the secret room slowly, and saw that the fairy-like white jade square was covered with hot lava, which was the embers left after the mountains burned. Mu Bai, who had transformed into the great sun golden crow, slaughtered all the Qingyun disciples present at a terrifying speed. Blood and screams were heard, and the killing points in his palm also skyrocketed at this moment. Everyone, go back to the palace. Monster, I will meet you. In the smoke and dust, these Qingyun disciples had no ability to resist at all, and their heads were harvested one by one like livestock to be slaughtered. The Qingyun Taoist priest with profound cultivation broke through the air and sent out a mysterious whisk to touch the starry sky. The next second, countless spiritual powers transformed into terrifying star beasts that trapped Mu Bai. This is the deep power of my Qingyun Taoism. You just wait for death. The Taoist priest gave an order, and the star beasts rushed out of the starry sky cage and rushed towards Mu Bai like wild beasts that had been hungry for dozens of days. The scene was so shocking that even the disciples who were about to hide thought that they could kill this man and cheered. Only Qinjianzi at the back kept reciting the Qingyun Taoism silently, and completely ignored the cheers of the crowd. Feeling surrounded from all sides, Mu Bai just felt a little funny. The other party's spiritual power operation was indeed interesting and had some ways, but this level of power system was a bit dwarfed by the star power of the main world. He was too lazy to tell him the difference between the two. Mu Bai slowly raised his hands and put his hands together in the siege of the roaring star beasts, making a gesture like praying. This thief has been brought to justice. Master Uncle is so skilled that he can make even such a demon helpless. I think everyone should step back. I always have a bad feeling. The human pill I just took is piercing my heart and liver. Countless Qingyun disciples said all kinds of things. Most of them were excited. They saw that the danger was about to be eliminated. At this moment, they drooled over the bodies of their brothers and sisters on the ground. You must know that Qingyun sect advocates that every bit of food is a gift from heaven and should not be wasted. The human pills made from babies in the world are so delicious. If the spirit bodies of these brothers and sisters are used to make human pills, wouldn't it be delicious to the extreme? Thinking of this, many flying sword disciples quickly collected the corpses in the venue, as if they were not the corpses of their fellow disciples, but wild treasures of heaven and earth. Some people even fought over the same corpse. These idiots are fighting among themselves. Forget it. Let's deal with the person in front of us first. The Taoist Qingyun, who is called the Master Uncle, uses his left hand to control the beast with spiritual energy, and his right hand constantly adjusts the angle to arrange layers of complicated formations. It can be seen that he really has some skills of a land immortal god. When the teeth of the star wolf were about to touch Mu Bai's forehead, Mu Bai, who had been closing his palms, slowly opened his palms. The white-hot beam swept like a turbulent sea. The extreme heat even made the space feel collapsed. Those huge star beasts made of spiritual power were evaporated as if they were a joke. The scorching heat driven by the power of the stars reached its extreme when Mu Bai pressed down with both palms. A huge golden crow phantom appeared above his head. A beam of light as dazzling as the sun burst out. It seemed to absorb all the colors and things in the world. Mu Bai's eyes were unusually cold in the sparks. This was the first time that he used the full temperature and heat of the mythical great sun golden crow with all his strength. so he felt a little more comfortable at this moment. Golden Crow shining in the sun, burning the world, clenching his hands. The extreme heat wave instantly evaporated the surface of the Qingyun sect. Star beasts or arrays. The uncle who was highly expected by his disciples, and the disciples who were greedily plundering corpses disappeared in the eternal and immortal high temperature of the sun. From a distance, only a few towering mountains that disappeared in an instant, and a cenote about tens of thousands of meters wide was left on the surface. The scorching heat was blown by the breeze to the nearby forest and ignited it. It seemed like an instant, and it seemed like countless years had passed. When Mubai restrained his own high temperature, the entire Qingyun sect had disappeared, and near the deep pit was a sea of fire that could not be stopped. At this moment, everyone in the main hall of the Holy Tao sect felt a little numb. What the hell? Why did Mubai seem to have turned on a cheat? The high-ranking officials of the Holy Tao sect have seen many geniuses, but they have never heard of someone like Mubai who is still at the 4th level of the Star Warrior and has already surpassed the heavens. Being able to show this level of destructive power is, in a sense, comparable to the Star Apostles. Mubai is not an ordinary person, and cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. The degree of compatibility of the devil fruit on him is unprecedented. People like him are born to tap the potential of the fruit. The sect master Shen Rushan, who was very satisfied with his apprentice's performance, did not hesitate to praise him. As a mythical ability user, he valued Mubai so much because the other party's fruit compatibility was extremely high. It seems that seeing that someone was puzzled, the sect master Shen Rushan also made a metaphor. You can think of the compatibility of the mythical devil fruit as the purity of the blood of the mythical creature. The higher the compatibility, the higher the purity of the blood, the stronger the comprehensive combat power it will show. On the contrary, if the compatibility is very low, it may not even be able to use most of the abilities of the devil fruit. If my fruit compatibility is 30%, then Mubai's fruit compatibility is at least 70%. And I can clearly feel that this is not his limit. If he continues to develop this fruit, who knows? Speaking of this, even Shen Rushan, who has seen countless storms, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who knows? He may be able to exceed this compatibility by 100%, and let the strength of his mythical devil fruit surpass the mythical creature Jinwu. Hearing these words, everyone present had their pupils shrink. Shen Rushan's words reminded them of a person who also created a legend. But that person had disappeared without a trace in the main world. If it is really as the sect master said, I understand what the several supreme elders are going to do. The third elder clenched the armrest of the chair and almost crushed it completely. Several other elders, who knew some of the secrets of the Holy Tao sect, could not help but sigh. It seemed that a true dragon would emerge from the Holy Tao sect in the future. And who knows? He might be able to lead the Holy Tao sect, which had fallen here, to take that crucial step in the spiritual kingdom world. It seems that I overexerted myself a little bit. Mubai, whose bones were crackling, said thoughtfully. Even he was impressed by the destructive power of the high temperature of the Golden Crow at this moment. What's more interesting is that he also connected the extreme high temperature just now to other uses of the mythical sun Golden Crow fruit. He looked at the killing points on his palm and saw that it had soared to an extremely exaggerated number as expected. Just when Mubai loosened his muscles and bones, a hand bone with blood and white flesh gradually stretched out from the deep pit not far away. And then Qin Yunzi, who was like a living dead, saluted to Mubai. It seems that the celestial being is a celestial being after all. Even the system of power operation is different from ours. And more importantly, you still have this terrifying power beyond the law. As he spoke, the horrific injuries on Qin Yunzi's body were actually repairing themselves. Mubai was amazed by the scene. He was not surprised by the speed of the other party's injury repair, but was surprised by the method of repairing the injury. He saw a large number of crying children on the surface of his skin constantly wriggling under the skin, continuously providing a lot of nutrients for the repair of his flesh and blood. Mubai heard about the human pill when he entered the spiritual country. At first, he thought it was a rumor, but now it seems to be exactly the same as the rumor. These immortals of the Qingyun sect who were flying with swords were actually a group of demons in human skin. Qinjianzi lowered his head and pleaded, "This celestial being, please let me go. I have been paying for my sins all these years." While the other party was talking, the baby's cry could not be stopped at all, so that Mubai could not hear the other party's words clearly. "I don't believe a word you said. I came here to destroy you." Mubai interrupted the other party's lies and condensed high-temperature fire in his hand. Under the impact of waves of hot heat, an illusory golden crow long sword appeared in his hand. Seeing that this celestial being was not here to redeem himself, Kim Ji-eun's originally ashamed face gradually became hideous. He said in disbelief, "Isn't it the duty of gods to eat people? You are a celestial being. Do you think I am innocent?" "Yes, I am innocent. Even if I eat a baby. But I am guilty." As the other party kept talking nonsense, the image of the Taoist priest was gradually changing. The 3,000 white hairs actually grew thin arms on the ends of the hair, which looked like the tender arms of a baby. A large number of cracks appeared on the white jade face at some point. And as these cracks opened, there were strange and peculiar eyeballs. When being stared at by these eyeballs, Mu Bai actually felt a little uncomfortable. The other party's white beard continued to grow. And when the tumor below could no longer cover it, it gradually turned into a product similar to a lion's mane. As Qin Yunzi's angry self-mockery burst out of the purple, swollen and festering body. Amazing spiritual energy. I also want to become a celestial being. I am not wrong. What is wrong is this world that is gradually changing its course. It is you irresponsible celestial beings. I want to eat people. Eat more people. 6.5 million human pills are not enough. I want 100 million relics. The second burst of spiritual energy even formed a poisonous miasma. It could not dissipate in the sky thousands of meters nearby. These spiritual energies continued to flow along his deformed and mutated body, as if he himself had become a collection of spiritual consciousness. A large number of meat strips that were rapidly growing like tree roots surged out from under the ground. The collapsed ground was swirling wildly. Countless meat strips all wanted to grab the body of Mu Bai, the celestial being, and merge it into their own bodies. Mu Bai did not think about what the other party said. After all, what did it have to do with him to destroy him? Golden Crow sword technique. Dead with burning fire. The sword, light full of murderous intent, kept slashing at these meat strips like a precise killer. Rapidly high temperature accompanied by terrifying power. Mu Bai slashed out 76 times in an instant, overcoming many obstacles like a demon and slashing at the opponent's body in a crisscross manner. The clumsy Qin Yunzi could not catch up with Mu Bai's high-temperature acceleration. In the strength competition, the seemingly huge Qin Yunzi was still ruthlessly crushed. The only thing worth praising was the opponent's flexibility to change his body at will. And even Mu Bai was amazed at his repair ability. He didn't know how many human pills the opponent had swallowed over the years, but the spiritual power contained in it was almost the same as that of the Star Apostle. It can be said that all the disciples of the Holy Tao sect who entered the world of the spiritual kingdom this time, except Mu Bai, would be in great danger if they met the other party. Every knife ignited fire. Every knife hit the vital point, and the continuous slashes almost pierced Qin Yunzi's body. The deformed monster-like Qin Yun Taoist was instantly ignited under the scorching high temperature, and bursts of flames burned on the fatal wounds. The pain that penetrated into his bones made him feel extremely relieved, and even enjoyed it. Heavenly man is just like this. Many eyes stared at Mu Bai, as if they wanted to lock the other party's figure. Mu Bai, who dodged the other party's attack by stepping in the air, just felt a little funny. What kind of confidence made the other party think that he could defeat him? You have a strong recovery ability, right? Then I will melt all your existence in this world bit by bit. Mu Bai, with his eyes glowing with golden light, grasped the void behind him. In an instant, thousands of spears condensed from the true fire of the sun appeared behind him. In the reflection of the fire, the deformed Qin Yunzi drilled into the ground without a care. Ah! Several mouthparts let out miserable howls at the same time. Even though he was quick in digging the ground, he was still pierced by my endless firearms. Amidst the fierce and continuous explosions, his body was broken into 3 pieces and ran in 3 directions. As long as he met someone, as long as he devoured enough people, he could recover. With a strong desire to survive, Qin Yunzi fled madly towards the distant city. Mu Bai naturally discovered his intention and killed 2 meatballs in an instant. He quickly chased the remaining 3rd meatball. When the 2 were less than a kilometer away from the city, Qin Yunzi could already sense a large amount of repair ingredients nearby. Qin Yunzi was happy and moved a little faster. After seeing the bustling streets full of people, Mu Bai stopped in midair and raised his index finger towards the distant city. Since the shining fruit can create explosions through beams, it seems that I can do it with my current temperature control. Thinking of this, Mu Bai's index finger burst into amazing flames. The compressed flames formed a white beam that suddenly shot out before it collapsed. The beam of light hit the city's street. The inconspicuous white beam of light exploded violently instantly after it landed in the city. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the sky above the city, and the flesh ball that hosted Qin Yunzi could clearly feel the rapid decrease in the number of human prey. Damn. Even more cruel than me. At this moment, Qin Yunzi realized one thing. That the heavenly man predicted by the ancestor was not a decent character who eliminated violence and brought peace to the people. On the contrary, he was a character who was even more cruel than their Qin Yun sect. He had thousands of ways to restrain the good people. But when facing such a person, who was more evil than the devil, he could only run for his life. Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Mu Bai felt very good. By imitating the shining fruit, the laser he shot also had extremely strong explosive power and destructiveness, which was another use of the ability of the great sun golden crow fruit. As for those who died tragically, he had no guilt at all. If you accidentally stepped on the ant nest on the street, you might feel a brief guilt for those ants. But you will soon forget these things. In the final analysis, when the gap between two kinds of life is too big, they are no longer the same species. Moreover, this is a secondary world, not a main world. So the people here are not strictly considered to be people in Mu Bai's cognition. So along the way, even though he knew that Qin Yun sect used infants to refine human pills, he did not show any anger. You are so cruel. The meatball that quickly escaped into the ground ran madly towards the densely populated areas nearby. Mu Bai, who was standing in place, pointed at several places at random. And then beams of light surpassed Qinjianzi's speed and arrived at those densely populated areas first. After a large number of explosions, the number of humans nearby decreased rapidly. Qinjianzi, who was helpless, knew that he was doomed to die. He did not struggle, and turned into a human form to persuade Mu Bai not to kill him for the time being. Who would have thought that when Mu Bai landed, his body had been burned to ashes in the fierce fire cast by the other party, without leaving any residue. With the death of Qinjianzi, all the disciples of the Holy Tao sect who were killing in the world of Lingua stopped. At the same time that beams of light sent them back to the main world. An illusory big hand was destroying every inch of space in the world of Lingua. All the disciples of the Holy Tao sect felt the pure world origin tempering before leaving. Mu Bai's original 4th grade Star Warrior realm quickly climbed to the 2nd grade Star Warrior realm. And his body and soul were also greatly strengthened. Looking back, Mu Bai could not hide his shock. He originally thought that the major sects would plunder resources through disciples. But he never expected that the sects of the main world would not need to take action at all. Strictly speaking, the illusory big hand is a part of the main world. Mu Bai can still feel the infinite power contained in it. It is an absolutely destructive blow that truly transcends time and space. It seems that as long as the ceiling of the secondary world is killed, the result of the secondary world being destroyed, and the world resources being jointly exploited by the main world, and the sects can be achieved. Now it seems that the so-called reincarnation master god reincarnation is really a clown in front of such efficiency. Countless lives were wiped out in the collapsing world. And the mountains and rivers fell apart under the power of the main world. When Mu Bai took a last look, the entire spiritual world had fallen into darkness, as if it had fallen into an endless abyss. When these disciples of the Holy Tao sect came to their senses, they had already appeared under the altar, which was the place where they were teleported at the beginning. Some disciples benefited greatly, and their realm was raised by 1 level, while some disciples were dejected and full of unwillingness, because their realm did not improve at all. The worst among them were the disciples who had a heart attack. Not only did their realm not improve, but some of them even declined. This made most of them regret it. But it was too late. What was waiting for them was not only a decline in realm, but also the punishment department of the Holy Tao sect. Mu Bai, follow me. Shen Rushan, who came to Mu Bai at some point, took him away quickly. The two had passed through many checkpoints and arrived at the real forbidden area of the Holy Tao sect, while the water stains under their feet were swirling. When they arrived in the desolate mountainous area, Shen Rushan turned around and said seriously, "The Supreme Elders are waiting for you. Don't be disturbed by the things you encounter after entering." After saying this, Shen Rushan also glanced at the position of the sky. The smart Mu Bai instantly understood that this was his master reminding him that someone was watching his every move. Can disturb his mind? Since entering the sect, there have been many things. After all, the world inside the sect and the world outside the sect are just like 2 different dimensions. He has learned a lot during this period. Disciple knows. Seeing Mu Bai become cautious, Shen Rushan nodded. It is a good thing to be vigilant. Otherwise it would be bad if the things seen along the way disturbed the mind and delayed the Tao heart. The two walked towards the desolate mountain in silence. Along the way, Mu Bai observed the surroundings and found a very interesting thing. That is, the more you walk forward, the bigger the flowers, plants and trees on both sides will appear. After walking for more than 10 minutes, those dead trees have reached a height of more than 1,000 meters. And even those dead grasses have reached a height of more than 100 meters. The things encountered later were even more bizarre. Countless white bones were piled on both sides of the road. Mubai could tell at a glance that the original owner of some of the bone structures must be 1,000 feet tall. Even bigger. He also found that a large number of bones were intertwined. And it was obvious that an unprecedented war had taken place here. With a frown on his face, he silently operated the Golden Crow divine scripture. While he was concentrating his mind, he was not affected by the surrounding scenery. Shin Rushin in front of him also quickened his pace after noticing the state of this direct disciple. Mubai originally thought that these scenes were bizarre enough. But the next scene made him feel like he was struck by lightning. A rotten human head was sandwiched between the peaks, and its body seemed to have merged with the peaks. Mubai could not estimate its height because the distance was too far. But even so, he could feel great pressure from the other party's rotten body. It was the dual pressure from the soul and the body. It was hard to imagine who could fight with it. The other party's body was rotten. But the huge armor that was not full of mottled years did not seem so old. There were 2 ancient characters written on its chest armor, which were clearly ancient characters on the blue planet. Giant Spirit. Giant Spirit. Giant Spirit God? Whether it is myths and legends or the well-known Journey to the West, the Giant Spirit God is very well known. According to the records in Journey to the West, this giant spirit was a celestial warrior under the heavenly king Li the Pagoda. When 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals went to fight against the Monkey King Sun Wukong, he was the vanguard general. This is enough to show how powerful the giant spirit was. But this is a myth after all? Confused, he suppressed his mind and followed Shin Rushin without saying a word. As he walked forward, Mubai became more and more frightened. Many palaces and ruins were intertwined, and countless thunders and wars formed turbulence in the space. He saw countless statue-like remains and countless corpses piled up into mountains. In a trance, the two seemed to be walking towards the end of the world. Towards the end of that world. I don't know what you see, but in my eyes, there are still wild mountains and wilderness around. Shin Rushin reminded him. Mubai naturally heard what his master said. But the doomsday scene in front of him had not ended yet. He suddenly found a figure standing tall in the sky. His face could not be seen clearly in the clouds and thunder, but Mubai could vaguely see the light on the other's forehead. That was the third eye. After traveling through countless time and space, Mubai was about to look at the doomsday scene in front of him when it disappeared. Instead, a loft in the wilderness appeared in front of him. He was soaked all over and was shocked. He had a premonition that if he really looked into that eye, something bad might happen. Mubai was shocked and could not suppress his confusion and asked, "Master, did you see nothing?" This is the main vein of the Holy Tao sect. The cave heaven and blessed land. Every time a newcomer enters, he will see pictures related to it. You will not see those pictures next time you enter. Shin Rushin, who was walking in front, saw Mubai lose his composure, but did not blame him. After all, even he almost fell into it at the beginning. Pictures related to the cave heaven and blessed land. People in the main world don't know. But Mubai, who was born in the blue star, knows it. Although the face of the humanoid creature with the third eye standing upright is not clear, Mubai can still guess the other party's identity by associating it with the word giant spirit before. Erlang Shen Yang Jian. The cave heaven and blessed land has something to do with them? The more Mubai thought about it, the more confused he was. So he simply stopped thinking about the connection between the two. When the two came to the attic, the wooden door that was originally closed slowly opened, and the candles around them lit up slowly when the two walked in. There was no one here except an old man sitting cross-legged on a wooden chair. Although this sentence is contradictory, it is Mubai's true feeling. The other party is sitting there. Mubai can't notice it at all. But the picture in front of him clearly tells him that there is a person here. He is an old man who is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The gray cloth on him is particularly down to earth, as if it should be embedded in the other person by nature. When Mubai approached, the old man looked at him calmly. This Tianmu conference is very important. You need to deal with those people in Zhongzhou. The old man spoke slowly, giving people a feeling of twilight. Even Mubai felt a little weird about his old age. Although he didn't know what realm the other party was in, he would not show old age even at the last moment of his life when he reached this level. Right? I understand. Shin Rushin responded respectfully, and then turned around and closed the wooden door of the attic. When he left, There was no other sound in the attic except the sound of the burning candle. The atmosphere was terribly quiet. The old man looked at Mu Bai for a long time before slowly speaking. You are Mu Bai. My disciple is Mu Bai. Do you like to use the sword? Not really. Swordsmanship and sabermanship are the same to me. They are just a way to kill the enemy. Mu Bai was not too reserved and conservative because the other party was the supreme elder. On the contrary, he was very frank at this moment. That's good. As long as you don't resist using the sword. At this point, the gray-clothed old man grasped the void, and the next moment a long sword with a scabbard appeared in his hand. He gently pushed forward, and the sword appeared in front of Mu Bai. Realizing that the other party was asking him to take the sword, Mu Bai took the opportunity to grasp the sword. Identification. In his heart, Mu Bai issued an identification order to the eternal system. Forget love's sword, and complete, only those who are close to the Tao can use it. And those who have cut off love can use it. But ruthless people will inevitably be controlled by the sword. It is a contradictory existence that transcends ordinary understanding concepts. It is a defective imitation. Incomplete. Forget love's sword? Mu Bai felt a burst of heat when he held the sword in his hand. Just by holding the sword, he vaguely felt some pressure. It seems that it has accepted you. And you have also accepted it. Next, I will teach you a sword secret book. If you succeed in practicing it in half a year, you can come to see me again to receive the second half of the secret book. Mu Bai was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked up and said with some doubt, Can I know why you do this? The old man laughed for the first time. There was a brilliance in his turbid eyes that Mu Bai had never seen before. I want you to pull out a sword. The sword called Tai Shan Wang Qing. The real treasure in the Holy Tao sect is not the cave paradise, not the Holy Tao ladder, but the sword. Only with it can we return to the heart of Zhongzhou. Mu Bai has some understanding of this Zhongzhou. The heaven and earth structure of the entire main world is round and square, not the concept of the universe and other worlds. The main world is also roughly divided into 3 levels. The lowest level is the tens of thousands of areas such as Yunmen's where Mu Bai is now. Strictly speaking, this is the frontier area of the main world. The second tier is the so-called Zhongzhou area, which is equivalent to the core city of a country, and is very different from the area where Mu Bai is located. The resources it has are also incomparable to the border area where Mu Bai is located. So when Mu Bai heard the Supreme Elder talking about returning to the heartland of Zhongzhou, he could guess that the Holy Tao sect should have been in Zhongzhou, or even in its core heartland. If this is true, then he has always underestimated the Holy Tao sect. Mu Bai originally thought that the Holy Tao sect was just a newly rising sect, but now it seems that its heritage is probably very profound. After all, the sect that can stand firm in the heartland of Zhongzhou must not be simple. You are the third person we have chosen in the past 3,000 years. The first 2 have failed. I hope you can do it. After the gray-clothed old man said this, he did not explain too much, but performed his sword moves on his own. Mu Bai concentrated on using the Golden Crow dynamic vision to capture the opponent's every move. The opponent's speed was very slow, but Mu Bai always found it difficult to keep up with him, so that even if he remembered all the opponent's movements, he could not get a glimpse of his fundamental intention. When the old man finished showing this sword technique, Mu Bai did not even hear the system prompt sound. The opponent obviously slowed down to the limit. But even so, he could not understand the essence of each move. In other words, this sword technique was indeed not suitable for him. I am afraid that I have failed your expectations. After watching it once, I only remember the moves, but find it difficult to understand the essence. Mu Bai told the truth. He was not worried about the other party's anger. After all, if you can't learn it, you can't learn it. This sword technique is rarer than your mythical sun golden crow fruit. Are you sure you don't want to learn it? The gray-clothed old man smiled and said with his sword in his hand. Hearing this, Mu Bai's eyes moved slightly. How could it be rarer and more important than the mythical sun golden crow fruit? It must be the inherited sword technique in the Holy Tao sect. Unfortunately, he really has no chance to learn it. I am afraid that even if he practices it forcefully, it will only be a moon in the water and a flower in the mirror. Before coming to the main world, he was a person who paid attention to time efficiency. Getting good grades in the college entrance examination was the result of his race against time. Killing Jiang Bumming in the National League was also achieved through this time efficiency through the system. It was also because of this that he was able to remain invincible in the chaos that followed. Just like building a house. When others were still choosing materials, the foundation of Mu Bai's house had already been built. When others began to plan the construction plan, his house had already been built. Only by being one step ahead can you gain an advantage everywhere. This principle can be applied not only in practice but also in life. Even after coming to the main world, he did not relax too much. He obtained the information of the mythical fruit that day, and then used 5 years to plan and practice the fire shield technique that can only defend against fire. This kind of persistence and long-term vision alone is unmatched. So Mu Bai is very confident in his judgment. Even if your movements are slow, I can't see the mystery, Mu Bai said helplessly. Speed is never determined by what you see. Please take a closer look. The movements of this unknown Supreme Elder were very slow. So slow that it was close to the speed of stream flow. According to common sense, Mu Bai's super dynamic vision should be able to perfectly reproduce his every move. Mu Bai frowned slightly. And at this moment, he concentrated all his energy on observing all the details of the other party's movements. Is it very slow? But the fact is just the opposite. The other party's calm movements evolved faster and faster in Mu Bai's eyes. If I thought the sword moves were surprisingly slow before, now they are terrifyingly fast. There is a crazy and exciting feeling. As if there is no living thing in the world that can block its trajectory. Unable to comprehend. Unable to experience. Unable to perceive. Unable to understand. Even at the end, the gray-clothed old man in Mu Bai's eyes was like an ordinary stone in the mountains, an ordinary stream in the water, and an ordinary breeze in the morning. These most common and ordinary things in nature are now blending with him and coexisting with him. This sword technique is more like a fairy technique than a sword technique. Ordinary people can't even understand it. Your current realm is the 2nd grade realm of the Star Warrior. So I will use this supreme forgetful sword technique at the 9th grade of the Star Warrior. The gray-clothed old man laughed as he saw Mu Bai was so fascinated that he came out of the attic to the barren mountain restricted area outside. He pierced and slashed with the yellow leaves. And the ordinary long sword in his hand was like a supreme magic weapon that stirred the 9 realms of the stars. The sword fell, like a magnificent divine power descending. The silent and empty restricted area instantly turned into a ruthless slaughterhouse shrouded by cold divine thoughts. Every blade of grass and every tree was austere, and every slash and fall was 1,000 falls. And the emotional changes of the sword holder were also very obvious. Move the sword with your body. Move the sword with your emotions. Then, in the midst of love, you strike out the rolling sword waves of the mortal world. As time goes by, the infatuation seems to be erased by time and then transformed into sadness. All things are bleak under the feeling of crying and great sorrow. It seems as if the Milky Way is falling, sighing at the hopeless sadness, and lamenting that there are always sentimental people in the world. After being immersed in this extremely beautiful sword technique, the intelligent Mu Bai has vaguely found the pulse and essence of this sword technique. The sword of sadness has ended at some point, and the barren mountain restricted area has entered the silent cage again. But soon the silence is broken by the ruthless sword with hatred and love. Different from the previous sword moves, the killing intent contained in this ruthless sword move shakes the world. Even Mu Bai, who has the barren level technique of the Golden Crow Divine Cannon, cannot understand this earth-shattering sword technique. The lethality it displayed was too amazing. Even at this moment, Mu Bai felt that he could not survive more than 100 moves under this strange and cruel sword technique. But this was only performed by the Supreme Elder with the strength of the 9th rank of the Star Warrior. If his realm was further improved, Mu Bai could vaguely imagine that once this supreme forgetful sword technique was performed, it would certainly shock all gods and ghosts, cut off everything in the world. The terrifying and heartless sword moves ended in a hurry. But the movements of the Supreme Elder, who was floating in the air, did not stop. Instead, he touched the sword body with one hand in the cold light behind him. All emotions burst out at this moment. Watching love and being obsessed with love. Being obsessed with love and being sad about love. Being sad about love and then being heartless. But this is ultimately trapped in love. People are born in the world to feel the love of family, love and friendship. Even if they are lonely all their lives, they will still have love. This is the fate that people cannot get rid of. But this is ultimately the trouble of ordinary people. They are trapped in love all their lives, but do not know that this is a cage. This is a shackle. And this is the choice of fate. Mu Bai, who had a high level of comprehension, had been circling and progressing according to his understanding of this sword move. He knew that the Supreme Elder was feeding him moves and wanted him to follow his progress to understand the essence of this sword technique. But when it came to the heartless sword move, Mu Bai could no longer guess or deduce the rest of the sword technique. But since the opponent's movements did not stop, it meant that the sword technique had not yet come to an end. It was always missing a most critical step to give it all a source. Just like Tao. Water is closest to Tao. It moisturizes all things without competing, and flows up and down along the general trend. At this point, the heartless sword move is like pressing water without a constant shape at one point. It can burst or converge. But there must always be a result. People must be born, grow old, get sick and die. Water must circulate without replacement. All things must follow Tao. As long as Mu Bai completes the last step, he can imagine that the power of this crazy and heartless supreme forgetful sword technique will exceed the limit of all the skills he has seen in his life. Disciple Mu Bai asks the Grand Elder, "What sword move comes after this Jueqing?" The Grand Elder slowly stopped his movements and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It took a long time for him to suppress the sword force that could not be suppressed. "You are very good. The fact that you can see Jueqing is enough to show that you are suitable for this unprecedented and peerless sword technique. However, the last move is the word forget love. Only when you practice this sword technique to a level beyond what I just showed, you will be able to get a glimpse of it." The Supreme Elder, stroking his beard, put away his sword and put it on the ground. He pushed the question back to Mu Bai while chatting and laughing. Disciple understands. Mu Bai bowed from the bottom of his heart and said respectfully, although he wanted to know it now, the other party must be doing this for his own good. The more profound the sword technique is, the more difficult it is to explain it simply with words. The mystery must be experienced by oneself before it can be understood. Why don't you say that you are stupid and can't learn it this time? It's rare for the Supreme Elder to start a joke. Disciple only looks at the form and momentum of this sword technique. In the end, it is naturally difficult to see its essence if you are obsessed with it. The essence of this supreme forgetful sword technique is still the control of emotions. As long as you keep up with the changes in emotions and the fluctuations of emotions and let yourself empathize with them, you can slightly understand the basic operating rules of this sword technique. Mu Bai, who talked freely, has summarized this sword technique in his own unique way. Listening to the other party's words, the gray-clothed elder was slightly surprised for a moment. He had seen too many geniuses, and there were many who were better than Mu Bai. However, when these people saw him perform swordsmanship, they could never do what Mu Bai did. Who could grasp the essence of the swordsmanship after only watching it once? You said it very well. I believe you have remembered all these swordsmanship. Go back. I will test you again when you come here in half a year. Mu Bai had already appeared outside the deserted mountain as soon as the voice fell. The gray-clothed old man looked at the red lines in his hand and didn't know what he was thinking. But he seemed to be relieved at this moment. He had no chance. If Mu Bai could do it, the efforts of several generations in the Holy Tao sect would not be in vain. The leader of the sect outside the deserted mountain, Shen Rushan, was relieved a little when he saw his disciple appear here. It seems that the elder has taught you that swordsmanship. Seeing the sword of forgetfulness hanging on Mu Bai's waist, Shen Rushan also immediately judged it. I am not talented. I can only comprehend its core essence after reading it once, Mu Bai said bitterly. But it was not because he was not confident. The main reason was that in his eyes, the requirements for aptitude for this sword technique were not that important, but rather required extremely high personal understanding. I guess there are other people in the entire sect who can use this sword technique besides him. Shen Rushan looked at Mu Bai for a long time with a strange expression, and said after a long time, in the entire Shanao sect, only the elder knows this supreme forgetful sword technique. According to what he said, it seems that none of the disciples he selected can learn this sword technique. How many disciples are there in the Holy Tao sect? According to specific statistics, the number of menial disciples plus all other levels of disciples is about 35.24 million. None of these people have the qualifications to practice the supreme forgetful sword technique. Most of them have great limitations. Some of them have poor physiques and will die suddenly during practice even if they can comprehend the sword technique. Some disciples do not have enough mental strength. Even if they practice forcibly, they will become crazy little by little. In serious cases, they will even become idiots. And more than 99% of them cannot comprehend the essence of the sword technique. They often watch the sword technique demonstration 100 times and still feel confused. There are really not many disciples who can meet several hard conditions at the same time. Even the sect master Shen Rushan could not get started even if he forced himself to learn. This also includes luck and fate. In short, no one has ever truly mastered this sword technique under these mysterious and harsh requirements. So when Mu Bai said in a bad mood that he had only just read it once before he could comprehend the essence, the sect master Shen Rushan almost thought that Mu Bai, this disciple, was pretending to be cool. But when he thought that the other party had just entered the sect and didn't understand these things, he gave up this idea after returning to the sect master's mountain. Since Mu Bai was a direct disciple, he naturally moved to the exiled immortal mountain near the sect master's mountain. With abundant resources, he also spared no expense to build an exiled immortal mansion. And its grandeur and splendor really had some of the majesty and domineering of the heavenly palace. This was a small matter. What shocked the whole sect the most was that the Supreme Elder personally took action to forcibly change the flow trajectory of the cave heaven and blessed land, connecting one of the main veins with the exiled immortal mountain. In other words, the place where Mu Bai was almost the place where the top star power in the entire sect was concentrated. Such treatment, let alone the core disciples. Even the direct disciples were secretly shocked. You know, even the elders might not be able to get such treatment. Rumors were rife in the sect. Some said that Mu Bai was the illegitimate son of the Grand Elder, and some said that he was treated so well because he had a family relationship with the sect's top leaders. In these rumors, Mu Bai's title of Golden Crow Prince in the Holy Tao sect was confirmed, and he had surpassed all the direct descendants in status. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among many other old direct descendants, especially the direct descendants of the Great Elder. If it weren't for the pressure from the Grand Elder, they would have gone to the exiled immortal mountain to teach this so-called Golden Crow Prince a lesson. What was a little strange was that the Great Elder, who had always been unruly and free-spirited, kept silent about Mu Bai's preferential treatment. Although he still had friction with the sect master's lineage, it was obvious that the frequency of such friction had decreased a lot. Half a month later, at the top of the exiled immortal mountain, when the sun rises and the purple air comes from the east, the star power in this exiled immortal mansion is at its peak. The star power bonus it can provide is unprecedented. At least Mu Bai has benefited a lot in these days, and the sum of his star power is also growing rapidly. This is the advantage of the sect level power. You may only prolong your life in the periphery, but as long as you enter the core position of the sect, you will find the essential advantages of the sect. Mu Bai, who was practicing the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword technique, felt a little helpless when he heard the sound of eating watermelon in his ear. If these people live like this for a few more months, they will definitely be useless. My fellow disciples, you have all stayed here for 6 or 7 days. Isn't it time to go home? Mu Bai turned around and said softly to his fellow disciples. He wondered if he was too kind. Since the construction of this exiled immortal palace, the top-ranked direct disciples or core disciples nearby have come here because of its reputation. Mu Bai was not easy to send away at first. After all, the Supreme Elder had personally built the cave paradise for the main vein. In this case, if he showed arrogance again, it would still have some impact on the sect master's lineage. 40 or 50 old disciples of the Holy Tao sect seemed very happy. After hearing what Mu Bai said, they left without stopping. They were already satisfied with the star power resources of the cave paradise for several days. After everyone left, there were still 3 people who did not move at all. They were the eldest brother Wu Guang, the second sister Gu Qingcheng, and the core sect master's registered disciple Shinxiu. The 3 of them were the ones who had the best relationship with Mu Bai in the sect. Seeing that they were not making any noise and were just meditating with their eyes closed, Mu Bai didn't pay much attention to them. The replica of the Forget Love sword in Mu Bai's hand was like a dragon swimming in the wake of the awakening of the Xia. This sword move could have been considered very standard or even outstanding, but he was still a little dissatisfied. It was far from the sword technique that the Supreme Elder used to amaze others. These days, Mu Bai has been trying to imitate him, although it is very difficult. His core has already become somewhat similar. It seems that this is a big project, and it will take several months to slowly polish it. Thinking of this, he felt a lot more relaxed. He placed the Forget Love sword next to the wooden stake and began to practice the Netherworld Heart method and the Golden Crow Divine Cannon. The 2 methods running at the same time made his body absorb the power of the stars very efficiently, basically 2 to 3 times that of the other 3. Wu Guang, who witnessed Mu Bai's improvement in swordsmanship, was impressed by his hard work. He practiced swordsmanship when others rested, cultivated, and practiced swordsmanship when others went to the spiritual market or the black market to go shopping. With this kind of hard work, his senior brother is very optimistic about the future of his junior brother. People with talents, opportunities, and hard work will have unlimited future. Junior brother, combine work and rest. I am going to make a pair of iron boxing gloves recently. Do you want to come with me to see it? Wu Guang said with a smile after walking to the side of the meditating junior brother. Boxing gloves? Senior brother, aren't you an animal-type lion fruit ability user? Why do you want to make boxing gloves? Mubai opened his eyes, and said with a little confusion. He didn't think that animal-type ability users couldn't use weapons. But according to his understanding of Wuguang these days, the other party was good at boxing. And the boxing gloves could not help him, but could only be regarded as a burden. Ha ha. Junior brother. You don't know that the metal I used to forge the gloves this time is star iron. The gloves forged with it are very light and convenient. Not only can they protect the fists in battle, but they can also be adjusted in size according to the transformation of animal forms. When talking about metal weapons, Wuguang, a rough man, was very excited. He was born in a blacksmith family, so he was very good at forging since he was a child. He also had a very extensive understanding of these metals. In the Holy Dao sect, he also had a nickname called Lion Blacksmith. Gloves that can be adjusted in size at will. After hearing this, Mubai became very interested in this star metal. According to the secular knowledge he controlled, there was no record of this star metal. It seemed that it should be a special product of the sect world. If armor is forged with star iron, wouldn't it be very suitable for animal-type ability users? This star iron can function as armor. Even when an animal-type ability user transforms, it can change its coverage according to the size of the host. At this point, the eldest brother Wuguang smiled bitterly and said, "But this thing is too rare. Even I spent several months trying to make it the size of a fist." As he spoke, he carefully took out a piece of irregular blue iron wrapped in white cloth from his arms. The way he carefully protected it was like seeing an 18-year-old girl. Thinking of the torture he suffered for this little star iron, Wuguang almost burst into tears. Is this blue star iron? Mubai always felt that this thing was a little familiar. No. Only the metal iron block with this light blue color and star-like spots is the most pure and standard star iron. The fewer the lines and the more star points, the higher the quality. Wuguang talked about it. Mubai, with a strange look on his face, walked into the attic and dragged out a big iron ball. Wuguang almost vomited blood when he saw this scene. Such a big star iron. Wuguang, who was a little speechless, circled the iron ball 3 times and knocked it on purpose. He felt dizzy after hearing the very crisp sound. Junior brother Mubai, did you steal it from our Holy Dao sect's treasure house? This thing was allocated to me by the sect 3 days ago. It was said to be star iron, but the specific function was not mentioned at all. When you said that just now, I remembered that it might be star iron. Seeing the shocked expression of his senior brother, Mubai could roughly understand the preciousness of this thing. In fact, since he walked out of the restricted area of the barren mountain, his overall treatment level has broken through the sky. He can always get special materials like this that are difficult for disciples and even elders to obtain from the sect. Brother, is this enough to make armor? Enough. Enough. Not to mention armor. Even if it's enough to make a coffin to put me in it. Wuguang, drooling, desperately stroked such a large piece of star iron ball, and his expression seemed to be eager to sleep with it tonight. Shinshio and Gu Qingcheng, who were meditating and practicing the mind method, also heard the conversation between the two. They walked up and looked at the star iron ball and felt very surprised. It's worthy of being brother Mubai. The outside world has said that you are the prince of Jinwu. Now it seems that you really have the status of a prince in the Holy Dao sect. Shinshio was born in a big family in the top district, so he naturally knew how precious such a large piece of star iron was. It was not polite to say that the value of such a large piece of star iron could buy a common area ranked at the top. Shinshio was a little restrained when he saw Mubai's handsome face and lively activities. Gu Qingcheng patted Mubai's shoulder and said solemnly, "Junior brother, you are not really the illegitimate son or descendant of the Supreme Elder, are you? You all have good imaginations. But this is my first time meeting the Supreme Elder. I didn't know him before." Mubai had heard about these rumors a long time ago. Although he was not embarrassed, he still felt a little uncomfortable every time he encountered the attention of the whole audience focusing on him. Those people combined the fact that the Great Elder did not target him, and other various preferential treatments, and said that there was someone behind him, so that he would cause heated discussions whenever he appeared in public. Mythology System Sun Golden Crow Fruit plus the first new disciple to climb the ladder of the Holy Way in recent years plus the direct disciple of the Holy Way sect plus the newcomer of the sect master's lineage plus met the mysterious Supreme Elder. Each of these identity labels can cause a shock to the sect. And when all of these are put together, it can be said to be a phenomenal star-making movement. Recently, let alone the disciples of this sect, even people from several nearby sects have heard of the name Mubai. It can be said that Mubai is already a real celebrity to some extent. I just tried to learn a sword technique by chance. The other two looked unconvinced, and Mu Bai was too lazy to explain too much. I believe it. A crisp girl's voice came, and it was Shinshio who blurted it out. I believe that senior brother Mu Bai is. Shinshio, whose face was getting redder and redder, was slightly embarrassed and broke her fingers behind her. Under the smiling eyes of Wu Guang and senior sister Gu Qingcheng, she always felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Brother and sister, please stop teasing Shinshio. I don't feel like practicing today. I might as well go to Ling City. After changing the topic, Mu Bai put the star iron ball into the storage bag. Brother, do you have any blacksmiths to recommend to forge this star iron? If you say no, that would be embarrassing. Master Wang in Ling City is very good at forging special metals. If you need it, I can use my connections to get him a cheaper price. When talking about forging and iron making, Wu Guang immediately became excited. I will only forge a full body armor. The rest of the star iron will be given to you. I don't care whether you give it to Master Wang as a reward or keep it for yourself. Mu Bai said slowly, and turned around to avoid the bear hug of the eldest brother Wu Guang. Junior brother, I really like you so much. When Wu Guang heard that the remaining star iron was given to him, he suddenly felt a little angry. According to his judgment, if these star irons were used to forge armor, he could make 2 sets. If he saved some, he might be able to make a set of star armor. Let's go! Let's go and have a look. Ling City is located within the territory of the Holy Dao sect. Strictly speaking, it is one of the few areas that are directly connected to the outside world. If merchants in the nearby large areas obtain precious materials, they will also sell them here. Its level is completely different from the black market that Mu Bai entered in District 55 5 years ago. The 4 handsome men and beautiful women in Ling City are undoubtedly very eye-catching. Although Gu Qingcheng is wearing a veil, many people can still recognize that she is the second disciple of the sect master. The blushing Shinshio on her face undoubtedly attracts many people's attention. But the most attractive of the 4 people is the young man who looks like a banished immortal. He looks young, but has already worn white clothes representing the direct descendants of the sect master. Obviously, his identity is self-evident. It's Mu Bai. He actually came to Lingshi. I thought he was out of touch with the world. TSK. Will the arrival of the Golden Crow Prince cause any changes? I love to watch the excitement. It's really enviable to have beautiful women accompanying me. If I were. The pedestrians on the street who retreated talked a lot, but no one dared to look directly at Mu Bai when he looked over. After being tempered by the Sun Golden Crow fruit and blessed by the Golden Crow divine scripture, his temperament has already carried a hint of charm. Even seeing his eyes can give these disciples unspeakable pressure. The lively Lingshi has become more crowded because of the arrival of Mu Bai and others. Shinshio, the last of the 4-man team, followed the 3 carefully. At this time, a light palm slowly passed by the target, which was the storage bag on Shinshio's waist. The hunchback man seemed to be invisible. After getting the storage bag, he even had his eyes on Mu Bai. He walked through the crowd in a strange way and turned around to grab the forgetful sword on Mu Bai's waist. Huh? What the H.L.? The hunchback man felt a little dizzy in a trance. This strange long sword obviously had some special abilities. Seeing that his own invisibility time was about to end, he quickly pulled away and wanted to leave. Since you are here, why don't you take it? You are very fast. Mu Bai, who had long noticed the other party's actions, grabbed his wrist and said coldly. After the technique was broken, the people nearby were shocked. After all, this person seemed to appear out of thin air, and no one noticed the other party's movements. What are you doing? Can a direct disciple misunderstand me? After all, he himself is a first-class star warrior, so he twitched his wrist suddenly to get rid of the restraint. But he didn't expect Mu Bai to not move at all, and couldn't get rid of it no matter how he struggled. After a brief panic, the hunchback man subconsciously looked to the east of Ling City. There were 2 people in that direction who were watching the scene with interest, including Gao Chongxian, a disciple of the Great Elder. Following the other party's gaze, Mu Bai naturally found the 2 people in the distance. Why is my storage bag here with you? Shinshio, who suddenly realized that the storage bag was lost, saw his bag hanging around the waist of the hunchback man and immediately pointed at the other party. Who said it's yours? Can he still answer you if you say anything? The hunchback man was obviously confident, and he denied it even if he was caught by Mu Bai. It seems that he is a disciple of the Great Elder's faction. Thinking of this, Mu Bai would not let him go. People watching the excitement nearby also rushed up immediately. They wanted to see how the rumored Jinwu prince would deal with him. You are right. This storage bag cannot prove that it belongs to her. Mu Bai said slowly with a smile, which made Shinshio unable to deal with it. The hunchback man seemed to find that the other party wanted to settle the matter peacefully and became more arrogant. The sword on your waist is also mine. As long as you return the sword to me, I will let this matter go. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer the consequences. I think you don't want to make a big deal about this matter, the hunchback man said with a smile. And Shinshio wanted to beat him up. Mu Bai was not angry, but the smile on his face became even bigger. This sword was given to me by the Supreme Elder, so it's okay to give it to you. The hunchback man's face turned pale, and he dared not think of taking the other party's sword with his mouth twitching. I will trust you for once. Now you can let me go. The hunchback man did not want to continue to entangle with the Golden Crow Prince. After all, senior brother Dong just asked him to come and cause trouble. More and more people gathered nearby, and some people were somewhat disdainful of Mu Bai's weakness. Isn't this Mu Bai a fake? No way. I saw him outside the mountain gate that day. Mu Bai held the hunchback man's wrist without any sign of relaxation, and it was useless for him to use the star power, since she can't prove that the storage bag is hers. How can you prove that the wrist is yours? Mu Bai's voice was very light, but it sounded a little creepy to the ears of people nearby. How to prove whether your wrist is yours? The hunchback man had never heard such a ridiculous statement before, and he was so angry that he wanted to curse. But then he regretted it. Your wrist is obviously mine, but you picked it up. After saying that, Mu Bai gently exerted force, and the scorching heat instantly dissolved the other's wrist. Under the miserable howl of the hunchback man, Mu Bai kicked the other and continued to speak softly. Your eyes, your nose, and your legs seem to be dropped by me? Everyone present was stunned and felt a chill in their spines. When you ask someone on the street how to prove that your body parts are yours, the other person may think you are crazy. But if you have enough strength to crush the other person, then this will not be a farce, but the bloodiest punishment. Wang, brother, help. The hunchback man whose eyes were dug out and legs were broken was about to scream when Mu Bai pulled out his tongue alive. Little by little, the scream gradually became hoarse in a painful roar. Mu Bai was slow to do all this, and even ignored the screams of the other party, who was close at hand. The hunchback young man who lost too much blood slowly died, and looked at a certain place with a lifeless look before he died. Gao Changxian, who was far away, twitched his mouth and whispered to the handsome young man beside him in fear, Brother, why don't we leave quickly? This Mu Bai is just like a mad dog. Ha. Are you scared? Wang Linfei, with red hair, asked back nonchalantly. Gao Changxian, who exhaled a breath of foul air, closed his mouth helplessly. He knew the temper of this master these days. If he said some more persuasion, his end might not be better than that hunchback young man. The crowd watching the excitement was already in an uproar while the two were talking. Everyone was dumbfounded by Mu Bai's cruelty, and there was a layer of fear in their eyes when they looked at him. It was a great sin to dare to kill people in the holy Dao sect Ling City. Even the elders in this sect would definitely investigate. After all, he is young and hot-tempered. This Mu Bai doesn't think that he can do whatever he wants just because he has a mythical fruit. You can see how I will ruin his reputation today. Xiao Bai, have you notified the supervision department? Wang Linfei, who had his hands behind his back, was the chief disciple of the great elder and was still handy in the use of power. So when Mu Bai clashed with this man, he had already ordered people to report to the nearby inspection department. Is it the most deadly to use an open conspiracy to calculate others? After all, the other party can't escape. Master, I have informed the supervisory department that they are here. The thick-browed young man named Xiao Bai immediately responded. Junior brother Gao, I'm here. You have to understand that life is like a chess game. Each chess piece you place may not be enough to cause fatal damage to the enemy. But when all these chess pieces fall and form a big trend, even the biggest real dragon can be slaughtered. You must not learn from Mu Bai to become a chess piece, but a chess player. Wang Linfei, who was in a slightly cheerful mood, smiled and said, in his eyes, Mu Bai, who should have been feared, was too impulsive. He simply arranged for someone to harass the other party and actually dismembered him. In the future, no matter how talented he was, he could only be regarded as a chess piece. Gao Changxian was somewhat noncommittal after hearing this. He always felt that this little trick might not be able to shake Mu Bai's position. While the crowd was talking, Wu Guang said with some concern, Brother, you should go first. Killing people in Ling City is a serious crime. If the inspectors come later, they will definitely take you away. No problem. Some people deliberately join in the game, so I will accompany them to the end. While speaking, Mu Bai had already made eye contact with Wan Linfei outside the crowd. There was a unique aura between the two people's eyes. If Mu Bai's aura was a real dragon out of the sea, then the other party's temperament was a quiet abyss. Get out of the way! All the staff of the supervisory department of the Holy Tao sect, please disperse. A group of staff from the supervisory department, wearing special armor, rushed through the crowd. The leader was wearing silver armor and looked like a god. In addition, his cold temperament made people nearby feel very cold before they approached. It's so interesting that the chief of the supervisory department is on duty here. Wan Linfei felt that God wanted Mu Bai to die. After all, this Zhong Yang was a real rigid person. If it were someone else, they might be afraid of Mu Bai's various identities. But it would be impossible for him. Zhong Yang, who looked like a cold god, frowned as he glanced at Mu Bai, who was washing his hands with flames. Did you kill this person? His voice was very light and cold, with a kind of chill. Mu Bai originally thought that the other party was born cold. But when he saw the chill coming out of the other party's mouth, he realized that the other party should be affected by the devil fruit. Of course I didn't kill him. I just picked up my lost things from him. Hearing this answer, Zhong Yang waved his hand and asked the judicial member on duty nearby to tell what he had just seen. The man looked at Mu Bai with some fear before telling him everything. After hearing this, Zhong Yang looked at Mu Bai in silence. With his IQ, he could naturally guess that this was a trap dug by someone just to wait for the newcomer of the Holy Tao sect to jump involuntarily. But he didn't expect that the newcomer not only jumped involuntarily, but also dug a deeper pit in the pit himself. Is he a fool? Thinking of this, Zhong Yang subconsciously looked towards Wan Linfei's position. After a while, he said, "Let's talk about your twisted logic later. You dismantled his body, which is no different from killing him. Now follow me into the prison of the supervisory department." Zhong Yang, your intelligence has been chewed by a dog. It is obvious that someone is deliberately targeting him. Wu Guang said coldly with a curled mouth. The wild aura on his body gave people a very strong sense of oppression, so that the members of the supervisory department present, except Zhong Yang, changed their faces. The chief disciple of the sect master, the mad lion Wu Guang, is very powerful. Even Zhong Yang, who is at the same level, dare not say that he can easily defeat him. Zhong Yang, there are indeed many misunderstandings. Gu Qingcheng, who had been silent all the time, also spoke slowly. Seeing Gu Qingcheng speak, Zhong Yang's face changed slightly, and it took a long time to return to his original expression. No, the sect rules cannot be broken, whether you are wronged or for other reasons. Mu Bai, you must go with me today. The cold chill came like a gust of wind. When they gathered around Zhong Yang, the temperature dropped sharply. Only then did Mu Bai, who was facing him, feel familiar. Natural frozen fruit? Exactly. If junior brother Mu Bai doesn't want to leave by himself, then I can only turn you into ice and take you away. At this point, traces of freezing appeared on Zhong Yang's body, and the nearby buildings and the people who didn't have time to evacuate also showed signs of being partially frozen. Last time, I should have fought you in the sect competition. Zhong Yang, don't be so arrogant. Roar! Accompanied by a violent lion roar, Wu Guang, who was originally in human form, has now turned into a 5-meter-tall lion-man monster. Countless manies fell down his neck, and the extremely strong violent factor continued to flow in his body. In addition, his super high realm actually suppressed the nearby ice at this moment. If you really want to make things difficult for me, I will have no choice but to take action. Gu Qingqing's delicate jade hand clenched in the air, and a crystal clear purple gemstone sword appeared in her white jade hand. The sword energy in the sky seemed to gradually gather behind her like rain. She stood with the sword and had countless grace. Looking at this situation that was bound to start a war, Wan Linfei regretted not bringing good star wine. Otherwise it would be a great pleasure to watch the show and drink at the same time. Gao Changxian on the side also sighed at Zhong Yang's courage. You know, the two people he faced were not simple characters. To put it bluntly, even if he could block the attack of the mad lion Wu Guang, he would definitely not be able to resist Gu Qingcheng at the same time. The reputation of the fairy and the sword is not just for show. On one side is the roar of the mad lion, and on the other side is the fairy holding the sword. The two powers pressed towards him at the same time. Even Zhong Yang changed his color slightly at this moment, but he did not give up so easily. It's not me who is making things difficult for you, but you are making things difficult for me. The terrifying low temperature came instantly. A thrust spear emerged from the strong cold current, pointing directly at Mu Bai with unparalleled dominance. Brother and sister, don't get angry. But it may not be so easy for this supervisor to take me away. As he spoke, the temperature near Mubai rose rapidly. The scorching hot flames rushed in, with the cry of the sun golden crow, easily melting the solid ice. Even the frost spear in Zhong Yang's hand had some signs of breaking and melting. You must know that this is still under the premise that Zhong Yang's fruit development level is far superior to Mubai. If the two have similar strengths, his frozen fruit will probably collapse at the touch. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a mythical devil fruit. Zhong Yang, who was slightly moved, was about to say something when a token was thrown over by Mubai. After catching the token, Zhong Yang looked at the other party coldly before seriously looking at the token. This look almost made him gasp. How did this token get into your hands? If this token was carried by the sect master or an elder, Zhong Yang would not be so surprised. However, if it appeared on a newly promoted direct disciple, it would be enough to explain a lot of things. You may ask the supreme elders for this, Mubai said indifferently with his hands spread out. He was able to decisively execute the hunchback young man who stole things as bait because he had a trump card. A few days ago, another supreme elder learned about his progress in practicing the supreme forgetful sword technique and specially gave him this holy Dao sect token. Strictly speaking, there are only 5 holy Dao sect tokens, which are on the 5 supreme elders. According to the rules of the sect, even if the disciples who were given the tokens made mistakes, they can only be executed by reporting to the elders, and the elders will further report to the supreme elders. In the end, only the supreme elders are qualified to execute those who were given the holy Dao tokens. If I can meet the grand elder, I will ask him for advice in person. After returning the token intact, Zhong Yang snapped his fingers to remove all the things around him that were affected by the low temperature. Let's go! Before leaving, Zhong Yang took a deep look at Mubai and swept Gu Qingqing's figure without leaving a trace. He looked a little lonely, and did not say much nonsense, as he led a team of members of the supervisory department to leave quickly. Wang Linfei, who was drinking tea and watching the show, frowned. What could make the iron-faced Zhong Yang return empty-handed? What the hell is this? It's the token just now. The token that can be returned so respectfully may only be at the level of the Grand Elder. Thinking of this, Wang Linfei's face turned a little pale. If Mubai really has a relationship with the Grand Elder, then the recent events will be very obvious. As the Grand Elder, the Master kept silent about Mubai, and even he was forbidden by the Grand Elder to move the power of the Sect Master's lineage. Gao Changxian, who was slightly distracted, found that Zhong Yang had left. He said in a strange way, "What's going on? This Zhong Yang just left like that? Could it be that this Mubai is also the chess player that senior brother mentioned?" The more he felt that Mubai was not simple, the more he was afraid of this guy from the bottom of his heart. After all, the shadow of breaking his limbs in the Lingua subworld last time has not completely dissipated. It seems that Mubai can't be moved in a short time. The time is not right. In the future, we can only strike down the opponent's arrogance in large-scale competitions. Wang Linfei, who was touching his chin, looked at Gao Changxian, who was relieved and was immediately furious. "Are you afraid of Mubai?" "I am. If I am afraid, wouldn't it affect senior brother's reputation? I am just a little afraid of him." At this point, Gao Changxian waved his sleeves pretending to be cool. "Very good. The sect competition will be held in a few days. I will train you these days. You must go all out to defeat Mubai and win the championship." After patting the other party on the shoulder, Wang Linfei strode away. Gao Changxian shrugged his nose and almost vomited blood. Why is this senior brother Wang like a mentally retarded person? He was talking about chess players and chess pieces before. Don't you still have to rely on yourself for a long time? Senior brother Wang? I think he is just a silly dog Wang. He cursed in his heart and had no other choice but to sigh and quickly catch up with the other party. After Zhong Yang left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. And as for the unfortunate hunchback man's body on the street, no one paid attention to it. "Let's go! Even if they come to cause trouble again, they won't come to me," Mubai said with a smile after putting away the golden crow phantom. "It's actually the holy Dao token." Wu Guang, who was shocked, felt that something big had happened when Mubai met the Grand Elders that day. According to his judgment, the 5 Grand Elders could only treat a direct disciple who had just entered the sect so well because they needed him. Need his talent? Or do they need his mythical devil fruit? Could it be the swordsmanship that the other party has been practicing hard in recent days? Wu Guang, who had a heart of a tiger and a nose for roses, felt that he had guessed something vaguely, but he was still undecided. Since Zhongyang is quite sensible, I will be a little gentler if I meet him in the next sect competition. Wu Guang looked at the direction where Zhongyang left and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't hate him, but he was too stubborn, and sometimes even very stupid. Sect competition? Do I need it too? Mu Bai asked in confusion, as the four of them walked towards the blacksmith shop. Well, junior brother, you didn't read the sect manual a few days ago, did you? Wu Guang said with a smile, stroking his rough cheek. He was right. Mu Bai had been immersed in studying the supreme forgetful sword technique these days, and had long forgotten to read the sect manual. This manual was probably still thrown in the utility room in the exiled Immortal Mountain. Mu Bai couldn't be blamed for forgetting to read the sect manual. Unlike other new disciples, Mu Bai's master is the sect master who is very busy on weekdays, and is often not seen. In addition, the people who interacted with him these days were all old disciples. So he forgot to read the more important sect manual. Haha. It doesn't matter if you don't read the shit. It's just about the various treatments and responsibilities of disciples at different levels. Wu Guang said with a smile. He has been in the mountain sect for many years, and has long been familiar with these old-fashioned rules. According to the treatment of direct disciples, we need to complete a special task every month. This task may be a hunting task or an investigation task. And the so-called sect competition is a competition between freshmen of the same realm every 6 months. This competition is related to everyone's subsequent sect treatment. While Wu Guang was talking, the four of them had already arrived at a blacksmith shop. They heard his voice before they saw him. You are pigheads. How dare you soak soft iron in water for such a long time? I think your brains are soaked in water too. The angry curses could be heard across 2 streets. And the 4 people standing in front of the blacksmith shop were almost sprayed out. The surrounding Lingshire neighbors were obviously familiar with the loud voice of Wang the blacksmith. And even if the other party's voice was like thunder, they could not be shocked at all. Mu Bai even saw a group of children hiding nearby and imitating the style of Wang the blacksmith's curses. Master Wang is really full of energy. He usually curses much more fiercely than this. Wu Guang walked in with Mu Bai with a little emotion. Xin Xiu and Gu Qingcheng did not enter the blacksmith shop with the two, because they saw the jewelry store next to them. When the dirty white cloth was lifted, the blurred firelight and the clanging sound of knocking in the ears came into view. Mu Bai was quite interested in the method of hammering fine iron. After all, there was a certain law in it. According to his judgment, it should be a kind of special hammering method, and its exquisiteness is close to the Xian-level skills. You kid, use some strength. You've eaten in vain. The blacksmith Wang, with his upper body naked, taught his apprentice the angle and strength of this hammering. Mu Bai felt a little bit after watching his demonstration. The master and the apprentice took turns to hammer on the anvil bare-chested. Master Wang swung the hammer and hit it hard. The sound it made actually had a faint feeling of musical skills. The strength was large and small. The angle was hit a little, and the sound was turbid and clear. This rhythm was very pleasant and had a sense of strength. The apprentice on the other side squatted in front of the stove and pushed and pulled the bellows with great effort. Mu Bai could feel that the fire burning in the bellows must not be ordinary fire, because although there was a lot of smoke in the flame, its temperature was not high, and there was a faint purple rime in it. What kind of fire is this? Mu Bai squatted down to touch the flame and felt it was very warm and cool. Hack! Brother, are you crazy? Put your hand in there. The apprentice, who was pulling the bellows, was almost scared to death. You know, this special purple fire cannot be extinguished in a short time if it touches a person. Although the temperature is low, it is common to burn the human body. But to his surprise, the purple fire did not spread in the hand of this handsome young man, but extinguished quickly, as if it was afraid of something. Master Wang, you seem to be very energetic. Wu Guang came over with a smile, and Master Wang frowned in disdain. What kind of wind blew over here today? Did you get some star iron? If the quantity is too small. When Master Wang was about to say this, a huge star iron ball fell into the blacksmith's shop. Master Wang, with bloodshot eyes, didn't come back to his senses for a few seconds. Hack! Did you go to rob the treasure house of the Holy Tao sect? He cursed Wu Guang, but his hands couldn't help but keep touching the round star iron ball. He was so happy in his heart that he stuck to it tightly, as if he saw a peerless beauty. The quality of the star iron in this is top-notch. No, it's simply top quality. I'll find something to pry it open, so I can see how many star points there are inside. If there are the same number as those in the outside world, even the purple fire may not be able to forge it. The blacksmith Wang, who was mumbling to himself and was a little crazy, was about to get the tools without saying a word. Wu Guang, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, quickly stopped the ecstatic master. Master Wang, don't get excited. This is my junior brother Star Iron. He wants to make a star armor. What do you think? The blacksmith Wang, who was rubbing his hands, saw Mu Bai playing with fire on the side. He stood up and squeezed Wu Guang aside. Mu Bai, who was playing with fire, turned around and was startled, looking at the hungry eyes of the blacksmith Wang. He felt like he was being stared at. Master Wang. Right? I'm Mu Bai, the new disciple. Mu Bai's 3 exclamations almost overturned the roof of the blacksmith shop. Especially Wang, the blacksmith, held Mu Bai's hands tightly as if he had found a treasure and refused to let go. Mu Bai! Mu Bai! Hack! You are the Jinwu Mu Bai. You are a mythical ability user. Can you control the Jinwu fire? The blacksmith was so excited that he almost cried. He had heard that a mythical devil fruit ability user had entered the sect, especially after knowing that the other party had a mythical form like the Jinwu. He was very excited. You know, there is no creature in the world that is more adaptable to fire than the Jinwu. They are born in fire and have stronger fire control than creatures like the phoenix. Seeing the other party so excited, Mu Bai did not dispel his passion. I do have the Jinwu flame, but it is not an ordinary Jinwu flame, but the sun essence fire of the great sun Jinwu. Mu Bai told the truth. The difference between Jinwu and the great sun Jinwu is still very big, similar to the gap between the crown prince and the common people. The more time goes by, the more the gap will be highlighted. Strictly speaking, the devil fruits in the main world are different from those on the blue planet. For example, there is no uniqueness of devil fruits. This is why Mu Bai was not so excited even when he saw Zhong Yang being able to perform the natural freezing fruit. Although the probability of repeating the natural fruit is lower than that of the superhuman and animal fruits. The population base of the entire main world is there. Sometimes there are even several people in the same region who have the same devil fruit. There are exceptions. That is, the mythical devil fruit. The repeat probability of this unique fruit is close to 0 even with the huge population base of the main world. After all, those who can find its coordinates and challenge it successfully are really rare among rare ones. Big Sun Golden Crow? Sun Essence Fire. Although he didn't know what level this flame could reach. Just hearing the name gave him a sense of power that looked down upon all living beings. Blacksmith Wang rubbed his hands and said expectantly, Brother Mu, can you show it to me? I'll test it with this forging table. Unable to resist the other party's soft and hard persuasion, Mu Bai walked to the forging table and tapped it lightly. The temperature soared instantly. The terrifyingly hot high temperature melted the forging table at an astonishing speed. The flowing molten iron was evaporated by the golden crow sun true fire before it even flowed to the ground. If it was allowed to spread, not to mention the entire blacksmith shop, even the entire Lingshire street might be burned to ashes in an instant. So Mu Bai took the flames into his body. The next moment, he released the flames, and the terrifying flames flowed back from his fingers without a trace as the golden crow cried. Blacksmith Wang, who had just raised the hammer, was stunned. My hacking forging table. It's my ancestral inheritance. This temperature is simply amazing. This is probably the most explosive and hot flame I have ever seen. After a long time, Wang the blacksmith let out a long breath. If he could use this level of flame to forge, the weapons or equipment he forged would probably have unimaginable hardness. If he could also integrate this magical flame into the forged product, it would be even more shocking. Master Wang, your thing is too resistant to fire, right? Wu Guang looked at the frowning old blacksmith and said jokingly, Bullshit! Ordinary forging tables can't withstand flames of this temperature at all. After thinking for a long time, Wang the blacksmith finally made up his mind. He wanted to go back to his hometown to move the blacksmith table used for sacrifice. Only the table that has been worshipped with incense and contains some faith power can withstand such high temperatures. I have to go back to my hometown to get some things. Do you want to use star iron to make that kind of full body armor? Blacksmith Wang asked Mu Bai. After all, there are many types of full body armor, and each type has completely different functions and focuses. I have a drawing of this armor in my mind, but it may be a bit troublesome to forge it completely. Mu Bai's words almost made Blacksmith Wang laugh. Brother Mu Bai, you don't know my nickname, right? As long as you can imagine it, I can forge it. Don't say it's roughly copied. I can create a more efficient structure based on the drawing. Blacksmith Wang, stroking his white beard, said proudly. He is known as the #1 forger in Ling City. Even many elders' weapons in the Holy Tao sect are forged by him. This ability is enough to make him proud. Really? Then I'll start drawing. After that, Mubai took out a piece of white paper and drew on it. Time passed little by little. When Blacksmith Wang took the drawing a few minutes later, he instantly felt like he was struck by lightning. The armor structure diagram was so detailed. The most important thing was that Wang the blacksmith could recognize it as an ancient forging blueprint at a glance. If he really started to forge it, the texture difficulty of this thing would be unprecedented. The whole armor was the light of golden sun fire, and the complexity of the texture was enough to be called a work of art. The most important thing was that this armor was designed in the image of the golden crow. It is not difficult to imagine how powerful Mubai, who has the ability of the mythical sun golden crow fruit, would be if he wore this armor. This difficulty is simply, I can forge it, but I'm afraid it will require your sun essence fire to continue to provide. And the amount of star iron consumed will also increase sharply. While Wang the blacksmith was fascinated by the blueprint, he did not forget to remind him. Okay, as long as it can be forged. These are all trivial matters. Mubai nodded with a smile. Wang the blacksmith was also stunned to see Mubai so straightforward. After all, it was the first time he saw such a rich direct disciple. In Mubai's eyes, it would be worth it even if the entire star iron ball was consumed. This armor was not something he imagined out of thin air, but a unique Golden Crow armor recorded in the Golden Crow Divine Canon. Its operation mode is in line with the trajectory of the star power that exerts the Golden Crow's ability. And it can also greatly increase its comprehensive ability. And the full name of this Golden Crow armor is Heavenly God Golden Crow Armor. But your brain is really good. You can actually draw such a complicated drawing. Blacksmith Wang said with a smile with a little emotion. Maybe you have the talent to be a blacksmith. Okay, Master Wang. You are poaching the Master's wall. Do you still want to stay in the territory of the Holy Tao sect? Wu Guang, who patted Master Wang on the shoulder, said with a look of disdain. That's right. It's a pity to think so. Then the two set a time. Master Wang and his group estimated that it would take at least a month to come back. And then, they would start forging the Heavenly God Golden Crow armor. After saying goodbye to Master Wang and the others, Mu Bai and Wu Guang reunited with the two women and prepared to return to Zhongju Mountain. Just as he was about to move, Mu Bai suddenly stopped. The bustling streets suddenly began to fall into a dead silence, and the colors in his eyes were gradually withdrawn. The Netherworld Hard method hidden deep in Mu Bai's body was actually running automatically. In a trance, it seemed as if a figure appeared in the distance, and the other party was peeping at everything in Mu Bai's body from billions of miles away. Ding dong. It was detected that someone had searched for people who had practiced the Netherworld Hard method in the main world through the lower half of the Netherworld Hard method, and the light host automatically disconnected. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Mu Bai naturally didn't dare to just wait. The Netherworld Hard method is running. The Golden Crow Divine Canon is running. The two great divine arts are running at the same time. The prying eyes gradually dissipate in the cry of the Golden Crow. In a trance, Mu Bai suddenly turned around and saw other figures vaguely appearing behind him. Mu Bai could sense them, and these people could also sense Mu Bai's existence. So many people have practiced the Netherworld Hard method. Mu Bai roughly estimated that there were at least 100 people. Just when the prying feeling was about to dissipate, a cold voice came into the ears of all the people in the main world who had practiced the upper half of the Netherworld Hard method. I will find you, and I will become a hunter and hunt you all one by one. As the voice dissipated, Mu Bai opened his eyes again and returned to the real world. He frowned and immediately noticed something strange. That is, his body seemed to have been located by someone. What's wrong with my junior brother? Gu Qingcheng asked with concern when she saw that Mu Bai's face was a little abnormal. I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of something. When the other three people were relieved, Mu Bai immediately asked the eternal system in his heart. Can this positioning be blocked? It cannot be done. But the host can be forced to locate the host through the opponent, and then reversely deduce his location. Then reverse positioning. The identity of hunter and prey is not something he can define. Mu Bai's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of murderous intent. Can I locate him now? How far is he from me? Ding dong. I can't locate him. Since he is far away, I can only locate his main direction roughly. I can locate him more specifically when he gets closer. In his eyes, I am just an approximate position? Ding dong. Yes. He saw at least 100 phantoms just now. With such a large number, the mysterious man might not be the first to find him. It seems that the half of the Netherworld Heart Sutra sealed in the treasure chest was really a bait. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his grandfather Mu Hai's advice. Before the soul was divided, the other party had already felt something was wrong. After all, how could such a high-level skill be obtained by ordinary merchants and sold so smoothly on the black market? If it were someone else, he would have regretted it at this moment. But Mu Bai didn't think so. After all, if it weren't for the Netherworld Heart Sutra that helped him in the early stage, it would be empty talk to enter the fairy fruit space and obtain the mythical sun golden crow fruit. Even if he knew there was something wrong with it, he would definitely choose to practice it. However, he still cared about being forcibly located by the enemy. For how long? He had always been the one to plot against others. But today, he was actually plotted against by others. This kind of humiliation will definitely be repaid by Mu Bai twice. After returning to the exiled immortal mansion, the more Mu Bai thought about the matter of the Netherworld Heart method, the more he felt that it was deliberately released by some people, or even some forces. After all, many of the hundreds of figures were even aliens. He would never believe that such a large-scale release in the main world would not have a strong background. At this moment, he was still relatively passive, because Mu Bai had no idea why the other party would hunt these people. It couldn't be for fun. Right? Human pill. As the spiritual light exploded, Mu Bai couldn't help but think of the practice of the Qinyan sect in the Lingua second world. They refined babies into human pills, and then used them to prolong their lifespans, and continuously improve their own realm. This mysterious person might also do this for similar reasons. The conditions for practicing this Netherworld Heart method are extremely harsh. To be honest, even a genius may not be able to tell that this is a method of practicing backwards. Not to mention that you have to divide your soul to get started. This kind of pain is more exaggerated than killing someone. Using these geniuses to refine something similar to human pills may be their main purpose. That is to say, to some extent, those who have obtained the upper half of the Netherworld Heart method are all cultivation geniuses, with a certain amount of luck. That person who has practiced the full set of Netherworld Heart method may be able to counter these people through this method. After thinking about it, Mu Bai finally decided to suspend the practice of the Netherworld Heart method and focus on attacking the Supreme Forgetful Sword method and the Golden Crow Divine Cannon. If he continues to rely on the blessing of the Netherworld Heart method, he may fall into the opponent's trap. Mu Bai, holding the Forgetful Sword, is looking forward to the opponent's arrival. After all, there is motivation only when there is pressure. Thinking of this, he also walked out of the attic and came to the empty mountain top to constantly sense the sword movements of the Supreme Elder that day. There are many menial disciples on the top of the exiled immortal mountain. Although they are menial disciples, they are actually almost the same as menial servants. If their realm remains unchanged for several years or decades, they will be reduced to menial servants forever. This situation is naturally unacceptable for the children of aristocratic families. But it is a good job that cannot be obtained even if it happens to ordinary people. Being able to rub the blessing of the cave paradise for a short period of time for free can make you live hundreds of years longer than ordinary people, even if you don't have the talent for cultivation. You should know that this is something that even the rich people in various large areas of the outside world may not be able to get even if they spend all their wealth. The only thing to worry about as an errand disciple is that the master's family treats them poorly. Some people often vent their anger on the errand disciples. Although this situation is rare, it still happens from time to time. If you really face this situation, you can only admit that you are unlucky. Since the exiled immortal mountain is Mu Bai's venue, basically none of the people sent here are sneaky. In terms of salary and food, this direct disciple is also a very kind master in the errand circle. More importantly, Mu Bai does not despise these errand disciples at all, but often instructs everyone's cultivation. This style of treating people makes the errand disciples in the exiled immortal mansion very grateful. After work, some people secretly looked at Mu Bai's swordsmanship movements. What a strange sword technique. Why is his movement so slow, but I feel it is so fast? What are you looking at? Be careful with your eyes. Oh. The two people whispered to each other. And Mu Bai, who was 100 meters away, heard it clearly. But he did not mean to scold them. Not to mention that it was useless even if the Supreme Elder came to guide them personally. This Supreme Forgetful Sword technique is more like a sword classic than a sword technique. The combination of moves is related to one's own emotions, and is closely related to operation. What is Tao? Spring plowing and autumn harvest are Tao. The alternation of the sun and the moon is Tao. The change of mountains and rivers is also Tao. And men and women love and treat people and things are also Tao. As the saying goes, Tao follows nature. This illusory and lofty Tao itself is closely related to daily life. If it is described too complicatedly, it will lose the foundation of Tao. Then what is love? Mu Bai, who kept waving the forgetful sword, has not yet comprehended this aspect. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, he never stopped his sword moves like a madman. In the sunset, he used the afterglow of the setting sun to stack sword moves. In the morning sunrise, he used the dew as a guide to perform sword skills. As the sun and the moon changed, he felt that the world was like a cage that locked him in. At the evening of the 7th day, Mu Bai gradually gained some insights. I am obsessed with form. His voice seemed a little hoarse and weak after not speaking for a long time. The nearby errand disciples hurried over, and were a little worried that the master's direct disciple would die accidentally. 7 days and 7 nights without food or water. The whole process of high-intensity sword practice would be too much for an ordinary person's body. Mu Bai, who ignored them, looked at the rising bright moonlight and had a new understanding of love. Love between men and women is just a kind of small love. Love is divided into big love and small love. Small love is a love with prerequisites, conditions, and mutual benefits. Even if it transcends these, its fundamental vision still stays on the individual. This kind of love may withstand the test of the heart, but can never survive the baptism of time. The other kind is great love. Great love is pure and unconditional. A person with great love can love everyone without hesitation, even all sentient beings in the 6 realms. Mortals can never have pure great love, which only saints can have. Great love can transcend the constraints of time, space and age. Even if the world perishes, it will still appear. This is an existence that time can never destroy, because to some extent, it is bound to everything with time, and it is a product that will inevitably occur when things develop to a certain stage. There is no difference between great love and small love, and to some extent, the two are one. If you can't love specific people, specific beliefs and specific things, you can't achieve the great love of saints. And great love will be as illusory as a castle in the air without the support of the former. Mu Bai, with deep eyes, thought of his life and gradually felt relieved. Since he traveled to the world of Blue Star and then to the main world, he has actually been living in accordance with his inner thoughts. He has small love and great love. Making a great wish that everyone in the world is like a dragon is not a great love. Following the heart step by step. This life is willing to become a big sun hanging forever above the sky. Isn't this a small love for yourself? I don't know the true face of Mount Lu because I am in this mountain. After slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Mu Bai's eyes gradually showed a strange coldness, and the sword of forgetfulness in his hand vibrated violently, as if it felt a strong pulling force. The supreme forgetfulness. In the eyes of these menial disciples, Mu Bai stepped into the sky with his sword. The cold and peerless sword intent made a hissing sound like the annihilation of heaven and earth under the cold moonlight. The 10 peaks outside the exiled immortal mountain were broken with a sword. The terrifying sword moves under the sword of forgetfulness, which was as light as a feather, attacked like a mad wolf. In a trance, these menial disciples actually saw the magnificent wonders of the Milky Way falling. No! That was not the Milky Way, but the crisscrossing sword intent. Its surging state seemed to be able to cut off everything in the world. The first move of the supreme forgetfulness sword. All kinds of annihilation. There was a cold look in Mu Bai's eyes when he put away the sword of forgetfulness. That was not the look a person should have. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme forgetful sword technique. When the sword intent that looked like a brilliant galaxy swept across the world, the entire Holy Tao sect was shaken. The sect master Shen Rushan, who was reviewing memorials in the sect master's mansion, smashed the table with one palm and stepped out in excitement. He was too familiar with this sword intent. It was the supreme forgetful sword technique that was almost extinct. It is a blessing for the Holy Tao sect to get Mu Bairu and the supreme true dragon. The 5 old men in the barren mountain restricted area who looked like they were sitting opened their eyes at the same time. The restricted area with a powerful sealing effect could not bear the pressure and had several distortions. The 5 silent people looked at each other at this moment and felt fortunate. The gray-clothed old man in the lead stretched out his left hand and said with some relief, "It's not too late. The general trend of Zhongzhou is coming. If you are qualified to join the game now, you will benefit a lot. The supreme forgetful sword he used seems to be different from yours," the old man on the left said slowly, with no joy or sadness in his voice. Those who are like me live. Those who learn from me die. If this little guy learns from me, but is not like me in every way. He will never be able to pull out the sword on the Sword Mountain. Yesterday and today belong to us, but the future belongs to them. I propose to start the Holy Sun selection ceremony immediately, and hold it on the Sword Mountain." The gray-clothed old man's original old and frail appearance gradually disappeared, and his voice was deep and carried an indestructible power. "I agree. This position has been vacant for too long. I agree. If I can see the day when the Holy Tao sect is completely revived, I will die without regrets. That sword has been sealed for too long. So many people have forgotten the original name of the Holy Tao sect. Let Mubai try it. A brand new era is coming, and the order of the main world should also be turned upside down." The other four voices were old and powerful. They didn't know how many years they had lived, but they knew clearly that after today, a seed called hope would take root in the Holy Tao sect. In the worry-free mountain of the Great Elder, who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly looked up at the sky. With his terrifying state of mind, he naturally knew what had happened. He frowned and never expected that Mubai could master the forbidden sword technique so quickly. "The situation is over. The situation is over. The situation is over." The Great Elder repeated it 3 times in the luxurious palace. In addition to being disappointed and lonely, he also felt fortunate. If Mubai could really lead the Holy Tao sect into the next era in the future, even he would not have any right to blame him. The eldest disciple Wan Linfei, who was running outside the palace, knelt on one knee with some shame when he saw his master's posture. He originally wanted to confirm whether the sword intent that spanned the world came from the exiled Immortal Mountain. But now after seeing the master's demeanor, he had already guessed it without asking. "My disciple is incompetent. I was unable to comprehend the profound meaning of the supreme forgetful sword technique that day. So now I let the new disciple Mubai become the first. No need to say more. And no need to blame yourself." The relieved elder interrupted the disciple. "In the future, there is no need to go against the sect master's lineage. If I guess correctly, my grandfather will definitely let Mubai become the Holy Sun. It's just a matter of time." Holy Sun. Wan Linfei, who clenched his hands tightly, was full of reluctance. He was the chief disciple of the elder's lineage, and his talent was also one of the rare geniuses in recent years. He had imagined that he could become the first person standing at the top of the entire sect through his own efforts. But now this honor is actually going to be taken by Mubai, who just joined the sect. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it either. "Master, don't worry. As long as there is a chance to defeat him, I will seize it. I'm leaving." Wan Linfei, trembling all over, slowly stood up and leapt in the stunned eyes of his master. The elder slowly retracted his gaze until the other party's figure disappeared in the night. He knew that it was useless to say anything to this disciple now. The other party had already developed a demon in his heart. In this case, he could only rely on the other party to solve it himself. Any involvement in it would harm the other party. At the top of the exiled Immortal Mountain, Mubai, with his back to the moonlight, slowly landed. At this moment, he had completely mastered the method of entering the Taishan Wangqing sword technique. As long as he practiced diligently, he would surely make great progress in this sword technique in the future. The elder didn't lie to me. The benefits brought by this sword technique may be greater than those brought by the mythical devil fruit. He estimated that even his previous self could not resist the move of Wan Banjima just now, and there was probably no one in the same realm who could block his sword. This sword technique was so amazing that Mubai couldn't imagine the glory it could create at its peak. All the skills and sword techniques he had seen so far were like garbage under this Taishan Wangqing sword technique, and even Mubai couldn't understand the difference between the two. It was as if this sword technique was really created by a god. Before Shen Rushan arrived at Mubai's Immortal Mountain of Exile, he received a message from the Supreme Elders. He did not dare to delay and immediately turned around to head for the forbidden area of the Barren Mountain. Mubai, who was still unaware of this, had a rare good sleep. After 7 days and 7 nights, he was a little tired. When he woke up, there were bursts of ancient bells hitting outside. The sound waves spread very far and could be received throughout the entire Holy Tao sect's influence. What happened? 9 sounds. This is an emergency call from the sect, the older errand disciple said hurriedly. He had been in the Holy Tao sect for many years and had never heard 9 bells. Obviously, something big was going to happen. Mubai did not delay and immediately set off to the direction of the altar after hearing this. Along the way, he also saw the eldest brother and the second sister, including the third brother Wu Hua, who rarely showed up. Although the other party was a little unhappy to see Mubai, he did not say much. When the 4 of them crossed the mountains and arrived in front of the altar, Wu Hua said to Mu Bai. I heard that you caused a big disaster in Ling City last time, and almost had a conflict with Zhong Yang from the supervisory department. What's wrong? Mu Bai said without turning his head. Seeing Mu Bai's attitude towards his senior brother, Wu Hua was really angry. On ordinary days, he could hold back when there were only two of them. But at this moment, how could he hold back when his second senior sister Gu Qingcheng was beside him? Is this your attitude towards your senior brother? Mu Bai, do you know how to be polite? You caused a big disaster in Ling City, and insulted the name of master. I hope you can go back and think about the consequences of doing so. Wu Hua's mouth twitched as he said this. And his anger at this moment was about to rush to the clouds. Are you overestimating yourself? With your attitude, I treat you like a dog and it's a privilege. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, didn't even look at the other party. And what he said at this moment didn't give him any face. How dare you? Not caring about his senior brothers and sisters beside him. Wu Hua pulled out his sword from his waist, and was about to teach this disrespectful junior brother a lesson. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the disciples, who had come to the altar long ago. The disciples of the sect master are often very eye-catching. So the conflict between the two was also watched by many people. Wu Hua, who was using the 24 Tiangang strong swords, turned his body into a sword array, and his ghostly figure sneaked into the void like a shadow. In an instant, 24 figures slashed at Mu Bai at the same time. The sound was really amazing. Wu Guang frowned and was about to stop him when he found that Mu Bai pointed out that all the phantoms in the sky were defeated. The powerful sword intent broke through the domineering swordsmanship and gently tapped Wu Hua's forehead. Wu Hua, who was cold all over, let go of the sword in shock and let it roll to the ground. I just need to press lightly, and you will die. You should practice this kind of strength. After saying that, Mu Bai bit his fingers and flicked them on the opponent's forehead. Wu Hua flew backwards as if he was hit by a truck. After rolling on the ground for more than 10 times, he covered his bleeding forehead and stood up in a trance. The opponent's face? Mu Bai was too lazy to maintain these. Not killing the opponent was considered merciful. Listening to the heated discussions of the crowd and looking at the slightly mocking eyes around him, Wu Hua was undoubtedly going crazy at this time. He was afraid that he would become a laughing stock if he couldn't even take a move from his new junior brother. Thinking of this, he was struck by lightning when he saw the indifferent eyes of his senior sister Gu Qingcheng. His hatred reached its peak at this moment. Seeing that the other party was still coming over, Mu Bai directly grasped the scabbard of the merciless sword. If you make a move again, I will kill you. He was not joking. If this guy really dared to make a move again, Mu Bai would not care about the face of his master. Wu Hua, who was a little afraid, did not approach but found a secluded place to sit down. He was going crazy trying to suppress his hatred. When had he ever received such humiliation? Especially the discussions of the people around him almost made him collapse. Teach your own senior brother a lesson. Mu Bai, I think you are really arrogant and domineering. Wang Linfei, with his fiery red hair as bright as the sun, said jokingly with a smile. Gao Changxian, who was standing beside him, always felt that this guy had become a little different after meeting Mu Bai's eyes. I've heard of you, Wang Linfei. You've been stuck in the Star Apostle realm for several years. Maybe we'll be at the same realm in a little while. This Wang Linfei had appeared in Lingshi last time. Mu Bai could naturally think that the Lingshi incident was a deliberate attempt by the other party to mess with him. So he was not polite at all. His aggressive tone made Wang Linfei smile even more. Isn't that better? When we reach the same realm, I'll ask junior brother Mu Bai for advice. Wang Linfei's expression remained unchanged. But Gao Changxian behind him had already seen that this gentleman's hands were about to break. And he was obviously broken. I heard that junior brother is also good at fire. It just so happens that I'm also good at fire. All the fires in the world are under my control. After Wang Linfei stretched out his left hand, a ball of fire emerged from his palm. The shape of the flame actually changed to Mu Bai's appearance in a short time, and was extinguished by him the next moment. This is the natural flame fruit. Mu Bai, who recognized the other party's fruit ability at a glance, found it more and more interesting. Zhong Yang from the inspection department had the frozen fruit, and the chief disciple of the great elder had the flame fruit. It was a coincidence that the two opposing elemental fruits appeared in the Holy Tao sect at the same time. Don't brag. It's better to burn your brain with your little fire back than to talk nonsense here. As an old rival, Wu Guang would not tolerate the other party's faults. Wu Guang is right. Since your flame fruit is so powerful, why can you only tie with me all the time? Zhongyang, wearing armor, strode over with the brothers of the inspection department. Because the attributes of the devil fruit were restrained, or because the great elder and the third elder did not get along. Zhongyang was very good at adding insult to injury. Haha. Bing Tuozi and Little Lion. Can you two still make any waves? Wang Linfei, with his hands behind his back, said with contempt. In his eyes, the brains of these two people combined were not as good as his. Even if they were given 100 years, they probably couldn't defeat him. When the three of them were bickering, Mu Bai became bored. A few minutes later, when all the inner disciples and core disciples were present, the sect master and several elders also came to the altar. The serious elder seemed to have known something and didn't say a word. Even when the sect master spoke, he didn't refute, as if he knew the subsequent development of the matter. When the other elders looked at each other, they all found the matter strange. After all, there must be a reason why the elder was so bored with such an important matter as the election of the Holy Son. After all, Wang Linfei, who was under the elder, was considered the top disciple of his term and could definitely compete for the spot of the Holy Son. Sect Master Shen Russian indicated the distant divine bell with a normal expression. Buzz, accompanied by the loud bell sound. The voices under the divine platform gradually weakened. When everyone kept silent, Sect Master Shen Russian slowly spoke. Yesterday, the 5 supreme elders simultaneously requested to restore the ancient system of our holy Tao sect. That is, to re-establish the Holy Sun. When this was said, everyone was shocked. The strong ones were eager to try, while the weaker ones were not interested. After all, this kind of thing definitely had nothing to do with them. Some people were more concerned about the restoration of the ancient system mentioned by the sect master rather than the establishment of the new position of the Holy Sun. The two have some completely different meanings. You must know that the position of the Holy Sun can only appear in the Zhongzhou area. Most other places do not have this position. If the ancient system is restored, it means that the Holy Tao sect is very likely to come from Zhongzhou. Many people who realized this could not hide their shock. After all, Zhongzhou is too far away from them. Even if they spend their entire lives, they may not be able to reach it by foot. Those who were weak and uninterested wanted to lie down. But the next sentence from the sect leader completely ignited the flame of hope in their hearts. Shen Russian, with deep eyes, continued, the position of the Holy Sun is of great importance and cannot be sloppy. Because of its special status, the election of the Holy Sun this time will not be through a martial arts competition, but through a simple test that everyone has a chance, including menial disciples. The audience at the stage was immediately in an uproar. Even menial disciples can participate in the test, so there must be no qualification requirements. So some outer and inner disciples were so happy that they almost died, and many even pinched their philtrum fiercely. If such a good opportunity is grasped well, they can completely become a real dragon. Next, all disciples will go to Jianshan. This simple test is a Jianshan. After saying that, Shen Russian ordered people to go down to divert and guide more than 20 million disciples to Jianshan. Although Wu Guang and others were confused, they still quickly caught up with the large group. While Mu Bai felt a little weird, he remembered that the gray-robed Supreme Elder had told him to go to Jianshan Mountain to draw the sword. If he remembered correctly, the name of the sword was the Supreme Forgetful Sword. The Supreme Forgetful Sword. The Supreme Forgetful Sword technique. This was obviously from the same lineage. When Mu Bai and others arrived at Jianshan Mountain with doubts, the first wave of disciples had already passed through the crowd and entered the Jianshan altar, which had never been opened to the public. The first wave of disciples could see at a glance that a calm and decayed ancient sword was deeply inserted into the ground. The Jianshan altar seemed to have been covered in dust for a long time, but the interior was still very clean, and there were broken divine weapons everywhere nearby. But compared with the slightly decayed long sword in the middle, those broken and damaged weapons were shining with more gorgeous colors. At a glance, you could tell that they were made of precious and rare materials. Several elders, including the sect master, stood around the decayed long sword with a solemn temperament. Just when everyone was at a loss, the leader slowly said, "This time the simple test is to draw the sword. Whoever can draw the sword will be the Holy Son of the Holy Tao sect." Everyone looked at each other with excitement in their hearts. In their eyes, although the sword was rotten, it would not waste much effort to just pull it out from the ground. It was estimated that even a menial disciple could do it easily. I'll do it. What are you trying to grab? I'm the closest, so I'll do it first. The errant disciple Zhao Li at the front didn't care to admire the elders at this moment. He was burly, and had a body that showed he had extraordinary strength. He came to the rotten long sword, held the hilt with both hands, and suddenly pulled it up with force. Ah! Get up! The muscles of his arms suddenly tightened, and the endless power gathered in his hands. At this moment, the power that could easily overturn the house fell on this rotten long sword without causing any vibration. No matter how hard Wanli tried, he couldn't do it. He even had a nosebleed because of the excessive force. But Wanli was still trying hard. Try harder. Try harder. As long as I do it, those who look down on me will flatter me in the future. Wanli, am the protagonist of the era. Wanli, with a red face, used too much force and lost his grip on the hilt of the sword, falling down diagonally. The nearby disciples laughed endlessly, especially the inner disciples from noble associations, who laughed like geese when they saw the other party's miserable state. Aren't you too arrogant as an errand disciple? If you are not strong enough, don't waste time here. I feel ashamed even if I am an errand disciple, if you can't do such a simple thing. As everyone was talking, Wanli stood up with a slightly bitter look. He knew that he had no chance to become the son of God, and he staggered through the crowd. The elders and Shin Russian looked normal, as if they had expected the scene in front of them. The inner disciple who came forward next to Wanli was the inner disciple. He bowed to the elders and gathered the power of the stars with one hand to pull it out instantly. But he felt obvious resistance in an instant. The inner disciple frowned and kept exerting force. Even after using pure horizontal training skills, it still couldn't shake it at all. I can't pull it out. The inner disciple sighed and didn't complain too much. When he turned around and left, the people near the front noticed that something was wrong. If Wanli couldn't pull it out at the beginning because he didn't have enough ability, then the second inner disciple couldn't pull it out either. Obviously, this simple test was not as simple as these people thought. Get out of the way. Let me try. The person who spoke came to the front of the rotten sword through the crowd. His fiery red hair was very recognizable. It was Wang Linfei, who had the flame fruit. Seeing that it was the eldest disciple of the great elder, some people in the first wave of people were a little worried. If it was based on the opponent's strength, it would undoubtedly be the most likely to pull out this broken sword. You have to know that people at the level of the Star Apostle are all super beings who can fight a country alone. I want to see how difficult it is to pull it out. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Linfei, who was like a monster, burst into muscles all over his body. Under the powerful and strong force, everyone nearby felt a sense of shock. If it weren't for the elders secretly exerting their strength, the ground here would probably have shattered. When Wang Linfei held the rotten long sword with one hand, he suddenly exerted force. In Wang Linfei's eyes, even this extremely unique divine sword must be based on aptitude. His aptitude may not be worse than Mubai's. Why can't he pull it out and become the son of God? He refused to accept it. He got angry when he saw his master, who closed his eyes and rested his mind. Get up for me. The whole Jianshan altar was shaken when he exerted force with one arm. But what was surprising was that this rotten long sword was still motionless. Wang Linfei's mouth twitched with wide eyes, and then he stopped suppressing his strength. The flames of his whole body were infused into his arms like a tiger. The scorching flames swept across the unbearable high temperature. But Wang Linfei was like a fish in water. He looked like a god and demon, holding the hilt with both hands and pulling it up with all his strength. The power of the flame fruit also reached its peak at this moment. The huge force of moving mountains suddenly descended on the hilt of the sword as the fire waves rolled. Fire domain. Divine power. The nearby disciples hurriedly moved away from the middle position. The tiger condensed by the raging flames attached to its back. At this moment, Wang Linfei, who was like a fire god, had used his own strength to the extreme. Even several elders were secretly shocked. Not enough. How could I, Wang Linfei, not be able to pull you out? Fire domain. Superpower. Blood streaks spread across his arms, and his hands, which were almost integrated into the hilt of the sword, burst out with shocking and boundless power. But what everyone did not expect was that even if he tried so hard, the rotten long sword did not move at all. Not a slight vibration. But it did not move at all. What the hell? At this time, Wang Linfei still wanted to try again. And the elder, who had been closing his eyes to rest, sighed. Enough. Linfei, you have no chance with this sword. Even if you have the power to penetrate the sky and the earth, it is difficult to shake it at all. Hearing what the master said, Wang Linfei had to give up. He saluted to several elders with a gloomy face and turned away. He knew that he had lost face this time, and he was too lazy to read the follow-up. The disciples who drew the sword after him were obviously more confident. Even monsters like Wang Linfei couldn't pull it out. Doesn't this just show that this rotten long sword depends on fate instead of aptitude? When everyone in the first wave returned without success, the enthusiasm of the remaining people became even greater. After all, everyone believed that they had a chance to pull it out. In this round of tests, the sun set, and it was Mu Bai's group. The disciple is practicing the power of the dragon and elephant. If he uses his power, he may even pull up the entire altar. So I beg the elders and sect masters to protect these buildings. The little giant Lu Shua, who was nearly 4 meters tall, said respectfully. The fourth elder was also proud to see his beloved disciple so polite. Just because his beloved disciple had another identity. That is, his son. Okay. Just do your best. Sect Master Shen Russian saw Mu Bai coming in with the flow of people and could guess the result. So when faced with Lu Shua's question, he also agreed directly. Hee. Then I'll do my best. After saying that, Lu Shua actually transformed into the form of an elephant. Others pulled it out with their hands. But he pulled it out with his elephant trunk. As soon as he pulled it a little, he felt a strong resistance. Dragon and elephant. The power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. The roaring Lu Shua was like a prehistoric beast. The power of his trunk increased by multiples. In terms of strength alone, the power Lu Shua showed was far beyond the blessing of Wang Linfei's fire god state. If Wang Linfei's fire god state could overturn the mountain, then Lu Shua at this moment could overturn 5 Wang Linfeis. Mu Bai, who was watching the fun, also looked up to the other party. After all, if the other party put aside his realm, his physical strength was almost the same as his. Of course, if Mu Bai competed with him in the pure golden crow form, he could still crush the other party in terms of strength. 10 seconds later, Lu Shua felt that his trunk was almost broken and had not had any effect. He immediately understood. It seems that I have no chance with this sword. After shaking his trunk with a little sadness, Lu Shua left the stage sadly. This made the fourth elder worried. Although his son was born with brute force, his IQ was really low. So he always treated his son as a child. Sure. Don't worry. Wait until you go back to eat something, and then you can pull it out. I know. Lu Shua, who changed into a human form, touched his nose and left. Such a quick and neat move made the fourth elder feel relieved. He was most afraid that this stupid son would make a fuss here. And then, there would be a lot of trouble. Next to Lu Shua was Zhong Yang, the disciple of the third elder. He knew about Wang Linfei's failure outside. So he didn't care too much and just pulled out the rotten long sword without even using his Bing Ice Fruit ability. It seems that I am also a person who is not destined to be together. Zhong Yang turned around and left without saying much. Wu Hua, who looked a little embarrassed, hurried to the ancient sword before Mu Bai and others. Shen Russian naturally knew that the injury on his face was caused by the conflict with Mu Bai. But now he had no time to mediate between the two parties. With his understanding of Wu Hua, even if he mediated, the other party would still resent Mu Bai. So he just let them go. Wu Hua looked back at Mu Bai and did not hide his resentment. The other party had just made him lose face. And now he wanted to pull out this long sword in front of Mu Bai. He wanted everyone to know that he was the dragon among men. Not Mu Bai. Wu Hua, who was familiar with swordsmanship, used the sword intent to integrate into the rotten long sword. Unexpectedly, the rotten long sword that had never reacted actually vibrated a little. You know, even if Wang Linfei and Lu Shua tried their best, they couldn't shake it at all. But at this moment, Wu Hua actually did it. Even the sect leader Shen Russian and the elders were a little surprised. No one expected that Wu Hua, who had always been inconspicuous, would rise at this moment. It moved. Sure enough, I am the chosen one. Wu Hua, who held the sword with both hands and continuously urged the sword intent, was surprised to find that the rotten long sword was actually loosening a little bit. He was ecstatic and immediately went all out to pour all the sword intent into it. The rotten long sword that absorbed many sword intents also made a similar joyful vibration sound. Today you will be pulled out by me. With an inexplicable fanaticism flowing in his eyes, Wu Hua realized that he might really rise. So he turned his head and looked at Mu Bai with a gradually impolite look. Mu Bai, who was a little sleepy, felt speechless when he saw the other party's burning eyes. The other party was too vindictive. Even when the sect leader was in front of him, he showed his resentment without any scruples. Get up. Wu Hua roared and grinned. The rotten long sword actually pulled out more than an inch according to his posture. Just when Wu Hua was about to pull it out by the roots, The long sword was inserted back. What? Realizing something, Wu Hua infused some sword intent into the long sword, and the long sword began to loosen. When the sword intent disappeared, the other party became very solid again, which made him look livid. It was obvious that this rotten long sword could only be activated if he consumed the sword intent. If he did not consume the sword intent, the other party would not pay any attention to him at all. It was just like the relationship between a dog and a goddess. As long as he was a little stingy, the other party would not pay any attention to him at all. After going back and forth for more than a dozen times, Wu Hua, who felt desperate, understood the routine of this broken sword. In the end, he was carried out with a pale face, exhausted physical strength, and exhausted sword intent. Others did not know that he had consumed the sword intent, and thought that Wu Hua was suffering from kidney deficiency, and they laughed at him. Next, Wu Guang and Gu Qingcheng were no exception, and could not move the ancient sword at all. Although Gu Qingcheng was also a sword master, she could avoid using the sword intent. After all, she could feel that this seemingly broken and rotten sword was not like an ordinary thing. After everyone failed one after another, Mu Bai, who was at the back, almost fell asleep. For some reason, the closer he got to the Jianshan altar, the more sleepy he felt. This was something that never happened on weekdays. Ahem. It's your turn. Mu Bai. Stop dilly-dallying. The eldest senior brother thought that Mu Bai was unwilling to draw his sword, so he pushed him to the front of the rotten sword. The elders breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Mu Bai, and the sect leader Shen Russian said with a smile, "Feel it with your heart, and he will also feel you." Although he didn't know why the master said this, Mu Bai nodded in response. After holding the hilt of the sword with his right hand, Mu Bai could clearly feel the strong resistance when he pulled it hard, which made him interested. After all, he also wanted to try to see how far his pure strength could reach. The Great Sun Golden Crow form is activated. The scorching sun rays spread across the dome like a god descending to the earth. And Mu Bai, who was transformed into the Great Sun Golden Crow, exerted his strength instantly. The degree of strength was obviously greater than that of Lu Shua before, but it was a pity that even so, the ancient sword did not move at all. Mu Bai, it seems that you are also not destined to be together. Gao Changxian, who was standing at the back, couldn't help but said with a smile. He was very happy to see that Mu Bai was powerless. If anyone in this life can give Gao Changxian deep fear, it must be Mu Bai. He really has no way to deal with this genius, who crushes him in every aspect. Fortunately, he was relieved when he saw that even Mu Bai, a mythical being, could not pull out the ancient sword. After all, the opponent was so amazing. If he became the holy son of the Holy Dao sect, he would probably have no good days in the future. When he thought about it, he said it easily. Mu Bai, who changed back to human form from the Great Sun Golden Crow form, was not angry when he heard Gao Changxian's words. In fact, he already knew how to draw the sword from the beginning. After all, when he held the sword, his body could instinctively run the supreme forgetful sword technique. As long as he added a little strength, he could easily pull it out. I originally wanted to fight with my real strength. Since Brother Gao said so, I will be serious. Mu Bai said with a smile, as if he had some secret weapon to show. Haha. I'm going to look at you with new eyes, after hearing what Brother Mu Bai said. Gao Changxian, who likes to watch the fun, couldn't help but add fuel to the fire when he saw the other party talking like this. He wanted to see the embarrassment of Mu Bai being roasted on the fire, but unable to pull out the ancient sword. As long as I want, it will come out. Mu Bai, whose eyes gradually turned cold, used the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword technique. The rotten sword that was originally deeply inserted into the ground was actually pulled out easily in his hand. There were no cool thunder sparks or various strange phenomena. From the moment he mastered the long sword, it belonged to him. Gao Changxian's sarcastic words were swallowed back. His pupils were shaking, and he was lingering in his heart with a great fear. Mu Bai actually really pulled it out. At this moment, no one cared about him. Wu Guang, Gu Qingcheng, the elders and Shen Russian all looked at this scene with burning eyes. Especially the sect leader Shen Russian, who knew very well what the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword represented when it was truly born. That was hope. That was the future. That was the bargaining chip for returning to Zhongzhou and making the Holy Dao sect stand at the top again. When the tip of the ancient sword completely left the surface, an indescribable force penetrated the top of Jianshan Mountain and went straight to the depths of the sky. Countless energy turbulences continued to surge in the air. The powerful sword intent flowed back into the sky like raindrops, And Mu Bai, who was holding the ancient sword, found that the rust on the hilt was falling off. After realizing that this was not the opponent's body, he slowly rubbed his hand along the opponent's sword body, and a powerful long sword gradually appeared in front of him with a few flashes of cold light. At the end of the hilt, a white ball similar to a dragon ball exuded a strong sword intent, and the core of the hilt was inlaid with two carvings of the sun and the moon, as if only this sword between heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, could cut off the past and the future, and cut off all the mortals in the world. Complicated, ancient, great, indestructible, eternal. Any exaggerated adjectives used on this magic sword are not too much. Even several powerful elders felt the chill that touched the soul. This has nothing to do with the realm, but the bone-chilling coldness that enveloped the spirit and soul. All beings are equal under the Supreme. This sword is called the Supreme Forgetful Sword. Mu Bai, who was twitching the sword, felt an unprecedented increase in strength. Those sword moves that were originally obscure and incomprehensible were all extremely simple at this moment. And the coldness in Mu Bai's eyes also reached its peak at this moment. Mu Bai, who broke through the air, rushed into the air with the sword as his arm and kept slashing, as if to cut off all the shackles in the world. One sword cut out the sun and moon without light. Get rid of all the troubles of all beings. The second sword cut out the forgetfulness of sorrow, the most affectionate and the most natural. The third sword cut out the gods and demons are hard to eliminate. All beings are hard to live. Intoxicated with the sword intent, Mu Bai made rapid progress. While he stepped into the first-grade realm of the Star Warrior, the Supreme Forgetful Sword technique he controlled was also breaking through one after another. This magic sword in his hand was like a tiger with wings, filling the last shortcoming. Mu Bai, who possesses the Supreme Forgetful Sword technique, the Supreme Forgetful Sword, and the mythical Sun Golden Crow Fruit, is comparable to the top saints of the major sects in Zhongzhou. The 5 supreme elders in the restricted area of the barren mountain all looked up at the sky, where Mu Bai was, infatuated with love, sad about love, forgetful of love. After 3 slashes, Mu Bai fell to the ground and stood with a sword. He vaguely peeked at the avenue and felt another realm, which was the supreme ability to cut off the sun, moon, stars, and gods and Buddhas in the sky. After walking out of the Jianshan altar, the sect leader Shen Rushan calmed down his excitement and said loudly, "From today on, the Supreme Forgetful Sword is controlled by Mu Bai, and the saint of the Holy Tao sect is Mu Bai." To some extent, the status of the Holy Sun is not only a symbol of nobility, but also represents the face of the entire sect. The power it can carry in the future will be unimaginable for ordinary people. When the sect master Shen Rushan announced the news, the entire Holy Tao sect was undoubtedly shaken again. The eyes of many core disciples and direct disciples looking at Mu Bai were completely different. After all, the status of the Holy Sun is basically the same as that of the sect master to some extent. Wang Linfei, who had not yet returned to the mansion, almost fell to the ground after hearing the news. He was helped up by his fellow disciples and felt trembling all over. He actually had a premonition that Mu Bai had a high probability of becoming the Holy Sun. But when the news really came, he felt extremely desolate. All the disciples on the Sword Mountain saluted together. "We pay our respects to the Holy Son of the Holy Tao sect." Mu Bai, who broke free from the restraints of the Supreme Forgetful Sword, did not come back to his senses for a long time. He gradually woke up until the system prompt sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for initially mastering the Supreme Forgetful Sword technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully being promoted to the first level of the Star Warrior. Ding dong. Promoted to the Legend of the Son of Saint Tao Sect +1 in a series of prompt sounds. His strength undoubtedly showed a qualitative leap. If the previous acquisition of the Netherworld Heart method was the first step in his transformation in the main world, the acquisition of the Great Sun Golden Crow Fruit was the second step. And now it is the third step, which is also the strongest increase in his combat power. I, Mu Bai, am ashamed to accept it. But if I refuse again, I will be sorry for the cultivation of the sect master and the supreme elders. I, Mu Bai, am willing to become the son of Saint Tao sect and lead all the people of the sect to take a step further on the road. Mu Bai's voice was very light and cold, but everyone could hear the seriousness in it. Under the power of the 3 swords he just slashed, no one would be bored at this moment. Sect Master Shen Rushan looked at this scene with satisfaction. Accepting Mu Bai was undoubtedly the most successful move he had made in these years. Gao Chaxian had long disappeared at this moment. He felt as if the sky had fallen. The fear he had for Mu Bai that had dissipated before was undoubtedly all back, because he had become the son of God this time. He was going to find senior brother Wang to discuss the way forward. Mu Bai, who stood with a sword in hand and was saluted by many disciples, had lost his former popularity. Instead, he had a cold and ruthless feeling. This was not because he had changed, but because he was influenced by the supreme forgetful sword. The more he understood and mastered this sword technique, the less emotion he would have. In other words, he would probably think that this sword technique was a demonic skill. In the eastern part of the main world, in the 42nd district of the Linhai district, in the ongoing martial arts competition, Wang Chuanji, who came from a wealthy family, fought his way out of the siege with absolute strength, and stood out in the round-robin battles of more than a dozen powerful enemies. He proudly won the championship amid the enemy's unwillingness and the cheers from the audience. He is undoubtedly a legend, as he possesses the superhuman recovery fruit. In his early years, due to his poor physique, he almost lost all the star power he cultivated. And at that time he became the laughing stock of everyone. In just 3 years, he surpassed the young people of his generation and became the strongest youth in District 42 with absolute strength. Only Wang Chuanji himself knew the hardships involved. Listening to the cheers from the audience, Wang Chuanji felt joy in every pore. The damage from the previous battle was also completely repaired under the influence of the recovery fruit. With his current physical strength, he would have no problem even if he competed again. Perhaps in another 3 years, he will be famous throughout the Linhai district and even the entire East. Intoxicated by the cheers, he did not notice that among the fanatical fans below the stage, a man in a black windbreaker was staring at him coldly, with a hint of hunger in his cold eyes. After leaving the ring, Wang Chuanji, who had a short haircut, took the high-speed train home accompanied by his housekeeper. Today was the fishing festival in the Linhai district, so all vehicles were prohibited from passing on the streets. He was forced to board the high-speed train. There were almost no people on the empty high-speed train, and he was naturally comfortable and relaxed. Master, the Lu family that had arranged a marriage with the master before came to beg for mercy recently, saying that they could let their eldest lady and you. Lu family. Wang Chuanji opened his eyes like a tiger, and he was full of murderous intent, especially when he heard the word Lu family. The tiger's eyes were even more furious. The old housekeeper shuddered. You broke off the engagement a few years ago because I couldn't practice, and now you're trying to curry favor with me when you see that I'm in power? This kind of thing that is worse than pigs and dogs must be killed. The Lu family must move out of here within 7 days. If they don't move, they will all be killed. Wang Chuanji, who looked sinister, actually smiled as he spoke. But this is impossible. Young master, their family property is all here, and they must be unwilling to move to other regions. The old housekeeper had met the head of the Lu family before, so he knew that the other party did not intend to give up the engagement that year. At this moment, he wanted to fight for it desperately. You don't understand. If I wasn't afraid of the impact, I would have sent people to eliminate them long ago. If the Lu family doesn't leave, it's just right for me to torture them slowly. The ruthless Wang Chuanji seemed to think of the interesting days in the future and laughed immediately. Although the old housekeeper didn't agree with this point of view, he couldn't refute the young master's words. 3 years ago, the young master was so shocked that he went crazy because he couldn't practice. Now, for some unknown reason, he can practice again, but his personality has changed drastically. It is difficult to correct after years of forbearance and humiliation. Thinking of this, the old housekeeper couldn't help but feel sympathy for the young master. The train was still moving, and it quickly entered a tunnel that was hundreds of meters long along the beautiful scenery of the setting sun. When the shadow above his head covered half of his body, Wang Chuanji suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately activated the Netherworld Heart method and cast his eyes into the dark corners on both sides. Uncle Bai. When he was about to call Uncle Bai, he suddenly found that the other party had been hanged by a rope. The cold foot was right on top of his head. The always brave Wang Chuanji felt a chill rushing to his brain at this moment. Dead? Or was killed in front of me? Wang Chuanji, who was extremely alert, held the power of the netherworld transformed from the power of the stars in his hand, and did not dare to be careless. The train had not yet driven out of the dark tunnel. Trapped in the darkness, he could only rely on his previous memories to keep groping forward. After walking a few dozen meters carefully, he found that the old woman in the distance had lost her eyes, and blood was still flowing from her empty eyeballs. What on earth happened? What on earth happened? A huge fear lingered in his heart. The death of the housekeeper or others was not a big deal. The key was why he didn't even notice it, and even didn't see any trace of the murderer from beginning to end. A ray of light from afar interrupted his thoughts. When the train completely drove out of the bridge hole, Wang Chuanji, who was bathed in the sun, felt that his tense heartstrings were relaxed a lot. The housekeeper who had become a dead body next to him was still chattering, and the woman in the distance was tapping on the screen of her mobile phone. The terrifying scene just now seemed like an illusion. Wang Chuanji, who was a little dazed, looked at the old butler who was talking freely and suddenly punched him. The powerful netherworld power exploded instantly. The old butler, whose head turned 360 degrees, laughed. The sunlight outside the train window disappeared, replaced by a scarlet color. Wang Chuanji noticed something unusual when the sunlight shone, and at this moment he immediately distanced himself from the mutated butler. The butler who laughed gradually merged into the shadow under his feet and disappeared, and a clear sound of footsteps came from a distance. A man wearing a top hat and a black windbreaker walked slowly with his hands behind his back, as relaxed as walking in his own living room. Beside him were countless twisted corpses. These corpses seemed to have consciousness and kept making murmurs that were difficult for ordinary people to understand. Wang Chuanji felt unprecedented pain when he heard the sound. "Who are you?" Wang Chuanji said in a trembling voice, biting his tongue to force himself to stay awake. "Who am I? Of course I'm a hunter." The smiling man in the windbreaker lowered his hat brim and raised his left hand. In an instant, countless ghosts broke into Wang Chuanji's body. He unconsciously operated the netherworld hard method, which made the ghosts living in his body grow faster. "You are?" That day, after realizing that the other party was the person in the illusion a few days ago, Wang Chuanji turned his head without hesitation and hit the window. The broken train window scratched his cheek and quickly recovered at another weird angle. And Wang Chuanji, who rushed out of the train, suddenly realized, this is not the real world, because what greeted him on the ground was a smelly ghost mouth that was hundreds of meters long. The mountains in the distance were monsters covered with red mincemeat, and there were countless ghost eyes staring at him in the sky. In Wang Chuanji's horrified eyes, the ghost mouth swallowed him in one bite, and he disappeared without even a scream. And in the real world, the old butler, who was sleeping for some reason, suddenly woke up. He looked at the empty train and felt full of questions. Where did the young master go? Did she get off the bus first? He staggered a few steps and almost bumped into the old woman who got off the bus. Fortunately, a man in a windbreaker behind him supported him. Old people should walk slowly. It's more stable. Thank you, young man. Have you seen a young man with a crew cut wearing a gray sportswear? The old housekeeper said gratefully with his eyes downcast, and then asked if the other party had seen Wang Chuanji. The man with the brim of his hat lowered, smiled, and said nothing. The old housekeeper, who felt a little strange, didn't think much about it when he saw that the other party didn't speak. He guessed that the young master went home first. While thinking about it, the old housekeeper didn't know why he seemed to hear the young master's business vaguely. The sound was so weak that he thought it was made by the kind-hearted young man, because he was a little hard of hearing. He touched his reading glasses and finally walked out of the station. As the train slowly closed, the man in the windbreaker who didn't get off wiped his mouth and said with some dissatisfaction, "You are really a naughty child. You are so persistent to make a sound even though I almost digested it." The man in the windbreaker slowly opened his mouth, and there was a distorted face in his mouth. Wang Chuanji, who made a weak wail, was no longer as unruly as before. At this moment, he could only repeat those words of begging for mercy. "Don't worry. You are only the third food to enter my stomach. You will have more companions in the future. It will be a great experience for a group of more than 100 people to play football and games in my ghost cave." The man in the windbreaker, who was constantly digesting his nether power, folded his arms and let the train take him to the next city and the next district, where there were other delicious foods waiting for him to enjoy. A vague voice suddenly sounded in the mind of the man in the windbreaker, who was humming a little tune. "Are you in the east? My respected Lord Yudi? I am doing recycling work. Do you have any instructions for me?" The man in the windbreaker was immediately interested when he heard the voice of Yudi that he had not heard for a long time. "In a few years, Zhongzhou will undergo great changes. You better come back as soon as possible. If you are late for one day, you will be kicked out of the organization." The voice called Yudi disconnected the voice contact very rudely. The man in the windbreaker was stunned when he heard that Zhongzhou was about to undergo great changes. But he soon put his mind at ease. He estimated that he could harvest all the prey in half a year on this journey, and it must be redundant to return to Zhongzhou. 3 months later, after obtaining the position of the Son of God, Mu Bai's daily life was not much different from the past. He kept practicing and mastering the supreme forgetful swordsmanship, and he became more and more proficient in the development of the devil fruit. His repair ability, fire control ability, and the physical strength of the mythical form have all been significantly improved. Not only that, his control over the area has also reached a higher level. Not only can he use high temperature to burn the void to achieve the ability to distort space and form teleportation, but he can also use the Golden Crow Sun Essence Fire to link the sun's irradiation trajectory to form omniscience over a certain area. This omniscience is similar to the combination of the natural thunder fruit and the observation color domineering that day. As the sect competition is approaching, Mu Bai has also put a lot of effort into his realm. During the continuous practice day and night, the first soul of the Golden Crow Divine Cannon has been completely consolidated. The double physique and strength are enough to crush any enemy of the same realm. And his realm has also grown rapidly in these 3 months. I am only half a step away from becoming a star apostle. If I continue to practice normally like before, it may not work. The tighter the rope, the easier it is to break. It is better to let it go for a while and rest well. Maybe after a good rest, I will naturally step into the realm of star apostle. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, he looked at the 4 tasks he had just received at the end of the month and was thinking of leaving. If he stayed in this exiled immortal mansion any longer, he would probably become a otaku among his fellow disciples. When Mu Bai came to the task release center of the Holy Taoist sect, it undoubtedly caused a stir. Many disciples who met the only holy son of the Holy Taoist sect also looked sideways to see what was so surprising about him. Gao Changxian, who was completing the task handover at the front, handed over the materials in a hurry. When he heard the words Holy Son from the people behind him, he was startled and moved his feet quickly. Brother Gao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you hiding from me? Mu Bai walked through the crowd and came behind him with a smile. After noticing the eyes of the crowd, Gao Changxian smiled and shook his head repeatedly. What you said? How could I hide from you? It's just that I have other things to complete as soon as possible. Please don't blame me, Lord Holy Son. After saying that, Gao Changxian wanted to walk out with his head down, looking at the back of the other party. Mu Bai smiled. Go back and tell Wan Lingfei that I won't touch him as long as he behaves himself in the future. But if he does something like the last time in Lingshire, I won't let him go. Gao Changxian paused and moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He pushed the crowd away and left without looking back. Wang Lingfei and others have been behaving themselves in the past 3 months. Mu Bai thought that they could secretly plot against him. Now it seems that he is disappointed. Wang Lingfei is a normal person and knows how to judge the situation. He has become the son of God and has completely distanced himself from ordinary disciples. When he came to the slightly modern task window, the middle-aged man inside said with a little excitement, "This is the first time I see the Son of God. Are you here to receive tasks? You will see me often in the future. Do you have any tasks about the remnants of the demon sect? Give me 4. Mu Bai smiled and pointed to the task book and said directly. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned but soon took out a thick task book and flipped through all the tasks related to the demon sect. According to common sense, including direct disciples, it is actually impossible to choose fixed tasks. After all, each task is strictly distinguished. There are too many things involved, and these tasks are often distributed after a comprehensive analysis of each disciple's strength, realm and background. However, Mu Bai's current identity and specific tasks are not considered to be disruptive. After all, the power of the Son of God in this sect includes management, and he can even participate in the appointment and removal of senior elders. The middle-aged man with single-sided glasses flipped through the 4 task lists before placing them in front of Mu Bai. After a simple flip through, Mu Bai nodded. You are very smart. 3 tasks are in the Yunming's area. I heard about your story. So I guess you can go home to visit. So it should be better to have the task target closer. Right? The middle-aged man rubbing his hands said respectfully. As the two talked, the window next to them burst into an astonishing sound. Turning around, I suddenly found a little giant getting angry. It was none other than the 4th elder son Lu Shao. If I'm not angry, you guys think I'm a fool? I went to Lingshan district and didn't find any star bandits. I'm exhausted from this. You must compensate me. You must have lied about the mission. The girl at the task window seemed a little at a loss. How could she know how the other party got there? With a figure like that, she would be very conspicuous if she appeared in Lingshan district. How could those cunning bandits not notice her? Wait a minute. There must be. Lu Shu, who was so big that his head almost touched the ceiling, became angrier and angrier. Before the tasker could explain, he punched the window. Because of his anger, he unconsciously used the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. It is no exaggeration to say that only this punch was enough to knock down the solid hall. The gusts of wind caused the disciples in the hall to retreat one after another. Some outer disciples, or inner disciples, with weak strength were blown away by the wind. You lied to me. Lu Shu, who was born with limited IQ, blasted away like a mammoth. The arm muscles as tall as a person were as hard as wind and rock. The staff at the window could not avoid such a violent airflow at all. Bang! A crashing sound resounded through the sky. And in the turbulent airflow, the disciples who opened their eyes suddenly saw that the Holy Sun Mu Bai had blocked the opponent's attack. It turned out that Mu Bai had blocked Lu Shu's fist with his right hand at some point. And even though the opponent's natural strength was one level higher than his, he could not escape. Mu Bai, who was holding the opponent's task list in his left hand, looked carefully and found the problem. There was a group of star bandits in the Lingshan area. The leader was a star apostle of the 9th level. They had recently intercepted the supplies of the Lingshan area under the Holy Dao sect. And these bandits had been trapped in a mountain range and could not get out. In theory, Lu Shu could deal with them with his strength. Feeling the huge force coming from his right hand, even Mu Bai was secretly shocked. He had to use 70% of his strength to block the opponent's attack. And Mu Bai didn't know that Lu Shu beside him was even more shocked. You are? Mu Bai? Lu Shu, with bloodshot eyes, slowly suppressed his rage. But the beast-like anger had not yet dissipated. Mu Bai sighed slightly, and his whole body flashed yellow light. The huge Lu Shu was stepped on the ground like a toy. The terrifying mythical power directly pressed the opponent to the ground and made him breathless. Have you calmed down? Mu Bai asked softly with his right foot. And he didn't care about the shocked expressions of the surrounding disciples. After being attacked, the 5-meter-tall Lu Shu's anger was obviously burning more uncontrollably. And even his body had the characteristics of elephantization. Obviously, the opponent was going to transform into an animal. I didn't. The angry Lu Shu had already regarded Mu Bai as an enemy at this moment. So at this moment, he turned his trunk into an elephant and rolled towards the opponent's body. Then I will help you calm down. Kick out. The powerful force directly made Lu Shu fly out. And he slowly stopped after crashing through a mountain. Before the stunned people in the hall came back to their senses, Mu Bai also turned into a scorching light and flew out. Senior brother Lu Shu is actually suppressed in strength. I often remember that Saint Mu Bai is still at the level of a star warrior. Right? Lu Shu is already a star apostle? The shocked people talked about it. No one expected that Mu Bai would be so violent and so powerful. Even though his level was one level lower than the other party, he could still completely suppress the monster Lu Shu. The task release place of the Holy Dao sect is located in the east of the entire Holy Dao sect, which is very close to the location of the Third Elder's Mountain Gate. So the loud noise after Lu Shu crashed through the mountain not only attracted the attention of other disciples, but also attracted the attention of Zhongyang. He was about to patrol the sect and left the team and went straight to Lu Shu's location. He wanted to see who dared to be so rampant in his chassis. When he got closer, he found a flash of light in the sky. After realizing that the breath was Mu Bai, he was not angry but surprised. After all, there were no wild beasts near his own mountain gate. Who was the other party going to? Mu Bai! Why do you hit me? Lu Shu, who crashed through the mountain, had completely turned into a human elephant at this moment, and his thick nose slapped the ground like a stick. The nearby mountain seemed to tremble. Lu Shu, who was 10 meters tall and almost like a demon, was extremely angry at the moment and looked at the light in the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs. The space suddenly twisted due to the high temperature. Mu Bai, who had continuously crossed the space, slowly came to the sky 50 meters above the other person's head. Hearing the other party's question, he did not ignore it, but asked back, "Do I need a reason to hit you? Do I need a reason to hit you?" Zhongyang, who had just walked nearby, heard this sentence. He was somewhat speechless, but he was relieved after seeing that the person opposite Mu Bai was Lu Shu. "What are you doing near my mountain gate?" Lu Shu, "Have you offended the Holy Sun?" Mu Bai, "Holy Sun, please forgive this fool's behavior. He is born with limited IQ." Zhongyang walked near the two people and was about to mediate when he suddenly found that Lu Shu's scarlet eyes were staring at him. Zhongyang realized that he had said the wrong thing and said, "I was wrong. I meant to say that I was a fool. Okay? You two should go back home." You said a fool? You said I was a fool twice. Lu Shu, whose muscles were as big as a hill, said with all his might. He was beaten innocently, and then called a fool. He was so excited that he even shed 2 tears the size of 1 cubic meter. When did I call you a fool twice? Zhong Yang, who was a little speechless, was about to explain when he was swept away by a nose. Lu Shu ignored Mu Bai and attacked Zhong Yang at this moment. When the other party stood up, his huge fangs penetrated the other party's body and threw him aside. Zhong Yang, who was already angry, looked down at the slowly healing ice on his chest and became angry. The terrifying glacier descended instantly when he stepped forward. The huge body of Lu Shu was frozen at a slope of 45 degrees. Zhong Yang, with his fists clenched, whipped Lu Shu's elephant face with ice blades. Lu Shu, who had not yet adapted to such low temperatures, instinctively roared like a beast, and then tore the iceberg on his body with brute force. The two fought in a ball while swinging their trunks. Mu Bai, standing in the air, watched the two men fighting each other in silence. The more they fought, the more intense the fight became. Zhong Yang kept pulling away and exerting the terrifying controllability of the natural ice fruit from a distance. Lu Shu could not break free even with his brute force. Often, Lu Shu would be covered by a larger ice layer just after he got out of a few hundred meters of ice. In a few moments, the temperature in the entire valley dropped sharply due to the appearance of a large number of ice layers. After being hit by the ice layer and being dizzy, Lu Shu, the animal-type elephant fruit ability user, was also furious to the peak. The continuous scraping attack stimulated the length of his elephant trunk to increase sharply. When he broke through the ice layer that was dozens of meters thick, he rolled up Zhong Yang's body at a tricky angle and slammed it hard on the ground. Fortunately, Zhong Yang, who was well prepared, froze the area of dozens of meters at the moment of falling. With a large amount of ice layer as a buffer, he directly broke away from the opponent's elephant trunk in an elemental form. Are you serious? Extreme cold H.L. Zhong Yang, who was emitting cold air all over his body, pressed the void with both hands. A large amount of ice elements gathered in the valley, and the terrifying low temperature suddenly descended in the biting cold wind, and the ice layer that rose to the sky instantly emerged from the fingertips of his hands. I must beat the person who scolded me. The elephant ancestor moved the mountain. Lu Shu, whose nose extended infinitely, directly rolled up the mountain next to him and hit the boundless glacier with the absolute power of the raging waves. After the two forces collided, the nearby mountains shook violently. Just when the battle between the two had just begun, Mu Bai had already come between the two. With one hand, he used the supreme power of the Great Sun Golden Crow and the Golden Crow Divine Cannon to curb the collapse of the mountains. And with the other hand, he used the pure Golden Crow Great Sun Essence Fire to dissolve the low temperature of the glacier. Zhong Yang, you have nothing to do here. I order you to stop in the name of the Son of God. Mu Bai, who blocked the offensive of both sides at the same time, seemed to be at ease. Zhong Yang was surprised and realized that he was a little excited just now. Thinking of this, he quickly withdrew and restrained all the abilities of the ice fruit. Seeing that the other party was about to leave the battlefield, Lu Shu roared and rushed over. Mu Bai looked at this silly boy and smashed the mountains with a big bag, and slapped the giant elephant's cheek fiercely. Lu Shu, who had turned over a dozen times, had no time to get angry before Mu Bai, who came in from the air, grabbed the elephant's trunk and threw him to the ground. Have you calmed down? Mu Bai asked in a cold voice. Seeing Lu Shu standing up quickly and rushing towards him again, Mu Bai gradually exerted his strength. He grabbed Lu Shu's elephant ear with his left hand and punched him in the face with the Golden Crow Great Sun Essence Fire with his right hand for more than 10 times. Even Lu Shu, whose recovery ability can be called a monster, was a little dazed under the punches, and his brain was buzzing. Zhong Yang could vaguely see the shadow of soft armor on the opponent's wrist while the golden flames were flowing. Is that armor? Zhong Yang currently knew that the only armor that could hide the figure was made of star-fine iron. His guess was indeed correct. Mu Bai's God Golden Crow armor had been made by Master Wang with great effort a month ago. It was worn by Mu Bai every day and tempered by the Great Sun Essence Fire. After his mind was a little calmer, Lu Shu still wanted to hit Mu Bai head-on with his bloodshot eyes and convoluted elephant trunk. But it was obvious that Mu Bai was too lazy to waste time with the opponent. The dazzling Golden Crow wings descended instantly. Under the dazzling Heavenly God Golden Crow armor, Mu Bai's black hair was now as dazzlingly golden as the sun. Golden Crow Heavy Punch. Golden Crow Burning the Prairie. An ordinary punch collided with the elephant's trunk. Lu Shu, who had never suffered any internal injuries, fell to the ground at this moment. His eyes turned white. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. And then he fainted. Golden Crow Divine Cannon. Great Sun Golden Crow Fruit. Heavenly God Golden Crow Armor. The combined power of the 3 was too much for him to bear. When Lu Shu woke up again, he looked like he had lost his soul. Seeing his expression, Mu Bai asked the question for the 3rd time. Have you calmed down? If not, let's continue. Mu Bai grabbed Lu Shu's trunk with one hand. And although he was smiling, he was very heavy-handed. Even the somewhat stupid Lu Shu didn't dare to look him in the eye. Calm down. Lu Shu's voice trembled slightly, and he returned to his normal form. His originally scarlet eyes became extremely clear because of fear. This scene made Zhong Yang admire Mu Bai for the first time. After all, crossing a major realm and crushing the animal-type ability users with absolute strength is already too legendary. According to reason, I should call you my senior brother since I joined later. But what you did today was too extreme. No matter whether the mission was completed or not, you should not attack your fellow disciples. You failed this mission mainly because of yourself. Mu Bai, who was talking freely, threw the task list to Lu Shu. Lu Shu, who took the task list, felt pain all over his body. But he didn't dare to stretch his body too much in front of the other party. So he was fidgeting, and even looked very strange at the moment. What do you mean? Lu Shu said a little confused, touching the sparse hair on his head. He searched the blockade area of Lingshan district for several times, but didn't see the bandits. He thought he was not wrong and the bandits were definitely not there. How did you get into the blockade area? I walked in normally, and then called them out. After calling a few times, I saw no one responded. So I went in and looked for a few times. Lu Shu said slowly with innocent eyes. With your size, it's probably difficult for you to sneak in, let alone talk. How could you enter these bandits hiding in the blockade area normally without being noticed? I see. Lu Shu, who was stabbing his finger, suddenly realized. But then, he lowered his head in shame. He couldn't hold back his temper this time. Thinking of his father's words of admonition in the past, he became more and more sad. Mu Bai was also amused and helpless when he saw him like this. But then he thought that it wouldn't take long to accompany him to complete this task. After all, Lingshan district is next to Shengnao's sect, and it probably won't take half a day to get there. I'll go with you, just in time to deal with them. Really? Lu Shu was obviously very happy with a smile. After all, his father would praise him as long as he completed this task. Is the big fool not angry now? Zhong Yang, who came on the eyes, looked at Lu Shu with a peaceful breath and couldn't help but have a new understanding of Mu Bai's power. You are a fool. Lu Shu, who wanted to get angry, pointed at Zhong Yang and said loudly, as if he knew the other party's secret. I just heard you say something about bandits? Are there still such people in Lingshan district? As far as I know, it seems that no famous star apostles nearby are willing to become bandits. Not to mention under the nose of the Holy Dao sect. Zhong Yang, who is very familiar with the area, is a little confused. He was born and raised in Lingshan district, so he is very clear about the distribution of forces in the surrounding area. I don't know. According to the intelligence records, this person seems to have escaped from the east with injuries. Mu Bai didn't care much about these. After all, he didn't need to pursue the origin of a dead person. Let's go. Let's try to solve this matter today. After saying that, Mu Bai's figure suddenly disappeared. The wings of the golden crow behind him spread out, making his speed suddenly increase, and he disappeared into the sky in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Shu hurriedly turned into a giant elephant and galloped in the direction of the other party. The huge size shook the nearby mountains. Lingshan District 1. Near dusk, a flame fell on the city government building. Lu Shu, who smashed all the buildings along the way a few thousand meters away, also turned into a human form panting. The population in front was too dense, and he didn't want to step on a bunch of ordinary people with 1 foot. Mu Bai, whose temperament was outstanding and far beyond that of ordinary people, came directly to the top floor of the city government under the perception of the Golden Crow's divine power. The governor of District 1, who was negotiating with businessmen, suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the conference room door. Several businessmen thought that the conditions they had discussed had frightened the other party, so they quickly reorganized their words and plans. Are the Xingchen bandits still in the blockade area? Mu Bai, who appeared in the swivel chair behind the Archon, asked softly. This scene frightened everyone present. After all, it was a bit too scary for someone to appear out of thin air. The Archon turned his head and saw Mu Bai's face. He immediately pushed the chair away and knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Disciple greets the Holy Sun." Many Archons in the front areas within the influence of the Holy Tao sect are disciples of the sect. These Archons are often those disciples with mediocre strength, but very old qualifications. Only those who are loyal to the sect can become Archons in the first few major areas. Knowing that the other party recognized him, Mu Bai did not say too much, but stared at the other party and repeated the previous question. The Archon, who was talking nonsense because of being too excited, nodded repeatedly. The people in the sect have blocked all the roads along the way. None of these star bandits have escaped. If there are any, their positions can be sensed immediately. That's good. After confirming this, Mu Bai was relieved. According to the mission brief, the people who blocked the border this time were not at a high level. What he was most worried about was not that these star bandits would avoid fighting, but that these star bandits would break through the blockade at all costs. If that happened, it would be really troublesome. Mu Bai, what are we doing here? Lu Shu, who had a loud voice, said a little dissatisfied under the city government building. He thought Mu Bai would go directly to the blockade area. The staff in the nearby area were a little scared when they saw such a huge figure, and there were people standing outside the city government building to watch the excitement. I'll leave first. I'll kill them in a while. You can completely open the block area in 2 hours. After that, Mu Bai's body flashed with a fiery red light, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had come to the downstairs of the city government. You talk too much. Just follow me. Lu Shu, who was scolded by Mu Bai, did not dare to refute and could only follow him and leave here in shame. After Mu Bai left, the Archon's hands were still shaking. I didn't expect that I would meet the Holy Sun at this time. Ha ha. The extremely excited Archon was about to cry with joy. This time, his response to these star bandits was very appropriate. Maybe the Saint Sun has remembered his achievements. The merchants who controlled a lot of resources in District 1 saw that the Archon was so humble and immediately became very interested in the identity of the young man in front of them. Especially at this moment, the Archon was so excited that he was like a madman, which aroused their infinite reverie. Who is this Saint Sun? Chief Mu? The Archon, who gradually calmed down his excitement, exhaled a breath and said softly, he is a person who is 100 times more noble than the direct disciple of the Holy Tao sect. He not only has a mythical devil fruit, but also has met the supreme elder of the Holy Tao sect. He is the most powerful person under the current sect master, and the most noble person among the younger generation. Just a simple sentence made several powerful merchants almost lose their seats. If the Lingshan district is a country, then the Holy Tao sect above it is basically a heavenly level existence. If the other party gives them a little benefit from their fingers, it will be enough for these businessmen to spend their whole lives. Not to mention the direct disciples. They dare not offend even ordinary disciples. Now hearing that Mu Bai's status is 100 times more noble than the direct disciples, these businessmen are also dumbfounded. In other words, this person is one of the top 10 people in the Holy Tao sect? A businessman asked cautiously. Except for the Supreme Elder. He is probably in the top 3. The entire Lingshan district is begging him to take charge. I'm afraid that the other party will dislike his low level. The power and ability of this person are beyond our imagination. The meeting room fell into silence with the Archon's answer, and only the ticking sound of the clock kept turning. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when Mu Bai and Lu Shu entered the blocked restricted area. From time to time, the roar of wild beasts and the sound of breeze blowing through the treetops could be heard in the dark forest. At this level, the vision range of ordinary people was only a few dozen meters in front of them. How can we find them in the middle of the night? Do you want me to call them out? Looking at the dark and barren mountain, Lu Shu said a little frustrated. Mu Bai, who has super dynamic vision, smiled rarely when he heard his words. Since you can't see it, why not make it as bright as day? After saying this, Mu Bai had no intention of looking for the other gang, but slowly raised his finger and shot a beam of light towards the distant forest. Just when Lu Shu thought the other party was playing, a terrifying explosion suddenly broke out at the place where he was shot. Strong airflow hit the ground. In the endless firelight, terrifying rays were connected as if they were free. Within a range of millions of meters, Mu Bai began to destroy the restricted area recklessly. The scorching sea of fire engulfed the woods and barren mountains in the dark night. This shocking scene made Lu Shu slightly stunned. With his destructive power, He could only smash the ground. Compared with Mu Bai's high efficiency, large scale, and high damage attack, it was simply kindergarten level. Mu Bai, who stretched out his golden crow wings, felt that this was not enough. He vibrated his wings and flew into the air. He condensed several fireballs containing the great sun essence fire in his hands, and continuously compressed them into points, smashing them into the surface of the ground in those seas of fire. Boom! Pure flames penetrated into the ground. And unimaginable thousands of meters of flame swept the earth. The entire blockade area was basically covered in the earth shaking. Just when Mu Bai was curious about how these star bandits hiding underneath could endure the high temperature, a lot of painful groans came from the ground not far away. Since he came here, he has sensed through the golden crow that there are many pits in the ground. Obviously, these are dug by the star bandits to avoid searches. The rat is out. Mu Bai flapped his wings and flew towards the screaming sound. But when he approached the ground, he didn't fall down, but stroked the air in front of him with his hands. Transparent silk threads appeared in his eyes. Superman stringing fruit? Mu Bai, who had a slight guess, gently pushed with his hands, and the extremely tough silk threads broke one by one. When the silk threads fell to the ground, a long-haired middle-aged man with a gloomy face came over. There were a lot of companions who were burned to death around him, but he didn't have too much grief when he stepped on the corpses of his companions. You are the one sent by the Holy Tao sect to kill me, right? You can control fire. Are you Wan Linfei, the user of the flame fruit? He was a little familiar with the Holy Tao sect and thought that Mu Bai was Wan Linfei, the user of the flame fruit. However, after seeing the real flame wings behind him, he was a little unsure. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Today is the day you die. I saw that your information shows that you are at the level of a star apostle. I hope you can show me a fighting ability that satisfies me. Mu Bai relaxed his shoulders and invited the one-eyed bandit to fight on the ground. Haha. This is really the style of a disciple from a big sect. You are the proud sons of heaven, and you always look down on everything from a high position. But you never thought that there will be a day when you will become a weakling. This time, I, Lin Gung, will let you experience H.L. The long-haired, one-eyed man who called himself Lin Gung took a half-step back. The next moment, the endless silk threads broke through the sea of fire like waves and surrounded Mu Bai's body. The tight silk threads were like cocoons, constantly and densely wrapped around every part of Mu Bai's body. Mu Bai, without any struggle, let the other party do what he wanted, without any gesture of stopping him. Do you underestimate me? Lin Gung, who was angry and laughed at the other party's actions, pouted his mouth and kept playing the frequency of the silk thread with his 10 fingers like a pianist. He wanted to cut this little devil who despised him into strips of meat, just like those young masters of noble families he had tortured before. Cutting line. Messy. The tight silk threads gradually burst in Lin Gung's roar. The powerful force cut Mu Bai's skin all over his body at a frequency of thousands of times per second. The sound of skin hitting silk threads continued. This force is just like tickling. If it's just like this, then you are too weak. While feeling the opponent's attack force, Mu Bai was also collecting the opponent's movement trajectory. With his super dynamic vision, he could see it clearly. What? Arrogant boy. You are looking for death. After realizing that the opponent was not simple, Lin Gung directly went all out to trigger the silk thread trap that had been prepared long ago. Countless silk threads crisscrossed at this moment. The silk thread kingdom built was like a wave that suppressed countless flames and swallowed Mu Bai's figure. Feeling the strength of this tickling attack, Mu Bai couldn't help but want to laugh. The gap between them was too big. Just like a baby constantly beating a strong man may not necessarily cause the strong man's anger. When the gap between the two is too large, the weaker's attack looks like a joke and is as weak as a joke. Lin Gung, who controlled countless silk threads, naturally would not show mercy to a disciple of a large sect like Mu Bai. The wave-like thin threads formed countless attack trajectories, and the momentum even frightened Lu Shuo, who was watching the battle from a distance. This situation doesn't require me to rescue, right? Just as Lu Shuo was talking to himself, the surging flames instantly ignited all the silk threads, and a figure covered with golden armor walked on the fire in the burning silk threads. It seems that ordinary star apostles outside the sect can only reach this level, which is too boring. Mu Bai, who was surrounded by the armor of the god of heaven and the crow, was like a god without any damage on his body. Lin Gung, who was familiar with the lethality of his own thread fruit, was almost crazy. He could sense that the other party was only at the level of a star warrior at present. But the other party's comprehensive strength was too amazing that he, who was considered a good fighter among the civilian star apostles, could not compare with him. Not the flame fruit? Who are you? Lin Geng stared at Mu Bai without stopping his hands. The vast amount of silk thread suddenly decreased, which was obviously a preparation for some kind of move. Feeling bored, Mu Bai no longer had the desire to talk to the other party. He only saw his figure constantly refracting like a beam of light. The next second, he came in front of the other party and punched into Lin Geng's chest. At the moment of collapse, more than a dozen fists full of explosive power fell. The powerful explosive force was so strong that Lin Geng was smashed into a deep pit on the surface before he could come to his senses. All the organs in his body had been ruptured and displaced. If his internal organs were not protected by silk threads, he might not be able to withstand even 3 punches. Golden Crow Pendant. As if the god of death had issued a final notice, Mu Bai lightly snapped his fingers. And the next moment, the Golden Crow Phantom covering hundreds of meters looked down at Lin Geng in the pit with a sea of fire, and fell to the surface in the astonished eyes of the other party. The moment the mythical Sun Golden Crow Phantom appeared, almost all the strong men in the first area of the Lingshan region felt the suffocating horror. When the mythical creature from the ancient times fell into the blockade in the posture of an emperor, the explosive air wave caused by it caused the temperature of the nearby 1,000 miles to rise by more than 10 degrees. The dumbfounded Lin Geng also realized at this moment that the other party was a mythical ability user. In despair, he also used the silk thread ability to the extreme at the moment before the Golden Crow's fire fell. God's punishment line. Antenna shield. The blood in the body formed a red tough blood line with the withdrawal of the silk thread. These blood lines quickly gathered into a shield to completely protect Lin Geng's body. Lin Geng, whose blood was withdrawn, aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the only remaining one eye also rapidly decreased its vision due to the withdrawal of blood. His black hair turned half white. The strong desire to survive made Lin Geng's bottom line move strengthened to the limit. At least the limit he had never reached. After all, he was already injured and Mu Bai's punches had already put him in a half-dead state. At this moment, he was fighting with all his strength. Mu Bai, who was high above, naturally saw this scene through the transparent Golden Crow shadow. The ant's dying struggle only delays the speed of death. The gorgeous Sun Golden Crow Phantom hit the red wire shield with an absolute attitude, and the strong impact caused the nearby ground to vibrate violently. The divine punishment line was swallowed up by the Golden Crow Phantom after a brief blockage for 1 second. The boundless sea of fire spread rapidly. Lin Geng, who was in it, was dissolved along with his body, and hundreds of violent explosions superimposed together to form an indescribable natural disaster. Many rocks and soils gradually formed a state similar to magma under such high temperatures. When Mu Bai pulled himself away to remove the armor of the heavenly god Golden Crow, there was no place to stand in the blockade behind him. Killing an enemy of a higher realm in a few seconds was something Lu Shao could hardly imagine. He even suspected that Mu Bai still had room for maneuver when fighting with him. Is this solved? It would be a miracle if someone was still alive in this situation. You go back and hand in the task. I have to go back to Yunming's district. Mu Bai, who acted decisively, didn't even look at the explosion behind him. After handing the task list to Lu Shao, he shook the wings of the Golden Crow and twisted the space to teleport away, leaving Lu Shao standing there with a stupid face. When the executive and others arrived at the blockade area in the early morning, a ray of sunlight just shot out from the sky, following the line of sight. The executive and others were already stiff in place. The originally vast and vibrant blockade area has now become dead silent. Only the surging high-temperature magma and the land that collapsed hundreds of meters can prove that it once existed. It seems that this saint, his strength is really unimaginable. The executive swallowed his saliva and said with some emotion, while ordering everyone to lift the blockade equipment. His respect for the saint reached its peak. Yunming's district, District 3. Mu Bai, who came to his hometown Yunming's district in the early morning, did not choose to go home to visit immediately. Instead, he changed his appearance and came to the territory of District 3 first. After dealing with several remnants of the demon sect who were exposed, he left here in the diligent report of the governor. Then came District 13, District 56, and only came to District 55 in the morning after completing the first 3 of the 4 task lists. Many famous families in the Yunming's region had been waiting on both sides of the street. These people all wanted to see the demeanor of the holy son of the Holy Dao sect. The current Mu family's sphere of influence has also reached an extremely terrifying level because of Mu Bai's promotion to the Holy Son. Before Mu Bai joined the Holy Dao sect, The Mu family might not even be ranked in the top 10,000 in the family power ranking of the entire Yunming's region. And now the Mu family has grown rapidly into the top 10 families in the entire Yunming's. If it were not for the unstable foundation, its power would have surpassed all the top 10 families. When Mu Bai, who looked like a god, arrived at the Mu family's ancestral home, the leaders of the Yunming's forces in the outside world, who held great power, came to greet him like a swarm of fish in the river, many of whom were former disciples of the Holy Dao sect. We pay our respects to the Holy Son of the Holy Dao sect. We pay our respects to the Holy Son of the Holy Dao sect. Mu Bai, who arrived at the ancestral home in the suburbs, looked at the scene in silence, not because of the people who greeted him, but because the ancestral home originally located in the suburbs now seemed to have become a brand new city center, and the buildings in the nearby area were also brand new. Greetings, everyone. After a simple response, Mu Bai didn't pay much attention to these people. Their excitement was understandable. After all, the entire 55th district, or even the entire Yunming's district, hadn't seen a powerful figure for a long time. Having the friendship of fellow townsmen might help to get closer to the sect figures of Mu Bai's level. So even if Mu Bai didn't pay much attention to them, these big guys didn't dare to show any disrespect. The parents and grandfather, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, were all crying with joy when they saw Mu Bai come back. Grandpa Mu Hai was even more happy when he realized that the other party had reached the peak of the Star Warrior. It was estimated that it would not take long for this grandson to surpass himself in realm. A Star Apostle, who was less than 18 years old. This might be considered a leader even in Zhongzhou. Father, Mother, Grandpa, I'm back. Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, responded with a smile as he looked at these concerned eyes. Good. I'm back. Brother Tu Huang and I have been drinking for almost 3 days and 3 nights. When I heard that you were coming back, my drunkenness was gone immediately. Ha ha. I was extremely happy to see my grandson Mu Hai, who has now become the saint of the sect. Mother Linming retouched Mu Bai's arm with concern and felt that the child had become stronger during the time he was away from home. He didn't look like a 17-year-old child at all. Although his father Mu Chunggong didn't say much, he smiled foolishly when he saw his son was so motivated and safe. When Mu Bai entered the inner hall, he saw the family members who had been waiting for a long time, including his uncle, second uncle, and elders of the clan. Even his cousin Mu Xian and cousin Mu Kong, who had not been seen in the past few years, were there. Among them, Tu Huang, who was stroking his beard, was also watching this scene with a smile. Good. You are worthy of being the real dragon of my Mu family. I realized you were a talent when you broke into the ancestral temple. Brother, you are wrong. Right? If I were to ask you, it was when you practiced swordsmanship and killed a black tiger with a knife. You are all too late. It was obvious that the first urine she urinated at the time of her birth showed that Yuan Yuan's future was also very promising. Good guy. Even a nickname like Yuan Yuan came out. Surrounded by the elders, Mu Bai was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If it were someone else, he would have left. But many people at the scene had watched him grow up since childhood, so he could only let these elders of the clan surround him and enter the living room. Old Tu, you have worked hard. You have to guard the Mu family for me during my absence. As the envoy who welcomed him to the sect, Emperor Tu was later assigned by the sect master to protect the Mu family. Although it was the sect master's order, Mu Bai still had to accept Emperor Tu's kindness. You have to know that the other party, who is at the first level of the Star Apostle realm, is a leader even in the region. Now he is committed to the Mu family because the other party is looking at his face. No. As long as Master Mu Bai doesn't despise me, I'll live in retirement wherever I go. If I can stay in the Mu family, it can be regarded as a solution to the worries of the Saint's son, the two emperors said with a smile. He was not too surprised that Mu Bai could become the Saint's son, but he was a little surprised that he could reach the Star Apostle realm so quickly. What young master? Saint's son? Just keep calling me Mu Bai. While talking, Mu Bai also saw the big brother and big sister next to him, looking at Mu Kong and Mu Xian, who were a little embarrassed. He also told some interesting things that young people knew. Under Mu Bai's chatter, Mu Xian gradually let go of the embarrassment, while Mu Kong was still timid. This made Mu Bai a little curious. After asking, he learned that half a year ago, when Mu Bai just entered the sect, Mu Kong was set up by some young masters of aristocratic families in the Lingshan area and cheated of a lot of money. The most important thing was that the formula of the elixir in the Mu family's Lingshan industry was leaked, causing the entire Mu family to suffer heavy losses in Lingshan. Mukong didn't want to admit this, but he had no choice but to face the girl he liked who was also involved and was tricked by these people. Mukong had no choice but to sue these people through normal judicial channels. But it was obvious that the chances of success in a cross-region lawsuit were almost zero. In the end, the matter was left unresolved, and the head of the family, Mu Hai, let his grandson do whatever he wanted, and the young man had to bear the consequences of his misfortune. After hearing this, Mu Bai knew why his cousin Mukong was so submissive in front of him. Mu Jiadan Pharmaceutical was previously controlled by himself. After a few years of development, it was considered to be a small scale, but now it was aborted in his hands. I guess my cousin was worried that he would have a grudge against him. After learning this, Mu Bai turned around and asked Tu Huang, "There are still such people in Lingshan district. Where are those young masters from aristocratic families from?" When Mu Bai talked about this topic, the living room, which was originally full of noise, seemed to be a little quiet. Emperor Tu smiled and replied, "They are all families that have some relationship with the core disciples of the Holy Taoist sect. And they can't make any big waves. Related to the core disciples? Then I have to see what kind of connections they have. Spread the word for me. If they don't come to ask for forgiveness when I return to the Holy Taoist sect, then they will regard me, the Holy Sun, as a decoration. If they wait until I personally take action, it will not be as simple as the death of 1 or 2 people." Mu Bai's voice was very flat, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. "If they plotted against me, then let them lose their heads. If I don't pursue them, won't they think that I, the Holy Sun, am in name only?" Mu Bai really didn't take the relationship of the core disciples and the Holy Tao sect seriously, let alone the core disciples. Even if they were old-fashioned direct disciples like Wang Linfei, what could they do? As long as he wanted to control them, these people would never escape. Cousin Mukong was obviously also shocked. Although he had heard that Mu Bai had become the Holy Son of the Holy Tao sect before, he still didn't know much about his power and status. He just thought it was a higher status than the direct disciples. But now it seems that he was wrong. After hearing this, Emperor Tu nodded seriously. If the Holy Sun is angry, not to mention this ordinary family, even the old family, with a history of hundreds of years, will have to kneel down and accept the punishment. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Mu Bai also looked around at everyone. And after a while, he slowly said, "It's a good thing that cousin Mukong was plotted against this time. In the future, I hope that the Mu family will only stay in Yunmings. If we leave the region, there will be more and more troubles. If you use my name, you can move freely in all areas under the Holy Tao sect. But you will also be feared and plotted against by local forces. If I have any accidents in the future, those jackals that devour my Mu family will be more than those who are giving gifts outside now." Mu Bai's words made Emperor Tu look sideways. Ordinary people will inevitably make their families develop wildly after getting a huge opportunity. But Mu Bai did the opposite. Thinking about the meaning of his words, it makes sense. Although Mu Bai's words seemed too conservative, they were indeed correct. At least, with the years that Tu Huang had lived, he had witnessed the decline of countless prosperous families, especially families like the Mu family that suddenly turned over with one person. The success or failure of a family depends on one person. So in the future, as long as Mu Bai has a little accident, it is possible that the entire family will fall into a situation of death without a burial. In other words, only by constantly accumulating foundation and leaving a backup plan is the kingly way. And relying solely on personal prestige to suppress all potential enemies is just tyranny. Mu Bai, who has experienced many worlds, knows very well that tyranny can only flourish for a while. And only by abiding by the kingly way can there be long-term stability. Mu Bai is right. Mukong, even if your brother has solved this matter for you this time, you can't do whatever you want in his name in the future. Mu Hai, who was blowing his beard and glaring, naturally knew what his grandson meant. Whatever Mu Bai's philosophy is, he has the same philosophy. At this moment, he also wanted to clarify one thing through his attitude towards Mukong. That is, he can't use the name of Mu Bai's Holy Tao sect's Holy Son to do evil in the outside world. The residual power of the head of the family for many years is still there. At this moment, his voice also shocked all the elders and collateral branches of the family to bow their heads. No one dared to offend this irritable head of the family at this moment. "Grandpa, there is no need to be so angry. As long as everyone in the family is safe, even if there is no ability, I can guarantee your prosperity and wealth for a lifetime. Mu Bai, who took advantage of the situation, said, and everyone nodded when they heard that the returning saint's son had spoken. If Mu Hai relied on the prestige of the head of the family to intimidate everyone, then Mu Bai relied on the pressure on the surface to intimidate everyone. His power, his temperament, and the vague divine will of practicing the supreme forgetful swordsmanship for these months are all his weapons. Let's not talk about this. Mu Bai will come back today, and everyone will not leave until he is drunk. After a brief chat about some family matters, Mu Hai also pulled Mu Bai into the backyard. At the banquet, Mu Bai also asked his grandfather several questions, including why there are so many high-rise buildings near the suburbs of the ancestral home. You don't know? These are all built by our Mu family. The other big families disappeared or surrendered. Speaking of this, Mu Hai was a little lonely. After all, he had fought for his whole life. But in the end, he had no enemies. He was relaxed but also a little bored. Just like a wolf that is used to fighting and suddenly has enough food. It is inevitable that it will not forget the time of hunting. Now there are too many industries under the Mu family. If they are put into the city, it will cause a heavy blow to the economy of District 55. So I think it is better to build a city belonging to the Mu family directly. Put all the industrial chains in the family into it, so that it will not hit the existing industrial chain of District 55, and can also get rid of local restrictions to a certain extent. Mu Bai nodded after hearing this. He no longer cared about the business opportunities. Since his grandfather was interested in these, he would let him do it. Are the current guards, and those who have just joined the Mu family still practicing the Quanfeng sword skill? I am currently intending to pass on the essence of the Quanfeng sword skill to the most loyal people. The shortened version of the Quanfeng sword skill is really not enough. Mu Hai said slowly after thinking for a moment. His idea was actually very simple. The rise of the Mu family now relied on Mu Bai's status in the Holy Dao sect rather than the hurricane swordsmanship that was originally regarded as a treasure. Instead of hiding this skill, it would be better to teach it to loyal people. Hearing this, Mu Bai also nodded. Grandpa, let's go out and talk. Okay. After the two of them left, Mu Kong, who had been observing Mu Bai's movements, chewed the pig head meat with some worry. He was really afraid that the two would bring him along when they chatted. If brother Mu Bai was here, Grandpa's mood would not be a problem. But if the stupid thing he did affected Mu Bai in the slightest, I'm afraid Grandpa would skin him alive. Mu Xian, who was in a good mood, looked at the appearance of this elder brother and felt funny. Don't worry, Mu Kong. Your matter has been dealt with. What else do you have to worry about? Forget it. It's really embarrassing to say that I ruined a good industry. It seems that I am still suitable to be a waste. What's wrong with being a waste? Can you learn from Mu Bai to enter the sect and become a saint? What's more, you are not suitable to be a waste. You are a waste. Mu Kong. Walking in the park, Mu Bai took off a graceful storage ring and turned around to hand it to his grandfather Mu Hai. The other party took it subconsciously and looked inside. After looking inside, he felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. There were a lot of exercises inside. What's more terrifying is that many of these exercises piled up like a small mountain are of very high level. Even a few of them are enough to compete with the hurricane swordsmanship. In addition to the spirit of passing on the torch, the most important thing for the continuation of the family is the exercises. The higher the level of the exercises, the stronger the combat power of the family members can be cultivated. Powerful family members gain more resources for the family in the struggle. And the new resources can become a positive cycle to supply the next generation of new family members. This is one of the long-standing secrets of the family. The storage ring that Mu Bai handed over now represents a very far-reaching meaning, which is enough to cover the welfare of the entire family members and surrounding forces. Mu Bai, the things here are too precious. Is it really okay for you to take these things out of the sect? Holding his grandson's wrist, Mu Hai frowned and said. He was afraid that the young Mu Bai would do something stupid. Grandpa, you think too much. These things are all given to me by the supreme elders in the sect. I have the right to dispose of them. What's more, I can't use any of these skills. It's better to keep them with you, Grandpa, and wait until the next members of the family can improve their combat power. Smiling, Mu Bai naturally knew what his grandfather was worried about. The revival of the Mu family. The revival of the Mu family. Mu Hai, with trembling hands, burst into tears, and his expression could not stop being excited. Although it is just as dense as a hill, there are probably not many families in the entire region that can produce such a number of skills. Once these skills are fully absorbed by the entire family, it is entirely conceivable that the entire young generation of the Mu family will be reborn in a dozen years. This is something that is more touching than any glory and wealth. And this thing is called hope. While the two were talking, Tu Huang at the banquet received a call. His expression suddenly changed, and he walked to Mubai's side with big strides. This move attracted the attention of everyone present, wondering what news he had received. Something big happened. Tu Huang frowned and whispered beside Mubai. What's wrong? Tell me slowly. After comforting his grandfather, Mubai asked back with a little doubt. He had never seen Tu Huang look so solemn. The barbarian god of the northern border wasteland has been born. It seemed that the terrifying scene appeared in front of him. So even when Tu Huang said this, his voice was slightly hoarse. Obviously, he had vaguely realized the seriousness of the problem. Barbarian god? Mubai here understood what it meant. But he had never heard of this barbarian god. The so-called northern border wasteland refers to the desolate area north of Zhongzhou, which is also in the west of the Northern Territory. The area where the Holy Tao sect is located is the so-called northern border wasteland. The richness of resources and the concentration of stars here are not as good as those in the Northern Territory, and even less than those in the Central Territory. So there are fewer natural strongmen. After realizing that Mubai had not heard of this barbarian god, Tu Huang quickly explained its origin. The main world is vast and rich in resources. Even the top strongmen cannot tell their specific territories. A long time ago, almost 3,000 years ago, in addition to the human race, there were many other large tribes living in areas with rich star power. After thousands of years of war, these large tribes gradually withered. Some were tamed by the human race and became livestock without high intelligence, while others were extinct. And more of them escaped from these areas with strong star power and migrated to farther and more desolate areas, such as the barbarians. They were still able to compete with the human race 3,000 years ago, but they gradually collapsed and disintegrated after the subsequent strong ones were slaughtered. The strongest of the barbarians is called the barbarian god, whose basic strength is at least the peak of the Star Master realm. This realm may not be very impressive, or even called the barbarian god 1,000 years ago, but in this era, it is almost the ceiling of combat power in the northern area of the borderland. Hearing this, Mubai felt even more strange. Whether these barbarians are strong or weak, they should be trapped in the Northern Territory. How could they cross the Northern Territory of the human race and enter this wasteland? The human forces in the Northern Territory let all these barbarians go. They deliberately let them enter the area near Zhongzhou. Their intention is not to deal with us. What they really want to deal with is the human forces in Zhongzhou, the Tu Huang said with some regret. So we are still implicated? At this point, Mubai suddenly realized something. How far is Zhongzhou from the northern part of the borderland? I'm afraid no one can estimate this. Even if these barbarian forces are expanded 100 times, it is probably difficult to really hurt Zhongzhou. The human forces in the Northern Territory are probably not intended to let the barbarians hurt Zhongzhou, but to use these barbarian forces as a basis to clear the vast area in the northern part of the border area in preparation for subsequent battles. You mean, is it possible for the two human forces in Zhongzhou and the Northern Territory to go to war? Having found the key to the problem, Mubai couldn't help but feel a little surprised and doubtful. You know, according to what he learned about the history of the main world, the 5 major human forces with group nature have never had direct friction. Although the 5 major forces have been independent since 5,000 years ago, no real war has ever broken out. If the Northern Territory allows these barbarians to enter the human sphere of influence this time, there is a chance that it will become an unprecedented civil war in the future. It's hard to say, but the top leaders of the Northern Territory have already said that all people under the Star Master are not allowed to go to the battlefield in person, whether it is the barbarian or the human side. So the elders may not be able to join the battlefield, restrain the high-end forces, and let the lower level fight? Everyone knows the intention of the Northern Territory. If the general trend is unstoppable, the entire Holy Tao sect cannot stop it. I will go back to the sect to see the master first. When Mubai said this, the Holy Sun token on his waist had transmitted the image of the sect master, and it was an order for all the disciples of the sect to return to the sect quickly. It seems that this is a national mobilization. The contradiction between Zhongzhou and the Northern Territory is to be paid by innocent people like them. It's really ridiculous to think about it. Although Grandpa Muhai didn't understand what barbarians were, he couldn't help but feel a little worried when he saw the two people's expressions so solemn. Grandpa, I will go back to the sect first. You can rest assured and wait for the slaughter. The people in the Yunming's region should try not to leave the region. After saying this, the god of heaven golden crow armor on Mubai's body burst out with amazing air waves. The terrifying high temperature burned and distorted the void. and his figure disappeared on the spot. This scene made Mu Hai unable to react, and Tu Huang was amazed when he saw Mu Bai's quick movement. After all, it is difficult for ordinary practitioners to achieve fast and high-frequency teleportation by twisting the void with high temperature. Mu Bai, who was returning to the sect quickly, naturally didn't care about the mission. At such a critical moment, as the son of the Holy Dao sect, he had to rush back as soon as possible. The space left behind the Heavenly God Golden Crow armor was just enough for Mu Bai's Golden Crow wings to spread out. With the acceleration of the Golden Crow wings, Mu Bai returned to the sect in less than half a day. Almost at the moment of entering the sect, the star power that had been accumulated for a long time in his body completely exploded. Without too much time to think, he immediately sat cross-legged under the altar and entered a state of meditation. The breakthrough state that he always sought but could not give was accidentally entered at this moment. The star power in his body was dissolved like liquid at this moment, and the root bones of his body were tempered like a raging fire at this moment. The star power was compressed into star liquid, and the root bones were repeatedly tempered. This is the symbol of entering the realm of star apostles. Star warrior, star warrior, star apostle, star lord. Each of the first 4 realms has extremely high requirements, and has extremely precise challenges for physical fitness, mental strength, and qualifications. Mu Bai, whose star power is nearly 100 times stronger than that of people in the same realm, suffered a lot in the liquefaction of star power. You should know that the pain of star power purification is almost the same as the pain of broken arms. Many people with weak wills will be very likely to faint from the pain if they go through this stage. And now Mu Bai is liquefying the vast amount of star power in his body at the same time. And the pain he endures has reached an incredible level. With his strong willpower, he resisted all of it while constantly roasting his bones with the great sun essence fire, tempering his body while doing 2 things at the same time. After a few minutes, Mu Bai, who was unable to suppress the pain, still had an unchanged expression. He instinctively activated the Golden Crow Divine Code to suppress the vast amount of pain within the limit he could bear. With the star liquid that continued to gather like a sea current, Mu Bai's transformation officially began. The essence of the Star Apostle realm is to continuously compress the Star Warrior realm to accumulate star power, so that it can be transformed into qualitative change through quantitative change, and then use the remaining star residual power to continuously liquefy into essence to forge bones and root bone talent. The efficiency of others in liquefying star power is undoubtedly dwarfed by that of Mu Bai, locking the mind and opening up a small world of stars. The soul ripples in the violent fluctuations, and Mu Bai's connection with the entire main world is undoubtedly closer under the transformation of the essence of life. Many impurities melted into the void with his breath, and a huge number of star powers also melted into rivers, lakes, and finally merged into the ocean like water drops. Because Mu Bai practiced the Golden Crow Divine Cannon, 2 Golden Crow Phantoms appeared behind him at the same time. This is the first level of the Golden Crow Divine Cannon. At this time, the 2 Golden Crow Phantoms seemed to sense the star power scattered in the nearby void. They instinctively rushed into the sky above the altar, accompanied by the explosion of the Golden Crow Phantom. Countless flame clouds appeared in the sky, and these flame clouds spontaneously absorbed the power of the nearby stars and merged them into Mu Bai's body. This scene was particularly dreamy. As the sun set, 100,000 flame clouds merged the star turbulence into Mu Bai's body like serving their master. The void distorted by the star turbulence even burst into colors similar to the aurora. The supreme forgetful sword that had been hanging safely on Mu Bai's waist seemed to have sensed what was happening above his head. The divine sword had a spirit, and it immediately flew out of the scabbard and chopped down towards the sky. The complex star turbulence gradually subsided under its suppression. The flame cloud of the Golden Crow Divine Cannon and the supreme forgetful sword were exerting their strength at the same time to help Mu Bai continuously open up the scale of the small world of stars. The endless flow of terrifying energy caused Mu Bai's body to expand violently. The muscles all over his body were gradually expanding, and from a distance, he looked as funny as an inflatable man. Mu Bai, who closed his eyes tightly, realized that his body was about to reach its limit. He could not speak at this moment, so he naturally could not stop the help of the 2 people above his head. No! I have to find a way to disperse these star powers quickly. Otherwise, I am doomed to die of excessive energy in my body. Others are worried about insufficient energy when they are promoted to star apostles, but I am worried about excessive energy. Mu Bai sneered and immediately used the Netherworld Heart method to hedge against the star power. This Netherworld Heart method was extremely strange. He had been running it backwards before, and the star power it absorbed was extremely efficient. If it was running forward, it would be counterproductive and constantly lose star power. At this moment, the disadvantage of this positive training was that it could help Mubai hedge against the massive excess star power. You can even use the Netherworld hard method to hedge, to filter out the pure essence of the star power, so as to continuously improve the purity of your own star power, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Such a big momentum naturally attracted the attention of the disciples of the nearby sects. As more and more people gathered near the altar, the sect leader Shin Russian, who had noticed it, also came here. When he saw the supreme forgetful sword pulling the star turbulence into Mubai's body, his scalp tingled. How could the star apostle bear all this huge energy? When he was about to stop it, he stopped, because Mubai had gradually adapted to the speed of energy absorption, and his bloated body was shrinking. Shin Russian could sense that Mubai's body was running a strange technique to regulate the many contradictions inside and outside his body. It seems that my help is not needed. After muttering to himself, Shin Russian looked at the disciples watching the excitement nearby and frowned and said loudly, "What are you doing here?" All core disciples and disciples above the level should enter the meeting room. The remaining disciples should perform their duties. All the disciples naturally did not dare to refute the master's words. When the crowd dispersed, Shin Russian also deliberately set up multiple defense measures outside Mubai, in order to prevent Mubai from being disturbed by the outside world. Shin Russian even activated the ability of the mythical Xiangliu fruit. I saw a snake head suddenly appear on his shoulder, and the snake's tongue sprayed a large amount of water mist to cover the vicinity of the altar. This special water mist can isolate sound, sight and 5 senses, allowing Mubai to better immerse himself in the internal view and break through the realm with peace of mind. With this help, Mubai's transformation speed is getting faster and faster. At this moment, the small star world that has just opened in his soul is full of countless star liquids. When these liquids gather together, they are like a sea. If other star apostles see this, they will probably go crazy. After all, it is a great thing for ordinary people to breed rivers in this small star world. Breeding rivers represents a top talent that is 1 in a million. But the existence of Mubai who breeds a sea of stars is against the sky. It can be said that there are probably few people who can do this in the entire main world. What is the top foundation? This is the top foundation. With the support of pure and massive star power, Mubai will always maintain his peak combat power. Not only that, his normal lifespan will also increase significantly. And he does not have to worry about the rapid depletion of star power when using the mythical devil fruit. In the main world, star power is the cornerstone of everything. Only when this foundation is strong enough can the upper buildings rise forever. The effect of the main world's great realm improvement is very obvious. The golden crow phantom behind Mubai expands at an astonishing speed, and the cry it makes shakes the world. The sound could even be faintly heard in several nearby districts. In Shin Russian's surprised eyes, a golden crow shadow several hundred meters long rushed out of the mist, looking down at everything in the world with an absolute kingly attitude. The terrifying light was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. When the flames were about to disappear, the golden crow shadow also dissipated, and Mubai, who had originally closed his eyes, also fell from the sky at this moment. After completing the transformation, he felt a new power boiling in his body. Open the personal panel. Name Mubai lifespan 8,000 realm star apostle 9th level realm star power 800,000 comprehensive attributes 51603 devil fruit mythical sun golden crow fruit awakening degree 6%. Skills Wild Blade Skill, Fire Shield, Wild Blade Skill, Netherworld Heart Sutra, incomplete. Golden Crow Divine Scripture, Supreme Forgetful Sword Skill, Unknown Grade, Legend Degree 3 lifespan has skyrocketed from the original 1,200 years to 8,000 years. The comprehensive attribute has soared from over 10,000 to over 50,000 now. The star power has also soared from 110,000 to a terrifying level of 800,000. This leap forward was totally unimaginable before. But now Mubai has done it. Good. 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 You have been promoted to a star apostle in less than half a year. Mubai, you have not let me down. Nor have you. The Supreme Elders. Shin Russian was happy, and could find that the purity of Mubai's star power had far surpassed the geniuses of the same realm. If Mubai could only be classified as a genius cultivator of the same level as Wang Lingfei and others before. That is not the case now. Mubai has come from behind, and has completely opened up an absolute gap with Wang Lingfei, Xiong Yang and others. Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. While the master and the disciple were talking, Shen Rushan's face suddenly changed. He looked to the north after receiving some news. At the same time, the 5 supreme elders in the desolate mountain forbidden area also received the news sent to the outside world by the 2 forces of Zhongzhou and the Northern Territory. The Wheel of Time has finally started again. I don't know who will be the winner this time. The slightly lonely voice of the gray-clothed old man in the darkness has not dissipated for a long time. The cold rain wet the land that had not been moistened for a long time. And the people in the 59th district of Liangshan district also showed a long-lost smile. Many people in the buildings on the street stopped to watch the scene. Raining was an unusual thing for them. This was all because of the special geographical location of the Tail district of Liangshan district. The homeless man lying on the dirty street was dripped by rain on his face. After feeling this ray of coldness, he became much more awake. When the raindrops dripped from his messy beard, his slightly tired expression gradually eased. Listening to the voices praising the rain on the street, the homeless man only felt a little sad. You think the urine given by others is good? It's really embarrassing. Several young people nearby were immediately furious when they heard such a mocking voice. You know, some of them opened their mouths to taste the rain. But this dirty homeless man actually spoke like this here. How could they not be angry? Hey! You have hands and feet. But you are still begging here. It's really embarrassing. I think your old bones need repair. While the young man was talking, he punched him on the bridge of his nose with a hint of joking. As the blood dripped from his nose, the homeless man laughed instead of getting angry. Good fight. People like me need to be beaten hard. As the staggering homeless man stood up, there was an inexplicable sadness on his face. And that sadness became deeper with his sight. He slowly raised his head to the north, where there was a wall of Chuntian that was difficult to estimate the height, and reached the sky. The huge shadow not only blocked the dazzling light of the sun, but also covered the entire Liangshan district, making it as gloomy as a cold H.L. It seemed that this desperate and chilling wall blocked the hope of the Liangshan region and blocked their destiny. The irritable young man picked up a nearby steel pipe and, regardless of his companion's dissuasion, he used his right arm to violently whip the homeless man's shoulder. The homeless man was beaten back dozens of steps with blood splattering from his nose. If it weren't for the trash can behind him, he would have fallen to the ground. Forget it. Ah Wu. Why are you arguing with a madman? Let's go quickly. Otherwise there will be more people in the mall, and the things we want to buy will be snatched away. Under the persuasion of his companions, the young man named Ah Wu gave up beating the homeless man and threw the steel pipe to the wall next to him, hitting a poster on the wall of the alley. It's so unlucky that there is a poster of this traitor posted here. When everyone left, the old homeless man silently wiped the blood from the tip of his nose. Looking at the poster next to him that was already a few years old, he suddenly laughed neurotically, and the laughter was full of desolation. In the poster, a middle-aged man in a well-dressed suit raised his hands and shouted some slogans. And below it was written that Huang Gu, the CEO of Liangshan district, won the election. Looking at the high spirits at that time, the down-and-out homeless man just felt a little ridiculous. It is impossible to change this region without the protection of the sect by one's own strength. Not to mention that they are in the northern borderland bordering the superpower Northern Territory. That's right. On the other side of the huge wall is the human superpower Northern Territory. 5,000 years ago, this wall called the Wall of Size existed. Today, it still stands here, blocking all the rainwater and rivers that fall into the Liangshan region within its territory. Only the wastewater that is constantly discarded can be donated to the Liangshan region. What is the difference between this kind of rain and urine? The homeless man lifted up his messy hair, and the face below looked exactly like the high-spirited and powerful Huang Gu in the poster. The difference is that he looks older and more powerless at this moment. That kind of powerlessness is not powerlessness against the years, but powerlessness against fate. Just as Huang Gu walked out of the alley with the help of the wall, many surprised voices appeared on the street, and many vehicles stopped directly on the road. I saw that the Wall of Size that had been closed for 3,000 years was slowly opened at this moment. What? An extremely strong bad premonition appeared in Huang Gu's heart. The development level and scale of the human race in the Northern Territory are no longer in the same world and dimension as the Liangshan region. The human race in the Northern Territory, which has been nurtured by countless caves and blessed lands, is as uncomfortable as entering a sewer when it comes to the borderland and northern land. In other words, the gap between people is close to reproductive isolation. To some extent, the purest people of the Northern Territory are a higher species than them. Why do the higher humans of the Northern Territory open the door to the Liangshan region? when Huang Gu was in doubt. The wall of size was still slowly opening. Many people went crazy after realizing that this was an opportunity to enter the Northern Territory. Cars on the streets were snatched. Private helicopters in the city were all flying towards the Northern Territory. Everyone understood that as long as they entered the Northern Territory, they would have the opportunity to live hundreds of years longer. The star power on the opposite side was rich enough to reach the level of a star warrior without practicing. This was a chance to be reborn once in 1,000 years. Wait. Huang Gu, who avoided the crowd, instinctively wanted to stop people from entering the unknown world. But he stopped before he spoke, because there were countless figures approaching in the white light curtain. The truck that was sprinting madly disappeared without a trace after entering the light curtain at the opening of the wall of the Northern Territory. Just when everyone thought he had successfully entered the Northern Territory, the truck that was rolled into an iron ball had been thrown out. Along with the iron ball came a huge two-horned beast several hundred meters long. The devil-like appearance was daunting. The beast, covered in mud, looked at the helicopters and cars around it and started to slaughter them indiscriminately. The tail swept across countless cars and crushed them into pieces of iron. The huge arms grabbed and slapped the helicopters to death like flies. The shocked people slowly retreated because there were countless demonic beasts roaring out in the white light curtain. The wall in the North Territory did not open a shortcut to heaven, but a shortcut to heaven in the literal sense. The people in Liangshan were shocked by the giant beast, but Huang Gu was attracted by the humanoid creatures floating in the air, because these creatures were exactly the same as the barbarians recorded in the data. They were burly and generally close to 2 meters tall, with 2 symmetrical horns on their heads, and their bodies were obviously khaki. If you look closely, you can find that they have a natural biological armor on their bodies. This armor is somewhat similar to that of insect creatures. When showing some characteristics of the human race, it also shows some characteristics of the insect race. This is the standard barbarian. Go! Silly children. Go! Huang Gu, who was unable to stand steadily, felt a fear he had never had before. With his strong political instinct, he had vaguely thought of something. These barbarians would not have any good intentions when entering the northern region of the borderland. What are you talking about? Old man? I feel that these people should be the holy envoys of the northern region. Maybe they can take us into the paradise of the northern region. Several girls nearby clenched their fists and were full of longing. The yearning expression made Huang Gu stunned for a moment. He looked around and found that a large number of people nearby did not show much fear at the appearance of the barbarians. Instead, a few people showed some kind of enthusiasm. And these barbarians flying in the air kept going to various locations in the Liangshan region, and turned a deaf ear to the people from the borderland of the northern region below, as if they did not see them. This disregard deepened the views of those stupid people. They are the messengers of the northern region. Lord God, please take us away. Please take me away. An excited girl stood on the roof and said hoarsely. She had long been tired of the desolation of the Liangshan region. The men here were not worthy of her at all. Only the northern region. Only a paradise like the northern region is suitable for people like her. As long as you enter the northern region, you can become a superior person and transcend the level of life. How can she not be excited in this situation? The barbarians in the air nearby looked down at her coldly, with a completely playful look in their eyes. It was the first time he saw such a weak race welcoming the invaders. And those humans in the northern region who claimed to be noble, they were the same. At this moment, he couldn't understand why the powerful barbarian race 3,000 years ago would be defeated by these domestic animals who enjoyed peace. Yes. Hearing that clear reply, the girl who yearned for the paradise of the Northern Territory almost fainted. I will send your soul to the Northern Territory. After that, the barbarian in the air raised the bloody battle axe in his hand and chopped it down in the eyes of everyone. The terrifying star power turned into an energy shock wave, and the entire community and the girl evaporated into ashes at the same time. Ah! Go! The people who reacted immediately fled in all directions, and Huang Gu was shocked by the other party's realm. Star Apostle. These densely packed barbarians in the air are actually strong people in the realm of Star Apostles. If the top masters of the border wilderness Northern Territory do not take action with such a force, I am afraid that these barbarians are enough to digest the forces of large areas in terms of middle-level strength. This axe also started a bloody killing. The barbarians who had already found a good position immediately started an endless killing in the Liangshan area. In their eyes, the old, the young, the sick and the disabled were also targets to be killed. Explosions and roars and screams came from all directions. And in an instant, the entire Liangshan area was shrouded in flames. The drizzle was particularly cruel, and the streets were soaked with blood and rain at the same time. Huang Gu, who stood up straight, looked at the scene in shock, and he didn't come back to his senses until a barbarian nearly 4 meters tall appeared beside him. This barbarian was bigger than other barbarians, with blood-red eyes and darker biological armor than ordinary barbarians. Suddenly, he looked no different from the devil in H.L. Look! How can despicable creatures like humans occupy the vast world, while our warrior race full of blood has to live underground? Is this fair? In his hands, the 2 human star warriors had been torn into 2 halves, and he casually shook off the blood in his hands. This strong barbarian seemed full of regret. He slowly spit out a star ball from his mouth, and suddenly bombed the landmark building of Liangshan district a kilometer away. After a flash of light, the terrifying energy wave spread out, annihilating countless humans in Liangshan district in the violent explosion. Strange. Why is your realm so high, but your body so weak? The barbarian walked in front of Huang Gu with a little curiosity, and his tall body carried a kind of tyrannical pressure. Even the well-informed Huang Gu felt great pressure at this moment. Why did the barbarians come out of the northern territory? Why did you kill in the Liangshan area? Is slaughtering civilians the warrior race you mentioned? Huang Gu, with his right hand behind his back, slowly accumulated energy. He had been severely injured and could only make one attack at this moment. If he could not hit the opponent, he would have no choice but to die. The barbarian, who did not care about the other party's small movements, showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Morality has bound the self-proclaimed civilized humans. The barbarian race is valuable because it follows the rules of the laws of nature, and is not constrained by the so-called morality. Compared with humans, we are more barbaric, more real, and more on the side of the laws of nature. Are you still not going to make a move? The barbarian lowered his waist, and said jokingly. Huang Gu, who frowned, finally did not make a rash move, because the barbarian let him go. After brushing past Huang Gu, the tall barbarian said coldly, "You can recognize our race, which means you know the past history. I won't kill you. I want you to watch the prosperity of the northern borderland occupied by barbarians in the future. Go away, old man. As a warrior of the barbarian god skeleton, I invite you to leave here. Remember, my name is Wuka. You?" After a long silence, Huang Gu finally limped away at the corner of the street. It was difficult to cause any harm to him after being discovered by others. It was better to continue to live. He didn't believe that the entire northern borderland could not deal with these barbarians. When he left, the roar of countless warships appeared behind him. There were still a lot of dark lights and shadows in the white fog channel of the northern region. There were dozens of giant warships approaching the nearby area with the roar of giant beasts. There was no doubt that a big battle would be staged in the northern borderland. In the far southwest, the leader of the Shengdao sect, Shen Rushan, who had already received the news of the fall of the Liangshan region, breathed a sigh of relief. Their holy Dao sect is located in a remote area, and is the farthest from the Liangshan region. It seems that they have time to complete the sect competition. "Master, what's wrong?" Mu Bai asked in confusion. He could see the worry on Shen Rushan's face, which he had never seen before. The barbarians have already broken through many nearby regions. The 2 superpowers of Zhongzhou and Beiyu have even banned warriors above apostles from participating in the battle. This sect competition is crucial. Mu Bai, you must win the championship. Shen Rushan knew that the entire borderland in the north had already entered the eyes of the superpowers of Zhongzhou and Beiyu. As long as Mu Bai performed well in the competition and performed well in the subsequent barbarian crusade, he could completely enter the eyes of the Zhongzhou power. It is expected that even if the Holy Dao sect is really destroyed due to irresistible reasons, this talented disciple will not be reduced to cannon fodder at the bottom. Shen Rushan, who was thinking a lot, patted Mu Bai on the shoulder and took him to the meeting room, where all the core disciples and direct disciples were waiting. Wu Guang and Gu Qingcheng, the direct disciples of the leader of the Holy Dao sect. Wang Linfei, the direct disciple of the Great Elder, the user of the Flame Fruit. Zhong Yang, the direct disciple of the Second Elder, the user of the Icefall Fruit. Lu Shu, the direct disciple of the Third Elder, the user of the animal-type Elephant Fruit. All the direct disciples and core disciples in the meeting hall have arrived. Many of them were urgently recalled from outside missions. Some knew the reason for the emergency recall, while others did not know it at all. When the leader Shen Rushan brought Mu Bai into the meeting hall, the whole place was silent. Mu Bai, who stood next to his senior brothers and sisters, did not say a word. The leader looked at the real core figures of the Holy Tao sect and was very emotional. This sect competition is extraordinary. The Northern Territory has allowed the barbarians to enter the northern borderland, which has caused great unrest. The great powers in the Northern Territory and Zhongzhou have all banned people above the level of apostles from participating in the battle. This means that you are also the key to determining the life and death of the Northern Land this time. The champion of the Saint Tao sect competition will lead all the core disciples and direct disciples to fight against the barbarians, if they can complete all the tasks. The treatment in the sect in the future will naturally be self-evident. So I hope you will use 100% of your strength to take this sect competition seriously this time, Shen Rushan said in a deep voice after taking the seat of the sect master. Several elders were also shocked when they heard the great powers in Zhongzhou and the Northern Territory take action. The realm of the elders of the Saint Tao sect is generally the master of the stars, while the realm of the supreme elders is the higher level of the star wheel realm. Star warrior, star apostle, star lord, star wheel realm, sun wheel realm. Those who can be called powerful in Zhongzhou and the Northern Territory must have started from the super strong in the sun wheel realm. They are all super old monsters who have lived for millions of years. Compared with them, the great elders of the Holy Tao sect are as immature as children. If such a person speaks out, even the many powerful people in the star wheel realm in the northern borderland cannot make a move. Yes! Thousands of disciples spoke together, and the sound echoed in the hall for a long time without calming down. Among them, Wang Linfei was the loudest. He had to find the face he lost on Jian Shan in the sect competition. Thinking of this, he also deliberately looked at Mu Bai's position. As long as he defeated Mu Bai, the so-called Holy Sun, maybe the sect, including the great elders, would reconsider their own value. Wang Linfei, who was rubbing his hands, didn't know that Mu Bai was completely immersed in the new task released by the Eternal System at this moment. Resurgence task target. Participate in the sect competition and win the first place. Reward. Restore the host's ability of the Tremor fruit. Do you want to accept the mission? Restore the ability of the Tremor fruit. Mu Bai was really excited. He had to abandon his original body in order to enter the main world. And those devil fruits disappeared into the void with the demise of his body. Among the devil fruits, Mu Bai has the strongest feelings for the Tremor fruit. After all, it has risen all the way from the blue star world relying on the superhuman Tremor fruit. Now that he heard that this mission can restore his ability of the Tremor fruit, how can he not be excited? As long as the Tremor fruit is restored, he will be considered a dual fruit ability user in the main world. And the Tremor fruit will definitely significantly improve his combat power. More importantly, since the Jinjin fruit can be restored, it means that there is no limit to the number of devil fruits in the main world. In the future, the dark fruit, the natural thunder fruit, the fantasy beast black dragon fruit, and the fantasy beast Nika fruit can also be restored? Even if you look at it from a long-term perspective, you may still have the opportunity to enter the fairy fruit space. If you can obtain other mythological devil fruits from the fairy fruit space or the eternal system, your combat power will also be rapidly improved. Mythological phoenix fruit, mythological Qiongqi fruit, mythological Xingtian fruit, mythological Taotai fruit, mythological Yinglong fruit, mythological. Think about what interesting things will happen when all these devil fruits that only exist in legends are integrated into a person's body. Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, is so looking forward to it. After all, he may be the first person in the history of devil fruit use. He is also very good at reconciling the conflicts of multiple fruits. As long as he is given enough and strong devil fruits, he can make himself an unimaginable super strongman. He must win this revival mission. Accept the task, Mu Bai said in his heart, and immediately accepted the task. Ding dong. The task begins. Rewards will be issued after becoming the champion. After seeing the expressions of all the disciples of the Holy Tao sect, Shen Rushan nodded, and then began to explain the rules of the game. The big score of thousands of people was completed within 3 days, and the venue of the game was also in a dimensional world. But the difference was that this world had been hollowed out. It can support nearly 100 people in a group at the same time. All disciples, including Mu Bai, are randomly shuffled in order, which means that ordinary core disciples may also encounter top-level direct disciples such as Wang Linfei and Zhongyang in the first round. The first round of the competition begins. With the words of the third elder, an ancient scroll in the air was spread out, and Mu Bai and others were instantly attracted to it. After the random 100 people were sucked in, the scroll also opened dozens of perspectives, and all angles were included. This allowed the elders and disciples to see the battle scene in the venue clearly. Mu Bai went in. Wang Linfei, who was following Mu Bai's whereabouts, saw Mu Bai disappear on the spot at the first time. And Gu Qingcheng, Wu Guangzongyang and others were also sucked in. Ding dong. Entering the dimensional world. With the system's prompt, Mu Bai suddenly found himself on the surface of the subworld. It looked like a desert here, and his opponent was a few hundred meters away from him. Sun Qinghu, who landed in the desert, was panicking at the moment. As a core-level disciple who had just entered the sect for 2 years, he was only a 5th-grade star warrior. Originally, he still had some hope for his strength. But when he saw the figure with a transcendent temperament in the distance, he felt annoyed. Saint Sun Mu Bai, swallowing his saliva. He had no choice but to draw the sword at his waist and attack through the air. Now, he could only gamble on his luck, and maybe he could hurt the opponent before he could react. Too slow. At this moment, in Mu Bai's eyes, the opponent's Star Warrior realm was no different from that of a mortal, and his speed of action was ridiculously slow. Mu Bai knew that this was because he had just broken through to the Star Apostle. His breakthrough in this realm could be said to be a complete transformation, and his reaction ability and perception ability were also strengthened to an outrageous degree in the same realm. Raising his arm, in Sun Qinghu's horrified eyes, Mu Bai made a shooting gesture in the direction of the opponent, and the next second, the sky was full of golden flames. Like a tsunami, the scorching heat and the dazzling light burned along with the desert. Sun Qinghu's body was ignited by the golden crow flame before he approached 100 meters. Sun Qinghu suddenly appeared in the meeting hall of the Holy Tao sect just before he was on the verge of death. Although his body was not injured at all, the feeling of powerlessness still made him almost suffocate. As the first eliminated contestant, he was inevitably a little dejected when he came to his senses. One move. No! This was defeated before they even touched each other. The gap between the two sides was really big. Wang Linfei, who had a cold face, could also detect a little weirdness. He had just heard that Mu Bai had broken through to the Apostle realm, but it was too exaggerated to show such combat power just after the breakthrough. After the battle, Mu Bai also appeared in the original position. And then the Ice Fruit ability user Zhong Yang defeated the opponent without injury. This time he faced the direct disciple of the 5th Elder, and he solved the battle within 3 moves, which was the most outstanding one. Then Wu Guang, Gu Qingcheng and others also won one after another. After all the top disciples were defeated in the battle, the strongest group of core disciples also quickly defeated their opponents. Because this peculiar subworld has the special ability that players will be teleported when they are fatally injured. So everyone present really showed their life-threatening skills. As the most special core disciple, Xinxiu's realm has now recovered to the realm of Star Warriors. Because she has the superhuman amplification fruit, she is also very outstanding in the battle. When facing the animal ability users of the same realm, she is not inferior in strength. Mu Bai has a high opinion of her devil fruit ability. In the battle, Xinxiu can confront the animal ability users head-on by amplifying her own strength, endurance and reaction speed. At the same time, she can also amplify the viscosity and humidity of the swamp in the venue to interfere with the opponent's offensive. More importantly, this superhuman devil fruit can also amplify multiple people. This means that when life is at stake in the future, Xinxiu can rely on the superhuman amplification fruit to amplify his companions to turn the tide of the battle. Even if each companion gets a small increase, the overall amplification is still very scary. Not to mention that this devil fruit can still be developed. Before, she was unable to use the power of the fruit when she was poisoned. But now that her body has recovered, the power of the devil fruit has been fully demonstrated. Her flexible fighting style, quirky personality, and beautiful appearance have made her quite popular among the disciples. The battle is still going on, and the battle between players of similar strength is more exciting and intense. Often, even the animal-type ability users are exhausted at the end. Some inner disciples and core disciples do everything they can to win, and even make faces to make the opponent gasp when they are in a stalemate in the competition of strength, so as to defeat the opponent in one go. Wu Guang saw his junior brother's slightly weird expression and laughed and said, "Do you think that the scene of their fight is similar to that of street scoundrels in some way?" "It's almost the same." Mu Bai, with a frown on his face, nodded slightly in agreement. In fact, Mu Bai can understand their performance. In terms of the storage of star power, these inner disciples and some core disciples have just reached the passing line. If the star power is exhausted, the physical strength will also be exhausted. Since the power of the devil fruit cannot function normally, you can only use fists and feet to compete. To put it bluntly, the foundation is too weak. Many people can only reach the realm breakthrough with difficulty. In many cases, the accumulation of star power is not enough to promote the next realm. If you force the breakthrough of the realm, the star power will not accumulate too much. There are very few cases like Mu Bai where the star power overflows repeatedly. When everyone was fighting, the sect leader Shen Rushan and the elders present were constantly communicating about the North Territory and Zhongzhou. Many elders were not afraid of the barbarians. What they really worried about were the top powers in Zhongzhou and the North Territory. If those powers who could compete with mythical creatures really wanted to go, the entire borderland and the North would probably cease to exist. The situation is getting more and more complicated. I estimate that the entire border area will not be peaceful in the future. The conflict between the North region and Zhongzhou is so deep. So are the other three regions? The elder obviously has a special grudge against Zhongzhou. He gritted his teeth when he mentioned the word Zhongzhou. That makes sense. Who knows? In a few years, this border area may become a battlefield for these big forces to compete. I don't know what the five great elders think. I suggest that our Shendao sect try to join the scope of big forces. The fifth elder, who usually smiles, rarely smiles too much today. The words of the two people fell into the ears of the third elder. But they had a different meaning. After thinking again and again, he sighed and said, "Everywhere we go, we are in the battlefield. The key is to strengthen our own strength. If it doesn't work, we can go to Zhongzhou to ask for help from that group of people so that our disciples can have a way out." The group of people in Zhongzhou? The elder suddenly became angry. It was those people who drove the Holy Dao sect out of Zhongzhou. If he really went to beg them at this time, it would be more painful than killing him. You are a little too far-fetched. How could those who claim to be kind tolerate the disciples of the Holy Dao sect? It might be better for him to kill himself than to stay with them. I don't have any solution. So why don't you? The elder. Tell me what we should do. The elder who was asked back snorted coldly and said nothing. He actually hadn't thought about these things. Shen Rushan knocked on the armrest of the wooden chair when he saw the tension among the crowd gradually getting worse. It's okay for everyone to discuss. But this matter will ultimately be decided by the five supreme elders. You and I just need to take a good look at the performance of these sect disciples. As he spoke, 9 blue halos gradually appeared behind Shen Rushan. And you could see that they were 9 heads. The shadow of Xiangliu, who was controlling the water mist, merged into the meeting room. And the disciples who had just experienced a hard battle felt their physical strength being quickly restored. Compared with Mu Bai's son Golden Crow fruit, Shen Rushan's mythical Xiangliu fruit is more feminine. Unlike the fire-attributed Golden Crow, Xiangliu is purely water-attributed. To be more precise, it should be a flood-type water-attributed ability user. So when Shen Rushan used his large-scale physical recovery ability, the water content of the entire conference hall was increasing. If Shen Rushan had not deliberately suppressed the water mist, the entire conference hall would probably be submerged by the flood that could not be dispersed. The game continues. The remaining disciples are ready. This time, the Supreme Elder will also watch your battle. I hope you can put in 12 points of spirit and fight your best. Hearing that the Supreme Elders were watching their battle, these disciples, including the direct disciples, were very excited. You must know that Mu Bai gradually became the Son of God after being summoned by the Supreme Elders. If he worked harder, and was also summoned by the Supreme Elders, he might become the next Son of God. Although this unrealistic idea seems absurd, the words of the sect master can also trigger their greatest desires. Who doesn't want to step into the eyes of the Supreme Elders and soar into the sky? The treatment of the Holy Son is very different from that of the direct descendants. Even Wang Linfei and other old direct descendants are very jealous. Not to mention the core disciples and inner disciples below. Sure enough, after the master's words, the remaining battles in the first round became more intense. Many times, even if the two people with equal strength were exhausted, they would not give in. Wang Linfei's performance among the remaining people was undoubtedly the most outstanding. With the help of the flame fruit, the surging flames almost instantly killed the core disciples on the opposite side. It can be said that even compared with Mu Bai, he is not inferior. In the past, Wang Linfei might not care about his fighting style, but with Mu Bai's previous moves, he could not be too inferior. As the saying goes, he will win the battle with an absolutely overwhelming attitude in the subsequent battles, so that everyone knows that he, Wang Linfei, is the most worthy of being the Holy Son. The second round of battles began immediately after the first round of battles. There are now less than 2,000 contestants left out of thousands of contestants. The second round of the battle was undoubtedly more intense. Mu Bai even met Lu Shua, who was born with brute force and the elephant fruit, in the forest area of the subworld. The two had fought before outside the mission hall. Lu Shua, who knew he could not defeat Mu Bai, just lay on the ground and waited for Mu Bai to take him away with one move. "Can't you get up and struggle?" Mu Bai walked to Lu Shua and kicked him speechlessly. The sect leader and elders all saw that if Lu Shua was eliminated like this, it would be a bit disrespectful to the face of the fourth elder. How could a direct disciple just wait to die when he saw his opponent? Lu Shua, who was full of childishness, was as steady as a mountain. He turned over and fell asleep immediately. This almost pissed off the fourth elder, who was watching the subworld. He almost broke into the subworld to educate this useless son. The fourth elder is probably watching. "You don't know that the images here will be transmitted, right?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Shua, who was pretending to sleep, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. With his IQ, he really didn't think of this. When he thought of his father's stern face, he, who was pretending to be dead, suddenly jumped up and roared like an elephant as if he was resurrected with full blood. "Mu Bai, even if you are the saint of the sect, as your father's son, I will do my best to defeat you." Lu Shua's arms turned into elephant hooves with full momentum. The heavy elephant hooves were as thick as several people's waists. He had a beastly aura, and a lot of white mist came out of his mouth. In the steaming white mist, the terrifying hooves fell down with a bang. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky and unstoppable. This scene undoubtedly attracted the attention of many disciples in the meeting hall. After all, at this moment, these two were considered top-level combat forces in the whole venue, and the fight between the two naturally attracted more attention. The sect master and the elders also focused their attention on the fight between the two, especially the fourth elder, who clenched his fists. He naturally hoped that his son could defeat Mu Bai. After all, as long as he defeated Mu Bai, Lu Shua could prove his talent and value. Sect Master Shen Rushan also noticed the expressions of the fourth elder. After a little thought, he said softly, "This battle is over before it even started." Compared with Lu Shua, the animal department, Mu Bai is a more violent beast. Looking at the people I have seen, there has never been anyone who can turn the power of stars into the sea in the 9th level of the Star Apostle realm. Mu Bai thought that he had concealed the fact that his power of stars turned into the sea from everyone. But he didn't know that Shen Rushan had already sensed and noticed this scene when Mu Bai transformed into a star apostle. This slight voice fell into the ears of several elders, which was like a thunderbolt. This kind of thing is too shocking. The fact that the power of stars can turn into the sea in the apostle realm is enough to show that the amount of star power of this person in the same realm is hundreds, or even thousands of times, that of people in the same realm. Sect Master Shen Rushan couldn't do it when he was in the apostle realm. And these elders themselves couldn't do it. Even several elders had reason to suspect that the geniuses of the demon level of several supreme elders couldn't do it in the star apostle realm. Only the top geniuses and superpowers, like Zhongzhou, or the east and north regions can reach this level. It was not until this moment that the great elder understood why the supreme elders valued Mu Bai so much. This guy is enough to be on par with those epic-making geniuses. More importantly, he can also master the Supreme Forgetful Sword and the Supreme Forgetful Sword technique, which undoubtedly has extremely terrifying potential. Even said, the great elder glanced at the sect master Shen Rushan obscurely. He had a hunch that with the other party's overall situation, the supreme elders at this moment might not be as important as Mu Bai. Only Mu Bai can be competent for the position of the inheritor of the sect, which is probably the main reason why the position of the Son of God was moved out. In the secondary world, under the elephant hoof that moved mountains and stepped on the sea, Mu Bai exerted the power of the mythical fruit of the apostle level for the first time. He pushed horizontally with one hand. The powerful force, accompanied by the compressed star power to the extreme, hit the huge elephant hoof at the same time, and the collision sound of the two even made a superimposed sonic boom. All the trees within a few hundred meters nearby were shattered by the vibration ripples of the power. Mu Bai was motionless, and the ground beneath his feet was unchanged. Lu Shua, who seemed to have been hit hard, was instantly trapped in the collapsed ground. Under the effect of inertia, the bones of his body were slightly twisted and deformed. Lu Shua, who had never felt such a huge force, immediately lost consciousness. His eyes rolled back, and he even felt the arrival of death, killing the core disciples in seconds, defeating Lu Shua, the elephant fruit user, with one move. This record is enough to make people dumbfounded, and even several elders were secretly amazed. When Lu Shua was teleported out, His injuries had been healed by the second world. Seeing Mubai passing by him, he was so scared that he screamed in fear. He thought Mubai was going to kill him. After all, the warning of the beast would not deceive him. After this attempt, Mubai also had a preliminary understanding of his own power level. If he and Lu Shuo were still at the same level outside the mission hall before, then his own power dimension at this moment is undoubtedly far beyond the other party. If he uses all the power of the stars, and the transformation form of the mythical sun golden crow fruit, the power displayed is definitely likely to threaten the top powerhouses in the star domination realm. This is the absolute gift obtained by entering the star apostle realm. This level of star C can make him invincible in the same realm. This is just like one monkey holding a stick, and the other holding a hot weapon. The power gap between different dimensions can never be made up. Wang Linfei, with a twitching mouth, was also a little confused. The battle between Mubai and Lu Shuo just now was naturally reflected in his eyes. He boasted that he could make Lu Shuo fall into a disadvantage within 50 moves and defeat the opponent within 100 moves. But he could never achieve the combat power of Mubai, which was almost a one-shot kill. This monster. He has grown to this point just after breaking through the Star Apostle realm. If he is left alone, wouldn't it be against the sky? Wang Linfei, who cursed in his heart, felt a sense of powerlessness inexplicably. This feeling is similar to being a Krypton Gold player who surpassed the combat power of the old civilian character before in a short period of time through Krypton Gold. But suddenly one day a super rich man directly used money to smash the character to the maximum level and stepped on himself to the top. Gao Changxian, who had just been eliminated, shuddered when he saw the cold eyes of his senior brother. He didn't dare to go against Mubai at this moment. So after seeing his senior brother's expression, he immediately patted his back and asked senior brother Wang to pay attention to the impact. But he didn't expect Wang Linfei to explode like he had eaten gunpowder. Wang Linfei turned around with fire in his eyes, grabbed Gao Changxian's collar, and stared at his eyes fiercely. If there were not too many people present, Gao Changxian had no doubt that the other party would burn him to death at this moment. Can't beat Mubai, so he vents his anger on himself? Gao Changxian, who was also angry in his heart, was not afraid at all. He broke free from Wang Linfei's hand with his backhand and directly said, Wang, who the I do you think you are? If you are angry, go to Mubai to make trouble. Don't show off to me all day long. The sect master and elders are here. And the supreme elders are watching too. Many disciples looked over. And Wang Linfei was even more angry and laughed. He really didn't expect Gao Changxian to dare to make trouble with him. The direct descendant. Here. While being shocked in his heart, he also noticed Mubai's gaze. Could it be that Gao Changxian has secretly surrendered to Mubai? He let Gao Changxian leave in doubt. The conversation between the two undoubtedly made the nearby disciples eat enough gossip. Listening to the whispers nearby, Wang Linfei's anger continued to rise. When had he ever been humiliated like this? All this was caused by Mubai. Thinking so, he said coldly like a mad dog, talking about me? You guys dare to talk about me in person? Don't you know your own weight? The disciples were naturally afraid of Wang Linfei's identity as a direct descendant and dared not say anything more. While Mubai found this scene more and more funny, he even suspected that Wang Linfei's fruit ability had burned his brain. It was normal for his personality to be affected by the fruit ability. Although the devil fruits in the main world are similar to those on the blue planet, they are actually two completely different ability systems. The devil fruits in the main world are not restricted by sea water. At the same time, the devil fruits here are also bound to the rules. In this case, the ability holder is very likely to be affected by the fruit. This is not an exclusive privilege of the animal system, but a commonality of all fruits. People who control fire show stronger desire and are more aggressive, and people who control ice are calmer and more rational. At the same time, they are less emotional than ordinary people. Brother Wang, what you said is a bit far-fetched. Can we only smell and pretend not to hear the sound when you fart? Mubai, with his arms folded, said with a little sarcasm. He had warned the other party through Gao Changxian before, and now it seems that Brother Wang still has a grudge against him. In this case, the junior brother should communicate with the senior brother. Everyone naturally supported Mubai. After all, although Mubai was the Holy Son, he was very approachable in the few months in the sect. He even patiently explained to some inner disciples when they asked him about cultivation. If the title of Golden Crow Prince a few months ago was a bit of a joke, then these 4 words now have extraordinary meaning. At least many people in the sect have recognized Mubai as the Holy Son. Brother Wang is too condescending. Haha. Old people are really bad-tempered. I guess it's because he sees that brother Mu Bai is on the same level as him, which makes him feel resentful. Hack. I seem to really smell a fart. The back and forth undoubtedly made Wang Linfei even more angry. He pointed at Mu Bai and said expressionlessly, "Brother, you are really good at speaking. But I hope you can still be as stubborn as you are now in the battle later." Mu Bai, who was originally smiling, suddenly said with a cold face, "Brother? Wang Linfei, who are you to dare to call me brother? I call you brother because I give you face. If I don't give you face, you must call me the son of God according to the rules of the sect when you see me. As the saying goes, tooth for tooth." Just now Wang Linfei rebuked all the disciples with his identity as a direct descendant. And at this moment Mu Bai also used his identity as the son of God to humiliate Wang Linfei. "Since you dare to humiliate others here, it is normal for you to be humiliated by others. Right? Humph." Wang Linfei snorted coldly and walked away immediately. He didn't want to get entangled with Mu Bai here. "Did I let you go? You don't show respect to the Holy Son. You are an old-fashioned disciple. Don't you have any manners?" Mu Bai said sarcastically. He was deliberately exacerbating the conflict at this moment. Wang Linfei wanted to trick him at that time. So he also wanted to let him experience the feeling of being trampled. "Mu Bai, are you crazy? Or do you want to fight me here?" Wang Linfei walked briskly to half a meter in front of Mu Bai with his fingers. And his extremely threatening voice made people's scalps numb. All the disciples present, including the direct disciples, would probably be afraid of Wang Linfei. But Mu Bai was not afraid at all. When a person is inferior to himself in terms of identity, status and strength, it is not the other party's decision whether to give face to the other party. "Are you good at fighting?" Almost at the same time, powerful energy fluctuations appeared on the bodies of the two people. The terrifying golden crow phantom and the burning flames confronted each other. And the atmosphere of the scene also dropped to the freezing point. Both sides were waiting for the other side to make the first move, so they could use this as an excuse to teach the other side a lesson. "Are you crazy? Are you going to fight here?" Zhong Yang walked up to the two and said with a slight warning. The elders in the distance had already noticed the quarrel between the two. Wang Linfei glanced at Zhong Yang and left as if nothing had happened. But when he turned around, the resentment in his eyes could not be hidden. "Why are you competing with him? Crazy Wang is quite a grudge." Zhong Yang, who was emitting cold air all over his body to lower the temperature around him, said with some dissatisfaction. Mu Bai was the son of the saint, and Wang Linfei was an old-fashioned disciple. If the two had a conflict, it would affect his daily work. "I did it on purpose. I didn't expect him to be able to keep his temper," Mu Bai said with a smile. Zhong Yang was a little surprised to hear that Mu Bai actually answered him. He could always find many interesting points from the other party's words and deeds. Sometimes he really suspected that Mu Bai was a monster who was reincarnated by a big boss. After the second round of competition, there were only a few hundred people left. Among these people, except for the two direct disciples who fought with Mu Bai and Zhong Yang, all other direct disciples successfully advanced. Sect Master Shen Rushan also announced the rules of the third round immediately after the second round. The rules of the third round are different from the previous two, since only the first place is selected this time. This battle is a melee. All the advanced contestants will enter the same subworld to fight. As for your gangs, I will not care. Only Mu Bai understood Shen Rushan's meaningful smile. It seems that this master wants to make it more difficult for himself. It is well known that when a group competes, it is often the best option to unite everyone to kill the strongest one. And a melee is no exception. "I'm sorry, Mu Bai." Zhong Yang stared at Mu Bai and said in a deep voice, "As long as Mu Bai is with him, he will definitely join forces with Wang Linfei. Otherwise he estimates that he has no chance of winning the championship." "Why apologize, senior brother Zhong Yang? Even if you join forces, I'm afraid you can't do anything to me. On the contrary, it will only make this melee more exciting." Mu Bai's understated words are full of confidence. He has the strength to carry this confidence. That's good. At this moment, even Zhong Yang felt that Mu Bai was really arrogant. If he and Wang Linfei joined forces, Mu Bai would definitely not have a chance of winning. After all, the two of them are top-level direct disciples of the Natural Department and are both at the 5th grade realm of Star Apostles. "Don't worry, junior brother. Your senior sister Gu and I will help you." Wu Guang patted Mu Bai's shoulder and said. And the second senior sister Gu Qingcheng also nodded silently. "No need to do this. It's better for senior brother and senior sister to join them to encircle and suppress me. After all, I also want to test my current true combat power. Gu Qingcheng and Wu Guang also guessed something when they looked at each other. It must be that Mu Bai's combat power skyrocketed after he was promoted to the Apostle Realm. Otherwise, he would never say such a thing with his personality. Good. This kind of character is what makes him a junior brother from our lineage. I will also do my best. Wu Guang praised this highly. He also wanted to see how strong his junior brother could be. After saying this, Sect Master Shen Rushan waved his hand, and the mountain and river map above his head immediately led everyone into the secondary world. This time, a wasteland appeared in the secondary world space, without any trees to block it. More than 100 disciples were evenly distributed in various places within a few thousand meters. The battle started almost at the same time as they landed. The core disciples and the direct disciples were not fools. Their first target at this moment was Mu Bai. After eradicating Mu Bai, the main target would be Wu Guangzongyang and other first direct disciples. When Mu Bai just landed, attacks from all directions came like gorgeous fireworks. Wang Linfei, who took the lead, melted his hands into the flames, and the star-like flame surged like a burning sea of fire. The terrifying flames instantly submerged Mu Bai. Just when he thought Mu Bai was hit, Mu Bai, who was wearing the armor of the God of Heaven and the Golden Crow, shook his wings in the sea of fire. In an instant, countless flames were gradually absorbed along his golden wings. What? Wang Linfei, who noticed that the flame was controlled by the opponent, could not hide his shock. You know, he is a natural flame fruit ability user. He is also a top-level existence in the control of flames. How could he be deprived of the control of flames, like now? While he was stunned, other core disciples had surrounded Mu Bai, and they attacked with swords, and various fruit abilities were also used at the same time. The power of hundreds of star warriors and stars at the same time was also extremely shocking. At least the disciples watching the battle in the conference hall were very uneasy. With hundreds of people, even the Golden Crow Prince might not be able to escape? It's hard to say. But with Mu Bai's skills, even if he can't confront them head-on, he can disintegrate them one by one through tactics. The disciples talked a lot. Some said that Mu Bai could win, and some said that Mu Bai would definitely lose. The atmosphere on the scene became lively during the conversation and debate. Mu Bai, who was attacked by everyone, did not use any devil fruit ability this time. Instead, he slowly drew the magic sword at his waist. It was the Supreme Forgetful Sword. Everyone would think that he would use the mythical devil fruit to fight everyone. But he had to use swordsmanship, because to some extent, the swordsmanship performed with this magic sword has a lethality that exceeds the mythical sun Golden Crow fruit. He was like a god descending to earth, and said coldly at the moment when the Supreme Forgetful Sword was unsheathed, the first sword. All kinds of annihilation. The stars fell, and the sun was annihilated. The boundless killing intent blasted into everyone's mind like a king. The magic sword passed through the void in front of him. And the terrifying sword intent was like the falling galaxy, tearing apart all the enemy's attacks. Any attack from the devil fruit or any other means of attack was as ridiculous as a joke at this moment. Hundreds of participating disciples were killed instantly at this moment. They didn't even have the qualifications to struggle or react. Many people didn't even know what happened and appeared in the meeting hall. There were also several elders who were as shocked as them. The elder even stood up and said in a deep voice, "Impossible. He can practice the Supreme Forgetful Swordsmanship to this extent, and he hasn't gone crazy yet? The Supreme Forgets Love. This Supreme Forgets Love sword technique is extremely extreme. If you do not have years of experience and force yourself to improve the progress of sword technique training, you will only become a madman who can only kill people with a sword in the end." Therefore, the elders did not think it was wrong to be surprised by the great elder. The pupils of the sect leader Shen Rushan also shrank slightly. He did not expect that Mu Bai's Supreme Forgets Love sword technique had reached the realm of perfection. Being able to practice such a strange and difficult sword technique in such a short time can no longer be simply described as a demon. It seems that he was born for this sword technique. Hundreds of disciples were eliminated under a move of all kinds of silence. Such a scene is simply horrifying. Even Wang Linfei was a little frightened at this moment. And his senior brother Wu Guang kept shouting hack. He really did not expect this junior brother to be so strong. You know, he just got started half a year ago. After the sword cut, Mu Bai said to all the remaining people, "Brothers and sisters, you can all attack. Mu Bai, will test my sword on you today." No one felt that such arrogant words were wrong at this moment. After all, they would do so even if Mu Bai didn't say it at this moment. Frozen H.L. The elemental Zhongyang immediately activated the maximum freezing ability of the freezing fruit. The temperature in the empty wilderness suddenly dropped. Layers of glaciers grew wildly along the surface, like weeds. The terrifying low temperature brought the sky full of glaciers and surged. Mu Bai, wearing the armor of the god of heaven and the golden crow, looked indifferent, as if nothing that happened in the world could alarm him. Come on. After praising, Mu Bai held the sword tightly in his hand and turned it over. At the same time, it seemed that there was a cold moon behind him. The Supreme One forgets emotions. The beginning of forgetting emotions must be a sword of affection. The sword of extreme affection. The heavy sword drew a graceful arc, and the bright sword light enveloped the glacier in the empty wasteland. The seemingly powerful and unshakable layers of glaciers were instantly shattered like snow. Zhongyang struggled to escape from the terrifying slash. With cold sweat on his forehead, he looked at his left hand and found that it had been cut off. When? Before he could be surprised, the remaining sword intent had already attacked. Wang Linfei, Wu Guang, Gu Qingcheng and more than 10 other direct disciples broke through the air at the same time to block the monstrous sword intent. The flame behind Wang Linfei turned into the state of the god of fire. The originally yellowish flame had already appeared in a white state under high temperature. This state of flame was called the god of fire by Wang Linfei, only because this god of fire has a terrifying high temperature that burns other flames. God of Fire Shield. Wu Guang turned into a mad lion state, and the mane around his head extended infinitely into the shape of a shield, accompanied by the violent roar of the lion. These manes, accompanied by sound waves, frantically resisted the sword intent. Gu Qingcheng drew out the rapier in her hand, and the surging sword intent gathered into a slashing attack as bright as day, and the brilliance of the divine fire seemed to be suppressed. The remaining people all used their moves. More than a dozen direct disciples were all at the level of star apostles. They joined forces to fight the sword intent, and it was a draw. Mu Bai, who was like a god, came through the air. He slashed 3 swords in succession in front of everyone. These 3 terrifying sword lights instantly broke through everyone's defense. Wang Linfei wanted to melt the sword intent with the divine fire, but found that the divine fire was extinguished first, and the slashing wave that was briefly blocked instantly killed Zhongyang beside him. Wu Guang tried to fight the sword light in the state of a wild lion, but found that his head had been cut off. He was eliminated in an instant. He and Zhongyang looked at each other in surprise when they returned to the meeting hall. They were both amused. No one expected that Mu Bai, who was at full power, could defeat them as easily as defeating ordinary disciples. Second senior sister Gu Qingcheng held a sword and collided with Mu Bai's Tai Shan Wang Qing sword. Gu Qingcheng, whose hands were numb, immediately felt the terrifying concentration of stars in Mu Bai's body. As she retreated, hundreds of sword blades slashed at the phantoms like H.L. She couldn't defend at all, and Gu Qingcheng was eliminated in an instant. Wang Linfei, who was highly nervous, wanted to withdraw from the battlefield, but suddenly found that in a few moments, all the others were defeated by Mu Bai and withdrew from this space. Now he was the only one left. The indescribable fear immediately enveloped his mind. As the eldest son of the Wang family and the direct disciple of the Holy Taoist sect, he had not experienced this desperate fear for a long time. The 2 men, hundreds of meters apart, faced each other from a distance, but Mu Bai put away his magic sword at this moment. You don't need the sword anymore? Wang Linfei asked abruptly with a frown on his face. He didn't know why he always had a bad premonition. I respect you the most among all the senior brothers, so I decided to compete with you with pure strength. Mu Bai, who was very polite, also said something symbolically after he finished speaking. Senior brother Wang. Then I will start. Wait. Wang Linfei, with a twitching mouth, was about to use the ability of the flame fruit when he found that Mu Bai's figure had teleported in front of him. The fist covered by the golden crow's phantom hit him like raindrops, and the terrifying force made him lose consciousness and also made him fall into the wasteland. Divine fire space. Wang Linfei, with blood on his mouth, said sharply, and the next moment the surging divine fire covered him, and the nearby surface was instantly ignited. The endless divine fire gathered at one point and burst into extremely high temperature flashes. Divine fire dragon. Mu Bai, come and taste my fist. The white fire dragon flashing as bright as day rushed out of the ground. Seeing this, Mu Bai in midair smiled without saying a word and directly added 2 layers of golden crow phantoms to his fists, while doubling the power. The golden crow sun flame also flowed out. Just before the so-called divine fire dragon arrived, Mu Bai's iron fist collided with it without any hesitation. The 2 kinds of flames and two kinds of power devoured each other head-on at this moment. The energy fluctuations that erupted in midair instantly caused the ground to collapse by dozens of meters. The entangled flames finally hit Mubai's Golden Crow Sun Essence Fire, which swallowed the opponent's Divine Fire, along with the wailing of the Fire Dragon. The cry of the Golden Crow became louder and louder. After absorbing all the opponent's flames, Mubai smashed Senior Brother Wang's face with a punch, grabbed Wang Linfei's neck with his backhand and began to treat him. Repair? The Golden Crow Flame has the ability to repair injuries, so Mubai would never let him die instantly. He wanted to let Wang Linfei know what it meant to be unable to live or die. Wang Linfei, whose injuries were repaired, immediately understood Mubai's intention. At this moment, the other party in his eyes was undoubtedly a demon. A devil. Break the arm. Repair. Break the neck. Repair. Break the limbs. Repair. Smash through the chest. Repair. Too cruel. Mubai's behavior was simply jaw-dropping. But he did not violate the rules. After all, the rules did not say that it was not allowed to treat the enemy. So Mubai's behavior of ravaging after treatment was very normal. The elder was furious when he saw this traitor being ravaged by Mubai. 10 minutes later, when Wang Linfei was repaired again in a trance, he no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning. At this moment, he wanted to die and escape from the subworld. Brother Wang, I am not a devil. I believe that after our friendly communication today, you can understand the situation of your junior brother from the bottom of your heart. Mubai patted Wang Linfei's shoulder in a friendly way. Wang Linfei, who was tortured badly, dared not say no at this moment. He doubted that Mubai could drag and torture him for several days and nights. In the end, the sect master and the elders would not blame him too much. After all, he was the only one who suffered in the end. Junior brother Mubai is right. I was rude before. Let's get along well in the future. Wang Linfei, who was smiling but not smiling, was almost going crazy. So at this moment, he was very cooperative and followed Mubai's words. I am really grateful that you can understand me. Now I will send you off. After saying that, Mubai smashed the other's head with a punch. As blood was sprayed, Mubai and Wang Linfei appeared in the meeting hall at the same time. Sect Master Shen Rushan did not pay too much attention to the two people's affairs. He was very pleased that Mubai could crush everyone with absolute strength and become the champion. The winner of this sect competition is Mubai. This time, the task of leading the team to encircle and suppress the barbarians will also be your responsibility. As Sect Master Shen Rushan's voice fell, all the disciples of the Holy Tao sect, including the elders, stood up. Disciples will definitely not disappoint the sect's expectations. As Mubai saluted in response, the task reminder sound in his mind also rang. Resurrection mission objective. Participate in the sect competition and win the championship. Reward. Restore the host's ability of the Tremor Fruit Ding Dong. The mission begins. Rewards will be issued after becoming the champion. Ding Dong. The mission is detected to be completed. Rewards will be issued. Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Superman-type Tremor Fruit, modified to the main world version of the Tremor Fruit. A familiar power was reshaped in the rules of the main world, and Mubai's body faintly resonated with it. This extremely familiar feeling made Mubai regain the rules of vibration. He could clearly feel that the power of the Tremor Fruit was merging with his body at the moment. As the world in his vision gradually transformed, Mubai finally regained the power of the Superman-type Tremor Fruit. He completely became a brand new dual fruit ability user in the main world. When he clenched his right hand, he could clearly feel the powerful vibration power contained in it. As long as he released the vibration ball cover and pulled it casually, he could rely on earthquakes to change the nearby geological structure. At this time, the system issued a new prompt sound again. Ding Dong. Detected that the host became a dual devil fruit ability user. The original star power daily sign-in was eligible for upgrade. If the host does not want to upgrade, he can also choose the other 3 daily sign-in rewards. 1. The daily sign-in amount of star power increases to 1,000 points. 2. Daily sign-in can get 1,000 points of wealth. Wealth can be exchanged for items of corresponding wealth. 3. Daily sign-in can get a random physical enhancement. The enhancement value is random, and the daily upper limit cannot exceed 100,000th of the host's physical fitness. 4. Daily sign-in can get a random fruit enhancement. This enhancement has nothing to do with Fruit Awakening or Fruit Super Awakening. It exists independently. The increase in the enhancement percentage is also random, and the maximum increase value cannot exceed 1,000. Ding Dong. Please choose. Half an hour later, When Mubai accepted the master's instructions from the meeting hall, he withdrew. The time for him to lead the team to conquer the barbarians was also set in 3 days. He will lead all the inner disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples to support the Shuemen district. When he returned to the exiled Immortal Mountain, he turned his attention to the reward selection for daily sign-in. When he first entered the main world, the daily sign-in system ability has always been to increase star power. Although the daily increase is relatively small, it is also a function that will help him a lot in the early stage. Since entering the Holy Tao sect, the role of this function has undoubtedly been greatly weakened, and it can even be said that it has no great effect. After all, the star power increase provided by the Cave Paradise in the exiled Immortal Mountain alone is much more than that given by daily sign-in. But this sign-in upgrade made Mubai's eyes light up. He currently has a total of 4 options. The first is to continue to sign in every day to increase the star power. 1,000 points of star power is undoubtedly far more than the increase of the Cave Paradise, as long as Mubai has obtained it for a long time. This first option is actually the best option. The second is to sign in to gain wealth value. After reading the detailed introduction, Mubai immediately gave up this option. If he were an ordinary person, he could choose this, but what he lacked the most was wealth. The third point is actually a good choice. Sign in every day to get a random physical increase, but the value of this increase is too low. The physical fitness of daily sign-in cannot exceed 100,000th of one's own. If it is 1/10,000th, Mubai might consider it. The physical fitness point increase he currently obtains from daily practice is already far more than 100,000th. The fourth daily sign-in fruit increase percentage made Mubai's eyes light up. Now he actually doesn't need a constant increase in star power. Compared with the first option, this fruit increase will undoubtedly improve his combat power faster. System selects the 4 sign-in option. Ding dong. Received. Today's sign-in has been reset, and you can sign in again. Please note. Mubai nodded and immediately signed in for today. Ding dong. Mythical Sun Golden Crow Fruit increase 0.1% open the personal interface. Mubai silently recited in his heart, and immediately mobilized the system personal panel. Name Mubai lifespan 8,000, and 1 realm star apostle 9th level star power 810,000 comprehensive attributes 51609 devil fruit mythical great sun golden crow fruit, awakening degree 6%. Fruit amplification 0.1%. Superhuman tremor fruit, awakening degree 0%. Fruit amplification 0%. Skills Berserk Blade skill. Fire shield. Berserk Blade skill. Netherworld Heart Sutra, incomplete. Golden Crow Divine Cannon. Supreme Forgetful Sword skill, level unknown, legendary degree 3. It seems that the fruit awakening degree and the fruit amplification complement each other. As long as the sign-in time accumulates, Mubai has the confidence that he can turn these 2 devil fruits into monster-level super devil fruits. The weeds were gradually extinguished in the gorgeous flames, and the heads of hundreds of nearby star warriors were cut off in front of the execution platform. The collapsed ruins were full of traces of barbaric war. A few hours ago, the last resistance in the 45th district of the Watergate district also collapsed under the brutal killing of the barbarians. Now is the time of punishment and atonement. These humans must atone for the evil deeds of their ancestors. And the simplest act of atonement is to sacrifice their lives for the great barbarian race, and sacrifice their lives to the many barbarian gods, who were killed thousands of years ago. Barbarian Caesar thought so. And so did the hundreds of thousands of barbarian elites behind him. After executing the remaining humans, he sat on the mountain of heads piled up, and looked extremely relieved. He imagined that the barbarian ancestors could see the sacred and great scene today. The descendants of the barbarians slaughtered these lowly humans for the first time after lying dormant for many years. The elite barbarian warriors, who kept carrying supplies below, sang incomprehensible ballads in unison. The voice was old, powerful and tragic. Caesar couldn't help but sing along. As the most capable star apostle warrior under Uka, he had a superior status in the tribe. But even so, he felt inexplicably sad when he heard these old songs. In the bloody dusk, their songs spread far under the baptism of hot human blood. The survivors who survived in the ruins dared not breathe, for fear of attracting the attention of these barbarian monsters and turning them into bloody corpses. Whatever is terrible will come. A clear mobile phone ringtone suddenly came from the ruins closest to Caesar. Caesar, who had recovered from the sadness, turned his head expressionlessly. He didn't want to pay attention to these sporadic surviving rats. But these people didn't seize the opportunity. It is a capital crime to disturb us barbarians singing hymns. They will often tear off your flesh and blood and inlay it on our totem at the peak of the noon sun. Caesar, muttering to himself, walked slowly like a madman, and the survivors hiding in the ruins were terrified. When Caesar was about to lift the collapsed wall, a clear roar came from the sky in the distance. The elite barbarian warriors, who were looting and transporting supplies, looked up and found that a floating warship pulled by the Eastern Dragon appeared above their heads. The two words "Holy Way" were written on the chassis of the warship. After seeing the traces of barbarians in the warship, Mubai also understood that they had arrived at the location of the Watergate district at this moment. Without thinking, he immediately arranged the task deployment. All the direct disciples except him led a team of 200 people to other directions of the Watergate district to destroy the barbarian strongholds and eliminate all barbarians. And he led the remaining more than 1,000 people to drive straight into the hinterland of the Watergate district to face the backbone of the entire barbarian invaders in the Watergate district. Yes, Lord Saint. After receiving the order, Wu Guangzongyang and others immediately led the already assigned personnel to be teleported down from the warship. They turned a blind eye to the elite barbarian army not far away. Every direct disciple quickly left here under the light of dusk. Is it the reinforcements from the borderland? Caesar frowned. He really couldn't understand what these people were doing. You have to know that there are more than 100,000 elite barbarian warriors behind him. In such a scenario, wouldn't it be courting death for the other party to split up and leave here? Shinshio, you are responsible for leading these people to control the stable flight of the warship and rescue the survivors below. Leave the rest to me. Mubai on the warship glanced at the people below casually and said nothing more. Shinshio turned around and found that senior brother Mubai had disappeared in the warship. Everyone, do everything according to what Master Saint said. The disciples immediately took action. And Shinshio on the control console also projected the nearby human survivors from the ruins through the warship's teleportation ability. Due to the warship's floating gravity suppression ability, the nearby collapsed ruins were immediately removed from the rubble and other debris, and the people trapped in it were successfully teleported up without any injuries. Some barbarian warriors wanted to stop them, but were stopped by Caesar. Although he didn't understand why these human reinforcements had to split up, it was obvious that the real owner had arrived. The figure floating down from the air looked at these barbarians, and the energy fluctuations on his body shocked even Caesar, who was at the 4th level of the Star Apostle. It's not that he had never fought with the nearby borderland northern reinforcements. On the contrary, many northern reinforcements died in his hands, and there were more self-proclaimed extraordinary prides. Those who are in a high position in the sect or territory often look down on the barbarian warriors at first. But when Caesar takes action, these so-called human geniuses often become terrified. And even several Caesars scare the other party to death before they even start. They all have one thing in common at the beginning. That is, arrogance. But what makes Caesar strange is that the human in front of him with outstanding temperament does not seem to have such a thing called arrogance in his eyes. He can see a deeper meaning in his eyes. That is, contempt. Yes, contempt. Caesar, with a twitch in his mouth, overturned the mountain of human heads next to him. And some of those rolling heads that died with their eyes open even slid to Mubai's feet. The nearby elite barbarian warriors are also ready to move. The bloody battle axes in their hands look very shabby. But it is precisely because of this shabbiness that they look more heavy and cruel. Caesar, standing in front of a large number of barbarian warriors, smiled meaningfully and said, "You are an interesting human. I can see that your status and position must be not on the same level as those so-called geniuses before. I will take off your head and present it to the king. The battle is about to begin. Are you the only one? Are all the other humans in the battleship cowards?" As Caesar asked, a large number of barbarian warriors laughed mockingly. These dense laughters were very impressive. At least ordinary people would be scared to death on the spot. These elite warriors originally regarded humans as strong enemies. But after the massacre, it seems that these humans are nothing more than chickens and dogs that collapse at the touch of a button. In the bloody slaughter, their self-confidence is also growing wildly like weeds. Now, these self-proclaimed powerful barbarian warriors are fearless. They are not afraid of war, but they are afraid that the enemy is too weak. He did not comment on their mocking voices. Looking around, he could see the horrible and miserable situation of the entire area. Many tall buildings had long been trampled into ruins by barbarian beasts. And even the nearby bridges, airports and stations were not spared. What was even more horrifying was that many of the broken limbs and bodies on the streets were obviously humans, who had been tortured to death by the barbarians. Even Mubai couldn't bear to look at the tragic scene. At this moment, His murderous intent towards these barbarians had escalated to the extreme. But what made him even more angry was that the Northern Territory allowed the barbarians to enter, and the Central Plains did nothing. These two top power groups composed of countless terrorist forces actually allowed foreigners to slaughter their compatriots. Such indifference was unprecedented. If there was really no obstruction, the killing caused by these incalculable number of barbarians in the entire wilderness north area would likely exceed hundreds of millions. The barbarian war beasts in the distance were gathering, and the barbarian warriors from all directions had already surrounded Mubai. Seeing this scene, Mubai said to the sky, "Shinshio, you guys take the warship into the air. I will play with these barbarians." Although he didn't know why Mubai issued such an order, Shinshio still obeyed the order and let the entire warship quickly climb to the sky. "Do you really want to fight alone?" After laughing, Caesar said a little boringly. This human was too arrogant. Even if a single individual was strong among the human youths of the other age, he might not be able to threaten the entire barbarian army. Mubai, who also had a smile on his face, flexed the muscles of his arms when the barbarians around him were about to chop him with axes. In the puzzled eyes of all the barbarians, pale white vibrating balls appeared on his hands, and then violently hit both sides of his body. Squeak! 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 The terrifying sound waves tore the sky and earth apart. An unprecedented terrifying power descended on this world for the first time. The earth-shaking sound and air waves made the strong and savage barbarians nearby unstable. Even the huge barbarian beasts hundreds of meters away made uneasy roars. More than 100,000 barbarians trembled with their legs when the ground shook. The game has just begun. As barbarians who have the honor to try my devil fruit power, you will fully experience the feeling of being crushed. The void struck by Mubai's fists gradually spread along the cracks. The speed at which the cracks extended was even more amazing. It was completely different from the performance level on the Blue Star world. The power displayed by the superhuman shock fruit assimilated by the main world was undoubtedly devastating. The fists exerted force again. The nearby space shattered like a mirror, and the terrifying shock wave could not be stopped from stirring among the barbarians. The torn wind and the countless broken cracks formed an inverted airflow. The cumbersome gravel was crushed into powder, and the burly elite barbarian warriors were shaken into pieces like a joke. But even so, the vibration has not ended, and the warships far in the sky were briefly affected. If it were not for the long distance, the entire warship would be pulled into the center of the vibration by the strong airflow difference. The ground on the surface was torn apart, and the bottomless cracks were expanding. Those barbarians who had escaped the shock wave fell into the abyss in despair and disappeared in the dark and silent vibration gap. The barbarian beasts that were originally approaching in the distance were the most miserable, although each of them had a powerful body close to the defense of the Star Apostle. But in the face of such a large amount of vibration, they could not resist it. Often, the power of the vibration would resonate repeatedly in their bodies of hundreds of meters, tearing their bones and internal organs to pieces. In the face of absolute vibration, these huge beasts that can move mountains often die faster and more miserably than ordinary barbarian warriors. The 3 barbarian warriors at the Star Apostle level, including Caesar, also gradually retreated under the pressure of the vibration. The 3 were powerful young warriors among the barbarians. But at this moment, these powerful and fearless cold-blooded warriors felt unprecedented fear. The tremors were still continuing, and when the earth gradually calmed down, the barbarian army of more than 100,000 people had disappeared. Some were shaken to death, some fell into cracks, and some were torn into pieces by the shock wave. In various situations, when Caesar, who was numb all over, came to his senses, he saw this hellish scene. The elite barbarian warriors, who were proud of him in his heart, were all destroyed. And this was just one blow from the opponent. Those powerful barbarian beasts turned into pools of rotten meat, and the land that had already become a ruin was full of cracks. Such a miserable scene made the other 2 surviving apostle-level barbarian warriors murderous. Everyone in the high-altitude warship was numb, and Shinshio, who had never seen her senior brother use this ability, was even more so. She stood up from her seat and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She never thought that senior brother Mubai was still hiding his weakness in the previous set competition. The terrifying swordsmanship, the mythical Great Sun Golden Crow fruit, and the current terrifying vibration ability. She felt that Mubai's figure was gradually becoming blurred. She couldn't quite see where the opponent's limit was, compared with the St. Dao sect and even all the geniuses she had ever seen. Mubai was the most special one. The disciples in the warship were even more dumbfounded. There were densely packed barbarian warriors on the surface below just now. Now, Saint Mubai took action and cleared them out in such a short time. This was beyond their imagination. Mubai retracted his hands and felt the feedback of the vibration and found the mystery. If the vibration fruit on the blue star was a wooden board, then the vibration fruit in the main world was a wooden barrel. The power of the stars and the super strong physique of the mythical species made up for the shortcomings of the wooden barrel, so that the performance in the two worlds would be completely different. Although both the wooden board and the wooden barrel are made of wood, the amount of water resources they can carry is very different. It can be said that the superhuman vibration fruit, which has obtained a massive gain without any disadvantages, has surpassed the scope of natural disasters. To some extent, the vibration fruit is enough to be on par with the mythical fruit or even surpass it. Feeling the shocking and terrifying ability, Mubai felt that all his muscles and bones were stretched at this moment. He could clearly feel that his highly adaptable body was integrating with the operation of the Tremor fruit. Ding dong. Activate the Tremor fruit to form resonance, and the host's physique is enhanced. Ding dong. A series of system prompts sounded in Mubai's brain. With the system's prompts, he could clearly feel that his body's physique had increased a little. In fact, this was one of the reasons why he did not choose to sign in every day to increase his physique that day. The Tremor fruit itself has the ability to passively increase physique, and he did not attach too much importance to the need for daily sign-in to increase physique. Kill my people. You must die. The two barbarian apostles crushed the ground and raised their axes and rushed towards Mubai. Wait! Caesar, who came to his senses, immediately spoke up to stop the two from making rash moves. Two barbarian warriors of the Star Apostle level attacked from two angles at the same time. The explosive blood power was like a flood and a beast, making sonic booms. Caesar's voice to stop them was naturally ignored by the two. This is also a characteristic of barbarians. When they are extremely angry, they will spontaneously generate a strong increase in star power. Although this increase seems to be a good thing, it will make people extremely irritable and fanatical. When the problem is serious, it will even affect the innocent and make their brains automatically block all external information. Barbarians who go crazy in battle may kill their own people unconsciously. Mubai, who felt the feedback of the physical increase of the Jinjin fruit, didn't care about the offensive of the two at all. It was not until the two attacked him at half a meter away at the same time that Mubai smiled and held one person's face with his backhand, releasing the great sun golden crow flame to melt his whole body, and the other hand covered the vibration ball cover to instantly smash the opponent's heart. In less than a moment, two promising Star Apostle barbarians fell one after another, without leaving even a trace of damage on Mubai's body. The difference in strength was simply jaw-dropping. At least the arrogant Caesar was also shocked. Who are you? Are you a genius from Zhongzhou? In Caesar's cognition, there must be no such terrifying apostle-level strongman in the wild north. After all, this poor and remote place has no soil for the birth of geniuses. The opponent's strength at this level shows a crushing trend, which must be the top genius in the big power of Zhongzhou. Caesar had seen the top genius outside the northern territory take action. That level of evil was even more terrifying than the god of death. Even several barbarian gods were killed by the low-level northern territory geniuses. Zhongzhou? You think too much. I'm just an ordinary local. Why don't you take action? Mubai's figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, the terrifying sun flames accompanied by the cry of the golden crow broke through the sky and surrounded Caesar. The endless stream of golden crow flames gathered into countless terrifying beams that shot out rapidly above Caesar's head. The barbaric insects hiding deep underground and preparing to attack were instantly evaporated under the scorching high temperature. Several ancient barbaric insects that were dozens of meters long were evenly cut in half by the white beam. Damn it! The blood demon disintegrated. After feeling the terrifying power in the beam, Caesar immediately activated his own fruit ability. As one of the races in the main world, the barbarians can naturally enter the fairy fruit space and become fruit ability users. But there are still only a few barbarians who can possess devil fruits. Caesar's biological armor all over his body flowed freely like melted red blood. His whole body turned into countless blood, and he continued to compress the power of the stars in the blood drops. When Mubai's high-temperature beam shot over, Caesar had already penetrated into the earth in the form of blood. And the strange thing is that Mubai missed the target at the last attack. No. There's something wrong with my blood. The blood in my body was agitated, and the tumbling blood flowed uncontrollably from various organs into the heart. Not to mention ordinary people. Even ordinary Star Apostle users would have their blood explode in a short period of time. The barbarian Caesar, who barely avoided Mu Bai's attack, had excited light in his eyes. He just discovered that Mu Bai didn't know armament hockey. In this way, he can control the opponent's blood at will. And he can kill Mu Bai by using the kite-flying tactic. It seems that you are not the genius of Zhongzhou. You haven't mastered the armament hockey yet. When the 5 words armament hockey came out, Mu Bai frowned immediately. He didn't expect that there were 3 colors of hockey in this main world. It's just that the armament hockey mentioned by the other party is probably completely different from the armament hockey of Blue Star. Otherwise, Mu Bai has not awakened any hockey-related skills for so many years. And armament hockey and observation hockey are fine. But he is considered to be a soul in this world. According to common sense, he should be able to quickly awaken the king's hockey. After all, it is closely related to the soul and spiritual power. Forget it. Let me torture you. Continuous blood burst. Caesar, with red light in his hands, kept detonating the blood clots in his hands like a madman. At the same time as these blood clots exploded, the strong throbbing continued to beat in Mu Bai's blood vessels, with its increasingly terrifying frequency. Even Mu Bai had to use 30% of his physical strength to deal with it. Controlling blood. It seems that you have the ability of a devil fruit of the para-human type. No. Since you are a para-human type, how can you become an elemental? Unless you are a special para-human type. Special para-human type is different from normal para-human type ability users. The fruit abilities of special para-human type ability users often have multiple changes. Among them, Katakuri is a more representative figure. The Machi fruit he possesses has a variety of powerful abilities. With his observation hockey, he can predict the future in a short time and can ignore the damage like the natural type. He avoided the damage in the last second before the damage was about to fall. He is also very outstanding in imitation ability. He can easily imitate the various moves of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, and even save the time of charging the rubber ring head. It can be said that he beat Mu Bai half to death with his powerful combat power alone. If the opponent did not have the protagonist halo, the story of One Piece would probably end here. Mu Bai's pupil shrank after guessing the reason. And the next moment the blood that was originally rioting was suppressed alive. The ground surface of hundreds of meters nearby collapsed instantly. The terrifying bloody violence was suppressed by Mu Bai's strong physique. And Caesar couldn't move at all no matter how hard he tried. Damn. Is this physique a monster? Caesar, who cursed in his heart, really couldn't understand this Mu Bai. He had strong strength and powerful devil fruit ability plus terrifying fighting talent. But he didn't know 3 colors of domineering. This guy was really a freak. It seems that I have to get serious. Speaking of this move, I have to thank you. Who asked you to provide me with such a large amount of blood? Crazy Caesar stood on the ground, and the countless blood floating in the cracks on the surface continued to grow, as if it had seen the arrival of its king. Hundreds of blood balls, with a diameter of about 10 meters gathered and burst into a terrifying rotation. The next moment, the blood drops that burst out like a downpour madly wrapped Mu Bai's whole body. To be honest, Mu Bai was a little disappointed. This barbarian named Caesar is much stronger than the 2 rookies before. But unfortunately, this gap is almost indistinguishable in Mu Bai's eyes. Golden Crow burns the sky. The roaring Golden Crow shadow shone on the figure, wearing the Golden Crow armor of the God of Heaven. In the pure color like the night sky. A flame symbolizing the God of Death broke through all constraints and flooded all the scenes from the cracks on the surface of the earth. Even the rapidly shooting blood droplets were swallowed by it. The rapidly flowing ground fire rushed into the sky and enveloped the entire ruins in a high temperature and twisted red nightmare. There was no breath of the living here. Only the eternally burning Golden Crow fire. Caesar, who was ignited by the Golden Crow fire, kept screaming like a martyr, and at the same time tried his best to take off the biological armor. He was extremely hot at the moment. Hot to the point of tens of thousands of mental breakdowns. When the flames that swallowed the sky quickly shrank to Mu Bai's fingers, time stopped in a trance. The charred corpse in the center fell into powder bit by bit, until Mu Bai blew a breath gently, and the other party disappeared on the spot with the breeze. Mu Bai, who released the Golden Crow's consciousness, immediately moved forward in the direction of the barbarians he sensed. Before the Saint Dao sect disciples on the warship could react, the 2 nearby areas occupied by the barbarians were immediately engulfed by light. This was obviously Mu Bai's work. When the night sky fell, the Watergate area was ablaze. And the most dazzling thing in the fire was the cry of the Golden Crow. District 3 of the Watergate region. Under the cover of the raging fire, The 3-meter-tall barbarian Wuda was fighting with more than a dozen powerful humans, including many human beings of the first-grade realm of the Star Apostle. But even so, Wuda was still slow and methodical. Bang! After smashing the head of one of the humans with an axe, Wuka's neck immediately turned 360 degrees, and in the stunned eyes of the others, he bit the chest of the old man who attacked from behind. Crazy Sword. Wu Yuping, known as the first genius of the Watergate sect, was holding 2 swords and slashing thousands of terrifying sword waves in front of Wuka's chest. With her light footsteps, she crushed the barbarian Wuka in the offensive. At least the people present did not see Wuka had a chance to win. Wuka did not have much problem when he was beaten back repeatedly. But Wu Yuping was already panting, and Wuka's biological armor was not even broken. On the contrary, it was polished to a brighter shine by the opponent's fierce attack, which made Wuka very satisfied. I thought that the Watergate district was the world of male humans, but I didn't expect that there would be a female hero like you. I think you can be my slave and accompany me in the future. Wu Yuping, do you accept this opportunity? Wuka, who had been hunched over before, stood up straight for the first time. His body of more than 3 meters tall looked extremely terrifying. Wu Yuping frowned with trembling hands. He was a little unsure of the opponent's endurance limit at this moment. She even suspected that the opponent was a strong man at the level of Star Master. After all, in the realm of Star Apostle, he had never seen anyone who could withstand the attacks of more than a dozen enemies of the same realm without any injury. The dozen or so slightly embarrassed Star Apostle strongmen stared at Wuka's every move intently, fearing that they would let the opponent succeed accidentally. I heard that you killed several top geniuses from various sects with your battle axe? Wu Yuping saw the look in her companion's eyes, and naturally delayed time to help them relieve their physical strength. Wuka's face, illuminated by the fire, showed no joy, anger, sorrow or happiness. The only thing that could be seen was the strong sense of teasing. Genius? I admit that they are all outstanding people in the northern borderland. But it seems that no enemy in front of me can withstand my full strength. There is no word genius in front of me. Very confident, Wuka stretched his hands and laughed comfortably. The laughter was very harsh, as if it was telling the decline of the human race. This kind of laughter was particularly harsh in the ears of everyone, especially the old man in the lead, who was even more dismissive of his words. A beast is really just a beast. The strong wield their swords against the stronger, and the weak wield their swords against the weaker. People like you can only prevail in this marginal area. Once you are in front of superpowers like Zhongzhou or Beiyu, you will probably be more obedient than a domestic dog. The old man's words were so sharp that Wuka almost laughed out loud. We barbarians have never been domestic animals, but beasts. Beasts that eat people without spitting out bones. What we pursue is the ultimate freedom, and the absolute jungle law of the weak and the strong. This is much better than your ridiculous alliance and unity. At least if the barbarians control the Beiyu, they will probably not let humans come in and harm humans. Everyone had reasons to refute Wuka's first few sentences, but the only one that could not be refuted was the last sentence. No matter how the situation develops, the root of the whole thing is still caused by the North Territory. This is to some extent an internal struggle among human forces, and the barbarians are just chess pieces for the North Territory to explore the way. Stop talking nonsense. Whether it's a beast or a livestock, we want your head today. Super glue. The old man spit out a large amount of liquid in a very funny way. These glue liquids have been arranged into a net to surround Wuka's whole body as soon as they touch the ground. The next moment, the strongmen of the Watergate district, led by Wu Yuping, used all their moves, and the intensity was no different from starting a war to destroy the city. But when the smoke dissipated, Wuka, who was half kneeling on the ground and covered with glue, did not move at all. The old man was about to continue to issue orders for the siege when Wuka Chao, who was emitting purple light all over his body, clenched his palms fiercely in the direction of the old man. Almost at the moment of clenching his palms, the surface of the ground broke into the shape of a human palm and grabbed the old man in his hand. Let go of Uncle Long. Asshole. Everyone wanted to save the old man, but found that the nearby debris merged together to form a palm with a purple halo. And then these combined palms were like the god of death, killing like crazy. Except for Wu Yuping, who was farthest away, who cut off the combined palm with swordsmanship. The others were undoubtedly spared. You? Wu Menghua, who was shocked, was about to retreat when he found a raging flame falling to the ground like the sun. When the combined palms nearby attacked, they were instantly submerged by the scorching heat. When the aftermath of the flames dissipated, the figure in the middle gradually revealed his appearance. Wang Linfei, a direct disciple of the Holy Dao sect, came to hunt the barbarians. Wang Linfei, who was full of momentum, quickly entered the main battlefield with a large number of Holy Dao sect disciples. With their help, the originally defeated Watergate army was actually in a confrontation with the elite army of the barbarians. When Wu Yuping heard the 3 words Holy Dao sect, her eyes lit up. Even though she was in the Watergate area, she had heard of the reputation of its saint. Mu Bai, Brother Wang, may I ask if the Saint Sun Mu Bai of your sect has arrived? I heard that he is a mythology. Saint Sun Mu Bai has not arrived yet. Don't worry. I am enough to deal with these barbarian creatures, Wang Linfei said with a smile. His face obviously stiffened for a moment. He gave up the original battle route for the credit of killing the enemy's main general. So he had a reason to make a contribution. Maybe after making such a great contribution, the master will look up to him. When Mu Bai, who was in the warship, received the first message, he couldn't hold back. Wang Linfei ignored my order and crossed dozens of areas without authorization to go straight to the core force of the barbarians in the Watergate district. New information just came that he has become a prisoner of war. Isn't senior brother Wang Linfei a natural type flame fruit ability user? Even if he can't win, he can still escape by elemental disintegration, Xinxiu on the console said in disbelief. In her impression, a top-level disciple like Wang Linfei couldn't be defeated in such a battle with only apostles. Looking at the content transmitted by the communication equipment with cold eyes, Mu Bai had the urge to beat Wang Linfei violently, especially when he saw the second column of information. He took a deep breath. The Holy Dao sect warship will immediately go to the Miaoan mountain in the first area of the Watergate district. Immediately, the disciples operating the warship immediately took action. After Mu Bai's previous battle, they were convinced of this Saint's son. Killing hundreds of thousands of barbarian elites by one person is simply a god in the world. Brother, did something happen? Xinxiu, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, frowned and asked. She had never seen Brother Mu look so worried. 2 more pieces of news came just now. The barbarian forces in the Shuimen district are going to hold an execution ceremony at Miaoan Mountain. They are going to execute all the core disciples of the sects that have been defeated in all the nearby districts. And a large number of second-rate sects have already attached themselves to the barbarian forces and have now concentrated their forces at Miaoan Mountain. Mu Bai, who was relaxed, said softly. Miaoan Mountain in the Shuimen district was only a few districts away from the Yunming's district. It was difficult to confirm whether these barbarians would join hands with those second-rate human sects to plunder nearby districts. At this moment, no matter what the reason was, he had to quickly reach Miaoan Mountain to reduce the barbarian forces. I understand. The barbarians are going to sacrifice hundreds of core disciples of the sections. If they succeed, I'm afraid that other small forces that were originally wavering will give up resistance and even join the barbarians. If that happens, the entire northern borderland will probably become AHL on Earth. Xinxiu, who knew this well, said with some indignation. The reason for her indignation was not because of the barbarians, but because of those wavering second-rate human forces. The barbarian army only attacked in the first round and lost a large number of spineless vassals. This is simply a shame for the human race. Mu Bai nodded. In fact, there are more reasons why he must go to Miaoan Mountain. At this moment, all the forces outside Miaoan Mountain that resisted the barbarians are estimated to go to Miaoan Mountain. The barbarians plan to concentrate their forces to eliminate all living forces this time. This is what Mu Bai absolutely does not want to see. There are too many invading barbarians. If he is alone at this moment, even if he is invincible in force, it will be difficult to suppress all the barbarian armies in a short time. He needs teammates. At least at this moment. On Miaoan Mountain, the whistling wind and rolling dark clouds covered the entire area, and a large number of barbarian armies were stationed nearby. Among them, there were many strange beasts eating the corpses of their own kind. The barbarians called this domestication. When the battle reached its most intense level, the weak beasts would naturally serve as food for the powerful beasts, so that these beasts with abundant physical strength could burst out with more amazing combat power. This is the scenery at the foot of Miaoan Mountain, and many wooden stakes on the hillside are now tied with the weak core figures of the younger generation of many sects, including Hu Linfei, sitting on a seat made of human bones. The barbarian Wuka is watching this scene leisurely. The bloody fight is the gene flowing in his blood. Not only the barbarians need to talk about survival of the fittest, but also the barbarians. Their barbaric and energetic race has no so-called nobles. Only strong ones. The strong can dominate everything of the weak, including their property. their relatives and families, and even their lifespan. Wukka, who lived in the underground world all year round when he was young, grew up gradually in this situation. He was able to suppress the barbarians at the age of 7. At the age of 10, he could easily slaughter the Shadow Wolf tribe. At the age of 15, he could kill the teacher with only one hand. Killing the teacher is the highest honor among the barbarians. What others can do at the age of 30, Wukka can easily do at the age of 15. And the reason why he killed the teacher is also very simple. He fell in love with the other's cane. When he met the barbarian god with his teacher's bloody head, the other party gave him a high evaluation. In the same year, Wukka finally entered the fairy fruit space after many screenings. After slaughtering all the humans in the fairy fruit world where he was, he obtained the terrifying superhuman devil fruit that could fuse all substances. Superhuman fusion fruit. With the help of this fruit, he defeated all the top talents in the barbarian clan in 5 years, and even sprinted to the first level of the Star Messenger in a short period of time. This talent and strength also gave him a very loud title in the clan. The first person under the barbarian god, Wang Linfei, who was tied to the back of the bone seat, was covered with wounds at the moment. He was confused and barely raised his bloody face, and said sarcastically, "The barbarians in the clan killed each other. This is indeed something that you bastards can do." Wukka was not angry after hearing this, but slowly talked about his past. "I still remember what my master said to me before he died. He said, 'I'm happy that you killed me, because the essence of life is plunder. When a baby is in its mother's belly, it starts to plunder nutrients. When it is born, it will plunder all the resources around it. In the process, it will also plunder all the resources of other creatures.'" At this point, Wukka opened his hands and said excitedly, "Humans and barbarians are all this kind of creatures. You just wrap this behavior with the so-called civilization. And we barbarians are more pure. From this aspect, it is us who are the most united." Wang Linfei, who spitted, had no patience to listen to what the other party said. At this moment, he wanted to elementalize, but found that the strange wooden stake behind him could make his elementalization invalid. "The essence of invading you now is just like you drove me out 3,000 years ago. It's nothing more than the occupation of resources. Look, someone comes to save you again." Wukka raised his right hand and said jokingly. The young man who was tied to a wooden stake nearby immediately looked up and saw that tens of thousands of meters away, a human army of more than 10,000 people was fighting fiercely with the elite barbarian army. It was difficult to see the specific situation of the battle amid the flying blood and flesh. "I like to kill the enemy in the midst of thousands of troops. And I also like to destroy them from 10,000 meters away. Just like this." The terrifying purple light in the eyes of the barbarian Wukka, who was covered in heavy biological armor, spread along the void. The purple light and shadow in the ground under the feet passed through the dense army of barbarians, and finally spread into a giant mouth of more than 1,000 meters on the main battlefield. The fusion fruit has the ability to arrange and combine all objects to make them merge. It can make the inorganic matter touched by the host merge with its own body. And not only can it merge with the body, but it can also combine inorganic matter and rearrange it to create new weapons. For example, it can use scrap iron and rubble to create submarines or weapons. This devil fruit in One Piece comes from the movie Mission Barrett. Barrett, who grew up on the battlefield, used this ability to create inexhaustible weapons. His terrifying creative ability can create many unimaginable special attack methods. Just like now, the gluttonous mouth with purple halo kept chewing, and many human warriors, who were fighting with the barbarians, were instantly swallowed into its mouth by the tyrannical attraction. Several powerful star apostles were even bitten off half of their bodies amidst the flying blood and flesh, and they gradually died in pain and unwillingness. Such means, let alone Wang Linfei and other prisoners of war. Even the people in the barbarian tribe were terrified. "I am the strongest star apostle. If the Star Master does not take action, I will be the absolute king of this deserted northern land." Wukka, whose whole body was covered with purple light, laughed, and his unrestrained and heroic laughter was full of confidence. In all these years of fighting, he had already understood one thing. That is, he is a creature with potential. He is a strong man who is highly expected by the ancestors of the barbarians. He will also change the history of the barbarians. Executor, Wukka has the capital to be proud of this. He can achieve such strength in the remote underground world. To some extent, he is no less than the geniuses of the superpowers in Zhongzhou or the Northern Territory. It's a pity that this talent was born in the wrong place. The strongest star apostle? You may think too much. Our holy Tao sect Saint Mu Bai has a mythical devil fruit. Now he has entered the realm of star apostles in less than 2 years since entering the sect. Even I am not a one-round enemy in front of him. The dying Wang Linfei sneered. And the coldness in his voice inexplicably added a degree of credibility to his words. Wuka, who tilted his head, heard the words and casually called the barbarian next to him and whispered, "Who is this Mu Bai he is talking about?" The barbarian, who was called over, trembled all over. And after a long time, he whispered, "Lord Wuka, it's the human strongman who killed Caesar and 100,000 elite barbarians." Mu Bai? Wuka's eyes gradually became hot. He knew very well that Caesar's strength was outstanding even in the realm of the 5th grade star apostle. It seemed that Mu Bai had some skills to kill him. Even I have only heard of mythical ability users. If there are such people in this wild northern region, I will have to meet them. Uka, who was interested, pointed to Wang Linfei's position and said casually, "If you can provide me with such interesting information about human geniuses, I will reward you well." Wang Linfei, I can give you another chance to challenge me. As long as you can touch me, I will let you go. How about it? You said it? Don't regret it. Wang Linfei said with a murderous grin. Wuka, keep my word. If you don't believe me, go ask those who I killed. Which one of them doesn't know that I? Wuka, keep my word. Uka, with his hands behind his back, seemed to be speaking very frankly. But the prisoners of war present would not believe a word of what he said. They were all killed. So what's the point of asking? After being put down, Wang Linfei took the lead in pulling away from the opponent at the top of the mountain. In the previous battle, he was stepped into the combined ground by the opponent at the first sight. So he was defeated before he could even use the ability of the flame fruit. This time, he must seize the opportunity. Come on! Kill this barbarian bastard. Wang Linfei of the Holy Tao sect. If you have a bit of blood, kill him for me. Kill him. A weak condemnation came. Wuka didn't care, but Wang Linfei was highly nervous. He knew that he was carrying everyone's hope at this moment and must not lose his dignity. My flame can even ignite fire. Fire fist. Big flame dragon. The surrounding void suddenly twisted. The surging flame dragon head descended into the world with a strong roar. And the scorching temperature rose sharply, and soon wrapped Wang Linfei in it. Under the gaze of everyone, the roaring flame dragon attacked with an attitude that I could not resist. The barbarians who were guarding nearby were frightened and scattered. While Wuka, who was facing the fire dragon, yawned, and then his cheeks suddenly bulged. A large amount of air nearby was swallowed into his stomach and mouth, and suddenly blew it out under the gaze of everyone. With the blessing of a strong physique, the majestic fire dragon dissipated in the air as if it had met its nemesis. And Wuka, who had blown away the fire dragon, stepped on the ground. As the purple halo circulated, the fists attached to the rock metal instantly smashed Wang Linfei into the ground under the hillside. Wang Linfei, whose bones were almost broken, endured the severe pain and slowly crawled out. Seeing that the opponent was so weak, Wuka was also bored. He thought that he could seize the opportunity given to the opponent. But now it seems that he is useless. Don't use this kind of trick. If others see it, they will think you are letting him go. Wuka's playful voice almost made Wang Linfei spit out a mouthful of old blood. After a long time, he barely stood up and said breathlessly in a cold voice, "Don't worry. I will meet your requirements." The divine fire form of the burning fruit. The temperature nearby rose rapidly, and the phantom of the fire god with his whole body burning in the space with flames appeared behind Wang Linfei. In a trance, he could still see the contemptuous eyes of the fire god. The orange-yellow flames nearby gradually turned white at this moment, and even Wuka could feel the high temperature. Okay, this is right. Divine fire. For directions are extinguished. For divine fires converge together. And when the extreme high temperature was superimposed, a white halo rose up. And from a distance, it looked like some kind of torch. Faced with such an attack, Wuka not only did not retreat, but went forward head-on. A large amount of purple halo gathered on his body. And when the raging fire touched his armor, the powerful fusion ability wrapped the flame. And the extreme white light was extinguished before it erupted. Just when Wang Linfei was desperate, and Wuka felt too relaxed, a bird cry came from a distance. The loud roar of the warships resounded through the world like thunder. And in the sound waves, a golden crow's cry penetrated it. Just when the elite barbarians on the battlefield felt the glare, countless flames crossed thousands of meters and fell on their heads. Mu Bai, with his wings emitting streams of light, stretched out his hands, and the next moment, The terrifying high temperature instantly exploded one by one in the terrified eyes of the barbarians. What's more terrifying is that these light white high-temperature flames are manifesting in two forms. The places close to the distance will be bombarded by high-temperature rays, and the places far away will be completely covered by the Golden Crow flame group. Under the two offensives, most of the vanguard troops on the periphery of the barbarians were killed instantly. Looking for death, several barbarian Star Apostle warriors immediately counterattacked Mu Bai in the air, and a large amount of star power exploded in the direction of Mu Bai like a torrent along the trajectory. Not only that, the barbarian beasts on the surface also began to spit out energy cannons, and countless energy fluctuations gathered together. The energy power was enough to be comparable to an ordinary attack of the Star Master. Mu Bai, who was wearing the armor of the God of Heaven, did not retreat. Instead, a layer of white ball cover was covered on his hand armor. Just when the endless energy fluctuations were about to fall on him, he suddenly punched the void in front of him with his eyes glowing light golden. Sound, time, space, all seemed to have faded at this moment. A clear shattering sound came from the void, and the sound gradually became louder, gradually stretched. When the tearing sound was amplified to the limit, countless cracks appeared in the space in front of Mu Bai. The strong shattering vibration collided with the energy torrent and burst out an extreme shock wave. The barbarians present found it difficult to stand in this vibration, and even the barbarian beasts with huge bodies, like hundreds of meters of meat mountains, screamed in fear. The two forces gradually tore each other apart, but Mu Bai pulled himself out and came to the ground at this moment, aiming his hands in the direction of Wuka and tearing hard to both sides. The biggest vibration wheel. Open! The surface was quickly torn in half under the traction of the ability of the Tremor fruit, and the abyss cracked thousands of meters wide collapsed towards the destroying wheel mountain. This scene shocked not only the ordinary barbarian soldiers present, but even the arrogant Wuda felt his breath stagnate. He thought he was violent and domineering enough, but compared with the one in front of him, he seemed more feminine. I like this monster. After casually destroying Wang Linfei's arms, the barbarian Wuka broke through the air. The halo of the whole body fusion fruit covered the entire Mieluan mountain from top to bottom. Wuka, with a crazy look on his face, did not dodge the terrifying power of the Tremor fruit at all, but faced it head-on with his body. Boom! Humph! With a cold snort, Wuka immediately activated the fruit ability to forcibly merge the earth that was originally torn by the Tremor fruit. The two completely different devil fruits broke out at this moment with the most magnificent sound waves. You must be Mu Bai. I like this kind of natural disaster fruit that tears the earth. Can you actually withstand the Tremor fruit with your body? Mu Bai frowned and looked up at the other party. Only he knew the power of the attack just now. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the ordinary first-grade physique of the Star Apostle was hit by the vibration, his limbs would be broken. It seems that you are the leader of the barbarians this time. It seems that your body is very tough, Mu Bai said calmly as he spread his wings and flew towards here. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Wu Ka had been shaken hundreds of meters away, and the nearby Mieluan mountain was torn into dozens of pieces. The sect geniuses who were originally blocked by special would also found the opportunity to withdraw at this moment. Several warriors under Wu Ta were about to chase him when they were stopped by Wu Ta. It's just a bug. I will easily catch it after defeating this Mu Bai. Now all the troops will follow me to fight. Holding a battle axe, Wu Ta chopped at Mu Bai, who was flying towards him at an astonishing speed. He was confident that he could rely on his terrifying natural physique to chop the opponent to death. Barbarian God Possession. Combined battle axe. The brilliant purple star power and the combined fruit burst out at the same time. With the help of the combined fruit, the battle axe merged with Wu Ka's muscles, blood and heart. The battle axe, which was infinitely amplified by his own physique, chopped down fiercely like a trend. Golden Crow Sun Sword. Supreme Forgetful Sword Technique. After sensing the opponent's fighting power, Mu Bai did not use the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword on his waist, but compressed a fiery red long sword with the high temperature of the Golden Crow Sun flame in the void. At the same time, Mu Bai also launched the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword technique. His originally light golden eyes were now full of coldness. As cold as a god. The turbulent sword intent in his hand penetrated everything like falling stars. The terrifying murderous intent even instantly killed thousands of barbarians nearby. In a trance, Wu Ta even strangely saw a cold full moon appearing behind Mu Bai. The purple combined battle axe and the scarlet golden crow sun sword collided at a distance of 100 meters above the surface. The purple and red energy shock waves broke through the sky with a might that mortals could hardly imagine. Mu Bai and Wu Ta were both encountering monsters that could fight head-on for the first time. As the killing intent soared, the fighting spirit of the two also reached its peak. The purple streams of light and the red streams of light kept colliding with each other. The speed and strength of the two people were far beyond everyone's imagination. Even the Tianjiao, who participated in the battle, could not see the trajectory of their battle. Are they really at the level of apostles? Not only Wu Ta's generals, but also the human race watching the battle were dumbfounded. To some extent, the scale and intensity of this battle were no less than the battle of the Star Master level. These two people were monsters among monsters. The supreme forgetful sword technique. The first move was the annihilation of all things. The moment the Golden Crow's sword was shattered by Wu Ta's battle axe, Mu Bai drew out the supreme forgetful sword. The magic sword? Under the unity of faith. The horrified silence and killing intent were spread out here like art. Countless sword intentions and sword waves slashed out crazily. At this moment, there was no wind in the world. Only the wind of sword intentions was the best in the world. Holding a battle axe and resisting the rolling sword intent, Wu Ta crashed into the mountains like a rolling stone. But soon he rushed out of the mountains with a wild laugh without any injury. And the nearby mountains turned into a combined arm of hundreds of meters and smashed into the sky. Mu Bai held the sword in his left hand and compressed the vibration ball cover in his right hand to bombard the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering. The opponent's combined fruit ability gradually disintegrated under the absolute resonance characteristics. Realizing that this was not good, Wu Ta immediately merged with the ground. In this way, no matter how strong Mu Bai's power was, it would not play an advantageous role, because the whole land was his backing. Fusion. Earth Shield. The ground within tens of thousands of meters was covered by a purple halo, and the power of the tremor fruit from the sky was disintegrated one by one, and the resonance ability was diluted by the earth. In this state, Wu Ta's defense was so terrifying that he laughed and took Mu Bai's iron fist with his face. This guy is actually a fusion fruit ability user. Mu Bai was slightly surprised when he recognized the other party's fruit ability. The other party's physique was not weak, and could even be said to be comparable to him. And this fusion fruit could dilute and transfer the attack damage to larger and more objects. In this case, this barbarian, who was both offensive and defensive, could indeed be called terrifying. At least Mu Bai dared to assert that the direct disciples in the Holy Tao sect would not be able to hurt the other party even if they joined forces. Since you are so resistant to attacks, I will have to accompany you to the end. The terrifying Golden Crow flame and the vibrating ball cover compressed in Mu Bai's hands at the same time. With the superpower enhanced by the Star Sea and the second level of the Golden Crow Divine Code, Mu Bai's fists kept bombarding Wu Ta's body like raindrops. The power of hundreds of punches that burst out instantly concentrated on one point, and it really worked. The ground behind Wu Ta immediately broke, and at the same time Wu Ta himself was smashed into the ground. After breaking several peaks, Mu Bai punched him into the ground, and then slashed thousands of sword waves towards the ground. The biological armor on the body continued to break, and the scratches on Wu Ta's face gradually increased. But the more this happened, the more excited Wu Ta became. After enduring the 900 sword wave, this monster was able to ignore the remaining more powerful slashes, and rushed out of the ground with a fierce offensive. Good. I like your fighting style. If we were not born differently, you and I would definitely be friends. Ha ha ha. As the injuries on his body disappeared, Wu Ta also said excitedly, "This guy." Looking at the other person's state, Mu Bai vaguely remembered an ancient book he had read before. Dozens of consciousnesses that spanned space and time noticed the fight between the two, including both the strong men from Zhongzhou and the strong men from the Northern Territory. Zhongzhou Royal Court. The black-haired man who was absorbing the purple energy of the stars was looking at the north, where Mu Bai and the barbarian Wu Ta were fighting. It turned out that the disciples of some forces of the Yin-Yang sect, who were driven out of Zhongzhou 100 years ago, have come forward. The sword technique of the Supreme Forgetful Sword is so strange and evil, and this person can also control it. It seems that he really has some talent. This barbarian seems to have a unique physique. He was muttering to himself as he sat in the garden full of spiritual plants. His breath was inexplicably powerful and shocking, as if his existence was as unquestionable as the law itself. The spiritual plants died in a large area between the flowers blooming and falling. But when the black-haired man exhaled a breath of turbid air, the spiritual plants in the garden actually slowly revived again. Such a method made the two medicine boys, who dared not speak next to him, dumbfounded. The many royal court figures kneeling outside the garden also looked at each other, and they were all waiting for the man's order. As long as the other party gave an order, The Zhongzhou royal court forces would take the lead and declare a complete war on the northern territory. I remember that the barbarians' special bloodline constitution had been slaughtered thousands of years ago. That is to say, this barbarian does not have an ordinary bloodline constitution, but a divine body. The characteristic of resisting damage and increasing fighting spirit should be the 55th ranked 100 battles mad body. The black-haired man who was watering the flowers with a kettle was thoughtful. He only paid a little attention to this barbarian Wuka. What really deserved his attention was Mu Bai. He could determine from a long distance that the other party must not be a figure from the main world. He was very interested in Mu Bai. Star Lord Ziwei. 15 large forces including Luo Temple have all submitted their letters of request for battle. You see, the general in golden armor said softly, with a slightly dissatisfied tone. He had followed the Star Lord for many years, and naturally knew the difficulties of the royal court. It was just that the forces below were too impatient this time. Whether to start a war or not was something that only the Star Lords could decide. How could these ants interfere? Ziwei Star Lord smiled but said nothing. The royal court itself was a complicated deadlock. What he needed was not to suppress it by force, but to use a chess piece to activate the internal forces of the entire royal court. Zhongzhou and the Northern Territory must have a war. But it was definitely not today. Pass my order. Let the Holy Dao sect Sun Mu Bai from the borderland north go to Zhongzhou. And then the Holy Dao sect can also move into Zhongzhou. He is qualified to compete for the qualification of the fifth son of God. As soon as these words came out, the people kneeling outside the garden to listen to the order looked at each other. They could understand letting the Holy Dao sect re-enter Zhongzhou. After all, 100 years ago, the Holy Dao sect was part of the Yin-Yang sect in Zhongzhou, and was driven out of Zhongzhou because of various changes. But letting the other party's son also be qualified to compete for the son of the royal court was too exaggerated. Just like the ancient emperor directly recognized the son of a small official at the border as his godson, and made him qualified to participate in the competition for the throne. Just as everyone was about to speak out to stop it, a voice came. The Lord of Ziwei Star is naturally qualified to select the candidates for the contest for the Son of God. Do you still want to disobey his orders? The young man in a black and gold robe said calmly. He was born with double pupils and a little black fire mark on his forehead. His voice was powerful, and even those present who were stronger than him did not dare to act rashly. Just because this young man, with a strange appearance and great power, is the third son of God in the royal court, who is now in the limelight. We pay our respects to the Lord Son of God. No need to be polite. The smile of Ziwei Star Lord gradually faded. When he looked at the third son of God, he always felt that there was something more on the other person that he could not see clearly. This feeling also appeared when he looked at Mu Bai. Let an uncertain person deal with another uncertain person. Isn't it good? At the same time, the battle near the Myoan Mountain has entered a white-hot stage. The barbarian god and the supreme elders of the northern sects such as the Holy Dao sect who were nearby faced each other from a distance. No one acted rashly. They were all watching this battle. If Mu Bai lost, the barbarian army would cause more damage under the leadership of Wu Ka. When they approached Zhongzhou, they could force Zhongzhou to send troops. And then the Northern Territory would use this as an excuse to start a war. If Wu Ka lost, the Northern Territory's plan would be equivalent to a failure. At that time, the northern borderland will still be an unattended area, and the barbarian god leading the team this time will inevitably be attacked by the crowd. The price the barbarians need to pay is the loss of a barbarian god. A genius close to the barbarian god. Tens of millions of barbarian elite warriors. And countless barbarian beasts. This is the game of power, and the temptation of power. With the innate divine body, and the fruit of fusion. Wuka, you must win. When the old barbarian god looked at Wuda, his eyes flashed with hope. Even if he was willing to be used as cannon fodder by the Northern Territory, he hoped that the barbarians could reoccupy this fertile land. Their race has not seen the rising sun for too long. This battle determines too many things. And the most critical one is undoubtedly the future of billions of lives in the northern borderland. The peak confrontation of strength and strength. The peak confrontation of skills and skills. When Mu Bai and Wu Ka ended the 5,723rd collision, the mountains under their feet had disappeared, and the air was full of the smell of burning. The smell reminded Wu Ka, who was eager to fight, of many things. When he was 13 years old, he killed all his blood relatives with his own hands. This was the first task given to him by the barbarian god after he recognized him. The barbarian god said that when a barbarian has no shackles, he will forget about life and death and step into a state of no worries. And all of this is for the prosperity of the barbarian tribe. That day, when Wuka set fire to the village and the bodies of his relatives. He shed tears for the last time. He also understood a truth that day. That is, only strong strength can dominate everything in the main world. Only strong strength can control one's own destiny. Use strong strength to defeat the human race. Then such cruel things will never happen again. Everything will end. 3,000 years ago, the human race expelled them on the so-called justice. And now he has to do the same. Mu Bai. Today's battle must have an end. No matter if you kill me or I kill you. One of us must stay on the land forever. If I lose, you can cut off my head and let it face north. Okay? If I was always in a passive state in the previous battle. Then at this moment, he was like a sword unsheathed, with powerful energy fluctuations running around his body. The scarlet fighting spirit continued to accumulate like a wave. And when this fighting spirit reached its peak, the nearby void made a harsh friction sound. Innate divine body. The 100 battles crazy body is activated. Mu Bai, wearing the armor of the god of heaven Golden Crow, said calmly, okay. Mu Bai knew what this battle represented. So he never thought that he would fail. He spent his whole life in battle. He would try his best in every battle. From the national competition on Blue Star to the invasion of alien races. And now in this main world. Stepping through all kinds of galaxies and passing through billions of years. Mu Bai's life is to fight to the peak. The 5 great elders of the Saint Dao sect in the distant mountains immediately recognized Wuka's physique. It's actually a congenital divine body. It seems that this barbarian has also produced a top-level genius. It's a pity that he was born in the wrong era. If he was born 3,000 years ago, he might have left a name in history. The old man in black couldn't understand the battle situation at this moment. If the barbarian Wuka's 100 battles crazy body was combined with his fusion fruit, his strength and defense would reach an unimaginable level. I'm afraid even Mu Bai would find it difficult to resist. Battle Axe Fusion. The purple halo merged the battle axe into Wuka's body. And then the battle axe with blood gradually formed in the cold bones. This battle axe, which represented his entire life, was enough to split all dead things. 100 battles crazy body. Fusion. The 100 battles crazy body, which had already been stimulated, immediately jumped to a shocking level at this moment. Even the barbarian god in the distance was very moved when he saw the scene. The misty red blood was like a pillar reaching the sky. And the 3-meter-tall Wuka gradually expanded in the blood. With a heart-wrenching roar, he expanded to a height of 5 meters like a giant. And the already heavy armor also spread like locusts. In the blink of an eye, a layer of protection similar to an exoskeleton was formed. Wuka, who split the blood mist with ease, was like a wild beast. Even Mu Bai was somewhat unable to resist the fighting spirit. Not good. The sect leader Shin Russian, who had already arrived at the battlefield, could naturally see the state of Wuka. In his eyes, the blood and fighting spirit on the opponent were enough to compete with those Star Masters. Even the weaker Star Masters might not be Wuka's opponents at this moment. He was about to grit his teeth and move when a divine will enveloped him. Shin Russian looked up and saw a figure in a Taoist robe standing faintly on the dome of the dark clouds. It was the top powerhouse of the North Territory. Don't interfere in this battle. Those who disobey will be killed. The sound of the dome falling was inaudible to ordinary people. But all the powerhouses at the level of Star Masters and above heard it clearly. And everyone was silent. Beads of sweat flowed down Shin Russian's forehead. He had never lost his composure like this before. He wanted to struggle, but knew that he was powerless. This was obviously the last warning from the other party. The top powerhouse in the Northern Territory could not compete with all the powerhouses in the Northern Borderland in a moment. If he caused the suffering of the people in the Northern Borderland because of him, even if he was the leader of the Holy Dao sect, he could not bear it. Mu Bai. It all depends on you. Shin Russian closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. At this moment, he could only put all his hopes on Mu Bai. Wuka's domineering attitude was beyond everyone's imagination. Mu Bai felt the unprecedented pressure and felt the crisis of death for the first time. He had not felt this emotion for a long time. He laughed loudly, and the sound was full of joy. After so many years, this sense of crisis has finally come. Wuka will let you see my strongest form. His voice was gradually drowned out by the sound waves. Wuka, who had entered a certain state, obviously no longer took Mu Bai seriously. So he didn't want to listen to the other party's continued words even if he wanted to. Wuka, like a god, raised his battle axe and chopped it down in front of Mu Bai. The surrounding mountains were all crushed into powder. The void shook everything upside down. Such power seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. Mu Bai, who did not dodge or evade, emptied his mind, and the bright light escaped from his body. His black hair was ignited by the white flame at this moment. The original god of heaven golden crow armor seemed to come alive at this moment. The golden crow carvings all over the body actually made a chirping sound. And Mu Bai's pupils gradually turned white at this moment. The top strong man from the Northern Territory stood on the sky with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally see what Mu Bai was doing. That was the mythical state unique to the mythical species. It requires extremely high familiarity and compatibility with the devil fruit to be able to open. This form is just like the beast form and half-beast and half-human form of the animal-type devil fruit, which are all based on the form transformation of the devil fruit. It's just that the mythical form of the mythical species is more scarce, and its rarity is no less than selecting the mythical devil fruit from millions of devil fruits. The battle between the 100 battles mad body and the mythical form is getting more and more interesting. Obviously, the strong man from the Northern Territory who was supervising here was not a pro-war faction. So when he saw Mu Bai opening the mythical form, he did not show any idea of stopping him. Of course, he couldn't stop it, because the top strong man from Zhongzhou had already arrived. There was a golden crow phantom on each shoulder of Mu Bai in the mythical form, and behind the extremely luxurious flaming armor and flaming cloak was a large sun group. Mu Bai walked out towards the endless light and took a step, and thousands of golden crows followed. The battle axe of the barbarian Wicca had already fallen. Mu Bai's golden crows rushed up. The former seemed like a wild beast spirit from the ancient times, while the latter seemed like the sun god coming from the 9 heavens. Wang Linfei, who was holding back the pain of his broken arm, climbed up with difficulty. What is that? Even though he was far away, he could see that the extreme shock wave was submerging the distant area. The golden crow divine fire and the combined battle axe continued to clash on this land. The red fighting spirit broke through the sky. The white and hot divine fire cut through the earth, and the sky and the earth burst in the crisscrossing. At this moment, Mu Bai and Wu Ka both understood one thing. That is, skills and fighting styles no longer mattered. The two of them were like two of the toughest heavy swords at this moment. The two heavy swords kept colliding with each other until one of them broke, and they would stop. The competition of strength, physique and endurance continued to rise in the most brutal and intuitive form. In the turbulent airflow, Mu Bai pulled out the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword from his waist, and the 3,000 galaxies fell endlessly and slashed to tear the earth, while Wu Ka inserted the battle axe into the surface, and the area tens of thousands of meters nearby was covered by a purple halo at the same time. Combined mountain beast, Wicca, who plundered the surface rock and soil, quickly built a huge mountain beast based on himself. Wicca sank into its chest and merged perfectly with it. The earthy yellow mountain beast instantly reached an exaggerated height of more than 1,000 meters. It was also particularly easy to resist Mu Bai's slash with both fists. Mu Bai, let me show you the true power of my fusion fruit. The fusion country is turned upside down. Along with Wicca's voice, countless waves of rock and soil appeared on the surface submerged by the purple halo. These waves rushed towards Mu Bai like waves, and their range was more than 10,000 meters. Mu Bai, holding the magic sword, covered the vibration ball cover of the vibration fruit on the sword body of the supreme forgetful sword, and then slashed from top to bottom. With me in this world, you can't overturn it. The vibration slash of hundreds of meters tore the space. Under the vibration power and resonance characteristics of the vibration fruit, the mud and sand waves were easily cut in half, and the remaining power even passed through the waves and cut off the arms of the mountain beast. Mu Bai, who used high temperature to instantly distort space to achieve teleportation, arrived on the top of the giant the next moment. Standing on the top of the giant, he held a sword in both hands and infused the power of the golden crow divine fire and the tremor fruit into the opponent's head. The flames and vibrations attacked together, and the combined giant was also broken in a short time. Wu Ka, holding a battle axe, stepped on the collapsed rocks and chopped down with an axe. The power of the divine body attached to the battle axe roared like a beast that had escaped from the trap and broke through all constraints. Mu Bai, who blocked with a sword horizontally, was immediately hit into the ground. Wu Ka, who ignored the smoke and dust, attacked instantly, but soon the smoke and dust dispersed and a figure was hit out. It was Wu Ka. After knocking the opponent away, Mu Bai rubbed his wrist and grabbed the void with one hand. The pale white ball cover gradually compressed, and the next moment a powerful earthquake covered Wu Ka's feet. Wu Ka, with his legs sinking, gritted his teeth, and smashed an axe into the ground. In an instant, the power of the combined fruit connected him to the earth. Wukong rushed over with a crazy look on his face. Bearing the powerful destructive power of the tremor fruit, I seem to have adapted to your vibration ability. The barbarian god in the distance smiled with satisfaction. The main feature of the 100 Battles God body is its tenacity. The longer it fights with the enemy, the higher its endurance will be in terms of the enemy's fighting style and power system. Of course, this kind of improvement is not endless. Its limit is the peak of one's physique. As long as the physique limit of the host of the 100 Wars God body is exceeded, it can be broken. But the problem is that it is impossible for an enemy at the level of a Star Apostle to force him to his limit, unless a strong person at the level of a Star Master takes action. Adapted? Then I will use my ability to the maximum extent. Wukong is a battle madman. And Mu Bai is even more so. Mu Bai frowned and put his sword back into the sheath. His fists, which were filled with white vibration ball covers and golden crow divine fire, hit Wukong's full body armor like raindrops. The powerful force that penetrated the void was like thunder. Wukong, who was covered by the fist shadow, was beaten out of several areas alive. In the mythical state, Mu Bai's power has surpassed Wukong, and the terrifying destructive power of the two natural disaster level fruits made him instantly defeat the opponent's biological armor defense like a madman. While blood was sprayed, Wukong suddenly hugged Mu Bai's arms with both hands, and a smile appeared on his face. I caught you. Just when he was about to use the power of the combined fruit to combine the opponent with the earth and slowed down his speed, the ruthless Mu Bai broke his arm and kicked through the opponent's chest with the golden crow divine fire. Wukong, who retreated dozens of meters, had no time to react before Mu Bai grabbed his face with his repaired broken arm and pressed it towards the ground. The biggest shock, shocking the sea. In the white light and shadow, the terrifying shock wave exploded at the back of Yuka's head. Yuka's 100 Battles body exploded to the extreme at this moment, which allowed Wukong to recover after such a blow and use the power of the combined fruit to control the ground to condense dozens of huge stones and combine arms to smash towards Mu Bai. The first move of the Supreme Forgetful Sword technique. All kinds of annihilation. A slash in the golden crow divine fire toward the sky, while cutting off dozens of combined arms. Yuka's blocking right hand was instantly cut off, burning the sky and destroying the world. The golden crow fell, holding the sword in his left hand and condensing the golden crow divine fire in his right hand. He penetrated Wukong's chest, and the scorching flames continued to spread behind him. Realizing that something was wrong, he barely raised his battle axe and swept away. But he never thought that Mu Bai in the mythical form would spit out the golden crow flames and burn his eyes. Suffering from continuous heavy injuries, Wukong endured the pain and wanted to distance himself from Mu Bai. Unfortunately, the continuous damage just now had broken his 100 Battles God body. He could not activate his God body again in a short time. So he frantically urged all the combined power in his body at the last moment. He wanted to take Mu Bai to H.L. with him. All the metal minerals in the nearby mountains and rivers within 100,000 meters were absorbed. As long as Wukong succeeded, even if he could not kill Mu Bai, he could let all the survivors in the entire Watergate area go to H.L. with him. Unfortunately, Mu Bai would not give him this opportunity. At this moment, the Phantom of the Moon Wheel and the Phantom of the Sun gradually overlapped, and the Tai Shang Wanqing sword surrounded by the golden crow flames gradually revealed its edge. The vibration power of the Xinjiang fruit, the golden crow divine fire of the great sun golden crow fruit, the supreme sharpness of the supreme forgetful sword, and finally the mythical form of Mu Bai at this moment. All these merged together, and the shadows of the moon and the sun gradually overlapped. The coldness in Mu Bai's eyes spread in this world like a substance, and he emerged with a new sword intent when he was practicing the supreme forgetful sword technique. The turbulent sword intent continued to compress and condense on the sword body, and the white-green light was like the afterglow on the edge of the sky. The second move of the supreme forgetful sword technique. Forget to break the natural moat. When the rising sun in the east gradually rose, Wukong, who was half kneeling on the ground, already knew his fate. Before he died, he looked at the dazzling rising sun with his bleeding eyes, and murmured, "I am not willing. When we barbarians are good people, bad people always come to bully us. And when we are bad people, the so-called good people come to judge us. Mu Bai, my today is yours. Tomorrow, cut it down with a sword." The terrifying sword wave swept over like a mad whale in the deep sea, and Wukong was beheaded by this crazy sword attack. He showed a trace of relief before he was killed. The headless body fell down with a bang. Good or bad. There is no black or white in this world. And there is no absolute justice. It is not me who judges you, but your weakness that judges you. You may be right. If I am killing through killing, I will be ended by others one day. That's why I have to keep moving forward and making progress. When I am the only one at the highest point in the world, I will end this endless killing fate. Mubai picked up the other's head and said word by word. After a long time, he threw the other's head to the north. The head that fell to the ground and rolled was just looking at the mountains in the north. Mubai, holding the magic sword horizontally, looked around and said loudly, "The barbarian Wuka has been killed by me." The voice spread far away, so far that the human warriors who were fighting with the barbarians in the nearby area could hear it. The voice was very close. So close that the barbarian god, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, was a little dazed. The elders of the sect who had been waiting for a long time immediately entered the battlefield without hesitation. When these star masters entered the war, the outcome was already determined. Heaven wants to destroy my barbarian tribe. Heaven wants to destroy me. The barbarian god, with tears of blood, shouted out of control. And the Northern Territory envoy came coldly through the air. It seems that you have failed the thoughts of some people in the Northern Territory. You decide your own way, knowing the other party's intention. He felt his fate and died without waiting for the other party to get close. It seems that I can go back and report. Shintamzi hopes that I will not meet you on the battlefield in the future. The Northern Territory envoy did not care about the tragic death of the barbarians. He looked in the direction of the Zhongzhou envoy and left here in an instant. And the Zhongzhou envoy Shintamzi, who was originally on the sky, came to Mubai at this moment. After the magic sword was sheathed, Mubai turned his head and looked at the other party. "May I ask who you are?" When Mubai was puzzled, he bowed and said, "I am the envoy of Zhongzhou, Shintamzi. I just received an order that the Lord of Ziwei Star in the Zhongzhou Royal Court has selected you as the candidate to participate in the selection of the fifth son of God. I hope that you, Mubai, can cooperate with me to go to Zhongzhou." After saying this, Mubai was a little confused. After all, he had just experienced a war, and someone said that he had to leave his hometown and go abroad with me. Ziwei Star Lord, the fifth son of God, Zhongzhou. After linking these keywords together, Mubai always felt inexplicably strange, as if he had entered a certain big situation. This feeling of being helpless was really uncomfortable. However, Mubai knew that he had to go today, so he calmed down and said calmly, "Okay." This surprised Shintamzi. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Going to Zhongzhou to participate in the selection of the fifth son of God is a great opportunity. The weight of this identity can be ranked even in Zhongzhou. Since you agree, let's set off immediately." While the two were talking, Shen Rushan, the leader of the Holy Taoist sect, had already walked over. While the two were talking, he nodded to Mubai. "Mubai, don't worry about the other party going. This time, the entire Holy Taoist sect will also go to Zhongzhou. But our speed will be very slow. It may take 3 years to go to the heart of Zhongzhou. 3 years is not worth mentioning in the main world. According to the normal distance, if there is no transmission channel, it will take hundreds of years to go from the north to Zhongzhou even at the speed of the Star Messenger." Although it was a little hasty, Mubai realized that the other party had made a safe arrangement when he saw his master nod. Thinking of this, Mubai turned to Shintamzi and said, "Can I go to my hometown to explain these things, so as not to worry my family?" "Of course. But today the transmission channel from the northern border to Zhongzhou will be closed soon. I hope you can finish the explanation quickly," Shintamzi said with a smile. In fact, according to his status, he didn't need to be so polite. After all, Mubai only had the qualifications to compete for the Son of God in the royal court. Not that he had already become the Son of God, but this smart man was so polite in order not to offend anyone. After all, no one can guarantee that any person who participated in this election can become the Son of God. So it is good to show more goodwill now. The eldest brother Wu Guang, the second sister Gu Qingcheng and others were very reluctant to hear that Mubai was leaving the sect. When they came here to say goodbye to Mubai one by one, some people couldn't help crying. "Why are you sad? You and I will meet again in 3 years." After comforting everyone, Mubai followed Shintamzi with a smile and immediately came here. The entire northern borderland was shaken by the decisive battle between Mubai and the barbarian Wuka. And Mubai's killing of Wuka on behalf of the human race made his reputation soar to an incredible level. And even many regions would build ancestral temples and altars for Mubai. If Mu Bai's fame was only spread in some regions of the northern borderland before, his name has undoubtedly entered the ears of people in other distant regions now. The North region, Zhongzhou, East region, West region, and South region all have the name of Jinwu Prince Mu Bai. When Mu Bai arrived at his hometown in Yunming's region, he simply explained the whole thing and turned away in the tears of his parents and grandfather. Grandfather Mu Hai, who knew Xingzhou, was extremely reluctant to let him go before he left. The old man knew that Mu Bai might never come back after he went to save people. Standing on the Xinqing boat, Mu Bai looked at the blue night sky and the stars and always felt that there was an unrealistic feeling. He had not thought about going to Zhongzhou before. After all, there were too many dangers to go rashly. Now he was forcibly taken away, and he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ding dong. Legendary degree +1 ding dong. Legendary degree +1. The two system prompts brought Mu Bai back to his senses. He had asked about the role of the legendary degree before, but the eternal system kept saying that it had insufficient authority to answer. Just as he was about to reach the portal, Mu Bai suddenly looked down. He just felt that the netherworld hard method in his body was affected by fluctuations. It seemed that he had passed by the mysterious person who had arranged the netherworld hard method that day. Shen Tongzi, who was standing against the wind, noticed Mu Bai's expression and looked down. With his ability, he naturally discovered something. After thinking for a long time, he just said softly, "Don't worry, young friend Mu Bai. With me here, even the top masters in the entire region can't hurt you." The man in the black windbreaker, who was leaving the night market and preparing to head to the direction of the Holy Tao sect, suddenly looked up at the sky. After noticing the fleeting Xinqing boat, his face was full of disbelief. Lord Yudi, the last target, left the Northland on a magic boat. The style of the magic boat seems to belong to the royal court. The man with a gloomy look licked his lips unconsciously, and several weak cries for help came out of his throat. The little boy passing by stared at him curiously, and when he wanted to get closer, he was quickly dragged away by his mother. The ghost, who made faces at the little boy, waited for the reply from Lord Yudi in his mind. Whether to go or stay was entirely up to the other party. There is only Shen Tongzi in the Northland, and the person he brought is naturally Mu Bai. I didn't expect that he is also related to the netherworld hard method. Come back. The third son of God. You said coldly to the air in the Son of God hall of the Zhongzhou royal court. He just felt that this game was getting more and more interesting. What kind of person is Mu Bai who can be valued so much by Ziwei Star Lord? He became more and more curious. What separated the northern borderland from Zhongzhou was not a high wall like the one in the northern region, but an invisible barrier. When Mu Bai and Shen Tongzi arrived here through hundreds of transmission channels, it was already the morning of the third day. I am Shen Tongzi of the Zhongzhou Wangting. The token with the word king written by ink pen led Mu Bai and Shen Tongzi through the empty barrier and completely arrived in Zhongzhou. When he saw the Zhongzhou world for the first time, even the well-informed Mu Bai couldn't help but feel excited. Looking around, countless towering ancient buildings stood in this world. Even the marginal areas of Zhongzhou world were bustling with people. The surface was full of ancient streets, and there were a large number of warships and spaceships in the sky. What surprised Mu Bai even more was the concentration of star power here. Even in this peripheral area, he could feel the star power that was several times higher than that of the north. Even if this concentration of star power was increased a little more, it would be enough for the small sects in the north to regard it as a paradise. At this moment, Mu Bai finally understood why Zhongzhou was so hated. Such a concentration of star power is enough to ensure that it will always be the strongest among all the major regions. Now you know why the northern region is in a hurry to start a war. As long as we wait for a few thousand years, the power of Zhongzhou will become stronger and stronger, until one day we can conquer all the major regions and unify the human race at the same time. Shen Tongzi said faintly. If I were the leader of the northern region, I would definitely start the war as soon as possible. Mu Bai stretched out his right hand and felt the abundant star power in the air. Compared with here, the wild northern land is simply H.L. The poor star power makes the border wild northern land destined to decline, while this Zhongzhou is heaven. Do you think the weak should be bullied? Shen Tongzi asked with interest. What do you mean? Mu Bai asked back. In the future, Zhongzhou will inevitably have a war with other human forces. It's just a matter of time. Since the advent of the Dharma ending age 10,000 years ago, the concentration of the star power in the main world has been declining. Now it is less than 1/10 of that 10,000 years ago. This is true for Zhongzhou, the main world, and even all the subworlds. That is to say, in the future, the weak will be kicked out of the stage by this era. And resources can only be supplied to a few people. Only in this way can the balance of power in Zhongzhou be maintained. Mu Bai frowned and said nothing. He couldn't answer this question because it was not something he should think about. Okay. The jokes are over. And my mission is also completed. This is the territory of Hengshan in Zhongzhou. You can go here first to wait for the god and demon assessment that is about to start. And then go to the royal court. This is the suggestion of Ziwei Star Lord. After saying that, Shintanzi said goodbye and left. He walked into the crowd and soon disappeared. Good guy. Let him go free. Ding dong. Task information detected. Forming task objectives. Main task. God and Demon Assessment Task Requirements. Complete the God and Demon Assessment. Task Reward. Divine Body rewards will be distributed based on the completion of the God and Demon Assessment. The rarity of the Divine Body is determined based on the completion of the God and Demon Assessment. Do you accept the mission? As soon as the mission information came out, Mu Bai lost his composure. Main Quest. This is the main quest that has not appeared since the National League on Blue Star was completed. The characteristic of the Eternal System is that it will not force and distribute erratic tasks. It will form tasks according to the host's environment. To some extent, Mu Bai can also rely on the tasks issued by the system to reverse certain events. For example, as long as the system indicates that a certain task can be completed by the host, Mu Bai has a high probability of completing it. This has actually exceeded the concept of ordinary space and time to a certain extent. In other words, the Eternal System is to surpass the main world in terms of authority. Accept the task. Ding dong. The host has been detected to accept the task. And the God and Demon Assessment task is open. The reward for this God and Demon Assessment task is really tempting. The so-called God body is a special physique formed by nature or acquired. According to different physiques, everyone can have unique abilities. And all physiques that have appeared since ancient times will be included in the ranking. The role of the God body is also very great. For example, the barbarian Wu Ka had the 100 battles God body ranked 55th. Before the 100 battles God body was broken, it could withstand Mu Bai's various attacks. And once Wu Ka's physique could not maintain the operation of the battle body, it would be defeated one after another. It seems that I need to figure out what the God and Demon Assessment is first. Mu Bai smiled and followed the crowd into the street. Compared with the northern border area, this place undoubtedly looks more like an ancient scene. Although there are a lot of machinery and facilities above and nearby, it does not give Mu Bai a sense of disobedience. When passing by a restaurant along the way, Mu Bai smelled the aroma of the food but had no appetite. Since he entered the realm of the Star Apostle, his demand for food has dropped to once every 6 months. Zhongzhou Hengshan is located in the northernmost part of Zhongzhou. It borders the borderland of the northern land directly. Every year, countless borderland and northern land prodigies pass through the checkpoints of various Zhongzhou forces and enter. Some are outstanding disciples voluntarily let go by various local forces in the north. And some are disciples of the sect who secretly go to the vicinity of Hengshan in private. Often, as long as the talent is high, the forces near Hengshan will accept them. If other forces do this, they will be surrounded and suppressed by all the forces in the north. But they can't come in Zhongzhou. So there is no such thing as accountability. It can even be said that many northern sect forces dare not speak out. No one can say that they may encounter a strongman guarding the city and directly descend on their mountain to scatter their sect foundation and their ashes. Hey, I won't play with you anymore. A young man riding a donkey on the border of Hengshan took a temporary token and stumbled into Zhongzhou regardless of the many northern strongmen chasing behind him. Those who didn't have the token were furious and cursed. The young man in a yellow Taoist robe rolled on the ground for a few rounds, his long hair flying. He patted his belly and pulled the donkey's tail to barely stand up. The donkey whose tail was pulled had small eyes and looked very stupid. Goodbye, everyone. The sea is wide for fish to leap, and the mountain is high for birds to fly. I, Wang Xianji, will never forget your farewell. 100 years later, when I have become powerful, I will definitely repay you with all my strength. Wang Xianji, holding his fists, showed a row of white teeth, and he even touched his crotch while speaking. This made his originally handsome face inexplicably more wretched. And the stupid donkey seemed to be unable to bear it, and turned around in circles. Erguzi, why are you turning around? You are spitting at them. Wang Xianji raised his boots and kicked the donkey's butt. The donkey called Erguzi immediately spit saliva into the distance, like a pumping machine. The water flow was as sharp as a water knife. And the expression of Erguzi with big eyes and small eyes really made people laugh. The people outside the barrier, who were almost sprayed with saliva, were so angry that they screamed. You are looking for death. You will not have an easy life in Zhongzhou. Wang Xianji. If you still have a conscience, return that thing to us. The few people who were chasing stopped and said earnestly, while the lively and active Wang Xianji laughed. You old guys don't really think I'm so easy to fool. I'm waiting for you to come in here. Wang Xianji said, and threw a kiss to him in a very coquettish way. The Hengshan soldiers guarding the city looked at this scene expressionlessly, without discussing or whispering, as if they didn't see anything. The military order was as firm as a mountain. As long as no one dared to break in, they would not care about other things. Such a lively scene also caught the eyes of the nearby city, and many spectators followed the flow of people to come over, including Mu Bai. He was furious when he saw the donkey. This donkey obviously has the blood of an exotic beast, most likely the blood of a water-attributed creature. A young man holding a long fan in the crowd said in a casual manner, with brushes and paper floating near him, "It's Master Luo Heng. Master Luo Heng, who has the ability to write fruit. Master Luo Heng, the world-famous know-it-all? Why the H.L. is he here?" The crowd began to stir. Mu Bai turned to look at the young man beside him, who was called Master Luo Heng, and said in surprise, "Are you talking to me?" "Of course. You are the only one here who is qualified to talk to me. Your deeds of killing the barbarian Tianju in the northern border a few days ago were really wonderful. Even I admire you," Master Luo Heng said softly, as if he knew everything about Mu Bai. The fan in his hand seemed to have its own spirituality, and automatically fanned the breeze. "Did you hear it, or did you investigate me on purpose? The news from the northern border could not be so fast, unless the other party was investigating me intentionally. And the only people who could investigate me in advance in Zhongzhou, when they had nothing to do, were probably those who used the netherworld mine method to fish." Thinking of this, Mu Bai restrained his breath. Although he seemed to have no intention of killing, he was actually ready to take action. Beads of sweat dripped down Bai Xiaoxing's head. He realized that Mu Bai had misunderstood him, and hurriedly shook his hands, and said anxiously, "Mu Bai, please don't misunderstand me. The reason for investigating you is not because of other reasons, but because of the Tianji Pavilion's Tianjiao list. As long as there are talented people emerging in the main world, the Tianjiao list will be automatically included. I only know your information when you are included in it. Tianji Pavilion Tianjiao list. It seems to be a force in Zhongzhou. With such a brilliant means, it must be enough to collect the world's secrets to become a top force." Thinking of this, Mu Bai's expression eased. "Sir, you misunderstood. I'm just curious about how a nobody like me would be noticed by people in Zhongzhou." Bai Xiaoxing was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He had seen the Tianji list with his own eyes, and naturally knew its evaluation of Mu Bai's character. He was suspicious and decisive by nature. If he had explained it a step later, he would probably have been chopped alive by the other party. "Mu Bai, you are too modest. You are ranked 357th on the Tianjiao list. How can you be an unknown person?" Bai Xiaoxing said with a smile. The crowd around him was shocked when they heard that the young man next to Bai Xiaoxing could be on the Tianjiao list. Mu Bai didn't care much about the ranking. He was a little curious about the ranking method of the Tianjiao list, and the scope of the people included. Bai Xiaoxing was relieved after hearing Mu Bai's question. After his explanation, Mu Bai also knew the details of Tianji Pavilion and the Tianjiao list. Tianji Pavilion is the top force in Zhongzhou. The disciples in the pavilion practice Tianji Xian book, and can use Tianji stone fused with Suansuan fruit for divination. The strength of the entire sect in Zhongzhou cannot be compared with the top forces such as Wang Ting, but it is much stronger than the first-line forces. The most important thing is that there are too many people from various sects in Zhongzhou who ask them for help. In terms of personal connections, Tianji Pavilion is also the best in the main world. And Bai Xiaoxing is the 5th-generation disciple of the current Tianji Pavilion master. The Tianji Pavilion is famous for its divine calculations and connections, but also for several big lists. The Tianjiao list, the God and Demon list, and the Divine Body list. The God and Demon list records the ranking of the top powerhouses in the entire main world. The Divine Body list records the strength ranking of all the divine bodies in the main world. And the Tianjiao list, as the name suggests, records the ranking of young Tianjiu under the age of 50. The Tianjiao list covers the entire main world area, including Zhongzhou, the North region, the South region, the West region, and the East region. The way of recording is to rely on the ability of the Suansuan fruit to give the list the ability to record independently, so that it can include the world's talents. As the saying goes, there is no plan left out. This Suansuan fruit has absolute fairness and credibility. These lists will be distributed by the Tianji Pavilion every day and transmitted to the entire Zhongzhou hinterland. The ranking of all young people under the age of 50 in the main world. Mu Bai, who was muttering to himself, heard of such a magical devil fruit for the first time. It seems that this Suansuan fruit is very likely to be a special superhuman devil fruit. After all, ordinary devil fruits cannot achieve such a terrifying ability. Mu Bai even suspects that the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion, who possesses this fruit, is very likely to have awakened the fruit deeply. The 50-year-old age limit for Tianji may be a joke on Blue Star, but it is not an exaggeration in the main world with a very high average life expectancy. If you look at the entire main world, your ranking of 357 is indeed ridiculously high. After all, the population of the main world is more than trillions. When Mu Bai was talking to Bai Xiaosheng, the quarrel not far away escalated again. The unbearable abuse coming out of Wang Xianji's mouth really had the flavor of a mental attack. At least several old men outside the barrier were almost angry to death. Son! 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 The donkey named Erguzi laughed rhythmically with his eyes wide open. When the people outside the barrier were about to curse back, the black-robed old man in the lead blinked his eyelids and stopped everyone. At this point, the treasure must not be taken back. In this case, it is better to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Wang Xianji. The scourge. Thinking of this, the black-robed old man shook his head with regret. Even if you enter Zhongzhou with such a treasure, you will not be safe. Why not give it to me in public, so that you could also enter the city of Hingshan in Zhongzhou safely? Killing with a borrowed knife. Wang Xianji suddenly became a little uneasy. He looked back quietly and found that many people in the crowd were staring at him. Without giving Wang Xianji a chance to refute, the old man in black robe with eyes full of resentment squeezed out a few words from his mouth. This kid has a heavenly Dao stone on him. When this was said, not to mention that everyone present was shocked. Even the soldiers on the city wall had their eyes slightly moved. The heavenly Dao stone is priceless, and its value is inestimable, just because it can be consumed to improve qualifications. And the effect is also immediate. Many star masters, who have been unable to break through the realm for a long time, may be able to make further progress by using a piece. The value of this is naturally self-evident. Wang Xianji, who was powerless, looked at the pairs of tiger and wolf eyes nearby and suddenly felt a little flustered. He was able to run here all thanks to the donkey with the blood of the exotic beast. He himself has no strength, and even because of his special physique, he is considered to be physically weak among his peers. Why are you looking at me like that? You can't believe what this old man says? Wang Xianji said with a slightly innocent look, his eyes rolling. He was observing the whole scene and thinking about a solution. You are deceiving yourself. What is in your arms? Some people wearing sect clothes walked out of the crowd. They looked at Wang Xianji with greedy eyes. Wang Xianji's yellow Taoist robe was indeed bulging. Obviously, there was something hidden. Anyone who was not blind could see it. As the man spoke, more non-civilian people walked out of the city. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, Wang Xianji also made up his mind and took out the box from his chest and threw it into the crowd. Then he turned over and rode on the donkey and wanted to run into the city. Unfortunately, he was intercepted by someone soon. After turning it upside down, he did not find the shadow of the heavenly Dao stone. It's not on him. It looks like it's in that box. The men ran towards the box quickly, while Wang Xianji, who was stripped naked, pointed at them and cursed them. After a long time, he put on his clothes in shame and hid in the distance with his donkey to watch the show quietly. The box was spinning rapidly, and his hands were cut off as soon as it was caught by a thin man. Two groups of people from different sects quickly fought together. When the box fell to the ground again, a shadow-like man picked it up easily. But before he could warm it up, a long whip came with a burst of fragrant wind and rolled it up. When he was about to whip it back, a hand appeared in the shadow of the box illuminated by the light and hit the box away. The mysterious woman holding the long whip was about to swing the long whip again when she found a black shadow attacking from behind her. The box that was thrown away happened to fall on Mu Bai's shoulder after rolling for a few weeks. After holding the box casually, Mu Bai found a sharp sword on his neck before he opened it to check. The scarred man said in a stern voice, "Hand it over. I'll spare you." Bang! Mu Bai smashed the other's head with one punch and shook off the blood. He might not be able to threaten him with the other's strength. Bai Xiuxing's mouth twitched a little. He knew that Mu Bai from the northern border was very cruel, but he didn't expect that he would be so extremely cruel as to smash the other's head directly after a disagreement. Mu Bai, who was a little speechless looking at the box in his hand, crushed the box directly. There was only a bead shining with white light inside. Mu Bai took a closer look and found that it was a bead with a hint of stars. This was obviously not the heavenly stone that the old man in black robe said. You are fighting for a glass bead? Mu Bai crushed it casually and scattered the powder on the ground. What a good trick to replace the pillars. Do you really think we are idiots? As the headless body fell to the ground, a man wearing the same set clothes as the deceased pointed at Mu Bai and said loudly. His stern expression seemed to have seen through Mu Bai's tricks. Mu Bai, who was interested, did not bother to argue. He pointed at the man who spoke and said, whether it is fake or real, since you firmly believe that the thing was replaced by me, why don't you come and take it yourself? Brothers, kill him! Dozens of people in the realm of Star Warriors attacked at the same time, and the ferocious swords were majestic and powerful. Mu Bai, with his hands behind his back, let these people slash at him with all their might without any intention of dodging. Ding ding! The blade actually made a sound of metal collision when it slashed. But Mu Bai was not hurt at all. Just when everyone was blinded, Mu Bai moved. A swift thunder exploded. When the magic sword was unsheathed, the splashing fire spread rapidly like summer fireworks. The magic sword was unsheathed. A shocking slash passed through the swords and bodies of several people, like a gust of wind that penetrated the world. When Mu Bai put away the sword, the splashing blood bloomed like a red spider lily. Mu Bai's eyes did not fluctuate at all among the broken limbs and arms. After the blood rain sprayed, there was no one standing with a knife beside him.